I believe you all watched the news last night. The Arachnus insect race has once again launched meteor attacks on Earth, but they were intercepted by our most advanced planetary defense spacecraft. Today, I shall elucidate why the insect race is capable of employing meteors to assault our planet. First, allow me to introduce Clindasu, a planet with a diameter exceeding 130,000 kilometers, which serves as the home world of the Arachnus insect race. Clindasu possesses formidable gravitational forces that have attracted countless small celestial bodies, forming an asteroid belt. These celestial bodies are what you perceive as the insect race's meteors, and the reason they can break free from gravitational pull and rush towards Earth. Goodness! The teacher at the podium spoke eloquently, while Zhou Yuan fidgeted in his seat. He had traversed worlds. Just 5 minutes prior, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this realm. Initially, he thought it was merely a dream, but after a moment of clarity, he realized that dreams do not feel this vivid. With the intent of understanding the situation, he maintained a low profile, feigning to read a book. It was only after gathering information that he comprehended he had crossed into a science fiction universe. Starship troopers. In this world, humanity is remarkably united, or rather, the Civil War has long since concluded. 2 centuries ago, humanity initiated a global nuclear conflict. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, human civilization suffered catastrophic losses, leaving the Earth battered and scarred. Originally, the population nearing 10 billion was reduced to less than 3 billion following the Great War. There were no victors, everyone lost. Thus, nations reached an accord and formed a peace federation, temporarily ceasing hostilities and focusing on recovery. Perhaps due to the nuclear war giving rise to new elements and avenues. Human technology underwent a rapid advancement period post-conflict, breaking through numerous constraints. Controlled nuclear fusion devices, controllable energy weapons, and manageable antimatter, among others, emerged. With these technological breakthroughs, humanity liberated itself from the confines of Earth, ushering in the interstellar era. The advent of this era heralded a new round of resource competition, straining international relations once again. Until a decade ago, when the fractious Federation suddenly united as one, due to the emergence of the Arachnus insect race. The Arachnus inhabit Clindasu, the dominant planet in a neighboring GJ-1 star system, with a size nearly equivalent to 1,200 Earths. Not only is it vast, but it is also a life-sustaining planet, possessing all the conditions Earth has, essentially a supersized, fully equipped version of Earth. Who could possibly tolerate this? Consequently, nations dispatched exploratory fleets, eager to uncover and exploit Clindasus' potential before their rivals. Soon, however, unforeseen events transpired. Regardless of the nation or the exploratory fleet, any that landed on Clindasus would invariably lose contact on the very same day. After that, information became inaccessible to ordinary citizens. All they knew was that those fleets had never returned, and international relations entered a honeymoon phase once more. Zhou Yuan understood that those exploratory fleets had become permanent residents of Clindasu, likely leaving behind only debris of their vessels, unpalatable to the insects. The Arachnus' greatest strength lies in their reproductive capabilities. To venture into their lair for exploration, it was tantamount to delivering takeout. 5 minutes later, the class bell interrupted Zhou Yuan's reverie. I will continue the remaining content this afternoon. Class dismissed. By the way, your exam results have been released. Please check downstairs. Also, do pick up a form to fill out. Graduates must submit it to me this afternoon. As the teacher announced the end of class, the room erupted into chatter, with students clustering in groups, discussing their plans. Hey Zhou, I feel my telepathic abilities have advanced again. Would you like to test them together? Just as Zhou Yuan prepared to leave the classroom, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw it was Carl Jenkins. Carl was a classmate and close friend of the protagonist, Johnny Rico, and due to his exceptional telepathic skills, he would later become a high-ranking officer. Next time, definitely. I'm feeling a bit unwell and was just about to head to the restroom. Zhou Yuan politely declined with a smile. In his memories, he and Carl shared a strong bond, as he also possessed telepathic abilities and often practiced with Carl. Carl tilted his head slightly, a look of resignation on his face as he said, "Buddy, you've forgotten one thing: our telepathy can sense whether the other is lying." "All right, I admit it. I encountered a minor inconvenience and didn't want it to affect you." Zhou Yuan shrugged until he clarified the situation with the system. He couldn't muster enthusiasm for anything. "Now that's settled. Go take care of it. Call me if you need anything." A smile broke on Carl's face as he turned to find Rico. With a small backpack in hand, Zhou Yuan walked into the public restroom, gazing at the familiar face in the mirror. A natural smile finally graced his features. He was still himself, only the world had changed. It felt as though he had replaced the version of himself in this world, or perhaps awakened the memories of a past life. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, especially since he knew the future trajectory of this world. If he played it safe, he could live a peaceful life. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Detecting host's mental stability. Soul exchange system loading. Soul system loading complete. Congratulations, host, on successful binding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a binding gift package. Would you like to open it? Chapter 2. The Super Soldier Serum. An external enhancement? Open it immediately. Zhou Yuan was instantly filled with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. The war between humanity and the insectoid race was about to commence. Initially, he had contemplated a peaceful existence on Earth or joining the strategic forces as an intelligence officer, someone who rarely sees the battlefield. But now, with the system in place, perhaps it was time to alter his ambitions, aiming to become a federal legislator or a commander of a cosmic fortress. Wielding the power to dictate the fate of a planet with a mere word. Beep, binding gift package activated. Received 5 level 3 soul gift boxes, 3 level 2 soul gift boxes, 1 level 1 soul gift box, and 1 variable string ring. Level 3 soul gift box can yield 1 random level 3 item. Level 2 soul gift box can yield 1 random level 2 item. Level 1 soul gift box can. Variable string ring contains a high-dimensional isolated space for storage. Marvelous. Zhou Yuan glanced at the descriptions of the gift boxes and the ring, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The boxes promised an array of technological marvels, with higher-level boxes yielding superior items. The variable string ring could be likened to a spatial ring, housing a cubic space nearly 5 meters in length, approximately 100 cubic meters in volume. System, open all gift boxes. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan activated all 8 gift boxes. Whether in games or life, he had never been one to play it safe and hoard wealth. His philosophy was one of making money breed more money. Moreover, with graduation looming, the path ahead might very well depend on what these boxes would reveal. Open level 3 soul gift box. Received 1 quick healing potion. Open level 3 soul gift box. Received 1 M82S anti-material sniper rifle. Open level 3 soul gift box. Received. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received 1 infinite bullet S500 revolver. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received. Open level 1 soul gift box. Received 1 super soldier serum. Splendid. Observing the items procured from the gift boxes, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The contents of all 8 boxes were highly commendable. From the level 3 boxes, 3 medical potions, 1 grenade, and 1 heavy sniper rifle. From the level 2 boxes, 1 infinite bullet revolver, a full-body bulletproof suit, and a box of restorative cigars. From the level 1 box, the coveted super soldier serum. The medical potions were straightforward, a vital resource for emergency treatment on the battlefield, capable of addressing light to moderate injuries and delaying death from severe wounds. The grenade and sniper rifle were conventional weapons of a relatively new model. The infinite bullet S500 revolver was impressive, capable of taking down a fully grown elephant with a single shot, especially with its infinite ammunition. The full-body bulletproof suit was also a remarkable item, resembling winter thermal underwear, capable of withstanding automatic rifle fire. However, given that humanity's enemies were the insects, even the lowest-tier soldier insects could breach the alloy of starships. Thus, the bulletproof suit might only offer minimal protection. He particularly favored the restorative cigars. A box contained 30 sticks, with 1 capable of restoring both mental and physical stamina each day. And then, the most precious item among the 8 boxes, the super soldier serum. Upon use, it would enhance all bodily functions, increase brain utilization, and unlock human potential to its peak. The serum, referred to as SSS, seemed familiar. It was a prop he recalled from a science fiction film. Captain America? Zhou Yuan smirked, suddenly bursting into laughter. Regardless of the serum's origins, its efficacy was what truly mattered. After utilizing this serum, he would have a higher chance of survival on the battlefield, as he could at least ensure that he could run faster than others. After examining the items from the gift boxes, Zhou Yuan exited the public restroom and made his way to the dining hall. The system boasted numerous functions, currently categorized as Personal, achievements, shop, titles, missions. However, he could only access personal at the moment, while the other panels remained grayed out and inaccessible. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, 18-year-old male human, senior student attributes, strength 0.9, agility 1.1, endurance 0.9, defense 0.8, self-healing 0.8, skill 0.6, brain function 1.7 skills, rapid memory, quick learning items, super soldier serum, infinite bullet S500, full body bulletproof suit, soul points 0. This was his current personal panel. Aside from a commendable brain function rate, his other attributes were relatively modest, classified as fit and strong. The final line, soul points, was crucial for utilizing the system. Soul points, currency for purchasing system items, obtainable through hunting living beings, with the value determined by the strength of the life form. The explanation was straightforward and unadorned. This was the gateway to the game, slaying monsters to level up. The arachnous insects were the ideal adversaries, but hunting them proved no simple task. He planned to use the super soldier serum that evening and decide his future based on the serum's effects. If the serum proved potent enough, he would join the mobile forces as an infantryman, quickly entering the battlefield to accumulate soul points. If the serum fell short of expectations, he would encounter difficulties. The Human Federation had 3 military branches: the mobile forces, the Starship forces, and the strategic forces. The mobile forces were infantry. One could join right after high school, undergoing a 1-month boot camp before being assigned to combat units. The Starship forces and strategic forces were different. To enter the Starship forces, one must first apply to the Starship Academy, undergoing a 3-year flight training program. Moreover, even upon graduation, one might not necessarily command a starship. Starting from the most basic bridge crew position was often the norm. The strategic forces, lacking a prerequisite academy, were even more challenging to ascend within. Joining might entail years of answering calls, with a lifetime chance of engaging in combat against the insects remaining uncertain, making it ill-suited for his current ambitions. Thus, he sincerely hoped the super soldier serum would deliver impressive results. If so, he could save years of time and directly enlist as an infantryman to farm soul points. Chapter 3. Go seize glory. Having filled his stomach with a simple meal, Zhou Yuan composed himself and headed back to the teaching building. The senior graduation exams had concluded, and today was the day results would be announced. Graduating students were required to fill out enlistment application forms based on their assessment scores or opt to forego enlistment and seek employment independently. At the foot of the teaching building, a bustling crowd had gathered. Numerous graduates congregated, surrounding the academy's public screen to check their assessment results. Clap, clap, clap. Rico, well done. Looks like I have a companion. Rico, we can try out for the Blue Demon team together. The mobile forces are also great. I hear everyone there is quite cool. Before Zhou Yuan could approach, he heard the sound of applause and laughter erupting from the crowd. Shortly after, 2 rows of large characters illuminated the public screen. Johnny Rico, average score, 35. Recommendation 1. Join the mobile forces. Recommendation 2. Become a rugby player. Hey, turn that off. Rico, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly deactivated the magnification feature on the screen. His family was affluent enough to allow him to travel through the stars daily. A poor score would not impact his future. However, wealth and face were not synonymous. He was not the type to take pride in poor grades. Such scores were a source of shame, especially with his girlfriend watching nearby. Impressive as always, Rico. Zhou Yuan stood at the edge of the crowd, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. Johnny Rico, a congenial super-rich heir, the protagonist from the Starship Troopers universe, destined to become a general in the future federal mobile forces. Carmen Ibanez, Rico's current girlfriend, would eventually leave him to become a captain of a fleet in the federal Starship forces. Thanks to Carl's connections, he maintained a good rapport with both Rico and Carmen. Hey buddy, have you settled your troubles? Suddenly, Zhou Yuan felt a familiar pat on his shoulder, accompanied by a well-known voice and greeting style. Let me guess, the future General Minister of the Federal Strategic Forces? Carl Jenkins? Zhou Yuan did not turn around but instead closed his eyes and stroked his chin with a smile. Yes. Zhou, your telepathic abilities are growing stronger. You can even foresee the future. Carl raised an eyebrow, playfully locking Zhou Yuan in a headlock from behind. Kid, I suggest you show me some respect. You are currently choking the future leader of the Federation, the ruler of the cosmos, the nightmare of the arachnous insects, and the greatest man in human history. Zhou Yuan elbowed back, then turned to lock Carl's head under his arm. Okay. Okay. Let me go. I can't breathe, Carl yelped, hastily patting Zhou Yuan's arm. I wasn't even applying force. Zhou Yuan chuckled, pushing Carl away. Speaking of which, Carl was truly a prodigy. His telepathic talent was exceptionally strong. He had been reserved by the strategic forces since his first year of high school. Able to report directly upon graduation. In his middle age, Carl would be capable of interstellar telepathy, brainwashing insects, manipulating objects with psychic force, and using telekinetic shocks to obliterate the brains of insects. He was extraordinarily powerful. If Carl's telepathic talent was rated at 80 points, then Calvin would undoubtedly score 200 points, a true superhuman at his peak. However, things were different now. With the external enhancement, all talents became inconsequential. Whatever others could achieve, he could too, and whatever others could not achieve, he still could. Let us go. It's our turn. After a brief chat, Carl steered Zhou Yuan toward the public screen. The surroundings of the public screen were noticeably less crowded, as those who needed to check their results had already done so, eliminating the need to queue. Consequently, the two individuals swiftly discovered their respective scores. Zhou Yuan achieved excellence across all subjects, with an average score of 91. Carl, on the other hand, attained a perfect score in all subjects, even receiving additional points from the Academy, resulting in an impressive average of 103. Zhou, when do you plan to report to the Strategic Corps? We could go together. The Strategic Corps will send someone to pick me up in a week. On the way to the Academy Park, Carl inquired of Zhou Yuan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The enlistment criteria for the three major forces of the Federation differ. The Mobile Corps requires physical fitness. The Starship Corps demands physical fitness along with an outstanding diploma from the Starship Academy. While the Strategic Corps necessitates telepathic abilities, telepathy is an extraordinarily rare gift. Those who possess this ability can join the Strategic Corps even with a score of 0 in their high school graduation exams. A high threshold for entry also signifies a prestigious status upon joining. Point 1 serves as an infantryman, another as a pilot, and the last as a strategic officer. There's little need for contemplation in such a choice. Thus, the Strategic Corps is the aspiration of all. Unfortunately, the entry barrier is exceedingly high. At times, an entire academy may not produce a single eligible candidate for the Strategic Corps in a graduating class. No, I intend to join the Mobile Corps. Best of luck. I look forward to the day we fight side by side. Zhou Yuan chuckled, shaking his head as he lightly patted Carl's shoulder. The Mobile Corps? Are you serious, Shet? While the Mobile Corps is indeed impressive, it offers little assistance for your future. With your intellect, you must realize there is no war currently, and opportunities for advancement in the Mobile Corps are scarce. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Carl abruptly halted, gazing at Zhou Yuan with astonishment, as if he were witnessing a marvel. It was indeed a marvel. Forsaking the most promising path as a strategic officer to become a mobile infantryman? Yet his telepathy informed him that Zhou Yuan was remarkably calm, suggesting he spoke the truth. The internship period in the Strategic Corps is too lengthy. I do not wish to spend my time merely answering calls. Judging by the frequency of the Zerg's meteorite invasions, the war between humans and the Zerg may commence soon. Therefore, I aim to join the Mobile Corps, to confront the actual Zerg, to witness the genuine world, and to claim the glory that rightfully belongs to me. Buddy, when we meet on the battlefield, you must salute me. Zhou Yuan stated calmly, extending his hand to Carl. Chapter 4, Administering the Serum. Then let us wait and see. The next time we meet, if you are still a private, I might bend the rules and lend you a hand. Hearing Zhou Yuan's affirmative words, a long-forgotten competitive spirit ignited within Carl as he reached out and firmly grasped Zhou Yuan's hand. Next time we meet? The next encounter would be at the graduation ball the day after tomorrow, before they officially enlisted. Oh, foolish Carl. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily, ruffling Carl's hair with a satisfied grin. As expected, my intellect surpasses yours. Once the graduation examination results were announced, they would officially graduate. Today, they would fill out their destination forms, prepare tomorrow, attend the graduation ball the day after, collect their diplomas, and then part ways. Fuck squid, Carl exclaimed in frustration, swatting Zhou Yuan's hand away and giving him the middle finger. Good luck. The future is yours. Zhou Yuan, adopting an air of wisdom, gave a thumbs up before sprinting towards the Academy Park. That should have been my line. Zhou, I assure you, if you continue to be so conceited, the veterans in the Mobile Corps will teach you a harsh lesson. Carl felt as though he had already suffered a defeat before even enlisting. growing increasingly irate as he cursed and chased after Zhou Yuan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan's final class at the academy concluded. After exchanging greetings with Carl and Reiko, Zhou Yuan returned home early. An indoor rugby match, the finals of the Academy Cup, was scheduled for that afternoon, and Reiko was the captain of one of the teams. Zhou Yuan was eager to return home to inject the super soldier serum, so he made an excuse to decline the invitation to watch. After a 20-minute jog, Zhou Yuan arrived home. The original Zhou Yuan's parents were geologists who had relocated to South America for work and subsequently passed away due to an accident. At that time, the original Zhou Yuan was already in middle school. He had grown accustomed to life here and feared venturing into unfamiliar environments. Thus, with assistance from the consulate, he continued his education in this place. Let us begin. Zhou Yuan securely closed the doors and windows before retrieving the super soldier serum from the variable string bracelet. The plastic tube encased in glass contained a captivating azure liquid. To the nape, Zhou Yuan disrobed and, following the system instructions, administered the serum to his nape. In the next moment, a wave of warmth surged from the nape, spreading throughout his head, limbs, torso, heart. Every perceivable part of him began to radiate heat, accompanied by a peculiar soreness. This sensation of soreness was strange, akin to that experienced after excessive exercise, causing him to collapse onto the bed. Chow! Zhou Yuan groaned, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. The once comforting warmth had escalated to a searing intensity, threatening to consume him. His mind became a blank slate, all thoughts dissipating, leaving only the burning sensation to remind him that he was still conscious. As the burning grew more intense and the pain escalated, Zhou Yuan felt a haze envelop him, and he lost consciousness completely. Zhou Yuan was unaware of how long he had been asleep. When he finally opened his eyes again, the sun still hung in the sky. Sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, indicating that it was still daytime. Had he slept through the entire day? Zhou Yuan reached for his phone and checked the time. A full 20 hours had passed since he injected the super soldier serum. It was now midday of the following day. He stretched comfortably, producing a series of satisfying pops from his joints. He could feel that his body had lightened considerably. His mind was clear, brimming with energy, devoid of any discomfort. Even breathing felt like a pleasure. Although he had not endured the entire process, his evolution had nonetheless succeeded. Perhaps the super soldier serum produced by the system bore no side effects, and the experience was devoid of the excruciating pain associated with Captain America's injection. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: 18-year-old human male. Enhanced individual attributes: Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 0.6, Brain Function 5.5 Skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning Items, Infinite Bullets S500, All-Encompassing Bulletproof Vest, Recovery Cigar, Soul Points, 0. He did not rush to rise and assess the effects of the serum. Instead, he opened his personal panel first. Enhanced Individual? Zhou Yuan paused momentarily before quickly comprehending. This likely meant he was significantly stronger than ordinary humans, but did not yet reach the level of superhumans. Upon examining the other attributes, he noted that they had more than doubled from their initial values, yet he would need to personally test his capabilities for a detailed assessment. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan decided against lingering in bed. He carefully controlled his movements, avoiding excessive force, as he got out of bed and dressed himself before heading to the living room, where an array of fitness equipment was set up. First, he focused on strength. The heaviest dumbbells weighed 50 kilograms. Lifting one in a single hand felt akin to wielding an axe. It was somewhat heavy, but he could still swing it effortlessly. Although there were no heavier measuring devices available, he was confident he could now lift 1,000 kilograms, and that was not the limit. However, rather than testing his utmost limits, he deemed it crucial to master this sudden surge of power to avoid inadvertently injuring someone. Whatever abilities he possessed would be better utilized against the Zerg on the battlefield. Next, he turned to speed. The treadmill's maximum speed was 20 kilometers per hour, translating to 5.5 meters per second. However, this speed felt more like a leisurely stroll to him now. He could easily accomplish it with a gentle stride. Zhou Yuan estimated his maximum speed to be around 25 meters per second, roughly equivalent to 90 kilometers per hour, comparable to Captain America. The improvements in his jumping ability were also remarkable. He could clear over 3 meters in a high jump without a running start and leap over 6 meters in a standing long jump, far surpassing world records. As for agility, endurance, defense, and self-healing, those were not as easily measured. Agility required an obstacle course for testing. Endurance would take time to assess, while he had no intention of using a knife on himself to test defense and self-healing. He hoped to never need those attributes. Finally, there were skill and brain function. Skill referred to combat skills, shooting skills, driving skills, etc., which all required practice over time. Brain function encompassed memory capacity, learning ability, and telepathic capability, most of which did not require testing. Mastering telepathy would suffice. Truthfully, if it weren't for the need for reassurance, he wouldn't have bothered with these assessments. He could simply recall Captain America's performance, considering it was the same serum. Even if the effects varied from person to person, the results should not differ significantly. Chapter 5. Jane Zerg. The following day, Zhou Yuan ventured out in the afternoon, having purchased a new suit before heading to the academy. The super soldier serum had greatly enhanced his physical attributes, even increasing his height. Originally standing at 1.78 meters, he had shot up to 1.85 meters, making his previous clothing ill-fitting. "Zhou, over here." Upon arriving at the school gate, Zhou Yuan heard a call. Carl, Reiko, Carmen, and Dietz, the four who had made plans together, were waiting for him. Diz, a classmate, has long harbored a secret affection for Reich. With an outgoing and straightforward personality, she easily befriends everyone. And her relationship with Zhou Yuan is also quite amicable. "You all arrived quite early," Zhou Yuan remarked, waving his hand and giving a two-finger salute. "It's you who came late," Carl retorted with a roll of his eyes. "The dance began at noon. I reminded you 4 times, yet you still missed lunch. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to why." After the call connected, no one spoke, and only an impatient huff was heard. "Really? Maybe your phone is malfunctioning," Zhou Yuan replied with feigned surprise, then disregarded Carl and Johnny, turning his attention to Carmen and Diz. "Ladies, you both are becoming increasingly beautiful. I apologize for my rudeness. Your radiance is so dazzling that I find myself at a loss for words. Fortunately, the term beautiful can barely do you justice. Might I have the honor of inviting you for afternoon tea? My companions, Carl and Reich, will arrange everything. Of course." Carmen and Diz laughed heartily, extending their hands to Zhou Yuan, prompting him to perform a charming gesture of kissing their hands. "Just wait. Once he joins the military, he'll surely get a beating," Carl grumbled. "You are right," Johnny said with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Zhou Yuan's interaction with Carmen. This was partly due to Zhou Yuan's carefulness, as he had not actually touched Carmen's hand, and partly because the 5 of them had known each other for 4 years and were quite familiar with one another. "Wait a moment. Zhou, you seem to have grown quite a bit." Johnny suddenly noticed something amiss and inquired curiously. "Today is the graduation ball, after all." Zhou Yuan chuckled and pointed to his feet, then lifted his heel, indicating an issue with his shoes. "Good idea, but I don't need them." Johnny nodded in realization, striking a pose he believed to be cool. He was the captain of the college indoor rugby team, with a height and physique that epitomized the ideal male figure. "Come on, can't you consider my feelings for a moment? You'll have your chance to show off tonight. Can we not just stand here in the sun?" Carl urged helplessly. Compared to Zhou Yuan and Johnny, his appearance was rather ordinary, almost pedestrian. After a bit of playful banter, the 5 of them made their way onto the campus. The graduation ball, in truth, held little excitement, at least for Zhou Yuan. He had no crush to speak of, and was merely attending to collect his diploma and enjoy a light drink. Once the ball commenced, the small group quickly dispersed. Carl was whisked away by a female classmate to dance, while Johnny and Carmen entered the dance floor, and Diz followed closely behind Johnny. Zhou Yuan, however, found himself at the edge of the venue. Sipping on a drink while nibbling on pastries, "I assumed the youth today would revel in the ball." A calm voice spoke from behind him. "Professor Zarek, good day," Zhou Yuan greeted, having recognized the footsteps only upon turning. Jan Zarek, a robust man who lost his left arm in the war and transitioned into a history instructor. When the war between humanity and the insectoids fully erupted, he would be recalled by the mobile forces to lead a special operations unit as a lieutenant. "I've seen your deployment form. You possess telepathic abilities. Why not opt for the strategic forces?" Zarek asked, expressionless, as he took a seat beside Zhou Yuan. "The news regarding insectoid meteors has been increasing. It seems almost daily we hear of meteor strikes on Earth. I fear war may soon be upon us." Remaining in the rear is not my ambition. I lack such vision. I long to confront the insectoids head-on or be torn apart by them. Zhou Yuan replied, meeting Zarek's gaze after taking a sip of his drink. The term insectoid meteors refers to asteroids. Among the arachnous insectoids, there exists a species known as the giant plasma worm, capable of launching plasma cannons from their tails. The power of the plasma they discharge is formidable enough to break free from a planet's gravitational field, sometimes even striking nearby asteroid belts. Some of these asteroids, by mere chance, collide with Earth. Torn apart by insects? Zarek finally smiled, touching the remnant of his severed left arm, and remarked, I wouldn't recommend that. By all means, crush the insects, but being torn apart is best avoided. For that truly is excruciating. With that, Zarek downed a glass of whiskey in one go and departed, leaving behind two parting words. Rookie, may your bones be as tough as your tongue. Strive to survive. Only those who endure till the end can be deemed true men. Is that all? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Zarek had always been this way. Rarely engaging with students outside of class, it was a privilege to exchange even a few words. Chapter 6, Enlisting, bang bang bang. Zhou Yuan repeatedly pulled the trigger, blasting the head of a paper target 50 meters away. Kid, you are truly a genius. The shooting instructor, Morgan, gently applauded, praising Zhou Yuan effusively. In just a week, Zhou Yuan transformed from a novice who had never touched a gun to a sharpshooter with impeccable accuracy. I've never encountered such a talented student before. I consider myself fortunate to have met an excellent shooting instructor, Zhou Yuan said, checking the pistol before handing it to Morgan, a satisfied smile gracing his face. A week had passed since the graduation ball, and during this time, he had not wasted a single day, seeking out both a shooting club and a combat club, hiring professional instructors for guidance. With his remarkable aptitude for learning, he quickly grasped the skills, mastering them in just a few days. It's fortunate this is your final lesson. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what else to teach you, Morgan remarked. By the way, you're enlisting tomorrow, right? I'm certain you'll become the squad leader of the new recruits. Morgan expressed with admiration, having served in the mobile forces himself and knowing Zhou Yuan had the potential to excel there. I hope so, Zhou Yuan shrugged, feeling a sense of anticipation for his future military career. His deployment form had been approved, and 3 days ago, he received the enlistment intention letter, akin to an acceptance letter from the mobile forces. However, formal registration was still necessary, and it was to take place the following day. He needed to bring various documents to the recruitment center in the city. Reich and Carmen would accompany him. Reich was enlisting alongside him, while Carmen merely intended to accompany them. She was headed to the Starship Academy and had nearly 2 months before classes commenced. After learning of Reich's decision to enlist, Diz resolved to join as well. However, she chose to keep this to herself, planning to register quietly and ultimately request a transfer to the same recruit camp as Rue could. As for Carl, he had been picked up by personnel from the strategic forces the day prior. The transport aircraft provided for him was an enviable arrangement that left Zhou Yuan feeling a twinge of jealousy. Being a leader in the strategic forces certainly had its perks. Following this, Zhou Yuan and Morgan conversed a bit longer. After a brief farewell, he jogged home from the shooting club. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Zhou Yuan, Reich, and Carmen gathered outside the recruitment center building. I thought you would be late again, Reich said, giving Zhou Yuan a light hug, his expression somewhat grim. Initially, he had no intention of enlisting, merely expressing to classmates that joining the military seemed cool. However, upon returning home and mentioning how appealing the mobile forces were to his parents, his father became irate, adamantly opposing his enlistment and insisting he inherit the family fortune, threatening to sever their relationship otherwise. Now 18, Reich was unwilling to be dictated by his parents, leading to a heated argument that solidified his resolve to enlist. Buddy, your parents are only looking out for your best interests. Trust me, they are undoubtedly the ones who love you most in this world. Zhou Yuan reassured, patting Reich on the shoulder, as he was aware of the recent tensions between Reich and his parents from their conversations. I know, Reich nodded, sighing that I just feel like I've grown up. By the way, how did my suggestion fare? What did your parents say? After offering some words of comfort, Zhou Yuan abruptly shifted the topic. Zhou, I feel that won't work. Reich replied somewhat exasperated, recalling Zhou Yuan's suggestion for him to persuade his parents to take a trip, reasoning that once their mood improved, they would no longer be upset with him. I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. You should trust those wiser than yourself rather than dismissing my insights with your foolish notions. Zhou Yuan's tone dripped with disdain as he raised his chin. His recommendation for Reich to encourage his parents to travel stemmed from the fact that Reich's hometown was in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, which would soon be struck by an insectoid meteor. As Reich's friend, Zhou Yuan felt compelled to help. Furthermore, he had met Reich's parents, who were generous and amiable, often gifting him during holidays. It would be remiss not to assist them. Whether this would affect Reich's resolve to serve in the military, preventing him from following the original storyline and becoming a general in the mobile forces, was ultimately inconsequential, as the narrative had begun to shift the moment Zhou Yuan arrived in this world. Thus, overthinking was unnecessary. One must act with integrity. Once the mind is clear, all will align. I swear, you are quite infuriating, Reich grumbled, delivering a playful punch to Zhou Yuan, though he mentally noted the matter. Indeed. Why should I question someone far more intelligent than myself? The trio did not linger long at the recruitment center's entrance. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they stepped inside. Though it was still early, the interior of the center was already teeming with people. Humanity's discovery of the Arachnus insectoid species occurred a decade ago. In the intervening years, there has been little significant conflict between humans and the insectoids, mostly limited to minor skirmishes. Today, I might strike a deal for a meteorite to crash on Earth or colonize a star. And tomorrow, I could bomb a planet infested with bugs. The situation remains tentative, with neither side fully understanding the other, much less ready to engage in open hostilities. Thus, few are concerned about the risks of military service. For the majority of those who struggle academically, this path is seen as a secure job, and many even regard military service as a commendable endeavor. Chapter 7. Off to Mars. The enrollment process for military service is straightforward. One simply needs to print 2 copies of the enlistment intention form, verify their identity, participate in a group oath in the swearing-in hall, and then submit the stamped forms. However, the waiting in line can be quite tedious. By the time Zhou Yuan and his companions reached the stamping station, the clock had already struck 9. The station was manned by a veteran, adorned with the insignia of a corporal. His face bore several scars, and he was missing his right arm and both legs. A mechanical prosthetic replaced his right arm, while the leg prosthetics lay beside him. It was evident that he had endured numerous fierce battles. Do you truly wish to undertake this arduous task? The veteran inquired with a relaxed demeanor upon seeing Zhou Yuan and his companions approach the platform. If you have any second thoughts, now is the time to reconsider. Unless, of course, you have no other options. I'm just accompanying them, Carmen said, stepping aside to allow Rico to take his place. Where did you discard them? Zhou Yuan queried softly, handing over the 2 copies of the intention forms while glancing at the veteran's prosthetic. Discarded them? The veteran paused momentarily. Then, using his only remaining left hand, he touched the prosthetic of his right arm and proudly proclaimed, Uranus. During the battle for Uranus 8 years ago, I traded them for the lives of 28 vile bugs. Zhou Yuan nodded, having heard that it was a remarkable place where even the rain fell as liquid diamonds. Nonsense, the veteran chuckled. I've heard the same tales, but it's merely ice there. Those foolish scientists are just spouting nonsense. You know, not all so-called experts are genuine. Those charlatans only know how to exploit theories for profit. With that, he returned the stamped intention forms to Zhou Yuan. When I get there, I'll help you take down another 28 bugs. Zhou Yuan accepted the forms and extended his hand to shake with the veteran. You know, I think being a sniper would be quite appealing, the veteran said, his expression turning serious as he shook Zhou Yuan's hand. Thank you, Zhou Yuan replied, understanding the veteran's subtle warning. The insectoids excel in their most formidable tactic, the swarm strategy. When humans engage the insectoids in battle, the highest casualty rates are among machine gunners and riflemen, while snipers tend to have the highest survival probabilities. However, he would not choose to become a sniper. He was currently endowed with unique advantages, thus, how to leverage them was crucial. You must report to the passenger station within 24 hours. Your identity card serves as your ticket. Good luck. Next, the veteran did not linger to converse further. As there were others waiting in line, after completing their enrollment, Zhou Yuan and his companion strolled around the streets, had a meal, and then parted ways to return home. Ding, Federation of Milu, Virgo Academy, student Zhou Yuan. Congratulations on your acceptance to the Mars base as a proud mobile infantryman. The mobile force will be the place where you realize your dreams and forge a legacy. Please report to Lima passenger station with your identity card by 1800 hours on July 10th, 209 AD. Zhou Yuan had barely arrived home when he received the notification. It felt akin to starting college. However, Mars was hardly an ideal destination. By the time Rico reached middle age, Mars would have already succumbed to the insectoids. Zhou Yuan pondered while stroking his chin. Yet the future is ultimately just that, the future. The Mars of today is not the barren, insect-infested world of tomorrow. As humanity's first colonized planet, Mars has garnered immense attention. Thanks to the establishment of ecological transformation towers and climate stabilization towers, Mars has transformed into a second Earth, boasting a population nearing 1 billion. Its only drawback is the poor environment. Green life has yet to envelop the entire globe. Buzzing, lost in thought, Zhou Yuan's phone suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. Upon checking, he saw it was Rico. "Zhou, I'm going to Mars. Where will you go?" As soon as the call connected, Rico's excited voice rang through. "I am going to Mars too. Let us meet at the passenger station entrance tomorrow morning at 9. Zhou Yuan replied lazily while reclining on the sofa, watching television, not surprised to find himself assigned to the same base as Rico. He recalled what Morgan, the shooting club coach, had informed him to facilitate new recruits' adaptation to military life. The mobile forces often grouped students from the same academy together. This year, 13 students from his class would be joining the mobile forces. If his deductions were correct, he would likely share a new recruits camp with several classmates, including Rico. "You're going to Mars too?" "Yes, Zhou. I dare say our recruit life will be splendid," Rico exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon learning that Zhou Yuan had also been assigned to Mars. Serving alongside friends would undoubtedly create unforgettable memories, ensuring that their time as recruits would not be dull. "I think so too," Zhou Yuan replied with a slight smirk, considering the storyline involving Rico. If he were not present, Rico's experience as a recruit would indeed be wonderful, one that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. "Zhou, this is absolutely thrilling. I can hardly wait to see you." "Enough about that. I'm off to pack my suitcase now. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow," Rico declared, brimming with enthusiasm, before abruptly ending the call. "What a simpleton," Zhou Yuan sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. But he too felt a sense of anticipation for the following day. The prospect of serving in the military alongside friends was indeed a unique sensation, perhaps akin to being admitted to the same university, making it easier to adapt to military life. Chapter 8, Starship Base. The next day, Zhou Yuan arose early. Currently, when not engaged in high-intensity training, he only required 2 to 3 hours of sleep per day to remain invigorated. After enjoying breakfast, he tidied up a bit. The items he could bring into the military were limited, but managing his housing situation proved to be quite the task, if not handled properly. By the time he returned home, his residence could become a veritable insect paradise. Rising at 5, he worked diligently until 7. Aside from a small carry-on suitcase, he had covered all his household furnishings in dust covers. By the time Rico arrived at his home for their rendezvous, he was fully prepared. "Why are you up so early?" Zhou Yuan greeted Rico, offering him a bottle of water. This fellow was lugging a suitcase in each hand. One might think he was off on a vacation. "Zhou, we must leave early," Rico replied eagerly. "I've inquired, and the formal training for new recruits begins the day after reporting. If we arrive early, we'll have time to explore the camp and make some smart new friends. I am certain those who set out in the afternoon will become like headless chickens upon entering the camp," Rico continued, exuding a self-assured demeanor. "You make a valid point," Zhou Yuan nodded, agreeing with Rico's reasoning. It wasn't so much that Rico persuaded him, but rather that he too wished to arrive on Mars sooner, as it was preferable to sitting idly at home. "What are we waiting for?" "Go, go, go," Rico exclaimed, waving his arms dramatically as he headed for the door, carrying both suitcases. Zhou Yuan chuckled and shook his head, locking the door behind him as he followed with his own small suitcase. "Rico, why isn't Carmen coming?" Her parents took her on a trip to São Paulo. They decided on it last afternoon. It's the only place in South America with a Starship Academy, Rico replied with a hint of disappointment. While he was heading to Mars, the absence of his girlfriend to see him off did cast a shadow over his spirits, though he was somewhat relieved since farewells are rarely joyful affairs. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Rico arrived at Lima passenger station. Although it was only 7:30, the station was already packed with people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Today marked the day of new recruits' enlistment, and every passenger station across the Federation was overflowing. "Zhou, follow me," Rico exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as he forged a path through the throng with his robust physique. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to glide along behind him effortlessly. Before long, the two successfully completed their registration and arrived at the waiting area. They needed to first board a transport aircraft bound for the Starship base stationed beyond Earth's exosphere, followed by a transport vessel to Mars. Rico? Zhou? As Zhou Yuan and Rico queued to board the aircraft, a cheer erupted from within the cabin. They turned to see their classmate, Alan, waving at them. Alan was a tall, lanky individual with dark skin and less than stellar academic performance. The mobile forces represented his only viable path forward. "Buddy, it's fantastic to see you here," Rico exclaimed as he enthusiastically embraced Alan. Now, they had yet another familiar face among the ranks of new recruits heading to Mars, providing an opportunity for camaraderie in the future. Zhou Yuan, not being particularly close to Alan, merely offered a brief greeting. "Attention, rookies, listen carefully, for I shall repeat myself only once. We will ascend in 2 minutes. Promptly take your seats and fasten your safety belts, as the cabin fills with passengers." A series of reminders echo through the cabin. The very term rookie indicates that the pilot must be a seasoned veteran, for only an experienced soldier has the right to refer to newcomers in such a manner. All the rookies fell silent, settling into their seats in anticipation. Zhou Yuan was no exception. However, his eyes betrayed him, darting around the cabin in wonder. This was his first experience aboard a transport aircraft. Military transport planes are designed to achieve speeds that can defy Earth's gravitational pull, a feat entirely beyond the reach of ordinary folk. The exterior was rather unremarkable, resembling a matchbox adorned with wings, equipped with an energy shield generator on its nose, and surrounded by energy thrusters. Once he ascended to a high-ranking position in the mechanized forces, he vowed to remodel it to his liking. As he pondered, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt coursing through him. The transport aircraft had lifted off. A blue light illuminated the cabin walls, reminiscent of a spider's web enveloping the entire interior. And the sensation of vibration dissipated. At this moment, the cabin descended into silence, with everyone closing their mouths in awe. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the blue light extinguished, the cabin trembled slightly, and then quickly stabilized. With a whoosh, the previously sealed windows opened, revealing the expanse of space beyond. Gazing through the glass, everyone was struck with astonishment. A Starship base. To the left of the transport, a Starship base lay docked. This base, known as Nut Base, named after the sky god, is tasked with safeguarding Earth and eliminating all external threats. Its structure resembled a circular ring, interconnected with numerous base circles, akin to a colossal, hollowed-out flying saucer. The hollow sections served as parking spaces for starships. "Zhou, I believe I might be better suited for the Starship Academy," Reich muttered, his eyes wide with astonishment at the breathtaking sight outside. "And you think your average score of 35 on the graduation assessment qualifies you for that? Save your excitement, kid. Our aspirations lie among the stars, not drooling over Earth's insignia." Zhou Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. Yet he understood Reich's enthusiasm. A man's romantic inclinations encompass many facets: firearms, mechas, Gundams, and warships. It is only natural for someone who has never laid eyes on a starship to be exhilarated upon witnessing a space fortress magnitudes greater than a starship. In truth, he too felt a surge of excitement, nearly trembling with anticipation. However, he was committed to maintaining the aura of the mysterious Oriental, lest he lose his grip on Reich's exuberance. The pilot was quite considerate of the rookies. Aware of their curiosity regarding Nut Base, he took his time, circling the base a few times before gradually descending. After gliding for a few minutes, the transport finally altered its course and entered a reception port of the base. Click, rookies, gather your belongings and disembark. With a soft sound, the reception port closed, and the announcement echoed once more. The group rose in unison, retrieving their luggage from the overhead compartments before disembarking one after another. "New recruits, please proceed straight ahead and present your identification cards at the guidance hall for inquiries. Based on the results, you will board the next transport." Upon stepping off the aircraft, they were greeted by a large screen illuminating the area. This was the reception port, frequently bustling with incoming and outgoing transports, requiring periodic pressurization and depressurization, making it one of the most hazardous areas of Nut Base. Thus, there were no guiding personnel, only a handful of technicians clad in all-encompassing work attire on duty. Prompted by the pilot, the rookies hastened their steps toward the large doors on the side of the reception port. After traversing 2 protective airlocks, they arrived at the guidance hall. The subsequent procedures were straightforward: inquiries, navigation, boarding, and ultimately embarking on the Starship. However, the wait time was somewhat lengthy. Not all rookies were bound for Mars, and there were multiple transports to accommodate. Consequently, they waited for over half an hour until the transport was full. Once aboard the Starship, the rookies initially hoped to explore their surroundings, but were halted by the pilot. He stated that the Starship would soon be departing, prohibiting anyone other than technical personnel from moving about the reception port. It turned out the pilot was not misleading them. Mere minutes after boarding, he instructed the rookies to take their seats, as the Starship had departed Nut Base and was en route to Mars. Notably, during the Starship's voyage, the occupants of the internal transport felt not a trace of disturbance. Soon, a wave of disorientation washed over everyone, a sensation that arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. When the announcement resounded again, the pilot astonishingly declared that they had already reached Mars. Hyperspeed. Observing the time displayed on the cabin screen, Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. As is widely known, both Earth and Mars orbit the Sun. Therefore, the distance between the 2 planets fluctuates based on their respective orbits, varying in proximity and distance. This year, the distance between Earth and Mars was nearly 400 million kilometers, at the speed of light. This would require 22 minutes to traverse. Yet, only 4 minutes had elapsed, indicating that the Starship had indeed engaged hyperspeed travel, possibly even executing a quantum jump along the way. How mundane, Zhou Yuan mused inwardly. Lamenting that his inaugural interstellar journey and first experience of hyperspeed had concluded so abruptly. Moreover, the Federation truly was stingy. They possessed a technology known as the antimatter field generator. Once activated, it generates a counter-state field that mitigates the side effects of entering hyperspeed. Liberating individuals from the confines of time, it appeared that only the bridge area was equipped with such a generator. "Zhou, have we arrived?" Reich inquired, his face still clouded with confusion as the transport detached from the Starship and set its course for Mars. "Almost there," Zhou Yuan replied softly, noting the vibrations within the cabin indicating that the transport was in a steep descent. After approximately 3 minutes of anxious anticipation, the transport finally touched down, under the guidance of the 2 pilots. The group disembarked, arriving at a vast training ground. The area was immense, far exceeding the size of their academy's sports field, surrounded by a high wall, which was lined at its base with large space modules. These modules served as simple accommodations, easily assembled and disassembled, akin to military tents. "Rookies, quiet down," the pilot bellowed, capturing everyone's attention as he pointed towards the southern side of the training ground. "Over there, the largest space module is the working hall. Now, everyone head to the working hall to collect your rookie manuals and daily necessities. Based on the information in your manuals, find your assigned dormitory. An instructor will visit your dormitory at 8 o'clock tonight. Until then, you are free to roam. Your identification cards will serve as access cards. By the way, there are 10 rookie camps here. If you are not assigned to this camp, seek guidance personnel to find your respective rookie camp." The pilot provided ample details, and the rookies comprehended, collectively heading towards the working hall. After 10 minutes of entering and exiting, "Damn it, I distinctly did not bring any prohibited items, yet they confiscated everything." Upon leaving the working hall and searching for their dormitories along the camp's perimeter, Reich's expression was a dark cloud. He had brought 2 large suitcases, yet all he emerged with were 2 sets of undergarments. The rest seized. "Wisdom is humanity's most precious treasure," Zhou Yuan remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, patting his own small carry-on. He could not fathom Reich's thought process. Despite his inquiries, he had failed to ascertain what items were permissible within the military. Perhaps Reich had harbored a sense of luck, bringing along shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, and even his own pillow and bedding. Did he truly consider the military a summer camp? "Brother, don't take it too hard. The rookie manual states that the military will provide us with daily necessities, which will be placed on our beds," Alan noted, perusing the rookie manual with a serious expression. He felt fortunate to have encountered both Reich and Zhou Yuan after leaving Earth, and now they were assigned to the same rookie camp and class. Previously, he had worried about being bullied upon entering the rookie camp, but now he felt much more at ease. "Enough, stop acting like a child. Let us wrap this up and grab some lunch. And in the afternoon, we can explore the rookie camp," Zhou Yuan encouraged, giving Reich's shoulder a reassuring pat. He had spotted their dormitory. The 3 of them were assigned to Class 3 of Rookie Camp 1. so they simply needed to locate their sleeping quarters. The dormitory within the military was quite decent. The interior resembled a tunnel, with bunk beds arranged in 2 rows along the walls. There were a total of 32 beds, each accompanied by a bedside cabinet. Notably, a few entertainment tables were set up in the corner of the dormitory, featuring a pool table, a game table, and a foosball machine. Only the dormitories for mechanized troops were equipped with such entertainment facilities, as their duties were the most perilous, necessitating optimal mental well-being. The trio arrived relatively early. Upon entering the dormitory, they found only 5 or 6 individuals inside, none of whom they recognized. Let's get organized, Zhou Yuan suggested, surveying the room before heading to the right side. In the military, the allocation of beds was not determined by who arrived first. Each bed was marked with a nameplate, and assignments were made accordingly. His bunk is located at the rear right section, which is quite decent, as it maintains a distance from both the entrance and the recreational tables, ensuring that he won't be disturbed too much during his rest. The bed is cluttered with various items, including military training uniforms and daily necessities. Hey, Zhou, Alan, come over and take a look. Suddenly, Reich exclaimed as they were halfway through tidying the bed. What is up? Zhou Yuan replied without turning, still engrossed in his tasks. The name on this nameplate is Paul Marshall. I think he might be the Paul we know, Reich said excitedly, a smile adorning his face. Paul, like Alan, was a high school classmate of both him and Zhou Yuan. Spending the rookie period with 3 classmates? That sounds amazing. Really? Alan chimed in, equally thrilled, and quickly rushed to Reich's side. I guess we'll find out soon. While Reich and Alan were engaged in conversation, Zhou Yuan had already finished organizing, even changed into his training uniform, and lay on the bed puffing on a cigar. Thick crab. Zhou, where did you get that cigar? Reich and Alan's attention was immediately diverted upon seeing Zhou Yuan exhaling smoke. I hid it before entering the work hall, Zhou Yuan replied generously, pulling out 2 restoration cigars from beneath his pillow and offering one to each of them. The cigar box contained a total of 30 restoration cigars. As long as it wasn't full, one would be replenished daily until reaching 30. Since he received the restoration cigars, he had already taken out 10, maintaining the count at 29. He had smoked 3 and given away 2, leaving him with 34 in total. Cool, Zhou, you're a genius. Reich and Alan praised Zhou Yuan, picking up the cigar cutter and lighter from the nightstand. Smoking was actually not prohibited in the military. There was even a counter in the dining hall selling cigarettes. The only outright ban was on alcohol, which rookies were strictly forbidden to touch, or they would face corporal punishment. However, considering the unspoken rules, it was best for rookies to refrain from smoking as well. If a rookie was caught smoking by veterans or instructors, they would receive special care from them, and the same applied if they were found with hidden cigarettes. At that moment, Zhou Yuan noticed 6 early arriving rookies watching him. Reich and Alan, 2 of them even licked their lips, seemingly craving a smoke. Perhaps considering the preciousness of cigars in the rookie camp and their unfamiliarity with each other. They hesitated to approach. Dio, you want some? I only have 3 left. You can each have 1, Zhou Yuan smiled, pulling out 3 more cigars from beneath his pillow and waving them in front of them. Of course, he wouldn't actually hide cigars under his pillow. That was merely a ruse. He had retrieved them from his variable bowstring. Thanks, brother. I'm Kevin. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. The 6 of them approached one by one to fist bump Zhou Yuan, each harboring a favorable impression of him. Just call me Zhou. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile, unfazed by the dwindling cigar supply. He aspired to ascend gradually to the highest echelons, making social connections exceedingly important to him. Among these 6 individuals, one might just emerge as a general. Even if not, it mattered little, as the cost was nearly negligible. The restoration cigars had the effect of revitalizing energy, but considering the level of daily rookie training, they wouldn't deplete even a fraction of his vigor. Yet, given that they were renewable resources and currently in use, offering a few for goodwill was quite advantageous. Acquiring a few followers wouldn't hurt either. Zhou, this cigar feels a bit strange. I feel completely invigorated. Did it have marijuana in it? As he smoked, Reich suddenly put down his cigar. His expression peculiar. As a semi-professional football player, he had always resisted such substances. They would cause his muscles to relax, impair his balance, and even lead to mental decline, manifesting as a split personality. This substance was more potent than alcohol. Even veterans were forbidden to touch it, or they would face corporal punishment. Dio, you think I would bring contraband into the barracks? If you don't want to smoke it, pass it to Kevin. It contains rare ancient medicinal herbs that restore mental and physical energy, something money can't buy. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes. Is it really that good? Reich's eyes lit up, and he took another deep puff. Indeed, he felt more alert, completely relaxed, yet his mind remained clear. This was certainly not the effect of any contraband. For a moment, the dorm fell silent, only the occasional sound of exhalation breaking the stillness. However, this tranquility didn't last long, as newcomers soon arrived. Upon seeing 9 individuals smoking cigars in the dormitory, the newcomers initially thought they had entered the wrong room, nearly terrified at the sight of veterans smoking. Eager to establish his social network, Zhou Yuan warmly greeted the newcomers, offering them the cigar he was smoking. His restoration cigars were of the standard type, capable of burning for 70 to 80 minutes even if left to self-ignite. Ample time for several individuals to indulge. When lunchtime arrived, all 6 cigars had been smoked, and the number of occupants in the dorm had risen to 15 at this point. The affable Zhou Yuan had subtly emerged as the leader of this small group. He was quite pleased with this development. 18-year-olds, regardless of gender, typically possess few ulterior motives, making it easy to forge connections. Yes, no mistake, they were indeed young men and women. The rookie dormitory was co-ed, with even the bathrooms equipped with communal shower facilities to alleviate queue issues. Of course, this was not mandatory. Both male and female soldiers could submit requests to transfer to all-male or all-female rooms. However, not everyone opted for the transfer. From another perspective, men are attracted to beautiful women, and women are drawn to handsome men. Some open-minded women might not care about sharing a room with men, even harboring a desire to collect experiences. Zhou Yuan had heard numerous rumors about these dynamics within the military camp from Morgan. Chapter 11. Instructor Sim, New System Feature. After lunch, Zhou Yuan led a tour around the military camp. The shops, recreation room, gym, library, all the necessary facilities were present, albeit with strict management regulations. Rookies had limited access, prohibiting entry to many places. As it was their first exposure to a military environment, all the rookies were thrilled, finding everything here so novel. It wasn't until after dinner that they gradually returned to the dorm. By the end of the afternoon, the dorm was at full capacity. 32 beds accommodated 30 individuals, with the 2 extra beds left nameless, perhaps reserved for instructors. At that moment, all 30 individuals were in the dorm, gathering in clusters to chat. The transport aircraft pilot had mentioned that the instructor would come to the dorm at 8 o'clock, so the rookies returned early to wait. Among the 30, Zhou Yuan was the most popular. Following the cigars, he had also introduced cigarettes and a gaming console. Such hard power allowed him to make many friends, and everyone respected him, even gathering around him for card games. Additionally, the nameplate on the adjacent bunk indeed belonged to Paul Marshall, the very Paul Reich had mentioned. Now, there were 4 graduates from Virgo Academy in the 3rd squad. Bang! As 8 o'clock approached, there was a heavy knock at the door. Sweethearts, gather around. A booming voice echoed as a tall figure entered the dormitory. The instructor of the 3rd squad was a sergeant, a burly white man over 6 feet tall, his muscles clearly visible even in uniform. Salute, call him sir. Zhou Yuan quietly reminded the rookies beside him, prompting them to rise and salute. One person initiated the action, and the others followed suit. Although their salutes were somewhat disorganized, they at least resembled a proper formation. From today onward, I am your instructor. You may call me Sim, but only during break times. During training, you will address me as SI or .is. That understood? Noticing the rookies saluting him, Sim's stern expression softened slightly as he spoke with a booming voice. Understood, sir. Now, the rookies knew how to respond without Zhou Yuan's prompting. They had never seen a pig run, but they had eaten pork before. They had witnessed such scenarios on television countless times. Tomorrow morning at 7. Assemble at Training Ground 3. Sim nodded, said no more, and left after delivering those words. Once Sim departed, the dorm erupted into chatter. Damn, that guy looks tough. At least his attitude is decent, right? No worries. If he dares to give us trouble, Ron will handle it. The group buzzed with discussion, focusing on the recently departed instructor Sim. Leave it to me, Ron, mentioned by name, clenched his fist and laughed. If he doesn't know his place, I'll challenge him during training. He's an instructor, so he can't refuse a rookie's challenge. I'll make him regret messing with us. That's the spirit. Let us do it, Ron. Hearing Ron's words, several scrawny fellows applauded enthusiastically. Ron had been a member of the high school basketball team, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 100 kilograms. A true heavyweight, is this how the black guys think? Zhou Yuan smirked, nearly bursting into laughter at Ron's arrogance. Instructors became instructors because they were highly skilled, excelling in every aspect, not just picked at random. The mobile unit had long considered everything to handle any potential troublemaker rookies. Whatever you can do, your instructor can do better. You are mistaken. Your instructor possesses the necessary skills. What do you intend to confront the instructor with? The concept of overcoming myriad techniques through sheer strength may indeed hold merit. Yet with Ron's physique, he is far from reaching the threshold required for such prowess. Zhou Yuan eagerly anticipates the morrow, looking forward to witnessing the unfolding farce in the dormitory of Class 3. Consisting of 30 individuals, he has fostered amicable relations with most, yet there remain a few ungrateful ones, Ron being one of them. Ron perceives himself as the most formidable fighter in the class, believing he ought to assume the role of the dormitory leader. However, the majority prefer to rally around Zhou Yuan, which incites his displeasure. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. In order to facilitate subsequent training, it is certain that tomorrow, Sim will demonstrate his strength to the recruits, showcasing the authority of an instructor. Ron's quest for trouble conveniently aligns with Sim's intentions, and he is bound to be treated as a scapegoat, subsequently receiving a thorough beating, at which point I shall intervene. Nevertheless, I must ensure Sim does not lose face. Otherwise, he and his network may fixate on me. So a modest display of strength will suffice. With such thoughts in mind, Zhou Yuan declined the invitations from Reiko and Alan to engage in a card game. After a brief tidying up, he reclined on his bed to rest. The following morning at 5 o'clock, Zhou Yuan rose punctually. After donning his attire, he proceeded to the washroom. Although there was still ample time before assembly, he had grown accustomed to rising at 5. The nights on Mars are slightly longer than those on Earth, nearing a 2-year duration for every year on Earth. Even during summer, the dawn at 5 is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. Once he completed his morning routine, he returned to the dormitory to arrange his bedding and personal items, and then he jogged around the military camp for warm-up exercises. Given his current physical condition, an hour of running would merely suffice to warm him up. Combined with the training during the day, it should help expend some energy, allowing him to enjoy a sound night's sleep. Beep, detecting host's new identity. Personal module updated. Options unlocked. Achievements, titles, shop. Congratulations, host has unlocked new system features, receiving 6 level 3 soul boxes and 3 level 2 soul boxes. Would you like to open them? While running, the system's notification tone sounded. New features? Zhou Yuan paused momentarily, then shifted his focus to the system. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Private of the Human Federation. 18. Year. Old male enhancer attributes. Strength 3. Speed 2.5. Jump 2. 5. Agility 2.5. Endurance 3. Defense 3. Self-healing 3. Skill 1.3. Brain function 5.5 skills. Rapid memory. Rapid learning items. Infinite bullets S500. Full body bulletproof vest. Healing cigar. Title. None soul points. 100 after a little over half a month of club training. His marksmanship and combat skills had improved significantly, with his skill rising from 0.6 to 1.3. His personal panel exhibited minimal changes, though there were slight adjustments. However, the options for achievements, titles, and shop illuminated, while tasks remained unclickable and grayed out. Upon closer inspection, the achievements and titles were rather intriguing. He had currently unlocked the Newcomer achievement. Newcomer. Possess a legally obtained identity for soul points. Receive 100 soul points. Rookie title. Rookie title. Wearing this increases strength and speed by 0. 1 each. It resembled a game mode. Upon reaching certain achievement criteria, one could activate that achievement. The rewards for activation could yield achievements, with the difficulty of activation correlating to the richness of the rewards. Achievements varied widely, some relating to soul points, others to personal attributes. Even near-fatal injuries could activate an achievement titled I Am Immortal, granting a title that increases self-healing by 1. Taste of death. Overall, it seemed quite reasonable. Easily obtained titles lacked power, while potent titles were hard to come by. Lastly, there was the shop. As the name suggests, it is a store for selling goods, with currency being soul points. The shop has several divisions, categorized by soul points ranging from 1 to 10, 000, 10, 000 to 100 billion, 100,000 to 1 million, and even beyond 100 million. Currently, he could only access the first division. The cheapest items cost 1 point, such as basic military rations and lighters, all priced at 1 point. The most expensive item was 10,000 points, the infinite bullets S500 he had previously acquired. Similar price items included infinite bullet handheld Gatling guns and infinite bullet submachine guns. All excellent weapons, however, he presently only possessed 100 soul points. Items of interest were beyond his means, while affordable items held no appeal. Thus, he could only save up for now. Chapter 12. Ron has ascended. Ron has fallen. Host. Zhou Yuan. Identity. Private of the Human Federation. 18. Year. Old male. Enhancer attributes. Strength 3.1. Speed 2.6. Jump 2.5. Agility 2.5. Endurance 3. Defense 3. Self-healing 3. Skill 1.3. Brain function 5.5. Skills. Rapid memory. Rapid learning. Telepathy items. Infinite bullets S500. Full body bulletproof vest. Healing cigar. Title. Rookie soul points. 100. After clarifying the functions of the new features, Zhou Yuan did not linger on them excessively, as his pockets were emptier than his face. Donning the rookie title, Zhou Yuan examined his panel once more. The panel refreshed again, this time not only updating his attributes but also adding a new skill, telepathy. Zhou Yuan found this unsurprising. His telepathic talent had always been strong, and the lack of its inscription on the panel initially struck him as odd. Now, it was clearly documented on paper, easily comprehensible. System. Open all gift boxes. Next, Zhou Yuan redirected his attention to the gift boxes. When he unlocked the new features, the system gifted him 6 level 2 soul boxes and 3 level 3 soul boxes. Quite generous, though he was uncertain if they would yield practical items. Open level 2 soul box. Obtain heavy nuclear fusion flight wing suit X1. Open level 2 soul box. Obtain ZF, 1 multifunctional automatic rifle X1. Open level 2 soul box. Obtain infinite bullet saw, S8 light machine gun X1. Open level 3 soul box. Obtain white phosphorus grenade X1. Open level 3 soul box. Obtain. After opening the 9 boxes, a broad smile spread across Zhou Yuan's face. The heavy nuclear fusion flight wing suit utilizes cold nuclear fusion as its power source, resembling a triangular energy jetpack. While not usable on a daily basis, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. The ZF-1 multifunctional automatic rifle is quite extraordinary. Akin to the super soldier Serum, it hails from the realm of science fiction. With a titanium magazine holding 3,000 rounds, it carries miniature rockets, explosive arrows, flamethrowers, cryogenic devices, and net launchers. Moreover, it features a memory function, ensuring all bullets strike the same location as the first. The infinite bullet saw, S8 light machine gun is familiar to him. Known as the Big Pineapple machine gun, albeit a more advanced model with infinite ammunition. He was thoroughly satisfied with the items procured from the 3 level 2 boxes. The level 3 boxes, however, were less impressive, yielding a conventional weapon, a single white phosphorus grenade, 2 healing agents, and 3 rifles of varying models. Better than nothing, he thought, as he stored them in the variable string ring. Sighing suddenly, Zhou Yuan reflected on the pattern. Unlocking a new feature typically grants 1 level 2 box and 2 level 3 boxes. However, the only unactivated feature remaining was tasks. This implies that only 1 level 2 box and 2 level 3 boxes remain as new recruit benefits. After this, such good fortune may not recur. Any desired items would necessitate personal effort to earn soul points for purchase in the store. Oh well, I should be content. Zhou Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he had garnered ample rewards from the system. Even if the system were to vanish now, he would possess the capability to thrive in this world. Steadily ascending to higher echelons. One must forge one's own strength. Passion and confidence are indispensable. Zhou Yuan, onward. After approximately an hour and a half of running, Zhou Yuan concluded his warm-up, enjoyed breakfast in the dining hall, and then proceeded to training ground number 3. The first recruit camp housed 10 recruit classes. And similarly, the training ground featured 10 areas, each the size of a professional basketball court. Upon his arrival, over 20 individuals were already present, clearly prepared for assembly, as none dared arrive late on the first day of training. As the clock approached 7, Sim arrived. Clutching a training baton under his arm, Sim's countenance was grave, exuding an air that intimidated most of the new recruits upon his arrival. By the heavens, you fools cannot even stand at attention properly? I grant you 10 seconds to form 3 rows, with the taller individuals to your right, Sim barked, scanning the crowd with a cold glare. Upon hearing his command, The recruits scrambled into action, aligning themselves as directed. In truth, they had already arranged themselves prior to Sim's arrival, having observed the adjacent class assemble and simply emulating their formation. See position? Zhou Yuan internally scoffed as the new formation took shape. Standing in the front row, at his height of 1.85 meters, he was merely of average stature within the group, aligning perfectly in the center, facing Sim directly. This sensation felt peculiar, akin to being the focal point in a classroom setting, rather disconcerting. From now on, this is how you will stand. Seeing that the ranks had finally achieved order, Sim slightly nodded. He brandished his baton, pacing in front of the new recruits, his gaze fixed upon their faces, exerting considerable pressure on them. Many of you view enlistment as merely a means to pass time. But let me assure you, that is impossible. Not everyone will endure until the end. Not everyone will become a true mobile infantryman. The reason lies in your lack of strength. As the conversation unfolded, a smile graced the corners of Sim's mouth. He cast aside his teaching stick and coat onto the ground beside him, striding purposefully to the front of the new recruits' line. Clapping his hands, he inquired, "Tell me, are there any strong individuals in my squad?" "Sir, I believe I am," came the enthusiastic reply from the familiar voice of Ron. The new recruits stirred with excitement, their gazes fixed on Ron, who raised his hand from the last row on the right, filled with anticipation. "Go for it, Ron. Teach that arrogant instructor a lesson. Good luck." "Brother." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but silently commend Ron. The formidable Ron, known to all, was swiftly subdued by the fearsome instructor, only for a mysterious Eastern figure to emerge, matching the instructor blow for blow. This not only earned the instructor's respect but also salvaged the pride of the new recruits. It was a flawless script. "Good. Come on, lad. Set an example for them." Sim beckoned to Ron, his smile becoming increasingly radiant. "Yes, sir," Ron replied with excitement, stepping out of formation and charging towards Sim with a clenched fist. In terms of physical prowess, he was undoubtedly at the top. If not for his rough technique, he might have even played professional basketball. Crack-ah! Amidst the new recruits' eager anticipation, two sounds erupted simultaneously. One was the sound of a bone breaking. The other, a cry of pain. As Ron charged at Sim, the instructor merely extended his right hand, effortlessly snapping Ron's right arm and sending him crashing to the ground. With a gentle twist, Ron's forearm fractured, the distorted angle visible for all to see. "God! Jesus!" Gasps filled the ranks of new recruits as many turned away, fear etched on their faces, unable to bear the sight of Ron. "Excellent!" Sim exclaimed. "That's how it's done." Only Zhou Yuan wore a smile, watching with amusement as Ron writhed on the ground in agony. "You've taken my cigarette and shown me no respect. This is the consequence." Chapter 13. A stalemate with the instructor. Sim appeared quite pleased with the recruits' reactions. With a smile plastered on his face, he clapped his hands and turned to Ron, asking, "Are you all right, lad?" I'm fine, sir. However, it seems my arm might be broken." "Sir," Ron replied, cradling his injury with his left hand, wanting to curse but refraining due to the excruciating pain. In the end, he could only endure the agony and respond obediently. "Indeed, it's broken. I'll grant you half an hour's leave," Sim said with a nod, summoning two medics to carry Ron away. In this era, a broken bone was not considered a grave injury, as long as the fracture was realigned and secured with an external skeletal liquid arm shell. Mobility could be resumed within 10 minutes, and full recovery would follow in a matter of days. Then, Sim turned his gaze to the ranks of new recruits and called out, "Who's next?" He performed this demonstration every year. The fresh recruits, brimming with self-importance, needed to witness his strength to temper the restless spirits among them. The line of new recruits fell into silence. Ron, the tallest and most robust among them, had been defeated by Sim in a single move, his arm broken. In the eyes of the majority, Sim had already become the embodiment of a demonic instructor, and the idea of challenging him was utterly daunting. "I would like to give it a try, sir." After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan finally spoke up. "Now is the perfect opportunity. What you dare not attempt, I shall. The opponent you fear to confront, I shall face. Lad, you've proven that my squad is not composed entirely of weaklings. Step forward." Sim expressed his approval at the sight of someone willing to challenge him. His spirits lifted, for at least his recruits showed considerable courage. "Yes, sir." Zhou Yuan stepped out of line, positioning himself 3 meters away from Sim. "Professionally trained. Sim's pupils narrowed, his smile fading as he assumed a serious demeanor. The recruit before him, though not particularly tall, exuded an air of capability with his short hair and slightly tanned complexion. Despite the simplicity of the hand-to-hand combat style, his offensive stance conveyed an implicit pressure. Sim gestured for him to proceed, saying, "Show me your abilities, I shall indeed." Zhou Yuan replied, pushing off the ground and charging forward. Though he exerted less than half his strength, his speed remained astonishing to the others. Bang! Sim, being an instructor well-versed in combat techniques, intercepted Zhou Yuan's attack with his left arm, countering with a kick. Zhou Yuan, quick to react, lifted his left knee to strike Sim's foot, sending the instructor stumbling backward. The new recruits widened their eyes in disbelief. Despite their own lack of skill, they recognized Zhou Yuan's dominance in the brief exchange. "Damn, I was careless. This kid is no ordinary opponent. If I don't take him seriously, I might lose." Sim retreated a few steps, his expression turning grave as he gauged Zhou Yuan's strength. Zhou Yuan surpassed him in both power and speed. Even his physique was sturdier. Victory would necessitate the use of technique. After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, both launched simultaneous attacks, devoid of any clearly defined moves. Changing tactics, Zhou Yuan discerned Sim's strategy after their first exchange. The instructor had shifted from a head-on confrontation to a more tactical approach, employing military combat techniques akin to ring fighting. "I too must adapt my strategy." A smirk crossed Zhou Yuan's lips as he offered his arm for Sim to strike. He understood that in this sparring session, he could not win. Humans are creatures of emotion, and today was a day for the instructor to assert his authority over the new recruits. Anyone who dared disrupt this would be marked by the instructor. While there was a possibility of being noticed by higher-ranking officers, Zhou Yuan remained an inexperienced recruit, still obliged to follow the instructor's orders. Who knows how vast a commander's social circle might be? It was entirely possible for a colonel or general to appear, and the instructor would salute them. However, not winning did not necessitate a complete defeat. A narrow draw would suffice. Sim could maintain his authority, achieve his goal of instilling discipline among the recruits, and Zhou Yuan could solidify his reputation as the top of Class 3, gaining the instructor's acknowledgement, truly a multifaceted victory. With this mindset, Zhou Yuan and Sim engaged in several more rounds of combat. As the exchanges continued, Zhou Yuan found himself increasingly on the defensive. Yet, his wild fighting style left the spectators perceiving him as impressive, believing he had only narrowly lost. "Well done, lad. But this is where it ends. I cannot expend all my time on you," Sim exclaimed with excitement, stepping closer to Zhou Yuan once more. He had come to understand that this recruit possessed extraordinary physical prowess, albeit with room for improvement in technique. A promising candidate indeed. Bang! As Sim delivered a kick, Zhou Yuan, having braced himself with both arms, staggered back and ultimately sat down on the ground. "Damn, I almost won." It was inevitable. After all, Sim was the instructor. If he were not formidable, how could he be entrusted with training new recruits? Zhou Yuan was far superior to Ron. Ron was merely a tall softy. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's defeat, murmurs of disappointment rippled through the ranks of new recruits. Initially, they believed Zhou Yuan would triumph. "Are you injured, lad?" At that moment, Sim, in good spirits, ignored the commotion among the recruits and extended his hand to pull Zhou Yuan up. "I'm fine, sir. Your combat skills are impressive. I hope to learn from you again next time," Zhou Yuan replied, feigning dejection as he shook his head. "No problem. Return to your position." Sim nodded in satisfaction before turning back to the new recruits. Calling out, "Who's next?" The new recruits shrank back, none daring to speak up. Chapter 14. The Arrival of Diz. Is no one willing to step forward? Is my squad limited to only 2 tough cookies? Observing the recruits' averted gazes, Sim seized the moment to press on, his tone growing somewhat fierce. "Mission accomplished. A mere show of intimidation will ensure my training sessions proceed smoothly thereafter." Recruit Flores reporting, "Sir." At that moment, a voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned to see a female soldier, backpack in tow. Clad in her training uniform, she appeared to be a new recruit herself, though it was unclear why she had come to Class 3 during training hours. "Diz?" Rico gasped, his expression suddenly darkening. The last time they met, Diz had informed him of her intention to join the Lima volleyball team and pursue a career as a professional athlete. Yet here she was, unexpectedly appearing in the military. He believed his presence in the army was for his sake. After all, Diz had harbored feelings for him for several years, And even though he had a girlfriend, she never gave up, always finding ways to get closer to him. This predicament weighed heavily on him, feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, matters of the heart cannot be forced. This pursuit had become a source of distress for him. The plot truly does not deceive me. Zhou Yuan had long been aware of Dis' impending arrival, and he exchanged a knowing wink with her across from Shinmu. This is the document, Commander, Dis remarked. Upon catching Zhou Yuan's gaze, a subtle smirk graced her lips as she retrieved a piece of paper from her backpack and handed it to Shinmu. I would like to understand the rationale. Shinmu inquired nonchalantly, without even glancing at the document. Dis Flores, a recruit from the Alex Fortress in the Western Hemisphere, submitted a transfer request last night to join her new recruit class, AS the instructor. He has the authority to either approve or deny it, and he opted for approval. Given Dis' commendable physical aptitude and above-average intellect, coupled with her prior experience in a communications company, she possesses the potential to become a signal soldier. The transfer process is rather straightforward. As long as both the original and desired units consent, and they are of equal rank and region, the transfer can be executed. I've heard this camp boasts the finest instructors. Commander, Dis knew precisely how to articulate her thoughts, her serious demeanor rendering her flattery almost factual. I am not the finest instructor, but indeed, this is the premier recruit camp, Shinmu replied, his expression hardening as he suddenly leaned into Dis' space and barked. Tell me, what qualifications do you possess to join the finest recruit camp? With a swift motion, Dis took a step back, discarding her backpack and transfer application to the side. She assumed a fighting stance and gestured invitingly toward Shinmu. Cool. Honestly, I've fallen for this girl, Zhou Yuan thought, realizing Dis was in for a rough time. The new recruits shuffled about, a cacophony of murmurs erupting, and even Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cheer her on. Come on, sweetheart. Shinmu lightly bounced on his feet, his expression relaxed. Today's task was to decisively conquer 3 recruits, enough to establish his dominance over this group of novices. Sweetheart? Dis' expression darkened immediately. Her fists raised as she sought an opportunity to strike. Within the ranks, many nicknames were used to describe individuals. Novice referred to new recruits, while sweetheart implied a weakling. In a flash, Dis seized her chance and swung a punch at Shinmu. However, Shinmu's close combat skills were formidable, allowing him to deftly evade her attack and lock her right hand. What he hadn't anticipated was Dis' remarkable flexibility. She twisted her arm around and landed a left hook squarely on Shinmu's face. Unfortunately for Dis, Shinmu was built like a tank to him. Her punch felt as soft as cotton, barely causing him to turn his head. In the next moment, Shinmu executed a swift, sweeping kick, sending Dis sprawling to the ground. His knee pressing against her neck. Novice, get up and form a line at the back. It was only when Dis began to roll her eyes and show signs of fainting that Shinmu relented. Breathing heavily, Dis realized she had earned the instructor's acknowledgement. She picked up her backpack and transfer application, grinning as she rejoined the formation. That moment, Zhou Yuan noticed that Rico, standing to his right, appeared rather displeased. Tisk truly unaware of the fortune at hand. A woman willing to follow you into the fray, and you cast her aside. Even if you have a girlfriend, you could still have a friend. For hours later, the morning training session concluded. The training had been exceedingly light, so much so that it could almost be deemed non-existent. Shinmu had not launched into rigorous drills but rather focused on fundamental subjects everyone already knew, such as formation and marching. Damn it, I genuinely want to take Shinmu down. He is such an idiot for making us practice walking for an entire morning. We are not infants. Be careful. Don't let him hear you. He is not someone to provoke. The recruits formed a group as they headed to the cafeteria, their conversations predominantly revolving around Shinmu. The intimidation he had instilled during assembly was only compounded by the fact that he had struck several recruits with his training baton during the session. Thus, within the brief span of the morning, Shinmu had become regarded as the damn devil by most of the 3rd platoon recruits, with Ron being the most vocal in his complaints. The medic had reset his fractured bone and secured it with a contraption resembling a sleeve, alleviating his pain and allowing him to use his right hand normally. While his injury was not severe, he was still, after all, an injured soldier. Shinmu, however, showed no mercy, striking him with the baton a dozen times throughout the morning. If you want to take him down, go ahead. If you can manage it, Kevin retorted dismissively to Ron while simultaneously praising Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing Kevin's words, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the clear difference in strength between someone who merely boasted and someone with genuine skill. "Damn it!" Ron fumed at Kevin's taunt, his temper flaring momentarily before quickly dissipating. After rejoining the group, he had learned of the events that transpired in his absence. The 5'8" Zhou Yuan had somehow managed to endure a lengthy bout with that brute Shinmu. He must not be Ron's match. Kevin, that foul-mouthed fellow, seemed to be Zhou Yuan's underling. It was best not to provoke him unnecessarily. "Kevin, let it be." Just as Ron was about to explode with anger, Zhou Yuan stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder. "We will become comrades. Comrades you can trust with your life." Ron was merely too blunt, though such directness could be off-putting at times. It was a trait befitting a man. "Trust me, we will become friends." To stand against Shinmu. "We need the strength of everyone. Join me, Ron. Bring your talents under my command." Zhou Yuan. Chapter 15. The leader of 3rd Platoon. As Zhou Yuan beamed a warm smile, Ron suddenly felt a twinge of shame. A flicker of guilt arose within him, as he felt akin to a shameless traitor. Upon entering the dormitory, he found himself surrounded by strangers. Zhou Yuan was the first to greet him, sharing a cigarette and enthusiastically introducing him to the dorm's members. Yet afterward, he had become envious of Zhou Yuan's popularity, thinking Zhou Yuan was merely posturing and forming cliques. In retrospect, he was truly in the wrong. He had forgotten the most vital principle of brotherhood. "I understand. It's all right." Zhou Yuan lightly thumped Ron's fist, then tapped his own chest, addressing the onlookers. "Folks, we need to hurry. If we're late, we'll have to wait in line. Okay, let us go." Everyone heartily agreed and surrounded Zhou Yuan as they made their way to the cafeteria. Following the earlier incident, they all felt that Zhou Yuan was a person worth knowing, and befriending him would not be disadvantageous. If Zhou Yuan knew what they were thinking, he would surely give them a thumbs up. "Indeed, I am Zhou the gentleman." It must be said, the age of 18 is a peculiar time. Friendships are easily formed, and even finding a romantic partner is not overly challenging. Regrettably, Zhou Yuan had awakened to this realization too late in his previous life. Spending his 18th year solely engrossed in gaming, missing countless opportunities. To those of you reading this, seize the moment and avoid regrets. I still remember her face, her attire. Sigh. The 3rd Platoon recruits arrived at the cafeteria a tad late. However, the cafeteria was vast, with numerous tables, accommodating 300 to 500 individuals without issue. "Damn it, more of this disgusting food," Zhou Yuan lamented. "I'm convinced the cooks in the recruit camp are from India." Complaints erupted as they queued for their meals, as the food in the recruit camp was notoriously subpar. It wouldn't be fair to call it bad food. Rather, the presentation of the dishes was simply atrocious. Every dish resembled Play-Doh, and not the good kind. Green vegetable puree, brownish-yellow beef mash, and yellow corn paste were all that could be discerned, accompanied by a pile of bread slices, as if the unappetizing appearance wasn't bad enough. The taste was equally dreadful, leaving a bitter aftertaste, possibly due to some unknown nutritional additive. Even Zhou Yuan, who usually had little appetite, found it challenging to endure the camp's meals, often gritting his teeth as he forced the food down. Fortunately, he had his little stash. The internal space of his variable ring was unaffected by the passage of time. Thus, prior to enlisting, he had prepared a substantial supply of cigarettes, alcohol, and fine dishes within the ring. Specifically to counter such situations that, of course, indulging in these delicacies had to be done discreetly. It wasn't that he was stingy. Rather, food and drink were different from cigarettes, and once produced, there was no way to explain them, leaving him to enjoy them alone. "Zhou, over here." As Zhou Yuan finished serving his meal, Rico had already secured a table, accompanied by Paul and Alan. This table was now akin to the Hogwarts apologies. "I meant the Virgo Academy table. Can you stomach this, Mr. Rich Kid?" Zhou Yuan quipped as he took his seat. "This is nothing," Rico shrugged, boasting, "as an athlete, I've had far worse nutrition plans than this." "You wouldn't know, it's only natural. Not everyone qualifies for the school team and receives invitations from professional teams before graduation. By the way, Zhou, what's the deal with your combat skills?" Upon hearing Rico bring this up, Paul and Alan also perked up, directing their attention towards Zhou Yuan. Having known him for 4 years, they were only aware of his rare telepathic abilities and had no idea he was such a formidable fighter. "It's all from hard training that I joined the shooting and combat clubs when I started high school, giving me a 4-year head start on you guys." Zhou Yuan casually replied, holding up his hand to indicate 4. Boys, what are you discussing? Suddenly, Zhou Yuan heard the voice of Diz from behind. Both Paul and Alan nodded, but Rico turned his head away. His previous smile vanished. We are talking about this morning's events. If you had arrived 5 minutes earlier, you would have witnessed my duel with Sim. Zhou Yuan turned around and struck a pose, resting his chin on his fist. Ma Chi informed me. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Mate, seize the opportunity. The girls in class are quite interested in you, especially Ma Chi. She's planning to sneak into your bed tonight. Rico, is anyone sitting here? Diz tapped Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and then moved next to Rico. This seat is Kevin's. Rico continued eating, not even lifting his head, his tone dismissive. Observing this, Paul and Alan averted their gaze, choosing not to interrupt the conversation between Diz and Rico. As for Zhou Yuan, his attention was entirely fixated on Diz's earlier words. Ma Chi intends to sneak into my bed tonight? Zhou Yuan shuddered. Ma Chi, a girl no taller than 1.70 meters and weighing nearly 150 pounds. Having a casual chat was fine, but anything beyond that was out of the question. When going to bed tonight, one must keep one eye open. Kevin? The scene shifted back to Diz and Rico, who, upon glancing back, saw Kevin sitting at the adjacent table. Rico's excuse was rather flimsy. Diz took a deep breath and quietly asked, Rico, what's the matter? What's the matter? I signed up for the military, and you insisted on joining too. Now you've transferred to my class, and you ask me what's wrong? Rico seemed somewhat agitated, staring directly at Diz. Rico, Diz inhaled deeply, wishing to explain something, but the words fell silent on his lips. After all, Rico was correct. Perhaps she had placed pressure on Rico, but some things can only be achieved through relentless pursuit. After a moment of silence, Diz departed with his tray, his expression somewhat downcast. Rico, what is love? If you believe you love Carmen, would you be willing to sacrifice everything for her? Seeing Diz leave, Zhou Yuan shook his head and turned to Rico, inquiring. Rico paused momentarily but nodded, saying, yes, I would give up everything for Carmen. Even if my parents disapprove. The answer was clear. She harbors deep feelings for you, even love. Zhou Yuan shrugged and gestured with his hands, stating, she has forsaken the prospect of becoming a promising professional tennis player to follow you into the military. Do you think her parents would support her? Do you believe that being an infantryman holds more promise than being a professional athlete? Do you think she will survive until the end on the battlefield? Chapter 16. The second phase of training is about to commence. Three of you think about it. Rico was left speechless. He set down his spoon, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, unsure whether it was guilt or something else. If one disregards disaffection for him, she truly is a perfect friend, always there to lend a hand when needed. Zhou, what do you think? After pondering for a moment, Rico looked up, seeking Zhou Yuan's opinion. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction, snapping his fingers. Excellent. You have finally relinquished your foolish I think that I believe you should apologize to Diz. If her unrequited feelings trouble you, it would be best to clear the air once and for all. Social circles are not solely defined by romantic relationships. Friendships are equally essential. Even if it's just for your own peace of mind, it's worth having a conversation with her. A friendly reminder. Diz is heading towards the dining hall exit. If you finish your meal early, the two-person dormitory would be an ideal spot for a conversation. Mate, thanks, Rico suddenly realized, grabbing his bread slice and rushing toward the dining hall. Zhou, you are a genius. Paul and Alan gently applauded, gazing at Zhou Yuan in astonishment. In truth, they had not comprehended much of what Zhou Yuan had said. They merely felt that it all flowed smoothly and sounded quite reasonable. Keep it low-key. I prefer not to draw attention. Zhou Yuan smirked, gesturing for quiet. In truth, he was utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. However, being ignorant did not deter him. Anyone can engage in empty talk. His current perspective on relationships was simply to give his all in pursuing anyone he fancied. No matter the method, if he encountered someone attractive, he was not averse to occasional flirtation, treating it merely as practice. Zhou, I have something to ask of you. Alan suddenly moved beside Zhou Yuan, whispering, if you're skilled at charming girls, I would like you to teach me some sweet nothings. You know Ma Chi? She has quite a substantial backside, and I find her intriguing, but I'm at a loss for how to invite her to dinner. Ma Chi? Zhou Yuan instantly shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Alan, standing at 1.80 meters and weighing under 130, alongside Ma Chi, who was no taller than 1 meter 70 and weighs nearly 150. This truly resembled a bamboo pole embracing a mighty tree. A sight too pleasant. After 2 hours of midday rest, training resumed. However, the first day of training was not yet true infantry training. It could merely be deemed an opening ceremony. They stood in formation, took a tour of various training grounds they would be attending later, and then dispersed after running laps until 5 in the afternoon. Yet, everyone knew that this was merely the beginning. The new recruit period lasted only a month, but the training involved was extensive. Physical fitness, combat skills, tactics, marksmanship, throwing, and more. The first half of the month focused solely on physical fitness and combat, while the latter half would incorporate battlefield skills. With the same training duration but more subjects, the difficulty would significantly increase. This was precisely why Sim remarked that many people could not endure until the end. The slackers, the useless, the weak, individuals of this ilk would be eliminated during the new recruit period, leaving only those with genuine courage and capability to face the battlefield. As it turned out, the new recruits' assumptions were correct. On the second day of new recruit training, Sim began to escalate the intensity. If there were flaws in their formation, they received a harsh reprimand. If their endurance running speed was slow, they were met with another severe reprimand. Anyone who made a mistake on the first day would be punished, and Sim's strikes were harsh. By the end of the second day of training, several recruits bore injuries, with bruises scattered across their bodies. This situation persisted for half a month. Over the course of that month, new recruit Group 3 faced multiple eliminations, originally consisting of 31 members. Only 22 remained, with 9 eliminated. 7 voluntarily withdrew, and 2 were dismissed. Now, the remaining 22 were primarily those who had resolved to stay until the end and possessed the ability to do so. That evening, after a long day of training, everyone returned to their dorms after dinner. Cool, tomorrow we get to receive our weapons. I want a sniper rifle. Snipers are the coolest. I wonder if there will be a Gatling gun. Firepower suppression is the strongest. The new recruits gathered, excitement gleaming in their eyes, having forgotten the hardships of the day's training. For the second phase of training was about to begin. Tomorrow, they would finally get to handle their weapons. Not only weapons, but they would also receive a full set of gear. Protective armor, military knives, scanners, and everything else standard issue except grenades and ammunition. Zhou, what kind of soldier do you wish to be? Ron sat beside Zhou Yuan, inquiring with curiosity. After half a month, Ron had been completely won over by Zhou Yuan, becoming his loyal follower, shadowing him like a bodyguard. Machine gunner, I suppose. Zhou Yuan pondered. Our enemy is the arachnid insectoid race, known for their rapid reproduction and proficiency in swarm tactics. The high ammunition capacity and manageable weight of the machine gun make it a favorable choice for exterminating insects. Additionally, for any potential emergencies, it would be wise to select a machine gun that can be operated with one hand. What about handguns? Rico queried, having listened intently, finding Zhou Yuan's logic compelling. Crafting the most suitable combination based on one's circumstances could potentially save a life in dire situations. For handguns, I would choose the most powerful one available. If I must resort to using a handgun, it would signify that I am in a critical situation, such as losing my machine gun due to injury or running out of ammunition. At that point, the insects would likely be upon me, and a handgun capable of extermination may serve as my last line of defense. Zhou Yuan elucidated his understanding that, of course, his perspective was primarily self-centered. The combination of infinite ammunition Big Pineapple and infinite ammunition S-500 was indeed perfect for insect extermination. For ordinary recruits selecting their roles, it was advisable to avoid becoming a machine gunner, as facing a swarm of insects is no trivial matter. Machine gunners suffer the highest casualty rates among infantry. Understood. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the surrounding recruits nodded in realization, beginning to grasp the notion that the suitable choice is the best choice. The battlefield is not akin to a game. Sometimes, a little attention to detail can mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 17. Squad Leader. The following day, the recruits of the 3rd Squad rose with the dawn. Although the assembly time was set for 7 o'clock, they arrived at the training ground number 3 by 6-30 to IT was not just the 3rd Squad. Other squads were similarly inclined. AS1 gazed around. All 10 recruit squads were stationed at their respective training fields, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their instructors. Today marked the day when the recruits would receive their armaments, a moment eagerly anticipated by all, including Zhou Yuan, who was no exception, considering it was a gift without charge. On ordinary days, they practiced their shooting skills with free weapons, But when it came time to engage in battle, they would be armed with infinite ammunition, thereby conserving their stamina. As for why humanity, having entered the interstellar age, still relied on firearms that used gunpowder to propel bullets, that could be attributed to the arachnid species known as the Arachnus. Humanity did possess energy weapons. However, the chitin of the Arachnus was remarkably adept at energy absorption and resistance. Most of the energy weapons currently in the possession of the Federation were high-energy concentrated weapons, classified as beam energy weapons, and their technology remained far from mature. Thus, in comparison to these costly and still developing energy weapons, the economical and mass-producible gunpowder weapons were evidently more suitable for exterminating bugs. The Federation had conducted multiple experiments, revealing that a single high-energy laser cannon could only obliterate 1,000 bugs, relying primarily on the kinetic energy produced by explosive shockwaves and shrapnel. However, if one were to allocate the same resources to gunpowder weapons, they could eliminate at least 10,000 bugs. This stark contrast in cost-effectiveness could drive a multitude of scientists to exasperation, until energy weapons with a broader attack range came into existence. Gunpowder weapons were destined to remain in use. Of course, not all gunpowder weapons could penetrate the chitin of Arachnus. Small-caliber handguns and submachine guns were ineffective. However, compared to their magical resistance, their physical resistance was relatively lower, which could be deemed a weakness. As the recruits awaited with bated breath, Sim finally arrived. "Close your mouths and follow me," he commanded, waving his hand as he strode towards the entrance of the recruit camp. "Go!" The recruits formed 3 lines, following closely behind. This base, known as Mars, was the first military installation established by humanity on Mars and currently the largest military base on the planet. The base housed numerous camps, with the recruit camp being merely the tip of the iceberg. Their destination, the armory, was located at the very center of the base, necessitating a 10-minute drive from the recruit camp. "Wait for me in the vehicle." Upon reaching the armory, Sim exited the vehicle first and approached for inquiries. The armory was vast, resembling an endless steel canopy, with queues at every entrance filled with recruits accompanied by their instructors, awaiting their armaments. "All right, lads, disembark." After a brief wait, Zhou Yuan observed Sim waving at them from ahead, prompting him to open the car door and beckon the others to step out. Under Sim's direction, the 22 recruits split into 2 teams, proceeding to register in turn. Zhou Yuan was in no rush and thus positioned himself at the end of the line. "Kid, you know the rules." The staff at the registration desk, engrossed in typing, gestured for Zhou Yuan to speak. Saw, S8, S500, Kukriar. Zhou Yuan presented his ID card and recited the combination he had long considered: a light machine gun, a large revolver, and a kukri. Once again, a rookie who thought exterminating bugs was straightforward. The staff member, chewing gum, remarked on Zhou Yuan's selection, noting that such a combination was characteristic of recruits who fancied themselves capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Most recruits, on the other hand, simply accepted the standard rifle sets without question. "I want to be a machine gunner," Zhou Yuan shrugged, offering no rebuttal. In truth, it was possible to request a weapon change if one felt their assigned armament was unsuitable. A simple report to the instructor would suffice. Moreover, after completing their training period, recruits would be reassigned, at which point they would need to consider the appropriate armament for combat. "All right, head to the next room." After registering, the staff returned Zhou Yuan's ID card and pointed to the left. Receiving armaments was not a one-time affair. First, identification had to be verified, then the requested weapons recorded before finally receiving them. The recruits would have to traverse several armory stores, collecting their gear one category at a time. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan returned to the vehicle carrying 2 boxes. One was a square box measuring approximately 30 centimeters on each side, while the other was a long rectangular box just over a meter in length, containing protective gear and weapons, respectively. Upon completion of the armament collection, Zhou Yuan realized that the privileges granted to recruits were indeed quite limited. What was promised as standard armament turned out to lack a significant array of equipment: tactical lights, noise suppressors, personal radios, multifunctional tactical goggles. Any item deemed precise or fragile was entirely absent from the recruits' allocations. "They've truly underestimated us. Are they afraid we might break them?" Zhou Yuan lamented. "Hey, take a look. My revolver magazine seems to have been damaged while I was sitting." Suddenly, Ron dashed in front of Zhou Yuan, hands outstretched, presenting his S500, identical to Zhou Yuan's, but with the magazine detached from the firearm. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His fists clenched and then relaxed, before he reluctantly extended his hand. "Don't worry. It's not broken. Just press this button, then reinsert it, and finally release the button." It was precisely because of foolish individuals like Ron that the military refrained from issuing highly delicate equipment to recruits. "You're a genius," Ron exclaimed, cradling the reassembled S-500, his excitement palpable as he hugged Zhou Yuan before returning to his seat. "You truly are a gem." Zhou Yuan silently shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. "Enough fiddling with that worthless hunk of metal that doesn't even have bullets." On the return journey to the recruit camp, Sim suddenly stood up. Holding a tablet, he began swiping while addressing the recruits. "Newbies, your second phase of training commences today. Firearm tactics differ greatly from physical combat. You can no longer practice in isolation like headless flies. I will be dividing you into 3 small teams, and the subsequent training will proceed in a team format. The recruits instinctively straightened their posture. Today marked the 17th day since their enlistment, during which time they had heard numerous rumors. The only announcement that could warrant an instructor's notification following the distribution of armaments was the designation of team leaders for the recruits and the sole squad leader. "It appears you all know what I am about to say." Observing the collective gaze shifting towards Zhou Yuan, Sim set his tablet down and walked towards the back. "Zhou, you are the squad leader and concurrently the leader of the first team. Rico, you are the leader of the second team. ACE, you are the leader of the third team." Chapter 18. Live fire shooting. Sim was the first to approach Zhou Yuan's seat, patting him on the shoulder, before encouraging Rico and Old A in the same manner. Old A, known as ACE, had the full name ACE Levi. According to him, his father was a gambler, and on the day he was born, his father lost at cards, thus naming him ACE, for ACE is a winning card. The Old A at the gambling table. "Zhou, well done. I knew it all along. Levi has always excelled," Rico proclaimed. "You have defended the honor of our football star duo." Upon hearing Sim's announcement, the recruits erupted in cheers, congratulating the 3 central figures. Setting aside their rapport, Zhou Yuan had consistently ranked first in the class, never losing in individual competitions against other squads, establishing himself as the strongest recruit in the number 1 recruit camp. Rico followed as the second, while Old A claimed the third position, and no one had any objections to these 3 taking on the roles of squad leader and team leaders. But do not celebrate too soon. I have not finished my words. Sim cast a glance at the trio of attention grabbers, his tone turning cold. "The positions of squad leader and team leader are not fixed in my class. These roles belong solely to the strongest. Whoever can defeat the 3 of them shall take their place. Additionally, starting today, the weakest among you will enjoy certain privileges. I trust you would not wish to discover what those privileges entail." As for the distribution of members among the 3 teams, he would inform them in the afternoon. His class could not become stagnant. Competition was essential, however. Whether the recruits grasped his words was another matter entirely. While the titles of squad leader and team leader carried prestige, they were not positions one could simply seize. With half of their training period already passed, it was akin to completing half a semester in school. The gap between the underachievers and the high achievers could not be bridged merely by effort. Their greater concern now was whether they would find themselves at the bottom in future assessments, and thus subjected to Sim's privileges. Upon returning to the number 1 recruit camp, Sim granted the recruits a 10-minute break to return to their dormitories and change their armaments. Seizing this time, he sought out 2 sergeant assistants from the work hall and arranged for a truckload of folding tables to be brought over. Today, he intended to conduct training on disassembling and assembling firearms, and he required assistance to ensure that each recruit could fire a few rounds live. Before long, the recruits returned to the training ground, brimming with energy. "Hey, after enduring half a month, we have finally reached this day. Once the training concludes, I must take a photo to show my grandmother how I look now. God, this is so cool." All recruits donned their newly acquired armaments, examining them with reverence, as if cradling precious treasures. A few recruits from more affluent backgrounds had encountered various firearms prior to enlistment. However, the equipment of the mobile forces differs considerably. The firearms here are the latest and most formidable, which ordinary clubs could scarcely procure. As for the recruits who had never encountered firearms before, they were now in a state of exhilaration, yearning to integrate their entire armament into their very beings. Among the 22 individuals, only Zhou Yuan appeared somewhat composed. He was well acquainted with the firearm he was assigned, having engaged in numerous sessions at the shooting club. Only the protective gear required his attention. "All right, enough with the foolish grins. Observing the recruits' excitement, Sim gestured for them to gather around. Stand by the table and place your weapons on as mobile infantry. You may be unfamiliar with yourselves, but you must know your weapon inside and out. Now, I shall instruct you on how to disassemble, maintain, and reassemble your firearms. David and Stussy will assist me. While this training may seem superfluous, it is in fact of utmost importance. A soldier can only carry one set of arms into battle, and unforeseen incidents occur frequently on the battlefield. Be prepared for potential mishaps such as firearm malfunctions or damage. One must possess a thorough understanding of their weapon. Having said that, Sim nodded at David and Stussy. All right, those with rifles come over here, and those with machine guns go over there. David and Stussy commenced their task, dividing the recruits into two teams. When the recruits received their arms, many firearms were beyond their authorization, such as sniper rifles and grenade launchers. The only arms available were rifles and machine guns, conveniently splitting them into two teams for instruction. Now, let us get started. With the recruits ready, Sim waved his hand to signal the commencement. In truth, disassembling and reassembling firearms is not particularly challenging. Even the recruits could accomplish it with ease. Modern firearms differ greatly from the antiquated relics of the pre-nuclear war era. Even the largest machine guns consist of fewer than 10 components. As long as they remember the sequence for disassembly and reassembly, it is akin to playing with building blocks. The recruits had already viewed the assembly sequences numerous times, as training videos were broadcast daily on the communal screen in their dormitory. Due to the large number of recruits, Zhou Yuan did not attract much attention. Nonetheless, even as he deliberately slowed his pace, his speed in disassembling and reassembling astonished his fellow recruits, with even two sergeant assistants praising his innate talent. Sim was highly satisfied with Zhou Yuan, feeling that he had brought him honor. The strongest recruit in the 1st Recruit Battalion was indeed molded by Sim himself. The training on firearm disassembly and assembly continued until 9 o'clock. After more than an hour of practice, most recruits had become proficient in disassembling and reassembling their firearms, given that the task was not inherently difficult. All right, stop. After another round of assembly, Sim waved his hand and turned to David. Inquiring, is everything ready over there? All set, David nodded in response. Sim slightly inclined his head, moved to the center of the 2 rows of folding tables, and declared loudly, strap on your gear. We will now proceed to the live-fire range for real shooting. Yes? Awesome, we're going to shoot. Upon hearing Sim's words, the recruits erupted into excitement. Before receiving their arms, they had been content merely to obtain them, but now that they had their weapons, their thoughts turned to the prospect of firing live ammunition. Nothing compares to the thrill of real combat, damn. Suddenly, Sim's expression darkened as he swiftly approached Clancy and kicked him to the ground. The surrounding recruits were startled into silence, standing still in fear. Are you an idiot? Didn't the recruit manual make it clear? Unless in a drill, at no time and under no circumstances, regardless of whether your weapon is loaded, should you point your firearm at a fellow soldier. Sim squatted down, gripping Clancy by the collar and berating him. The others realized the gravity of the situation. The muzzle of a firearm must never be directed at another person to prevent accidental discharge. Such incidents have occurred throughout history, and to avoid them, one must cultivate the habit of not aiming their weapon at comrades. If anyone does this again, I will break their hands. Do you understand? After reprimanding Clancy, Sim commanded sternly, Understood. The recruits chorused, adjusting their muzzles towards the ground. Very well, let us move out. Sim nodded in satisfaction and led the way towards the entrance of the recruit camp. He felt fortunate. Every time he intended to issue a warning to the recruits, an unwise individual would invariably present themselves, making his job considerably easier. Chapter 19. The marksman emerges. Upon reaching the live-fire range, the recruits' enthusiasm diminished somewhat, because Sim's mention of live-fire shooting merely referred to allowing them to experience the sensation of firing a weapon. Each rifleman was allotted a single magazine containing 50 rounds. The machine gunners fared even worse, receiving no magazines at all, just a temporary belt containing 100 rounds. Handgun ammunition remained consistent, with each recruit receiving 10 rounds. Even this meager supply was insufficient. In full auto mode, they could expend these rounds within 3 seconds. Sir, this ammunition is far too scarce. I believe it will hardly support our training, sir. After receiving their ammunition, many recruits tentatively approached Sim with their concerns. Shut up. Are you mad, or am I? Do you think giving novices who have never fired live rounds more ammunition is wise? Gather around. I will demonstrate first. after which you may load and shoot. Sim chastised a few complaining recruits, then took a rifle from his assistant and positioned himself at the shooting station. This row was designated for rifle shooting, while the machine gun station was to the right. Observe the position of my thumb. This button is the safety, and the weapon can only fire when the safety is disengaged. There is also a mode switch adjacent to the safety, which has yellow and red indicators representing the firing modes. Sim elaborated for a full 5 minutes on the precautions for shooting, as well as sharing his personal experiences. As a recruit instructor, he possessed expertise in all the necessary skills, and each point he made proved invaluable to the recruits. Is that clear? Understood, sir. Excellent. David, Stussy, divide them into teams. Sim gestured for the two assistants to organize the recruits. Rifle shooting and machine gun shooting were to be conducted separately, under the supervision of the two assistants. As for him, before the shooting training commenced, he intended to allow the recruits to experience live-fire shooting for a reason. People may be equal in worth, but there are distinctions in abilities. From the moment a person is born, many factors are predetermined, such as talent. Some individuals, no matter how hard they strive, cannot surpass their limits, while others can break through barriers upon first contact. This is innate talent. He sought to discern whether any of his recruits possessed exceptional shooting talent. Bang! Once live-fire shooting commenced, the range erupted into a cacophony. The sharp sounds of gunfire merging into a chaotic din. The first round of shooting was dismal. Neither the rifle team nor the machine gun team achieved commendable results. There was no need to tally scores. Remembering how many rounds hit the target sufficed. Even at a mere 100 meters, should the distance increase to 200 or 300 meters or further, the recruits would likely hit the target only once or twice with 10 rounds. However, this was to be expected. For many recruits, simply hitting the target on their first live-fire experience was an accomplishment. After all, how many sharpshooters exist in the world? Damn, I'm sure there is something wrong with this gun. If I had more rounds, I could definitely score a 10. The first group of recruits who returned from the range wore embarrassed expressions, desperately searching for excuses. They had believed they could perform admirably, eagerly rushing for their first turn, only to be met with the harsh reality of their lackluster performance. This is one of life's great illusions. I can always do it. I am not ordinary. Time ticked away. By the time it was Zhou Yuan's turn, he was in the final group. Originally, the rifle and machine gun targets were distinct, but since this was the recruits' first live-fire experience focused on feel rather than strict rules, they could choose between single shots or automatic fire. Zhou, it's your turn. I bet Zhou will hit the target 50 times. Not necessarily. I acknowledge Zhou's south prowess in close combat, but firearms and combat are two entirely different realms. The recruits engaged in speculation. Although there were 3 individuals in this group, all attention was fixed on Zhou Yuan. They had developed a good rapport with him and hoped for an impressive performance. Yet they also wished he wouldn't perform too well, as that would only widen the gap between them. You may begin. David checked the firearms of the 3 recruits and signaled for them to start shooting. As Zhou Yuan took up his rifle and crouched down, everyone instinctively held their breath. Even Sim positioned himself behind Zhou Yuan. Raising his binoculars, he was eager to ascertain Zhou Yuan's shooting talent. With excellent physical capabilities and combat intelligence, if he also possessed shooting talent, he would be the epitome of a well-rounded soldier. Bang! In the next moment, Zhou Yuan fired. He initially opted for single-shot mode, switching to full auto after a few rounds. Holy crap! This kid is a genius. Sim, peering through his binoculars at the target 100 meters away, grew increasingly astonished. When Zhou Yuan fired single shots, all his hits were in the 9 and 10 rings. Even during full auto fire, none of his rounds missed the target, with the worst scoring a 5. After firing 100 rounds, the large circular target designated for recruits had a gaping hole right in the center. Courtesy of Zhou Yuan. Sim, I believe there may be little we can teach him. I have perused the materials, and it appears this fellow possesses telepathy. His intelligence and learning capacity are remarkably high. Stussy and David stood on either side of Sim, whispering conspiratorially. Aside from this trivial chatter, do you have anything of substance to convey? Sim rolled his eyes. Surely, he was well aware of the class leader he had chosen. At that moment, Zhou Yuan was already surrounded by the fresh recruits. They took turns high-fiving him in congratulations, their eyes gleaming as if they had encountered an extraterrestrial being. The target, situated 100 meters away, seemed somewhat distant to the naked eye, yet they could clearly discern the hole that had been pierced through it. All right, take your positions. After the recruits cheered for a brief moment, Sim stepped in to restore order. But he retained Zhou Yuan. "Kid, have you practiced?" Sim inquired quietly. For his keen eye could discern that Zhou Yuan had undergone professional shooting training. Of course, this could not overshadow Zhou Yuan's innate talent. Many young individuals had fired weapons before enlisting, yet few could achieve commendable results in the military. "Yes, sir, I am a member of a shooting club, and my shooting coach informed me that my performance would even set records within the military." Zhou Yuan replied directly, devoid of any hint of modesty. One must be humble when necessary and assertive when required. Being a nice guy does not hold much weight in the military, in truth. During the previous shooting, he had not exerted his full strength. Had he applied pressure to control the weapon, he could have scored a perfect 10, with perhaps only a few 9s. Records are not merely spoken of. "I will enhance your privileges. Come find me after dinner." Sim squinted, the corners of his mouth slightly pursed, his mood evidently buoyant. Perhaps he should enlist a few instructors from other recruit battalions for a series of more formal competitions. "Yes, sir." Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as he returned to formation. "Good." It seemed Sim was preparing to offer him special training. Although his prowess did not necessitate attending a remedial class, gaining the instructor's acknowledgement was always advantageous. Chapter 20. A hot commodity. 5 minutes later, Sim led the 3rd squad back to the basic training ground. At this juncture, the recruits began to complain, especially those who had selected the machine gun sets. As Sim had mandated they carry arms during physical training. This marked the 2nd phase of training. With the same amount of training time, the curriculum was more extensive and challenging, designed to extract every ounce of strength from the recruits. By the end of the day, more than half of the 22 recruits lay incapacitated in the dormitory, motionless and unbothered even about mealtime. "Zhou, you're truly an anomaly," Old E remarked from his bunk across from Zhou Yuan's. Witnessing Zhou Yuan forego rest in favor of a shower, his tone laced with exasperation. While Zhou Yuan was indeed the class leader, there were those who aspired to usurp his position, and Old A was among the most determined. He had long sought to defeat Zhou Yuan and become the leader himself, but after a day of training, he had completely succumbed to his admiration. An opponent without weaknesses, a foe impossible to vanquish. This was the advantage of early adaptation. "You know, I had exposure to various training methods before enlisting, and my instructors were all seasoned veterans." Zhou Yuan shrugged and smiled. He had always explained his displayed talents this way. Moreover, it was no great matter. After all, his talents merely encompassed physical fitness and shooting skills. In reality, many in the mobile units possessed similar exceptional abilities, though recruits confined to the barracks seldom encountered them. "Guys, I'm heading out. My cousin is coming to see me tonight, and I've arranged to procure some fine goods from him." After bidding farewell to his comrades, Zhou Yuan departed the dormitory en route to the shower. The fine goods he referred to were his variable string rings, which served as his current justification for sharing supplies. Following a brief shower and dinner, Zhou Yuan made his way to the live fire range. Sim had indeed elevated his access privileges, allowing him free entry into the recruit barracks. Upon his arrival, Sim was already present, accompanied by David and Stussy, along with several other instructors from different recruit battalions, engaged in casual conversation and appearing to share a good rapport. "Hey, our versatile prodigy has arrived." Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, David waved with a cigarette in hand, reminiscent of a mob gathering. "Sir?" Zhou Yuan, unfamiliar with many of the individuals, was unable to address them by name and title, so he saluted and called them all instructors instead. "All right, it's break time. Take a look at these weapons. How many have you handled?" Sim gestured towards a nearby folding table. "Most of them," Zhou Yuan replied. Glancing at the array of firearms laid out, predominantly rifles and sniper rifles, with only a couple of machine guns. "Let me see your skills." Sim was straightforward, indicating that Zhou Yuan could shoot at will. The gathering of numerous personnel that evening had taken him by surprise. He had merely mentioned to other instructors about conducting joint training, and to his astonishment, they had taken a keen interest. As the recruit barracks were not entirely closed off, recruits could interact with others, leading to the rapid dissemination of news regarding the 3rd Squad's training results. Everyone was aware of Zhou Yuan's exceptional physical prowess and marksmanship. Thus, when word reached them that Sim intended to conduct special training for Zhou Yuan, instructors from various recruit classes flocked to witness his abilities firsthand. Bang! Zhou Yuan, naturally, would not disappoint the audience. He first selected the A8 sniper rifle, a popular choice due to its modularity, allowing it to be transformed into a rifle with the exchange of 3 modules. With a single shot, he created a hole in the silhouette target situated 1,000 meters away. Bang, bang. The subsequent 2 shots struck the left and right lower quadrants of the initial hole, forming A at the head position of the silhouette. Thick crab, damn. This kid is something else. The instructors observing through night vision goggles were left astounded by Zhou Yuan's performance. Although the A8 sniper rifle boasts a maximum range of 2,000 meters, it is not a pure sniper rifle, with its effective range being approximately 1,000 meters. Zhou Yuan's initial shot had already reached the conventional limit for a sniper rifle. Even if the instructors themselves were to take their turns, they could not surpass Zhou Yuan's prowess, not to mention that he could mark the target with bullet holes. This rookie is impressive. Zhou Yuan remained oblivious to the thoughts of the instructors behind him. At this moment, he was beginning to find his groove, his hands feeling heated. He maneuvered between sniper rifles, handguns, and machine guns, achieving near-perfect scores with each one he handled. He even experimented with a handheld Gatling gun. To be honest, it was exhilarating. Unfortunately, the Gatling gun was not suitable for carrying around. Unless he purchased infinite ammunition from the store, the rounds would deplete too quickly, allowing him only a fleeting moment of enjoyment. This kid, I want him. Richard, the instructor from Class 1, was visibly envious as he approached Zhou Yuan immediately after he finished shooting. He clapped Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, kid, I assure you, you can join the Special Operations team immediately after your rookie period ends. Mars base houses many Special Operations teams, and he was the vice captain of one such unit. The instructors in the recruit barracks are not fixed. They generally come from various units and officer working groups, and due to their comprehensive skills, they are temporarily reassigned for a month. Richard, get lost. Sim shoved Richard aside, his tone irritable. He was well aware of Richard's intentions and was certain that everyone had their eyes on Zhou Yuan. Who wouldn't desire an all-around infantryman? The thought of this vexed him. As a member of the officer working group, he had no means to lead troops into battle, and even proposing a base initiative was a challenge. Sim, take it easy. We merely wish to encourage the newcomer. Zhou, the instructor from Class 2, chuckled as he squeezed past Sim, addressing Zhou Yuan. Kid, you must know about the mechanized units. They even have missiles. Surrounded by so many instructors, Zhou Yuan felt somewhat flustered. He knew that his display of strength would attract attention, but he had not anticipated being so immediately coveted. Indeed, no matter the world or the era, talent is always in demand. In truth, after the rookie period, recruits are randomly assigned to subsequent units by the base system. However, since rules are ultimately man-made, those with privileges could easily influence a recruit's fate. Damn it, has the bug gone mad? As several instructors debated Zhou Yuan's future, 2 staff members from the armaments department suddenly erupted in curses. The weapons for the evening had been brought by them, and they needed to take them back afterward. Chapter 21. A major incident. What is happening? Upon sensing the situation was amiss, Sim and the others rushed over. The 2 armaments staff members, each holding a tablet, bore grim expressions. Zhou Yuan followed closely, but there were only 2 tablets, leaving him unable to partake. He could only listen. We have witnessed an unprecedented catastrophe. The entire city has been reduced to ruins. Preliminary estimates indicate that the death toll has surpassed 8 million. So that was the matter. Upon hearing the first sentence clearly, Zhou Yuan comprehended the situation. The plasma bugs had launched a plasma cannon into space, striking a passing asteroid, which altered its trajectory, sending it hurtling toward Earth. Earth had failed to completely intercept the asteroid, ultimately resulting in its fragments crashing down, obliterating Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires was, after all, the hometown of Rico. Damn those foul creatures. What on earth are the softies of the Starship fleet doing, gentlemen? I believe it is time for us to return to the command building. After watching the news, a group of instructors were visibly enraged. How could they allow the Zerg meteors to strike Earth? Are the personnel at the Newt base utterly incompetent? Young man, you may return on your own. After leaving a remark, Sim hurriedly departed with the other instructors towards the command building. The command building they were heading to was not the one within the recruit camp, but rather the central building of the Mars base. Gentlemen, I too shall take my leave. Zhou Yuan greeted 2 staff members from the armament department and swiftly returned to the recruit camp. Among his acquaintances, only Reiko hailed from Buenos Aires. He had previously suggested to Reiko that he persuade his parents to go on a trip. And indeed, Reiko's parents had gone traveling, though he was uncertain if they had returned home yet. If they had already returned, then, soon, Zhou Yuan arrived back at the dormitory. IT was quite noisy inside. Everyone was gathered around the public screen, watching live news about Buenos Aires, cursing as they did so. The attack on humanity's home planet was undoubtedly a grave matter, a disgrace for the Federal Army. Where are Reiko, Jose, and Mari? Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan immediately sought out Reiko. Thanks, buddy, Reiko exclaimed excitedly, embracing Zhou Yuan. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed Reiko's parents were still away on their trip. Have you been in contact with them? Zhou Yuan pushed away Reiko and inquired about the specifics. Yes, Reiko nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. I was terrified just a moment ago, and then there was an announcement stating that the network would be open in the recruit camp tonight. I called them right away. They knew I had come to Mars and followed suit. Now they are at the life park behind the base. By the way, they mentioned they would come to see us in a couple of days. If there's anything you want to eat, it's best to call them now. That's a relief. Zhou Yuan felt completely at ease and lay back on his bed. Zhou, I really must thank you this time. You saved their lives. Reiko followed him, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from beneath Zhou Yuan's pillow, lighting one up as he spoke with lingering trepidation. He could hardly imagine how he would feel about tonight's news if he hadn't listened to Zhou Yuan's advice. You saved them yourself. I merely made a suggestion. If you must express your gratitude, then do not fixate on the squad leader position. I've heard you plan to team up with Old A to take me down. Zhou Yuan also lit a cigarette, teasingly responding. That one tea do? Reiko raised an eyebrow and playfully punched Zhou Yuan's stomach, declaring fiercely, the squad leader is mine. Just wait and see. Tisk, foolish Johnny Reiko. Can't you tell I was joking? Even with Old A, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Damn. The squad leader is going to be replaced tomorrow. After a brief bout of playful banter, Reiko returned to watching the news. Zhou Yuan also turned on the public screen by his bed to delve deeper into the details of the recent attack on Earth. The official statement from the Federation was rather bureaucratic. They claimed that the Newt base had indeed detected the asteroid, but due to its enormous size, they were unable to destroy it in one go. Consequently, several faster-moving fragments slipped through, leading to the disaster. Zhou Yuan was rather skeptical of this explanation. It should be noted that the Newt base is a Starship base, a vital fortress for Earth with 10 interstellar fleets, renowned for its formidable combat capabilities. In the original narrative, there was no detailed answer to this incident, so he remained unaware of the specifics. Yet, there was certainly something amiss. Asteroids travel at remarkable speeds, initially propelled by plasma cannons and later influenced by Earth's and the Sun's gravitational pull. Reaching speeds of 100 kilometers per second is quite effortless. However, for humanity, a speed of 100 kilometers per second is hardly insurmountable. Intercepting such an object should be straightforward, as for the asteroid size. That is indeed a complex matter. After all, the asteroid belt of Jupiter contains objects with diameters approaching 1,000 kilometers, whereas the Moon's diameter is less than 3,500 kilometers. If a fragment the size of a small portion of the Moon were to collide with Earth, the Newt base might not be able to prevent it. However, this raises another question. How could such a massive asteroid merely be propelled by plasma cannons? Thus, the situation is quite intricate. It is possible that the asteroid harbored plasma insects, or perhaps there was a misoperation by the Starship fleet. The possibilities are numerous. Nevertheless, this matter is of little concern to him, as he is merely a recruit who has yet to complete his training, and any retaliation will not involve him on the battlefield. Sighing in regret, Zhou Yuan glanced at his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Human Federation Private, 18, year, old male augment. Attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3.2, Skill 1.4, Brain Function 5.6 skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullet Saw. Title, Perseverance, increases strength, speed, and self-healing by 0.2 soul points. 100 over the past half-month, his attributes had increased, albeit marginally, with only skill and brain function showing improvement. The rest were bolstered by titles. His title had progressed from Rookie to Perseverance, a designation earned through consistent training, with even higher titles yet to be achieved. Alas, it is of no practical use. If he could join the battlefield now, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc, rendering any insect futile. However, that day would soon come. There was little time left in his training period. What transpired that evening, however, warranted his attention. The insect plague on Mars was not severe, thus determining which unit to join next was crucial. Some units engaged in daily insect extermination, while others scarcely encountered them. Perhaps he could consult Sim to ascertain which unit undertook the most perilous work. Chapter 22. The Dawn of War. That night at 9 o'clock, in response to the destruction of Buenos Aires, the Federation had announced its subsequent action plan. They would launch a counterattack against the Arachini Zerg and assault the Zerg homeworld, Clendathu, with the intent of eradicating the Zerg entirely. However, while they spoke boldly, whether they could accomplish this was a different matter altogether. Clendathu is far from Earth, with countless insect planets in between, and the plasma cannons along the direct route are as dense as a fishing net. To instigate trouble in the insect's homeland, one must first clear the insect planets along the way. Otherwise, the Starship fleet would not even be able to pass through. The next day, training commenced as usual. However, due to the Buenos Aires incident, the training regimen for the recruits was altered. There was a reduction in physical training and an increase in live-fire exercises. Everyone could guess that war was imminent. Once their training period concluded, this batch of recruits might soon have the opportunity to confront the insects. Andy, keep your gun pointed forward. Do not turn around with the muzzle. Archer, steady your weapon. Do not let it wobble. Beside the laser simulation training ground, Zhou Yuan shouted with a teaching stick in hand, directing the recruits within. Since becoming the squad leader, his responsibilities had significantly increased. He had been relieved of much of the training, becoming Sim's third assistant instructor, dedicating his time to help supervise the recruits' training. Typically, a squad leader would not possess such authority, but he was an exception. Sim had stated that he no longer needed to undergo basic training. Zhou Yuan was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The knowledge imparted at the recruit camp held little value for him at this stage. IT was far more beneficial to assist Sim in managing the recruits, allowing him to learn a great deal from an observational standpoint, such as during the current laser simulation exercise. Engaging in combat and observing others do so are fundamentally different experiences. When fighting oneself, tactical understanding often lacks depth, whereas watching others battle fills one's mind with tactical ideas. This would greatly aid his future endeavors, prompting him to remain diligent. While supervising, Reiko was his primary target. In the original story, as the squad leader, Reiko had made a grave error in judgment, indirectly leading to the death of a recruit due to friendly fire. Since he had a good relationship with Reiko, he naturally wished to prevent such a tragedy from occurring. Young man, I hear you are eager to slay insects? After another round of simulations concluded, Sim signaled for the recruits to take a 10-minute break and then approached Zhou Yuan to inquire. Indeed, sir. I long to obliterate the insects head-on, or be torn apart by them. Zhou Yuan nodded seriously, reiterating the sentiments he had previously shared with Zerg. I once thought that way too. Sim's face broke into a rare smile as he looked westward, which led me to the Tarsus fortress. Tarsus fortress? Zhou Yuan paused momentarily, attempting to recall this location. Tarsus is a geographical area on Mars, home to a colossal dead volcano crater that has now transformed into a plateau rising 3,000 meters above sea level. The Tarsus fortress was established there, akin to a house built on an isolated island, surrounded entirely by a sea of yellowed. In his understanding, it was the most desolate region on Mars, where encountering greenery was a daunting challenge. Sir, is there an insect plague there? Zhou Yuan had an inkling of Sim's meaning. If there were insects to slay there, he would not mind going daily. Sim sighed heavily, as if reminiscing about the past, lamenting. It is not a good place, yet every year, there are fervent rookies eager to venture there. You should be aware that the thermal sensitivity of the insects is remarkably acute, enabling them to detect all living beings within a kilometer radius, even if one is clad in space armor. Moreover, these creatures are exceedingly responsive to various forms of energy. The lethal and rays, which can reduce a person to mere sludge, only serve to heighten their excitement. They are particularly attuned to electromagnetic waves, utilizing them to trace human presence through radio signals. Zhou Yuan interjected, indeed. At the sound of Zhou Yuan's words, Xin Mu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he remarked, Are you aware of what lies within the Tarsus fortress? It houses 2 ecological transformation towers and 2 climate stabilization towers, not to mention the only large communication window on Mars, the meat shield. Zhou Yuan suddenly comprehended. The fortress was indeed a veritable treasure trove for the insects, serving as a meat shield. While safeguarding the 4 life towers, it simultaneously draws fire from Mars's other bases. It is no wonder that Xi and Mu claimed that eager rookies yearn to venture there, as it is the front line of Mars. Commander, could you assist me with a favor? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan's lips curved into a confident smile. What is it? Seeing Zhou Yuan's expression, Xi and Mu beamed but still inquired. Transport me to the Tarsus fortress. Okay. As night fell, Zhou Yuan sat upon his bed, accessing the public screen to research the Tarsus fortress. Cool. Upon viewing a photograph of the fortress, Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Tarsus fortress was constructed around the 4 life towers, which stood tall within the Tarsus caldera, surrounded by towering steel edifices that enveloped the entire caldera. At first glance, it resembled a steel bastion that had sprouted from the caldera itself, with no cover in sight, only a vast expanse of high-altitude plain. Zhou Yuan could already envision the scene during an insect invasion. The Tarsus fortress stood alone, guarding the 4 life towers, while waves of insects surged from all directions, rendering the landscape a sea of creatures. Such a sensation. For those who are men, Tarsus fortress awaits. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, his resolve unyielding. He had made up his mind. He would venture to the Tarsus fortress, while the infantry corps and special operations units were commendable. Waiting for the insects to come to him was far simpler than seeking them out. He truly owed Xi and Mu a debt of gratitude. Although the rookie period lasted merely a month, once he passed through boot camp, he would be a genuine mobile infantryman. However, as a newcomer, he would not immediately be thrust into battle alongside seasoned veterans, for that would be a disservice to the experienced soldiers. Thus, after the rookie distribution, the majority of their time would still be spent training, albeit with the qualification to engage in combat. Only in emergencies would they be dispatched to the battlefield. Bases like the Tarsus fortress, which frequently engaged in conflict with the insects, would preferentially select veterans for reinforcements, rendering the rookies altogether ineligible. Time for bed. After a brief surge of excitement, Zhou Yuan succumbed to slumber, eagerly anticipating the dawn. Please, great mentors, do not hoard the book. If you must save it, you may skip to the end without reading the content in between, saving it for later, for new books can indeed be challenging. Chapter 23. The conclusion of rookie training. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow in the blink of an eye. The rookie period has reached its final day. During this time, Zhou Yuan has enjoyed a rather relaxed existence, spending his days assisting Xi and Mu without much else to occupy him. Xi and Mu's much-anticipated joint training never came to fruition. The instructors of the other rookie classes were well aware of Zhou Yuan's prowess, making it unlikely for any joint training to occur, as no one relished the prospect of defeat. Additionally, the Buenos Aires catastrophe was a contributing factor. The Federation had initiated an offensive plan against the insect race, and all instructors were focused on intensively training the rookies, leaving no time for competitions. Notably, Class 3 had lost 4 members, leaving just 18 remaining. The departed 4 were not eliminated but had voluntarily withdrawn, unwilling to face the battlefield. Merely hearing rumors of war was enough to frighten them, and they had applied for withdrawal on the night of the Buenos Aires catastrophe. However, no one looked down upon them, as their intention in joining the mobile units was simply to earn a living. After all, humanity and the insect race had coexisted for many years without significant conflict. The promised war had been awaited for a decade without materializing. It was fortunate that the Buenos Aires catastrophe had not occurred earlier. Had it arrived a mere half-month sooner, it would have been a miracle if even 10 rookies, unaccustomed to military training, remained. The 18 who persevered until the end would receive their deployment orders tomorrow, officially becoming true mobile infantrymen. After the final day of training for rookies concluded, everyone returned to the dormitory with a sense of reluctance. Having lived together in boot camp for a month, even adversaries had forged friendships through training, resulting in profound camaraderie. Now, as they prepared to part ways, a bittersweet feeling settled in their hearts. In moments of silence like this, Zhou Yuan typically took the initiative to lighten the mood. However, today he found himself at a loss for words, as he too felt a pang of discomfort. Once separated, their next meeting was uncertain. For some, it might be a lifetime before they crossed paths again. 2 people, come help. Just as the atmosphere began to dip, Xi and Mu's voice echoed from outside the door. Let's go see. Zhou Yuan rose from his bed, leading Ron and Kevin to the entrance. Upon reaching the door, they beheld Xi and Mu driving a small military jeep with the top down, its trunk filled with 8 large boxes. The markings indicated they were not weapons crates but rather supply boxes. The cafeteria is serving drinks today, free of charge, Xian Mu announced with a smile before entering the dormitory to summon assistance. Let's get to work. Zhou Yuan beckoned Ron and Kevin to unload the cargo, while others helped carry it into the dormitory. Upon hearing Xian Mu mention the prohibition of alcohol today, everyone became excited. Drinking within the military was no trivial matter. Perhaps only rookies were afforded such an indulgence. To celebrate their transition from rookie status, upon opening the boxes, it became evident that Xian Mu was quite the connoisseur, arranging a splendid assortment of beverages and an abundance of snacks, sufficient for revelry until the early hours. Rookies, let's indulge, Xian Mu declared exuberantly. Drink as much as you can, eat as much as you desire. If it's not enough, feel free to fetch more from the cafeteria. Once everything was prepared, Xian Mu shouted with gusto. Yes, at Xian Mu's words, the rookies erupted in cheers, diving into the feast of food and drink. Not every rookie was a drinker, but even those who abstained could indulge in the delectable offerings, which far surpassed the usual rations. Damn. Observing the joy on the rookies' faces, Xian Mu sighed inwardly. After years of serving as an instructor and bidding farewell to countless batches of rookies, this moment was always the most challenging for him. The rookies would be heading into perilous battles, while he, an old hand, would remain in the safest corner of Mars. An utter disgrace. He truly wished to escape this cycle. Perhaps it was time to consider ways to join the fray. Commander, thank you, Zhou Yuan said, lifting a bottle of white liquor and sitting beside Xian Mu, nudging his shoulder. Xian Mu had brought several bottles of white liquor, and since Zhou Yuan was the only Huaxia person in the class, it was evident that Xian Mu had prepared this especially for him. Kid, that's not how you drink. Seeing Zhou Yuan gulping down the liquor, Xian Mu rolled his eyes. Don't end up in the medical ward before even reaching the battlefield. No worries, my alcohol tolerance is exceptional. I've been drinking since childhood, Zhou Yuan replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. His cellular regeneration rate was rapid, and his metabolism was several times that of an average person, making it exceedingly difficult for him to become intoxicated. He could only force himself to drink more. He intended to indulge thoroughly today, rest tomorrow to recharge, and set off for the Tarsus fortress the day after. Let us see whose tolerance is greater. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Xian Mu adjusted his mood, opening a bottle of whiskey to drink with Zhou Yuan. In an instant, the atmosphere in Class 3's dormitory grew warm and lively. With alcohol to lift spirits, smiles adorned everyone's faces as they shared their most cherished visions of the future. Some, lacking in alcohol tolerance, became inebriated after only a few sips. Some collapsed, others wept openly, and a few even exhibited drunken antics, though they were quickly subdued. At that moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment. Each rookie, before indulging, had offered him a toast in gratitude for his continued care. Not every rookie enjoyed the same financial privilege as Reich. Some came from less fortunate backgrounds and could scarcely afford a smoke or a snack. Zhou Yuan provided them with what they desired while also respecting their dignity, which garnered their unwavering support. This sense of accomplishment filled Zhou Yuan with pride. To be honored with toasts from multiple rookies at the table was, in itself, a mark of success. The next time he drank, he hoped that the ones raising their glasses to him would be officers of at least a junior rank. The ranks within the Federation's 3 major forces were uniform, categorized into 16 tiers: Private 3rd Class, Private 2nd Class, Private 1st Class, Corporal, Sergeant, Staff Sergeant, 2nd Lieutenant, 1st Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Brigadier General, Major General, and General. However, generals were further distinguished by star ranks, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest, conferring increasing authority. Commanders of the mobile forces, Aerospace Command of the Starship Fleet, and strategists of the strategic forces were all 5-star generals. Above them stood the head of state, not classified as a military rank, but elected by the soldiers of all 3 forces. The head of state is changed every 10 years, and any member of the 3 major forces is eligible to run for election. However, a low rank renders one virtually unrecognized, for the soldiers of the 3 major forces only heed those who have fought their way through the ranks. Currently, Zhou Yuan holds the rank of Private 3rd Class, but he is poised to ascend to Private 2nd Class in a couple of days. All new recruits start as Private 3rd Class, and upon exiting the training camp, they automatically become Private 2nd Class. Chapter 24. Journey to Tarsus Fortress. The following day, Zhou Yuan awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly. Upon glancing at the time, he was astonished to discover it was already 2 in the afternoon. This was, however, understandable, as they had spent the previous night drinking from dusk until dawn. Rising at 2 meant he was the earliest to awaken in the dormitory. Indeed, indulging in leisure occasionally proved beneficial, as he felt more refreshed than after a standard night's sleep. Ding! While tidying up the dormitory, the public screen beside the door illuminated. Zhou Yuan stood in place for a moment, then quickly approached the screen. Upon opening it, he found indeed. It contained the distribution information for the new recruits, detailing the assignments of the 18 members of his squad. Zhou Yuan scrolled through and soon located his own assignment. Unsurprisingly, with the assistance of Xi and Mu, he had been assigned to Tarsus Fortress. Under the command of the 3rd Squadron of the Western Military Defense Troops, Tarsus Fortress boasts 4 base defense units, each responsible for one of the 4 frontline defenses: East, South, West, and North. As for the others, among the 17, 11 remained at Mars Base, while 6 were assigned to Sailor Canyon. Sailor Canyon is not an ideal location either. It features a gorge stretching 4 million meters long and 7,000 meters deep. With Sailor Base situated at its edge, previously a mining area, its environment is even worse than that of the Tarsus Plateau, although its safety is relatively assured, as one does not face threats from multiple directions. A promising new life is about to commence. With confirmation of his assignment to Tarsus Fortress, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After casually tidying his dormitory, he headed to the dining hall for a meal. Upon his return to the dormitory, he found his roommates already awake. Apart from a few who appeared particularly spirited, the rest seemed groggy, as if they had been roused from a deep slumber. At that moment, they were all gathered around the public screen, checking their assignment distributions. Those fortunate enough to remain at Mars Base were elated, having become accustomed to their surroundings and spared from another arduous journey into the unknown. Only 7 individuals were set to depart. Zhou Yuan was heading to Tarsus alone, while Reiko, Old A, Diz, and 3 others were assigned to Sailor Canyon. Boss, you're off to the volcanic highlands. Zhou, have you seen the information? It was strange that only Zhou was assigned to Tarsus Fortress. They clearly noticed the peculiarity in the assignment distribution and surrounded Zhou Yuan, engaging in lively discussion. Guys, this was facilitated by Xi and Mu on my behalf. Tarsus Fortress constantly battles pests, and I enlisted to combat them. It suits me perfectly. Zhou Yuan candidly revealed the truth to his companions. Goodness, I should have sought Xi and Mu's assistance as well. Staying here is far better than heading to Sailor Canyon. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone was taken aback. They all felt they had missed out, as they too would have preferred to apply for assignments to their favored locations. Have you all noticed something? Old A suddenly interjected. The assignments are based on performance. The best performers go to the highlands, while the poorest remain at Mars. I fall somewhere in between, along with Reiko, Diz, Ron, Jamie, and Wilson. We are bound for the gorge. Therefore, it isn't merely a matter of choice. Zhou is an exception, as no base would refuse an outstanding recruit. Old A earnestly articulated. Upon his pronouncement, the atmosphere grew awkward, especially for those who had just moments ago clamored to seek Xi and Mu's aid in changing their assignments. They now felt too embarrassed to speak. Come on, can't you tell we were just joking around? After some idle chatter in the dormitory, following Zhou Yuan's suggestion, the group decided to venture out. The first recruit camp consists of 10 recruit units, and their squad maintained good relations with several others, allowing them to gather information. Zhou Yuan was eager to discover how many had been assigned to Tarsus Fortress, hoping to travel together on the transport plane the next day. To his delight, he found that out of the 10 recruit units, 7 individuals were indeed assigned to Tarsus Fortress, all of whom were the leaders of their respective classes. Something felt amiss. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. While 7 individuals being assigned to Tarsus Fortress was not unusual, the fact that all 7 were placed in the 3rd Squadron of the Western Military Defense Troops raised suspicions. How could such a frontline unit accept so many new recruits at once? No matter how capable the recruit leaders were, they were still considered inexperienced novices in the eyes of seasoned soldiers. With 7 recruits per unit across 10 recruit units, that accounted for 70 individuals, not to mention the numerous veterans likely present. Perhaps the 3rd Squadron of the Western Military Defense Troops had recently suffered significant casualties? Zhou Yuan was intensely curious, but his clearance was insufficient to access military networks for inquiries. He would have to wait until he arrived at his destination to ask. The next day, the first recruit camp was particularly crowded. designated as the assembly point for all departing recruits. Nearly 1,000 individuals congregated on the parade ground, with a row of transport planes awaiting them. Though a tinge of reluctance lingered, this was a necessary rite of passage. Zhou Yuan did not feel overly isolated. He stood alongside 6 others, all bound for Tarsus Fortress. "Zhou, take care. Let's drink together again next time." Reiko and the others embraced Zhou Yuan in turn, offering their well wishes. After spending the previous afternoon gathering information, they had learned that Tarsus Fortress was a perilous location. "I will. And I wish you all the best as well," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Afterward, he nodded in acknowledgement to Exine Mu, who stood some distance away. Exine Mu, though appearing fierce, harbored a gentle heart. He did not greet anyone but stood still, his eyes slightly misty. "Zhou, we must depart." Just as Zhou Yuan finished bidding farewell to everyone, the squad leader from Class 1, Blake, reminded him that their transport plane was ready for takeoff. "Okay," Zhou Yuan responded, waving farewell once more before boarding the plane. Once seated, he glanced around the interior. The transport plane accommodated 30 individuals, most of whom were strangers. However, judging by their unchanged insignia, these recruits were likely fresh from their training camps, possibly future comrades. "Welcome aboard, recruits. I am your pilot, Miller, and I will be taking you to hell." Before long, the transport plane ascended, and the announcement echoed through the cabin. "Hell is exactly what we need." Hearing the pilot's jest, Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, and a surge of motivation coursed through him. Chapter 25. The Insectoid Zombie Siege. As the transport plane soared, the pilot opened the protective window. Zhou Yuan, seated by the window, gazed at the scenery outside. There wasn't much scenery to admire. Once they departed from Mars base, greenery was nearly non-existent. All that remained was a sea of yellow. Such as Mars, only the residential areas boasted a semblance of a hospitable environment, while the rest remained barren wasteland. Insects. After flying for a while, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. He spotted numerous insects. From his elevated vantage, the swarms appeared like tiny black dots scurrying about, reminiscent of ants. Occasionally, he could see many bombing zones, littered with insect carcasses and missile craters, presenting a scene of devastation. Experiencing insects for the first time filled Zhou Yuan with exhilaration. He had encountered them during high school, but only in dissection classes, where he had seen the corpses of sand beetles. The arachnid species comprises many different insects. However, humanity had yet to engage in a full-scale war with the insectoids, leaving their true capabilities largely unknown. To date, the Federation had only released information on 4 types of arachnid insects: warrior bugs, jumping bugs, sand beetles, and plasma bugs. Warrior bugs are the most common, resembling a cross between cockroaches and mantises, and are larger than conventional tanks. They charge recklessly, earning the moniker warrior bugs, due to their overwhelming numbers. They are also referred to as soldier bugs. Jumping bugs appear similar to smaller warrior bugs, possessing wings that allow them to leap several meters, which has garnered them the nickname jumping bugs. They are also informally known as the locust of pests. Sand beetles are more conventional, roughly the size of sea turtles, resembling oversized bedbugs, and are known for their prolific breeding. Due to their lack of combat prowess, sand beetles do not even have a nickname. Finally, there are the giant plasma bugs, the largest known arachnid species, exceeding 50 meters in length and 30 meters in height. They resemble glowing blue dung beetles, with tails capable of firing plasma cannons with destructive power sufficient to obliterate starships. While they lack a nickname, their name is prefixed with giant I. In addition to these known species, Zhou Yuan was aware of many others yet to be discovered by the Federation. Among the more conventional types are water bugs, cannon bugs, tank beetles, and grenade beetles, each with multiple forms. The more formidable varieties include brain bugs, queens, and worm gods, possessing telepathic abilities. There are also numerous special insect types, such as control bugs, which can parasitically manipulate their hosts, and starship bugs, capable of interstellar travel. However, for the time being, one is unlikely to encounter these insects, as the war between humanity and the insectoid race has only just begun, and the full-scale invasion of the solar system by the insects has yet to commence. The insects one might encounter now are predominantly soldier bugs and locusts, with even the plasma bugs being a rare species exclusive to the insect planet. 20 minutes later, the transport ship arrived above the Tarsus fortress. Goodness! Gazing down at the Tarsus fortress, Zhou Yuan exclaimed in awe. The shock of witnessing it firsthand far surpassed that of viewing photographs. The colossal supervolcano of Tarsus was immense, resembling the Eye of Mars, within which loomed the Tarsus fortress itself. Across the surrounding plateaus, swarms of soldier bugs wandered, occasionally launching assaults on the fortress. However, such a scale of insect tide posed no threat to the Tarsus fortress in the slightest. An outer electric fence enclosed the area, followed by walls of automated turrets, then guard towers, and finally patrol walls. Layer upon layer of protective barriers effectively isolated all dangers from the fortress. Thanks to these fortifications, the area outside Tarsus fortress was already piled high with the corpses of insects, rendering it a veritable mountain of cadavers, creating countless obstacle hills. Simultaneously, at Tarsus fortress, on the western wall defense line, the 3rd Squadron awaited reinforcements. Finally, support has arrived. I have truly had enough of overtime. The so-called support was merely a group of rookies who could barely hold a rifle, and no matter, as long as they can wash socks. It's not fair. The 2nd Squadron received seasoned veterans, while we are stuck with these unwanted novices. As 3 transport ships approached the base, the sentries on the patrol wall began to voice their disdain for the newcomers and complaints about the base. True, the 3rd Squadron is short on personnel, but they can't just send us rookies, can they? What can rookies do? Outlast the insects in a race, or perform a demonstration on assembling firearms. Following the devastating defeat from 10 days prior, they had become exceedingly sensitive, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Some veterans were already anticipating the chance to vent their frustrations on the newcomers, to let them experience the harsh realities of life. Before long, the transport ships landed smoothly. The newcomers disembarked, holding their luggage, appearing somewhat stiff and awkward. Zhou Yuan counted. The 3 transport ships had brought a total of 75 individuals, though it remained uncertain how many would join the 3rd Squadron. Don T, just stand there. Come here. At that moment, a corporal gestured for them to leave the landing area. I love this place. It's simply paradise. As they were led towards the operations hall by the sergeant, Brown quietly muttered, his smile nearly stretching to his ears. Among the newcomers transferred from Mars Base 1, he was the squad leader of the 10th Squad. The other squad leaders were Blake from the 1st Squad, Johnson from the 2nd, Zhou Yuan himself from the 3rd, Taylor from the 5th, Martin from the 8th, and White from the 9th. The 7 shared a good rapport. They had been rivals in boot camp and were now comrades. Indeed, it was a splendid place. Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling a similar fervor in his heart. The frontline base was indeed different. The armament level was significantly higher than that of ordinary bases. Upon disembarking, he immediately spotted the Federation's latest combat robots, towering over 5 meters, exuding an immense sense of pressure. These combat robots were powered by controllable nuclear fusion devices, akin to the arc reactor from his memories. However, the smaller the controllable nuclear fusion device, the more challenging it was to manufacture. Representing a formidable bottleneck, currently, the Federation's technology could only produce devices the size of a suitcase. Consequently, anything equipped with a controllable nuclear fusion device was necessarily massive. Strategic armaments like powered exoskeletons would likely take a decade or more to develop, at best yielding a subpar version akin to those seen in CGI films. The system marketplace should offer such exoskeletons, though he had only unlocked the 1st district and could not see higher-tier items. Chapter 26. Veterans Seeking Trouble. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the operations hall. Newbies, please present your identification cards. The guide led the newcomers to a registration window, signaling them to form a line. The registration process was not overly complicated, resembling that of enlisting in the military. After verifying identities, everyone collectively recited an oath and received the insignia of a private, thus officially joining the Tarsus fortress, all of which took less than half an hour. Host: Zhou Yuan identity, Federation Private 2nd Class, 18 year, old enhanced individual attributes, Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Endurance 3.2, Defense 3.2, Self-Healing 3.2, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.7 skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit. ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullet Saw, Title, Fitness Enthusiast, all attributes increased by 0.2 soul points. 100 Zhou Yuan glanced at his personal panel, nodding in satisfaction. Aside from the change in rank, his title had shifted from Perseverance to Fitness Enthusiast, with the attribute boost changing from 3 attributes by 0.2 to an overall increase of 0.2.1. should not underestimate this overall increase of 0.2. His current physique had already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Reaching the enhanced individual stage, if he were to train on his own, he would struggle to increase even 0.1 in attributes over a year, as the enhancements from the super soldier serum had already reached their limit. Should there be no higher-tier enhancement serums available in the marketplace in the future, he would have to rely on upgrading his title to improve his physique. After completing the procedure, the guide led them to the Western Barracks. According to him, the Western Defense Forces consisted of 5 squadrons, each named after a squad, with 300 personnel per squad, totaling 1,500 individuals. Naturally, the defense forces were only responsible for city defense and did not imply that the entire Western forces consisted solely of 1,500 personnel. Here we are. There were 5 rows of living quarters, numbered from 1 to 5 from left to right, with the operations hall and dining hall on the left and the armament depot on the right. Newbies, the rest of the way is up to you. I suggest you keep it down when entering the quarters. The Western troops have not been in the best of moods lately. After a brief introduction, the guide departed. What the hell? He just left. Damn, this place is huge. Are we supposed to find it ourselves? Once the guide departed, the group of 75 rookies immediately erupted into chatter, many expressing dissatisfaction with the guide's lack of responsibility and the fortress's disregard for them. Are there any from the 3rd Squadron here? We can go report together. Observing this, Zhou Yuan raised his hand and called out, aiming to establish a social circle within Tarsus Fortress on their very first day. No one is easier to connect with than 18-year-olds. If there were, it would surely be children under 18. Hey bro, I'm from the 3rd Squadron. As soon as Zhou Yuan spoke, several individuals approached, enthusiastically fist-bumping him. Me too, we can stick together. I'm from the 2nd Squadron. Are there any brothers from the 2nd Squadron? A chain reaction ensued simultaneously, with many individuals eagerly seeking companions from their respective squads. At 18, many perceived themselves as adults, yet in truth, 18-year-olds often lacked maturity. They were still somewhat immature, lacking strong independent capabilities. Merely being abandoned by the guide left them feeling flustered and uncertain. Zhou Yuan's suggestion greatly aided them, stabilizing their emotions considerably. Wow, that's quite a crowd. 2 minutes later, Zhou Yuan recounted the numbers, astonished. The group of 75 rookies split into 4 factions heading towards the operations hall. There were 5 individuals headed to the 2nd Squadron, 6 to the 4th, 8 to the 5th, and none to the 1st. The remaining 56 were all bound for the 3rd Squadron. With a total of 200 personnel in the 3rd Squadron, it was evident just how severe the casualties had been recently. After receiving their daily supplies, they began searching for their quarters. The living quarters here bore a strong resemblance to those in boot camp, appearing as semicircular capsule-like structures, albeit significantly larger, resembling a dual-sided tunnel. In less than 5 minutes, Zhou Yuan located his own quarters. The dormitories for the 5 squadrons were separate and arranged in an orderly fashion, with the 3rd Squadron's quarters occupying the central row, consisting of 3 living capsules. Despite there being only 3 capsules, the internal space was quite expansive, with partitions ensuring that each capsule could comfortably accommodate 100 individuals. The 3rd Squadron comprised 3 combat teams, and the dormitories were allocated accordingly, with newcomers evenly distributed, each team welcoming 18 or 19 members. After forming their groups, everyone exchanged greetings before proceeding to their respective quarters. Ding! Zhou Yuan led the way, using his identification card to unlock the door to his group's quarters. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a pungent odor mixed with smoke, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Oh, our sweetheart has arrived. Hey everyone, don't sleep. Come welcome our newcomers. Concurrently, a chorus of voices erupted within the dormitory. Zhou Yuan entered, surveying the scene. For some unknown reason, dozens of individuals from his group were already present in the dormitory. Perhaps the 3 combat teams operated on a rotation system. Most of the veterans were sleeping, with only a handful awake, gathered around a card table. However, upon the newcomers' arrival, their attention shifted from the game to the rookies, rousing many of the sleeping veterans. Dozens of pairs of eyes turned towards him. The atmosphere among the newcomers shifted dramatically. The glances from the veterans were anything but friendly, each of them appearing as if ready to engage in a brawl. Come on, lads, let us move, Zhou Yuan remarked, disregarding the old soldiers, and began to search for a bunk. Under the present circumstances, this was quite typical. In his understanding, it was merely a rite of passage for new recruits, wherein veterans invariably sought excuses to discipline the newcomers. Zhou Yuan's bunk was conveniently located near the entrance. Just a few steps away, 2A? Just as Zhou Yuan was about to place his pillow and blanket down, a veteran named Mower spat on his bed and teased him. Sweetheart, perhaps you are unaware, but this bed is where I place my shoes. If you wish to sleep here, I suggest you start by cleaning my shoes. Mower was a tall, imposing figure who regarded Zhou Yuan, the little shorty, with utter disdain. Mate, I advise you not to seek trouble. Clean up the mess you've made, or I shall withdraw my respect for veterans, Zhou Yuan replied, his expression impassive as he faced Mower. The sight of Mower reminded him of the early days of Ron. Though Ron had been merely a simpleton, incapable of such malicious acts. Chapter 27. All down, behave yourself in the future. Wow, gentlemen, did you hear that? This rookie actually told me not to cause trouble. I am starting to like him, Mower exclaimed, I'll tell you. Easterners are just like this. They love to say, I advise you not to do that, or I'll show you what I can do. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Mower jumped off his bed and began parading around Zhou Yuan. Mower, it seems this rookie thinks he can take you down. Enough with the chatter, teach him the rules around here. The veterans, indeed provoked by Mower, began to jeer, completely disregarding Zhou Yuan. The newcomers shrank back, huddled at the entrance, too afraid to speak. Only 6 among them recognized Zhou Yuan. Although their relationship was amicable, it had not yet reached the level where they could take a beating together. They all believed that offending veterans would lead to dire consequences. Enduring a day of humiliation was certainly preferable to becoming a long-term punching bag. Kid, you've lost the privilege of sleeping on this bunk. Now, let me show you how to respect veterans, Mower declared, relishing the cheers one might expect for a star. He rolled his shoulders, preparing to grab Zhou Yuan. Crack? Just as Mower reached for him, Zhou Yuan's expression turned frosty. And he retaliated in the blink of an eye. Mower's right hand was dislocated, resembling a twisted, deformed tree root. Bang! But that was not the end. Zhou Yuan seized Mower's right hand and flung him, pressing his left hand against the back of Mower's neck, forcefully slamming his face into the bunk. What the hell? Kid, what have you done? This scene left the veterans in the dormitory utterly stunned. While the newcomers gaped in disbelief, the intimidation intended for the rookies had escalated dramatically. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Mower, humiliated before everyone, was livid. Although the dislocated fingers were painful, he could endure it as a veteran. He swung his left hand backward, relentlessly pounding Zhou Yuan's grip on his neck. Yet no matter how he struck, Zhou Yuan did not relent. I told you. I advise you not to seek trouble. Zhou Yuan said calmly, then exerted a gentle force, tossing Mower aside. Fuck! Mower, now completely enraged, scrambled to his feet and charged at Zhou Yuan, delivering a heavy kick. You better calm down. Zhou Yuan slightly sidestepped, his left fist crashing into Mower's abdomen, followed by a swift hand chop to the back of his neck, rendering Mower unconscious in an instant. Let us call it a day, shall we? What do you think? Zhou Yuan then pushed Mower onto the adjacent bunk, surveying the veterans with a cool gaze. Rookie, don't get too cocky, Zhou Yuan replied, his indifference sending a shiver down the spines of the veterans, though they quickly regained their bravado. They had encountered plenty of strong rookies before. So what if he was strong? This was the dormitory, a territory belonging to the veterans, with over 60 of them present. Those veterans closest to Zhou Yuan exchanged glances and began to rise, approaching him. Thus, I often say I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. Zhou Yuan sighed, then instantly entered a combat stance, opting for a proactive approach. Slap, bang. The sounds of collision echoed as Zhou Yuan took down several veterans. Each opponent fell by a mere punch or kicked. To avoid serious injury, he deliberately held back, ensuring those struck only sustained minor injuries. In less than 10 seconds, several individuals lay at his feet. Who's next? At that moment, Zhou Yuan became somewhat brazen, beckoning to the onlookers among the veterans. He had discerned the situation. Among the veterans present, the highest rank was merely sergeant. There were no officers in sight. Moreover, when Mower had initiated the conflict, no one had intervened, and those who spoke merely encouraged him. Therefore, he was certain that the command structure of their unit was not present in the dormitory. This was an opportune moment to subdue the veterans all at once while showcasing his strength to the command. Originally, he had no intention of resorting to violence. He preferred to establish friendships through daily interactions. However, Given the circumstances today, he could no longer tolerate it. Respect must be mutual. If one fails to respect me, then I shall compel them to respect me, cutting straight to the chase. Even if he faced punishment afterward, he accepted it. No one was permitted to spit on his bed, unless that individual was a stunning beauty he had provoked into such a state. Kid, do you think you're strong? I assure you. You will be crying in no time. Don't get too carried away. You fool who can only throw punches, indeed. Zhou Yuan's actions enraged many veterans. While a few veterans had no interest in bullying newcomers, they now stepped forward, ready to impart a severe lesson to Zhou Yuan. In contrast, the dozen or so newcomers gazed at Zhou Yuan with newfound admiration. Goodness! Had I known he was this formidable, we should have banded together from the start. They conferred quietly, having resolved that if Zhou Yuan were to face adversity, they would collectively ambush the veterans. Their earlier hesitation stemmed from believing that 18 newcomers could not possibly contend with dozens of veterans. However, with Zhou Yuan, the formidable fighter, the dynamics had shifted. If given the choice, who would willingly endure bullying from veterans? Heavens! I must be seeing things. This fellow is like a human titan. As the newcomers strategized to rally together in support, Zhou Yuan was already engaged in confrontation with the veterans. They felt as though everything unfolding was surreal. Surrounded by a dozen veterans, Zhou Yuan appeared completely unfazed. Given the limited space, he was unable to maneuver much. Yet with every strike he delivered, he sent a veteran crashing down. The veteran's assaults, whether punches or kicks, felt like mere massages to Zhou Yuan. He didn't even flinch. Honestly, it was akin to a tiger invading a rabbit's den. A complete disparity in power. Guys, Zhou Yuan surely wasn't giving it his all during training at the rookie camp. Blake swallowed hard, addressing Johnson and the others nearby. All of them had emerged from the same rookie camp and frequently crossed paths during personal training matches due to their roles as squad leaders. Back then, Zhou Yuan's displayed strength had not approached what it was now. Although he had ultimately triumphed over them, they could still hold their own against him for several exchanges. It was now evident that Zhou Yuan had likely been considerate of their pride. Intentionally holding back. Chapter 28. The command's attention. The dormitory was abuzz with excitement as Zhou Yuan single-handedly took on dozens of veterans. Meanwhile, the 3rd Brigade's conference room was equally lively, with nearly 30 individuals fixated on a screen. The footage displayed was none other than the live surveillance of the dormitory. I want this kid. Let him join the 2nd squad. No, the 5th squad is where he truly belongs, boss. Let this kid come to the 3rd squad. We are in need of fresh blood. The conference room was rife with commotion as most participants engaged in spirited debate. They comprised the command structure of the 3rd Brigade. 1 captain, 3 lieutenants, and 25 second lieutenants. Each time the 3rd Brigade welcomed new recruits, they would deliberately gather in the conference room to enhance their subordinates' autonomy. The goal was straightforward: to identify any promising candidates among the newcomers worthy of cultivation. Today, they indeed uncovered a gem, though this gem was proving to be a bit too formidable, inciting competition among them. None wished to miss out on having Zhou Yuan as a soldier under their command. Boss, this kid is impressive, isn't he? That fellow Sim didn't deceive me. He is the strongest recruit I've ever seen. Turner, the leader of the 1st squad, was grinning ear to ear, never having anticipated that the exceptional recruit Sim had mentioned would be this formidable. In terms of close-quarters combat, Zhou Yuan was undoubtedly the strongest within the 3rd Brigade, akin to an unyielding bear, enduring a barrage of punches without faltering. Moreover, Sim had informed him that Zhou Yuan's marksmanship was equally commendable. The omnipotent infantryman is indeed a rare sight to behold. It is quite impressive. Turner refers to him as the boss, and he is none other than Captain Campbell, the commanding officer of the 3rd squad. Campbell's gaze is fixed intently on Zhou Yuan, who is engaged in a fierce brawl on the screen, his eyes filled with profound admiration. After a moment of silence, he rises slowly and states, Turner, assign him a squad and see if he possesses the capability to lead. Is it that quick? Turner replies, momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the decision. It is unprecedented to appoint a newcomer directly as a squad leader. The others present also fall silent. Among the nearly 30 individuals in attendance, the overwhelming majority are seasoned squad leaders. Now, a newcomer is to be placed on equal footing with them. They acknowledge Zhou Yuan's potential. But this decision seems rather hasty. Campbell shakes his head, calmly declaring, the 3rd squad requires transformation. We have just endured a devastating defeat, and I do not wish to face a second in my unit. Strength is paramount. Those with greater prowess deserve more, he continues. When he becomes a private first class, assign him the 8th squad, allowing him to choose his team members from among the newcomers. Understood. Turner responds immediately. Accepting Campbell's directive without question, the others refrain from voicing their opinions, as the squad leaders have collectively agreed. Furthermore, all 3 operational groups have vacancies for squad leaders. He is not usurping anyone's position. The scene shifts back to the dormitory of the 1st squad of the 3rd squad. Zhou Yuan's battle with the veterans has concluded, resulting in a resounding victory for him. Nearly 50 defeated individuals lie scattered about, some unconscious on the floor, while others writhe in agony. Relax, mate, it was merely a prank that all newcomers undergo. I faced it myself before. Several veterans coax Zhou Yuan, hands raised in a gesture of peace as they cautiously approach him. Observing the familiar figures sprawled on the ground, their faces turn pale. This newcomer is a monster. They had witnessed individuals with remarkable physical gifts before, but never anyone quite like this, single-handedly enduring the onslaught of dozens and flooring them all. Rest assured, I am fully aware. This matter ends here. Had more not spat at me, I would not have retaliated, for violence is not the solution. Zhou Yuan nods impassively, yet internally, he is elated. That fellow named Moore has inadvertently aided him. No veteran would dare to trouble him again. Moreover, it felt exhilarating, truth be told. He could not find so many professional sparring partners elsewhere. However, the dormitory is hardly an ideal venue for such altercations, resulting in numerous bruises on his body, which will require a day to heal. Violence is not the solution, yet you seem to have resolved things quite effectively. The veterans are at a loss for words. Taken aback by this peculiar newcomer, fortunately, they did not approach him. Otherwise, they too would be lying on the ground. What are you all waiting for? Having shed his cold-blooded killer demeanor, Zhou Yuan beckons the onlookers among the newcomers. You are truly remarkable, Zhou. Your performance was akin to that of a superhero. My goodness, you are the most formidable fighter I have ever encountered. The newcomers finally snap back to reality, approaching Zhou Yuan one by one to express their admiration. However, mindful of the veterans still present, they refrain from discussing the matter further and soon retreat to their respective bunks. Damn it! Zhou Yuan curses internally, nearly losing his cool persona. It only dawned on him post-fight that Moore, that clumsy giant, had spat on his bed. He genuinely did not wish to retaliate. Yet, having declared that the matter ends here, it would be rather inappropriate to instigate trouble with Moore now. Boss, allow me to assist you. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice calls out from behind Zhou Yuan. He turns to find an unknown veteran, a bald man with a bushy beard and large eyes, who somehow exudes a charmingly silly aura. Thanks, Zhou Yuan replies, patting him on the shoulder and stepping aside. It must be noted, this veteran is quite astute. His loud declaration of boss ensures that all the veterans who have not been knocked out are now aware. They will undoubtedly think twice before attempting to bully him again. I am James. Should you need anything in the future, simply call on me. After tidying up Zhou Yuan's bunk, the veteran quietly expresses his loyalty. Understood. Should anyone trouble you, inform me, and I shall teach them a lesson in decorum. Zhou Yuan replies with a slight nod, plopping down onto his bunk. He then reaches into the inner pocket of his uniform, retrieving a cigar and 2 packs of premium cigarettes, along with 2 lighters. Lighting his cigar, he hands a pack of cigarettes to James. This is the sort of gesture befitting a boss. It is all about generosity and flair. Thank you, boss, James exclaims, overjoyed. Such cigarettes retail for 100 federal coins per pack, enough to buy a case of beer, which he could never justify purchasing for himself. Blake, catch. Zhou Yuan tosses the remaining pack of cigarettes to a familiar face who has just emerged from the recruit camp. After the scuffle, the bond between these newcomers and Zhou Yuan has inadvertently strengthened, as they seem to view him as a pillar of support. With a little nurturing, he might soon cultivate a 3rd squad. Chapter 29. Private First Class Squad Leader. Damn it. Can someone explain to me what transpired here? Shortly thereafter, 9 individuals enter the dormitory, all of whom hold significant ranks, 1 lieutenant and 8 second lieutenants. The lieutenant who poses the question is none other than Lieutenant Turner. Zhou Yuan has knocked out nearly half of the 50 veterans, most of whom still lie on the floor, as soon as the lieutenant arrives. He can see the aftermath. Group leader, this rookie did it. He single-handedly took down dozens. As soon as the lieutenant arrives, a veteran rushes to report. This veteran did not engage Zhou Yuan in combat. Instead, he had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. In truth, there are few veterans who revel in educating newcomers. Initially, only a handful had been playing cards, while the rest were napping. After those few were dispatched by Zhou Yuan, he had provoked the remaining veterans, leading to the ensuing brawl, leaving very few unscathed. Which rookie? The lieutenant inquires with a stern expression. This lieutenant is Turner, the group leader of the Western Military Defense Force, 3rd Squad, 1st Operational Group. He has already witnessed the events in the dormitory via surveillance in the conference room and is now feigning ignorance. Of course, he must pretend. Otherwise, how could he establish authority later? The Oriental kid. The veteran points toward Zhou Yuan. Attention! Turner smirks slightly, but quickly regains his stoic demeanor as he strides to Zhou Yuan and barks, "Sir." Zhou Yuan promptly sets down his cigar, rises, and salutes, internally lamenting that the inevitable has finally arrived. He wonders how this fellow will handle him. According to protocol, he should expect at least 3 and up to 10 lashes. It is said that the punishment is excruciating, verging on a form of torture. Perhaps today he shall experience the sting of the lash. Private First Class, tell me how many you struck? Turner inquires, hands clasped behind his back, staring intently at Zhou Yuan, his tone less than amiable, suggesting he is quite displeased. I struck 47 individuals, sir. Zhou Yuan responds loudly. He is aware of the proper course of action. Superiors do not favor weaklings among their subordinates. When one errs, they must acknowledge it, allowing the superior to establish a firm initial impression, which benefits both parties. 47 individuals? Turner nods, glancing at the veteran who reported earlier, asking, Abit, did he withhold any information? No, that seems to be the count, Abit replies, shrugging, his gaze toward Zhou Yuan laced with mockery. Kid, what good is your ability to fight? In this world, power dynamics matter. The captain is one of our own, a comrade who has fought alongside us. Just wait. You will surely face consequences. You've made a rather cold jest. My elite soldiers combined couldn't best a single rookie. Turner laughs heartily, then jovially pats Abit on the shoulder. Boss. Abit shrinks back, his gloating grin vanishing abruptly. He realizes that Turner is not particularly angry. Rather, he is frustrated that 47 veterans could not subdue a single newcomer. It is understandable. If he were the group leader, he would undoubtedly be furious. Perceiving his subordinates as utterly useless, group leader, at that moment, the veterans who had been struck by Zhou Yuan but remained conscious rise dejectedly. They are acutely aware that Turner harbors discontent toward them. In truth, they feel embarrassed. It is humiliating to have surrounded a rookie only to be soundly defeated, leaving them utterly humiliated. You have brought disgrace upon my name. Turner scolds them sharply, finding his once reliable aides now thoroughly displeasing. After reprimanding the veterans, Turner approaches Zhou Yuan. Kid, do you think you are quite the fighter? I haven't even begun to take it seriously, sir, Zhou Yuan declares, uttering a statement that astonishes everyone present. He understands that this lieutenant harbors no ill will towards him. In fact, he seems to be in a rather good mood upon seeing him. It is noteworthy that despite it being their first encounter, Turner exhibiting such emotion signifies that the prowess he had previously displayed has garnered Turner's admiration. As for how he came to know, he is, after all, a telepath. Just as he could sense when Carl was lying back in the day, he is now capable of perceiving the emotional fluctuations of others. Kid, if only my subordinate had a tongue as tough as yours. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's response, Turner rolled his eyes. From the earlier surveillance footage, it was evident that the kid hadn't truly engaged. But such audacity was rather excessive. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with this reply. He preferred a powerful madman over a weakling who merely boasted, for this was a battlefield, and insects were not creatures that could be vanquished with mere words. I have an announcement to make. Wake them all up. Without indulging in lengthy dialogue with Zhou Yuan, Turner gestured for the others to awaken the still unconscious veterans on the ground. Andy, get up quickly. Lieutenant Turner is here. The alert individuals immediately sprang into action. Even the newcomers rushed to assist. Zhou Yuan was careful in his approach. These individuals merely fainted and had not sustained any significant injuries, and a few gentle slaps to the face were sufficient to rouse them. Damn it. Where's that worthless rookie? I'm going to kill that bastard, boss. As soon as the veterans regained consciousness, they began to curse, clearly still seeking trouble with Zhou Yuan. However, upon laying eyes on Turner, they fell silent, awaiting his handling of the situation. I have no interest in playing house with you. Don't come to me with petty complaints. Now, I have something to announce, so listen closely. Turner picked up the cigar that Zhou Yuan had barely smoked and placed it in his mouth, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he declared loudly, I believe you are all aware that both Team 4 and Team 8 require a new team leader. At this announcement, the veterans became excited, momentarily forgetting the earlier encounter with Zhou Yuan. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Though it was merely a team leader position, it represented the first step forward. The newcomers were indifferent, as it did not pertain to them. They were merely spectators, content to listen. The team leader of Team 4 is Enlistment. Under the expectant gazes of the veterans, Turner proclaimed the first team leader's appointment. Him? Zhou Yuan's eyes swept across the crowd and spotted a jubilant veteran, likely Enlistment, who was celebrating with a fist pump alongside others offering their congratulations. He remembered this fellow. Although he had a thick skin, he had been knocked out with a single punch. The team leader of Team 8 is, as Turner announced the second team leader's appointment. He built suspense, elongating his tone. His gaze traversed the crowd once more, ultimately resting on Zhou Yuan. Rookie, Team 8 is yours. Me? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. This shouldn't be. He was merely a fresh recruit who had just emerged from basic training, far too inexperienced to assume the role of team leader. Could it be that this commander was a man of substance who valued capability over credentials? Boss, you mean this rookie? Boss, he is just a rookie. Compared to Zhou Yuan's stunned silence, the veterans reacted more vocally. This rookie had struck a veteran on his first day, and now he was to be made team leader. Moreover, among those present, who had not slain insects, how could a rookie be placed above them? This was utterly unjust. The newcomers mirrored Zhou Yuan's confusion, momentarily unable to process the situation. As fellow recruits, Zhou Yuan was to become a team leader right from the start? Silence, I am informing you, not consulting you. Clearly, a rookie who could topple 47 veterans was more suited to lead than one who had been bested by them. Turner pointed into the air, calling out as he did so. If credentials were everything, then the position of fortress commander should rightfully belong to the 71-year-old old Eden in the cafeteria. Remember, this is a battlefield, a paradise for the strong, and a hell for the weak. If anyone believes they can be team leader, step forward now and defeat this rookie. Then they shall be the new team leader. After Turner's commanding words, the veterans fell into silence. The fact that a rookie had brought down 47 veterans was indeed astonishing. They could already foresee that this incident would spread throughout Tarsus fortress. The victor would become a star, basking in the cheers and adoration of the masses, while the defeated would become the punchline during breaks. As for the team leader, this was something they could only begrudgingly accept. Regarding credentials, what Turner said resonated with them. The strong should rise, while the weak must follow in their wake. Their earlier discontent stemmed from being one of those 47 who had fallen, feeling that they had lost significantly. Had this occurred in another group, they would have deemed it entirely reasonable, even feeling that the position of team leader was somewhat beneath them. A rookie defeating 47 veterans was akin to a superhero. Relegating him to mere soldier status would be a waste. Rookie, don't get ahead of yourself. As I mentioned earlier, this is a battlefield, a paradise for the strong, and a hell for the weak. I hope you remain strong. Should you ever become weak, then the position of team leader shall no longer belong to you. After imparting this lesson to the veterans, Turner turned to Zhou Yuan, his expression grave. Understood, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted, responding with clarity. Indeed, a soldier's opportunities were often found on the front lines, and Tarsus Fortress seemed to be a fortuitous choice. MHM. Observing Zhou Yuan's determination, devoid of arrogance or retreat, Turner nodded in satisfaction and continued. I have disbanded Team 8. You may select your members from the newcomers and submit the roster to the operations hall by 11 tonight. By the way, you are now a private first class. When you head to the operations hall, be sure to collect your new shoulder insignia, AS for the duties of Team 8, along with where to carry them out. You may refer to the operations tablet. The same applies to other teams with vacancies. Complete it swiftly to avoid disrupting tonight's tasks. Turner offered a few brief reminders before departing the dormitory with his cigar in hand. Once Turner left, the newcomers in the dormitory erupted with excitement. A brawny man had become a team leader. Moreover, he would select his team members from among the newcomers. This was splendid. They now preferred joining Zhou Yuan's team over being part of the veterans, as it meant they wouldn't be bullied. However, before they could approach Zhou Yuan to express their eagerness, he was already busy. When Turner had come earlier, he had also brought along the leaders of other teams. And they were now greeting Zhou Yuan. "Buddy, you're incredibly strong. I'm certain you could knock out a bull with a single punch. Hey brother, thanks for the compliment. I can tell you're no slouch either. Thanks, from now on we're comrades. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike those who greet with a smile." The camaraderie among the team leaders was amiable, and Zhou Yuan reciprocated warmly, praising each one he met. Thanks. Only those veterans who had been bested by Zhou Yuan were displeased. Watching their team leader engage in lively conversation with Zhou Yuan, their faces turned green with envy. This was blatant betrayal. Furthermore, they would now have to address Zhou Yuan as team leader Zhou. This was infuriating. "Buddy, it's time to get down to business. There are over 10 newcomers for you to choose from." After the greetings, one of the team leaders urged Zhou Yuan to select his team members. They had reviewed the newcomers' profiles, and apart from Zhou Yuan, the rest were of similar caliber. It seemed fitting to give Zhou Yuan the first pick. As a gesture of friendship, "Thanks, I want to be polite then." Zhou Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the eager newcomers before he pointed. Blake, Johnson, Taylor, Martin, White, Brown, James, and you two. In quick succession, Zhou Yuan selected 9 individuals, 6 of whom were familiar faces from basic training. One was a subordinate who had pledged allegiance to him, and 2 appeared to be hefty individuals. There was no hesitation. The familiar faces were seasoned recruits with commendable combat skills. The subordinate had to be included. After all, he was the first to express loyalty. As for the last 2 hefty individuals, though unfamiliar, their size suggested they would be reliable, ensuring steadiness during firearms training. Yes. The individuals pointed out by Zhou Yuan were filled with excitement, while those not selected felt a pang of regret and even a hint of panic. Having witnessed Zhou Yuan take down so many veterans, while they dared not confront him, there remained the possibility of being used as scapegoats. Not making it into Zhou Yuan's team presented an invisible pressure. After Zhou Yuan finished selecting his team, the other team leaders began their picks. They were less discerning, generally opting for whoever was nearest. And within a minute, the remaining newcomers were allocated. "Buddies, try this." While others were selecting their team members, Zhou Yuan pretended to open his suitcase, extracting something from within. 10 restorative cigars and several packs of cigarettes. He had accumulated nearly 50 restorative cigars and planned to distribute them to the leaders of various teams. As for the cigarettes, each person present would receive a pack, including those veterans he had previously struck. A winner apologizing to a loser is a show of grace. A loser apologizing to a winner is an admission of defeat. He will spend a considerable amount of time here in the future. It is best to resolve any grievances sooner rather than later for the sake of his own peace of mind. As for those who are unwilling to clear the air, will he truly care? If they are dissatisfied, they are welcome to confront him. Am I, Captain Zhou, to be intimidated by a mere handful of brash soldiers? My outlook is not particularly optimistic. I have an appointment at the provincial hospital next Sunday for a puncture MRI. And of course, I will not neglect updates. I have mentioned that there may not be updates in the coming days, but there is a guaranteed minimum of 4,000. I have read the comments. And indeed there were mistakes. Here I sincerely apologize to the readers. After next week, I will certainly revise the entire text. Lastly, let me emphasize the established setting. Many are aware of the original work's flaws, and I will strive to provide a plausible explanation. If I fail to do so, I trust everyone will be understanding, as the author is still a novice. Chapter 31. The popular restorative cigar. Buddy, did you only bring cigars? The squad leaders were rendered speechless as Zhou Yuan produced an abundance of cigars. I have quite the smoking habit, and I always carry a full box wherever I go. As the fortress will manage my daily necessities, try this. It is a cigar made from ancient herbal medicine, known to rejuvenate both spirit and stamina, sent from my hometown. Zhou Yuan chuckled, distributing a restorative cigar to each of the 9 squad leaders. I know what herbal medicine is. Let me give it a try, they exclaimed, intrigued by the mysterious offerings of the East. The squad leaders eagerly accepted the cigars, seeking out lighters to ignite them. A cigar that could restore vitality felt almost like a stimulant. Although they were skeptical, none dared to question Zhou Yuan in his presence. Instead, they expressed their gratitude and quietly indulged. Buddy, at that moment, Zhou Yuan approached Moore's bunk, eyeing the old black man who had just spat. "What do you want?" More tensed, fearing Zhou Yuan was there to settle scores. Not only him, but everyone in the dormitory turned their attention. Anxious about a potential altercation, "I believe I owe you an apology." Zhou Yuan extended the last restorative cigar to Moore, tapping his chest with his fist as he spoke. "I did not intend any offense. Your method of jesting was simply misguided, as it represents an insult in the eyes of Easterners. We are now comrades in arms, and I wish to conclude this matter in a gentlemanly manner. Now, may I trust you with my back?" Moore was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Yuan's apology. In truth, he was the instigator of the earlier incident, having provoked Zhou Yuan, which ultimately entangled many veterans. Of course, after a brief silence, Moore accepted Zhou Yuan's cigar, standing up to fist bump him, declaring, "Unless I perish in battle, your back will be safe. By the way, I was in the wrong earlier. My prank went too far. But I assure you, it was merely a jest. It would be foolish to miss an opportunity for reconciliation." Earlier, he had worried about future conflicts and the possibility of incurring Zhou Yuan's wrath again. But now, everything was settled, and he felt considerably relieved. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile. "I believe you now, for you are a man, not one of those wishy-washy weaklings." Zhou Yuan's declaration was loud and deliberate, aimed at the other veterans who had suffered at his hands. "Did you all hear that? If you do not wish to be perceived as wishy-washy weaklings, then accept my cigars and move on. Otherwise, I suggest you take heed." Indeed, once Zhou Yuan and Moore cleared the air, everything proceeded smoothly. As cigars were distributed, the veterans accepted them with eagerness, greeting Zhou Yuan warmly, leaving past grievances behind. While some veterans might still harbor resentment, witnessing the reconciliation made it difficult for them to voice their discontent. Otherwise, they would truly appear out of place. With the cigars shared, the atmosphere in the dormitory warmed considerably. The new recruits, not selected by Zhou Yuan, were particularly pleased, as the resolution of the veterans' feud meant they had no fear of being targeted by their ire. With the fighting settled, Zhou Yuan returned to his bed, opening the tablet he had received from the operations hall. He understood that the 3rd Squad was a defense unit, primarily tasked with guarding the defensive wall. However, he needed to familiarize himself with the specifics of their postings to ensure he could fulfill his duties effectively as a squad leader. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan set the tablet down and lay back on his bed. The Western forces were abbreviated to W, with the 5 squads numbered from W1 to W5, and the 3rd Squad designated as W3. Furthermore, the 3rd Squad comprised 3 operational groups, labeled W31 to W33. Should there be smaller teams, their designations would further extend. For instance, the first group of the 3rd Squad would be W318, the second W328, and the third W338, which was quite straightforward. As for the areas of deployment, it was even simpler. The Western forces were stationed at the western wall of the fortress, overseeing the guard tower and patrol walls. The operations tablet displayed maps and markings, clearly outlining which team was assigned to which location, allowing them to find their posts with ease. Notably, the operational groups within the same squad shared overlapping areas of responsibility, as the defense unit operated on a 3-shift, 24-hour schedule. The first group was responsible from 23:00 to 7:10, the second from 7:00 to 15:10, and the third from 15 to 23:10, each working 8-hour shifts. The extra 10 minutes were for handover, which could only be utilized for early arrival, not early departure. The reason many veterans had been sleeping earlier was that they had just completed an overnight shift and had recently returned from their posts. For the remainder of the time, Zhou Yuan remained in the dormitory. It was not until lunchtime that he led his squad mates to the dining hall. Accompanying them were the newcomers who had risen early, as well as the squad leaders from each group, who were to head to the operations hall to input the squad member information. Dining was merely a side activity. The veterans, at this hour, were already asleep, having nighttime duties on the defensive wall ahead. Compared to the nutritional meals in the recruit camp, the fare at Tarsus Fortress was quite splendid, featuring a variety of dishes, fruits, and beverages. Zhou Yuan even spotted dumplings and garlic sauce. Moreover, upon leaving the dining hall, one could visit the self-service machine at the entrance to collect free cigarettes and gum. Truly, it echoed the saying, "The more perilous the life, the greater the rewards." After their meal, the newcomers returned to their dormitory in groups, while the 10 squad leaders proceeded together to the operations hall. "Zhou, I've discovered that your cigars indeed have a revitalizing effect. If they can be obtained in your hometown, I would like to commission you to procure a batch. Price is no object. As they walked, Gavin, the leader of the first squad, addressed Zhou Yuan. He had only taken a few puffs, but already felt the invigorating effects of the cigar, akin to having had a full night's rest. Hearing Gavin's words, the other squad leaders became intrigued and turned their attention to Zhou Yuan. They had longed to inquire about this, but had refrained earlier due to the crowded dormitory, wishing to avoid any shameless individuals seeking to exploit Zhou Yuan. This is not a commodity. It is a gift from my relatives. Due to the rarity of the ancient herbal medicine, mass production is unfeasible, and I only receive limited quantities occasionally. However, when my relatives send me more, I will certainly share some with you. Zhou Yuan chuckled, reiterating his point. The restorative cigars are renewable resources, but their production rate is exceedingly slow. Only one cigar is produced per day, making large-scale distribution impossible. Thus, he consistently emphasizes their scarcity, occasionally sharing a few. Isn't it generous of me to share such a remarkable item? I knew it. If this premium product could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly become the finest cigar in the world. Sighed Jean, the leader of the second squad, somewhat disappointed out if possible. He would have truly liked to purchase a batch from Zhou Yuan, particularly for use during night shifts. Chapter 32. I have an appointment with the bugs. After receiving his new shoulder insignia and entering the squad information, Zhou Yuan turned towards the armory. This was the protocol for mobile units. Upon joining a new unit, one must register at the operations hall and armory. Naturally, as a squad leader, he had the authority to assist his squad members with registration. The operations hall primarily manages personnel, while the armory oversees the equipment used by these personnel. To illustrate with the defense unit. Once you register at the armory, you need not carry anything when you go to the defensive wall. You simply show up. The armory staff will have already transported your equipment to the defensive wall, and they conduct multiple checks and resupplies daily. If you wish to change things up occasionally, you can also visit the guard tower, where the armory staff keeps spare equipment on hand. This is merely the defensive armament aspect, should an urgent situation arise requiring external deployment. Transport aircraft will fly directly to the residential area to pick people up, and you will not need to retrieve your equipment yourself. The armory personnel will handle everything, ensuring that all equipment you have the authority to access is preloaded onto the transport aircraft. In Zhou Yuan's understanding, the armory is logistics, exceptionally proficient logistics. Once everything was settled, Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory filled with anticipation. Tonight, he would finally ascend the defensive wall. He would finally encounter the bugs he had long been eager to face. While seated in the transport aircraft that morning, he had gazed down to see a multitude of bugs near Tarsus fortress, constantly assaulting the electric fence. Thus, he was certain he would be able to take down many tonight. With that thought, Zhou Yuan smiled as he lay back on his bed, preparing to take a nap to greet the evening with the utmost vigor. 5 minutes later. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, a look of resignation crossing his face as he rubbed it. While possessing a robust physique is not entirely a blessing, the overwhelming vitality he experienced made it challenging to find rest during periods devoid of intense training. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yuan quietly rose from his bed and departed the dormitory. He anticipated a lengthy stay at Tarsus fortress, and with time on his hands, he decided to explore the fortification. This exploration lasted 4 to 5 hours. Tarsus fortress is vast, yet within the span of an afternoon, Zhou Yuan had familiarized himself with much of its interior. Naturally, there were numerous areas he lacked the clearance to enter. Although being a squad leader conferred a degree of authority, his position had been granted by the group leader through extraordinary means, and his military rank had yet to catch up with his privileges. Upon returning to the dormitory shortly after 6, Zhou Yuan called upon his team members to head to the dining hall together. Following their meal, they would prepare for training. The defense troops faced considerable challenges, as the monthly rotation of shifts led to significant disruptions in their circadian rhythms. Consequently, the fortress did not impose fixed training times, allowing the squad leaders to schedule sessions at their discretion. The third squad had designated 3 hours for training, which solely encompassed physical conditioning. For a single group, training was set from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., followed by a shower and a brief rest, before taking over the defense wall at 11 p.m. Once on the defense wall, it was time for live fire exercises. Outside the defense wall lay a host of insects, and one could engage them as desired. However, this was akin to actual combat rather than mere training. In truth, one could claim they trained for 11 hours each day, 3 hours of physical training followed by an hour of rest felt to Zhou Yuan like an interminable winter night. Cold and drawn out, he frequently glanced at the time, not knowing how many times he had done so until the shift change finally arrived. "All right, comrades, follow me." As soon as Zhou Yuan led his group to the defense wall, he summoned his teammates and briskly made their way to the area designated for Team 8. Zhou Yuan was not the only one in a hurry. His team members were equally eager. After spending a month in the rookie camp, the opportunity to combat the insects was finally at hand, and it was only natural for them to be anxious. Before long, they arrived at the defense wall. The wall comprised 4 defensive lines: the patrol wall, the watchtower wall, the automated turret wall, and the automatic electric net wall. In the absence of a large-scale insect tide assaulting the fortress, only the watchtower and defense walls required personnel to be stationed. These 2 defensive barriers were in close proximity, appearing like railway tracks from above, with numerous connecting points. One could argue it was a single wall, albeit with a row of watchtowers in front of the patrol wall. "Great job, team." As Zhou Yuan and his squad reached the station area, several individuals immediately approached them, led by a second lieutenant. This second lieutenant was Harlan, the captain of Team 8. He was exceedingly warm, greeting Zhou Yuan with an embrace upon their first meeting. His team members echoed his enthusiasm, leaving Zhou Yuan somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly realized the cause of their excitement. It was likely due to the morning's events. Having bested so many veterans that morning, it was impossible to keep such news under wraps. The veterans who had suffered defeat would refrain from discussing it, as it was a source of embarrassment. Similarly, the newcomers, wary of offending the veterans, would not be inclined to share the details. However, those veterans who had not been defeated were another matter entirely. They were likely to use the incident as fodder for conversation, passing it on to acquaintances. Subsequently, through word of mouth, the story would spread like wildfire. It was indeed extraordinary for one person to bring down 47 others. Such feats are hard to believe in any era. And as the protagonist, Zhou Yuan was naturally the center of attention. "Buddy, the veterans teaching the rookies a lesson is a rite of passage. We want to see what the rookies are made of, to discern if there are any formidable characters among them. If you look up, you'll notice miniature surveillance cameras on the ceiling. We witnessed the entire altercation this morning," Harlan said, motioning for his team to wait nearby. Leaning close to Zhou Yuan to speak softly, "Surveillance?" Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, the smile on his face fading slightly. "Don't worry. Only the squad leader has the authority to activate the cameras, and they are typically only turned on when a large number of newcomers are present. You know, invading someone's privacy is a violation of federal law." Harlan assumed Zhou Yuan was displeased due to the surveillance and offered an explanation with a grin. "Actually, I'm just a bit apprehensive. I fought a fellow comrade right under the squad leader's nose. That's a serious offense." Zhou Yuan shrugged, expressing his concern not for the cameras but for his own oversight. If he could overlook surveillance in the dormitory, he might very well miss a hidden insect lair on the battlefield. The super soldier serum was impressive, yet it did not grant him the ability to ignore an insect tide. Carelessness could cost him his life. Moving forward, he needed to cultivate a habit of meticulousness. Moreover, he had come to understand the truth, and no wonder he had received an extraordinary promotion. It turned out that the squad leaders and group leaders who were not present in the dormitory had all been summoned by the squad leader to witness the spectacle. Chapter 33. First Kill. This is no small matter. When I first arrived here, an old-timer soiled the scarf my mother knitted for me, and I promptly broke his nose. Harlan winked at Zhou Yuan, then leaned in closer, whispering, "What's your secret? How did you manage it?" Zhou Yuan had taken down a total of 47 individuals, although he only faced 3 or 4 at a time due to space constraints. It was still quite formidable. For soldiers trained extensively, taking on 3 or 4 opponents simultaneously could easily defeat any federal combat champion. Yet, Zhou Yuan had managed to consecutively overpower dozens. Perhaps it's a combination of talent and effort. If I had to share a secret, I would recommend incorporating bridge exercises into your training regimen. They significantly enhance the muscle strength of the neck and core, improving one's ability to withstand blows. Stick with it for a year, and a typical person's punch will feel as soft as cotton to you. Zhou Yuan discreetly shared his secret with Harlan, casting a quick glance around. "Go for it. I'm not misleading you. Tyson trained this way," he added. "Bridge exercises?" Harlan's eyes widened in surprise, clearly intrigued. He believed Zhou Yuan, for he was aware of what bridge exercises entailed. Boxers from the Dawn era had relied on this training method, transforming themselves into formidable tanks. However, this method was perilous. Improper execution could lead to neck and spinal injuries, which was why it had been buried in history by the Federation. "Buddy, keep this under wraps." "You know the drill," Zhou Yuan said, patting Harlan's shoulder with an air of mystery. "Rest assured. I understand the rules," Harlan replied with a serious nod, a look of comprehension on his face. After a brief exchange, Zhou Yuan and Harlan parted ways to attend to their respective duties. They needed to coordinate with the armament department within 10 minutes. "Ah, I see." Zhou Yuan, alongside his teammates, waited while reflecting on Harlan's earlier comments. He had inquired why the third squad had received such a significant influx of newcomers. Since this information was not classified, Harlan had shared openly. Recently, a major incident occurred at Tarsus Fortress. A transport aircraft carrying a major general from the strategic forces was shot down by a plasma cannon fired by plasma insects while en route from Mars base to Tarsus Fortress. Given how valuable personnel from the strategic forces are, particularly a major general, Tarsus Fortress immediately assembled a rescue team to head to the crash site. Due to the urgency of the situation, the fortress could not mobilize special operations forces in time and had to quickly assemble a nearby rescue team, which happened to be the third squad of the Western Defense Forces. The first group stationed at the defense wall was entirely dispatched to the crash site. By the time they arrived, the area was swarming with insects, and the transport aircraft had been reduced to mere debris. With no communication signals in the vicinity, logically, in such a scenario, one would retreat without engaging in ground combat. However, who could ignore the fact that a major general from the strategic forces was aboard that aircraft? What if the aircraft crashed under favorable conditions and the accompanying security detail managed to escort the major general to safety? The events that followed need not be elaborated upon. The first group suffered heavy casualties. Had they not received support from the second and third groups, as well as the special operations forces, not a single member would have returned. The battle was rushed, and every participating unit experienced losses, with those arriving earliest incurring the greatest toll. Subsequently, the strategic forces sought accountability from the mobile forces, claiming their slow response contributed to the failure of the rescue operation. The third squad bore the brunt of the blame, leading to their subsequent personnel replenishment being relegated to the last priority, relying solely on new recruits from the rookie camp. Of course, Harlan did not elaborate too much on this matter. As a mere second lieutenant, he lacked the authority to comprehend such high-level truths, and it was merely hearsay. Overall, Zhou Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. The defense forces typically did not leave the fortress, and the sudden influx of newcomers indicated that they had faced extraordinary circumstances, resulting in substantial losses among the veterans. 10 minutes later, after completing the handover with the armament department personnel, Harlan departed the defense wall with Team 8, while Zhou Yuan began his watch with Team 1. Teams 2 through 5 were assigned to separate patrols. Teams 6 through 10 manned the watchtowers, and they would rotate after 4 hours. Keep your eyes wide open. If any insect swarms appear, notify me immediately. Once the team members were fully equipped, Zhou Yuan issued the command. He numbered the team from 1 to 10, with himself designated as number 1 for easier task allocation. The 8th squad is tasked with overseeing a defensive line that spans a mere 100 meters, comprised of a short stretch of patrol wall and 5 watchtowers. The patrol posts and fixed sentries are evenly divided. It is as straightforward as that. "Yes, Commander." The squad members were brimming with excitement, saluting before taking their respective positions, leaving only Zhou Yuan standing in place. "Perhaps I should use the sniper rifle." After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan made his way to the watchtower where his younger comrade, James, was stationed. There were numerous soldier bugs assaulting the electric fence, yet they did not congregate into swarms. Compared to the formidable heavy machine gun he carried, the sniper rifle was more suited for harvesting. "Boss, do you wish to exterminate the bugs?" Upon seeing Zhou Yuan wield a Barrett, James suddenly became curious. "I am here solely to eradicate the bugs." Zhou Yuan activated the night vision function of his tactical goggles, chambered around, and aimed at the soldier bugs beyond the electric fence. Bang! With a thunderous gunshot, a soldier bug 200 meters away exploded, its head shattering into fragments. "Cool, boss, you blew its head off," James exclaimed, holding the night vision binoculars, utterly thrilled. This was his first encounter with a living soldier bug, as well as his first experience witnessing one being killed. The sensation was indescribably fascinating. "James, stop standing around like a fool. You have only 4 hours, and then you must go on patrol." Zhou Yuan shot James a glance, urging him to fetch a rifle. James, being a rather honest and somewhat timid individual, had previously questioned how he would handle any attention drawn by the gunfire. Come on, this is a battlefield. Gunfire is ubiquitous. Who on earth has time to notice you? The timidity he displayed was quite rare. I'll give it a try. Upon Zhou Yuan's encouragement, James took a deep breath and retrieved a sniper rifle from nearby. Having finally ascended the defensive wall, he was eager to unleash his firepower. Initially, he had felt a bit hesitant, believing that newcomers should remain low-key and simply stand guard in the watchtower. Now that Zhou Yuan, the squad leader, had set the precedent, he felt no pressure. Excellent, let's proceed. Zhou Yuan patted James on the shoulder and resumed aiming. However, before pulling the trigger, he glanced at the system notifications. Chapter 34, Hexagonal Warriors. Kill a soldier bug, earn 1 soul point. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the first step achievement. You may claim the title Small Trial of Strength. Ding! Detected host's first acquisition of soul points. Personal module updated. New feature unlocked. Tasks. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new system feature. You have received 2 level 3 soul gift boxes and 1 level 2 soul gift box. Would you like to open them? 1 point. Zhou Yuan frowned momentarily, but soon relaxed. While 1 soul point per soldier bug was indeed minimal, upon further reflection, he realized that accumulating soul points would not be particularly challenging. 0.8 hours equate to 480 minutes. Even if he could only kill 1 bug per minute, that would yield 480 soul points in a single day, and a monthly total of 14,400 soul points at the very least. He found the rate satisfactory and continued reading. The Small Trial of Strength title offered a mere increase of 0.1 in skill, far inferior to the title he currently possessed. The task panel, however, piqued his interest. According to the system's notes, tasks would be randomly assigned each day, with rewards for completion. Today's tasks were as follows. 1. Acquire 100 soul points. Reward, 50 soul points. 2. Engage in 2 hours of physical training. Reward, 1 hemostatic agent. 3. Obtain soul points from plasma bugs. Reward, 50 soul points. These tasks resembled daily check-ins. None were particularly arduous, and the rewards did not seem substantial. He wondered if the difficulty and rewards would increase in the future. The current time was 11:20 p.m. The second task was unfeasible, and the third task was even less likely. He dared not venture into Tarsus Fortress to hunt plasma bugs. The first task, however, was manageable. If he accelerated his pace, he could eliminate 100 soldier bugs within 40 minutes. Zhou Yuan was not entirely pleased with this new feature. He preferred to pursue his interests rather than be dictated by the system, opting to engage with tasks of his choosing. As for the soul gift boxes, he decided to open them later when he returned to the dormitory. For now, his priority was exterminating bugs. Bang. Contemplating the myriad of equipment available in the system shop, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement, and in the next moment, he sent another soldier bug to its demise. The boss is truly exceptional. James set aside the sniper rifle and picked up the night vision binoculars once more. While Zhou Yuan was occupied with the system, James had managed to fire off 2 magazines himself, but he quickly realized that shooting was not as simple as he had imagined. For soldier bugs within 300 to 400 meters, it was indeed possible to hit them with proper aim. However, at greater distances, he found himself unable to land a single shot. The trajectory of the bullets and the point of aim were simply misaligned, and with the soldier bugs moving rapidly, he was unable to hit even one with 5 bullets. By the time he adjusted his aim, the bullets' trajectories were so off-target that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the bugs. Within mere minutes, he accepted the reality that he lacked any shooting talent. Rather than continuing to fire ineffectively, he found it far more exhilarating to watch Zhou Yuan take down the bugs. Bang, bang. 19, 20. For the remainder of the time, James kept tally of Zhou Yuan's kills. By the time their 4-hour watch concluded, Zhou Yuan's kill count had surpassed 1,000. He had long lost track of the exact number, as he had to maintain his post and could not focus solely on Zhou Yuan. But it was certain that he had exceeded 1,000. Boss, it's 3 o'clock. As Zhou Yuan finished off another magazine, James whispered a reminder, "So soon?" Zhou Yuan blinked, then set down his rifle. Indeed, when immersed in something he enjoyed, time flew by, and those 4 hours vanished in the blink of an eye. The experience was truly exhilarating. He suddenly felt that only novices played with machine guns. Real men should eliminate enemies from 1,000 meters away. Before you see me, you are already dead. Squads 2 through 5, assemble for a meal. We will rotate watchtowers in 15 minutes. After stretching his body, Zhou Yuan activated his earpiece to issue the command. During the 8-hour guard shift, the fortress would arrange for personnel to deliver meals twice. Aside from ensuring that no one was absent from the watchtower, the squad leader had the freedom to make arrangements as he pleased. James, keep a sharp watch. Don't worry, boss. I'll keep a close eye on those filthy bugs. Good. Zhou Yuan nodded, setting down the Barrett as he returned to the patrol wall. Captain, squads 2 through 5, comprised of Blake, Johnson, Taylor, and Martin, saluted and greeted Zhou Yuan upon his return. Let us eat. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, casually grabbing a food container from the folding table, with the others following suit. While eating, Zhou Yuan checked his gains. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Federal Private First Class, 18, year, old male enhancer attributes, strength 3.2, speed 2.7, jump 2.7, agility 2.7, endurance 3.2, defense 3.2, self-healing 3.2, skill 1.6, brain function 5.7 skills, rapid memory, rapid learning, telepathy items, heavy atomic wingsuit. ZF, 1 rifle, infinite bullets saw, titles, fitness enthusiast, all attributes increased by 0.2 soul points. 1257 His soul points had risen from 100 to 1257, with 100 being his initial amount and 50 earned from completing daily tasks. This meant that during the nearly 4 hours of activity, he had eliminated 1,107 soldier bugs. IT was neither an excessive nor a paltry figure. A marksman of exceptional caliber could fire, reacquire aim, and shoot again in just over 2 seconds. When fully focused, he could fire at least 25 rounds in a minute, totaling a minimum of 6,000 rounds over 4 hours. Of course, no one could maintain such a state for long. He started off shooting rapidly, but as time passed, his accuracy diminished, and the soldier bugs within range dwindled. Thus, he managed to kill just over 1,000 in nearly 4 hours, averaging 1 kill every 13 seconds. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with this result. After all, his experience was still lacking. While he could be deemed an excellent marksman, he was still a distance away from being a sharpshooter. Achieving this performance was already impressive. If he could eliminate 2,000 in a day, that would amount to 60,000 in a month. Once his soul points exceeded 10,000, the second-level shop should unlock. Zhou Yuan pondered this with a sense of anticipation. Before ascending the defensive wall, he had not anticipated that soul points would be so easy to accumulate, and the rewards far exceeded his expectations. 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and 4 squad members ascended the watchtower, replacing the 5 who had stood guard for 4 hours. The routine remained unchanged, with the Barrett roaring once more. The only difference was that he had shifted from the far right of the squad's defensive line to the far left. After 4 hours of relentless fire on the right side, there were hardly any soldier bugs remaining. If he stayed there any longer, he would likely struggle to earn even 500 soul points in the next 4 hours. Chapter 35. Plasma Spark Device. At 7:10 a.m., Zhou Yuan completed the handover with the second group of 8 and led his team away from the defensive wall. 8 hours was simply insufficient for a proper hunt. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan felt a lingering sense of excitement. Most people would be utterly exhausted after 8 hours of shooting, but he only felt a slight mental fatigue. If given the choice, he would gladly continue shooting for several more hours. Unfortunately, the regulations regarding defense were too strict. When the company commander and squad leader conducted inspections in the evening, he had inquired about this very issue, expressing his willingness to remain at the defensive wall for additional hours. However, the squad leader and the group leader disagreed, stating that the defense regulations stipulate that unless there are exceptional circumstances, it is forbidden to ascend the defense wall outside of guard duty hours. This is intricately tied to military merit and responsibility, hence it must be distinctly enforced. With the leadership's directive, Zhou Yuan reluctantly abandoned the notion of overtime. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Federal Private First Class, 18, year, old male enhanced human attributes, strength 3.2, speed 2.7, jump 2.7, agility 2.7, endurance 3.2, defense 3.2, self-healing 3.2, skill 1.7, brain function 5.7 skills, rapid memory, quick learning, telepathy items, heavy atomic flight wingsuit, ZF, 1 rifle, infinite bullets saw, title, fitness expert, all attributes increased by 0.2 soul points, 2293 yet. Upon viewing the panel, Zhou Yuan's mood significantly improved. In the last 4 hours, he had amassed 1036 soul points, of which 50 were acquired from daily tasks. Although this was fewer than the preceding 4 hours, it met his expectations. Accumulating 2,000 soul points daily would suffice. His skill had increased by 0.1, likely due to his proficiency with the sniper rifle. How exhilarating! I must have slain at least 100 bugs, damn. The recoil of the sniper rifle is immense. My shoulder feels as though it might shatter. Tomorrow, I shall have to dutifully stand guard. It is a pity I did not encounter a horde. Otherwise, I could have utilized the quad KPV on the watchtower, which could obliterate even tanks. After returning to the dormitory, members of the 8th Squad gathered together, playing cards and boasting. They recounted their prowess and the number of bugs they had killed the previous night. Brothers, what you've done hardly compares. Hearing his teammates begin to boast, James could no longer remain seated. With arms crossed and a smug expression, James declared, "Last night, I personally witnessed the boss slay at least 1,000 stink bugs before 3 o'clock. If I am not mistaken, the final count must exceed 1,000. 1,000? Upon hearing James's words, everyone turned to Zhou Yuan, who was sitting aside smoking. James, I prefer to remain low-key. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh as he stated, if I have not miscounted, it should be 2,093. Excellent, James, well done. You are becoming quite the mature subordinate. Keep it up next time. 2,093? The crowd gasped, their eyes wide in astonishment, completely taken aback by this revelation. Yet, despite their shock, they could comprehend the plausibility of it. 6 members of the team emerged from the same recruit camp as Zhou Yuan. The remaining 3 could easily discern that Zhou Yuan was not only adept in hand-to-hand combat, but also possessed exceptional marksmanship. If Zhou Yuan's shooting skills matched even half of his combat prowess, then such a feat would not seem so implausible. Compared to the 8-hour endeavor of dispatching 2,000 bugs, it was evidently more impressive to single-handedly take down 47 seasoned soldiers. All right, keep it down. This is not an extraordinary feat. Do not disturb the comrades who are sleeping. Rest early and rejuvenate. This evening, I will sequentially guide you, sharing my shooting experiences. Zhou Yuan waved his hand expressionlessly, exuding an air of mature aloofness. He was the epitome of a cool and composed assassin, and he could not allow any semblance of intoxicated pride from praise to surface on his face. As for the evening, he would indeed provide thorough guidance to his teammates, such as traversing the 5 watchtowers and eliminating all the bugs they could. Of course, this was not about stealing kills. He was a team-oriented soldier simply aiming to alleviate some pressure from his comrades, making their guard duty easier. The greater the capability, the greater the responsibility. He understood this all too well. Cool, Captain, you are truly a monster. Witnessing Zhou Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, the team members felt a profound sense of security and lavished him with compliments. Encountering a powerful captain on the front lines was undoubtedly something to be grateful for. All right, enjoy yourselves. Zhou Yuan shrugged, discarding the remaining cigarette onto the card table before lying down on his bunk. While browsing the work tablet, his ears perked up slightly, hearing his teammates still discussing his achievements, and with veterans joining in to inquire. Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Cultivating fame, forging brilliance. This was a line he had heard in a movie, applicable in reality as well. Regardless of the circle one mingled in, accumulating fame was always the first step. He was now a squad leader, and a squad leader's standard rank was second lieutenant. Provided he did not commit any major blunders, he would gradually be promoted to that rank. Yet, the future was the future. It did not alter the fact that he was still a private first class at present. He hoped this gradual process could be expedited. In a matter of days, his achievements on the defense wall would undoubtedly spread far and wide, and at that time, the high command of the fortress, the captain of the 3rd Squadron, the leader of the 1st Combat Group, I hope you do not underestimate me. A hexagonal warrior like me, Captain Zhou, is undoubtedly a talent worthy of the Federation's vigorous cultivation. Oh no. Such thoughts? It seems they are reserved only for villains. Zhou Yuan shook his head, dispelling the musings in his mind and redirecting his attention to the gift boxes. When the task feature was unlocked last night, the system rewarded him with 3 gift boxes, 1 level 2 and 2 level 3. System, open all gift boxes. Opening level 2 soul gift box, obtained microplasma spark device 1. Opening level 3 soul gift box, obtained high explosive grenade 1. Opening level 3 soul gift box, obtained F3 lightweight grenade launcher 1. What? Upon seeing the results, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. The latter two were nothing particularly special. One was a high-powered grenade and the other a grenade launcher capable of firing incendiary rounds. However, this first item. He recalled vividly that plasma sparks originated from the Land of Light, which was the home of Ultraman. The galaxy where the Land of Light resides was facing the impending extinction of its sun. Hence, the scientists of the Land of Light sought to create an artificial sun. Once the artificial sun was successfully crafted, it was named the Plasma Spark Tower. Unfortunately, before activation, it was tampered with by the Baltan aliens. Yet serendipitously transformed into a life evolution tower. Those illuminated by the Plasma Spark Tower evolved into Ultramen, while other creatures transformed into monsters. Damn, I was overthinking. After reading the item description, Zhou Yuan chuckled to himself. This device resembled Iron Man's arc reactor, a super energy source no larger than a fist. His childhood had been quite colorful. Just a moment ago, he almost thought he would evolve into Ultraman. Chapter 36. Teaching Little Black a Lesson. What a marvelous item. Zhou Yuan burrowed under the covers, examining the microplasma spark device. It appeared as a crystal plaque, 3 centimeters thick and 10 centimeters wide, glowing a vibrant red, adorned with a ring of connection ports, and quite aesthetically pleasing. However, after a brief moment of tinkering, he stored it away. While it was indeed splendid, it was of no immediate use. Given its size, it was clear that such a device would not be portable for larger units, suitable only as a power source for smaller exoskeletons. The fact that a level 2 gift box yielded such an item was extraordinary luck. Yet, to construct an exoskeleton, a multitude of requirements must be met. Foundational industrial machinery, cutting-edge technical personnel, secret research facilities, and so on. Meeting all these conditions would at least necessitate a commanding officer's clearance. Presently, he remained a private first class, unable even to secure a private room. Sleep. After contemplating for a while, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and lay down. Seizing the opportunity while feeling somewhat fatigued, he promptly drifted off. Lest he regain his energy, buzz. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Zhou Yuan was jolted awake by the vibrations of his work tablet. What on earth? Zhou Yuan nearly leapt up but quickly realized the commotion originated from the tablet. Upon opening it, he found a short message notification. The communication window will open promptly at 6 o'clock on August 15th. All units are to prepare for combat. Zhou Yuan's face was adorned with question marks as he struggled to comprehend the message. What is going on? Scanning the room, Zhou Yuan spotted a veteran who had yet to fall asleep. It was now midnight, and few were still awake in the dormitory. You know there is a large communication window in the fortress, right? The veteran explained patiently. The bugs can sense signals and will follow the communication window signal to locate us. Typically, we use the communication window to contact Earth, opening it briefly before shutting it down. So only nearby bugs can find us. However, on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, the fortress transmits a substantial amount of data to Earth, keeping the communication window open for several hours, attracting even distant bugs. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in realization as he inquired. So, does this mean there will be a bug tide assaulting the fortress the day after tomorrow? Precisely. The veteran nodded, continuing. The communication window opens at 6 o'clock and usually remains open until noon. But it might close earlier or later. To counter the bug tide, everyone's guard duty will be extended by 4 hours, ensuring that there are always double the usual number of soldiers on the defense wall. If the bug tide is too large, the fortress will also dispatch mechanical units to support us, so there is no need to worry. We can handle it. By the way, there may be locusts as well. They are the real killers. Understood, thank you. Zhou Yuan expressed his gratitude and changed into his training attire before leaving the dormitory. Unexpectedly, this turn of events proved to be fortuitous for him. The duration of the guard duty extended from 8 hours to 12, conveniently coinciding with the morning to noon insect tide, presenting an opportune moment to accumulate soul points. Today marked the 13th, and he intended to train vigorously for an entire afternoon, followed by shooting practice until the early hours of the 14th. Ensuring his energy would be nearly exhausted, then, he planned to sleep the entirety of the 14th, emerging in peak condition to face the insect tide from 11 p.m. to the morning of the 15th. The plan was set. At 4 in the afternoon, at the obstacle course training ground, Zhou Yuan vented his frustration. Damn it! A bunch of cowards, too afraid to step up, resorting to their snide remarks. He concluded his training prematurely, cursing under his breath. His achievements had been laid bare, circulating widely. While the rise in his popularity was initially a positive development, as people praised his prowess, shadows of criticism began to emerge. Groups of detractors congregated, accusing him of fabricating his accomplishments, offering no words of praise. Initially, he contemplated confronting them, but he reconsidered. After all, he couldn't very well claim, "I overheard your whispers from over 10 meters away." Such is the nature of fame, bringing both admiration and animosity. He shrugged it off, accepting that even negative attention was still attention, dismissing the naysayers as mere envious souls. As he turned to leave the training ground, a voice called out, "Hey, sweetheart. Not continuing your run? I heard Easterners only train their stamina. Keep going. Let us see how long you can last out of tea." That moment, Zhou Yuan halted, his fists clenched. "What, did you pick up your mouse from the toilet?" He spun around, raising his middle finger at the group. "You brought this upon yourselves. Initially, I considered letting these sourpusses off the hook, but it seems a harsh lesson is in order. Did that kid just insult us?" The group of detractors, hearing Zhou Yuan's loud voice, approached him, though they hesitated to act, given his burgeoning reputation. They merely glared at him. "Damn it. I'm calling you out. Were you all enjoying yourselves with your little taunts earlier? If you shout a bit louder, I might just hire you to guard my doghouse." Zhou Yuan's expression was fierce as he confronted them, directly accusing them. Hearing his words ignited a furious response from the 5 detractors. Zhou Yuan, in a swift motion, kicked down the tallest and strongest among them. He deftly dislocated the wrists of 2 others, pulling them closer before using his shoulders to knock them down. These seemingly lengthy maneuvers transpired in mere moments. By the time the remaining 2 detractors processed what had happened, Zhou Yuan's fists loomed large in their vision, crashing into their faces. In less than 3 seconds, he had laid all 5 veterans on the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tough guys, can't even withstand a single blow. I'm quite curious, who instilled in you the courage to provoke me? Zhou Yuan lit a cigarette, looking down at the writhing detractors. Kid, I will definitely, The first to be knocked down attempted to curse, but it turned into a scream as Zhou Yuan stepped on his stomach. Chapter 37. All or Nothing God. What a mess, guys. I think we should make a quick exit. The onlookers, startled by Zhou Yuan's decisive takedown of the 5 veterans, felt a chill run down their spines. They had just spoken ill of him, and now, at that moment, Zhou Yuan's icy gaze met theirs, causing their spines to shiver. Who was it that said this kid was just a boastful actor? Why don't you step up and try it for yourself? Within moments, those who had previously disparaged Zhou Yuan began to disperse, leaving only a handful at a distance, watching the spectacle unfold. That, of course, not everyone feared Zhou Yuan. The female soldiers in the training ground remained undeterred. After Zhou Yuan's display, they even approached him, eager to make his acquaintance. Clearly, his effortless victory over the 5 veterans had granted him a kind of priority mating rights within the fortress. Softies, from now on, keep your distance. If I catch you spewing nonsense again, I will systematically tear off your fingers and stuff them into your mouths. Now tell me, do you understand? Zhou Yuan crouched on the ground, expressionless. Out of the 5 veterans, 2 lay unconscious, while the other 3, initially defiant, fell silent after enduring a few blows from Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing his words, they all nodded in agreement, hoping he would depart swiftly. I'm satisfied with this little exchange, and I trust you are as well. You're aware that striking a fellow comrade warrants punishment, and I'd prefer to avoid the lashings. If I were to end up on the executioner's block, at this point, a cold smirk graced Zhou Yuan's lips as he lightly placed his hand on one veteran's neck, whispering, No, 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 buddy, there's no need for this. We won't escalate things. The veteran, nearly wetting himself in fear, flailed his arms in surrender. He was certain that the most terrifying smile he had ever seen was Zhou Yuan's current expression. Zhou, we apologize. The other 2, not unconscious, quickly chimed in, fearful of Zhou Yuan's next move. Excellent, that's how it should be. Remember my words, gentlemen. Goodbye. Zhou Yuan smiled as he withdrew his hand from the veteran's neck and walked towards the training ground exit without a second glance. A grudge settled on the spot was quite satisfying, however. It was clear that continually dealing with such small fry personally was beneath him. Next time, he would bring his squad along, sparing himself the need to intervene directly. Hey, Zhou, did I get that right? Cool boy, interested in joining us for dinner?
Before he could reach the exit, Zhou Yuan found himself surrounded by a group of female soldiers. He extinguished his cigarette, his demeanor icy as he replied, "Girls, if you've come to play house, you can leave right now. Trust me, those who obstruct my path do not fare well, as demonstrated by those softies earlier." Well, not bad. 6 girls, 4 white and 2 black. The black ones can be overlooked, but the white ones are quite appealing, especially 2 of them. As Zhou Yuan assessed the situation, the 6 girls' eyes sparkled. This was the kind of talk one expects from a real tough guy. "Zhou, you might be misunderstanding. We merely wish to befriend you. If you're willing, we could engage in some interesting conversations or partake in intriguing activities. It's certainly more enjoyable than teaching those softies a lesson. Don't you think?" The girls fluttered their eyelashes, even playfully tracing their fingers along Zhou Yuan's shoulder, clearly flirting. "Good suggestion. I'm scheduled to be on the defense wall by 7 p.m., so I can't chat for long. If we hurry, we might finish up before then." Zhou Yuan crossed his arms, tilting his chin slightly as he gazed at the 2 most attractive girls. 3 hours. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's proposal, the girls' eyes gleamed even brighter. The 2 he had noticed immediately abandoned their companions, wrapping their arms around Zhou Yuan's and leading him towards the training ground exit. The remaining 4 stood there, their expression sour. They understood all too well that Zhou Yuan had no interest in them. This was their last chance. Damn it! This wretched rookie. The scene was witnessed by the veterans who had only just risen. Their teeth gritted in frustration. Having just been bested, they now watched as Zhou Yuan was led away by 2 beauties. "Guys, should we inform the boss about this? If we report him, he'll at least receive 3 lashes. We ought to make him regret crossing us." Someone suggested reporting him, unable to swallow their indignation. "Damn it, are you an idiot?" The tallest and strongest veteran vehemently dismissed the idea, scolding, "Do you think a few lashes could take him down? Have you forgotten his threats? This matter ends here. If anyone asks, we'll claim we're well acquainted. Just friends training together. It's perfectly normal that we can't defeat someone who bested 47 others. In any case, we're not the ones who got beaten. It was merely training." Upon hearing his words, the remaining 4 individuals fell into a profound silence. Indeed, in order to avoid further encounters with Zhou Yuan, there was no other course of action. Compared to being targeted by a monster, enduring a minor setback seemed trivial. At 6:30 in the evening, Zhou Yuan left the communications dormitory, his hands clasped behind his head, exuding an air of vitality. The 2 young women, who were communications personnel, resided in a dormitory shared by Ford. Their roommates were currently stationed in the operations hall, rendering the dormitory unoccupied. The experience was rather pleasant. The only downside was his overwhelming prowess. It took him merely 2.5 hours to accomplish a task that for others would be a strenuous endeavor, and for him, it was merely a warm-up, leaving him unsatisfied. Conversely, the 2 young women were thoroughly exhausted, struggling to withstand his kinetic energy, yet they managed to accommodate him just once. Ultimately, the way they gazed at him was almost reverent, expressing a desire for him to visit often. Zhou Yuan casually agreed, not giving it much thought. Flirting occasionally was acceptable, but he must not allow it to become a habitual distraction, lest it interfere with his primary duties. After hastily enjoying a meal in the cafeteria, Zhou Yuan made his way to the exclusive training ground of the 3rd Squad. "Captain!" The squad leader and the group leader had arrived, seemingly with an announcement to make. Upon his arrival, James approached Zhou Yuan and whispered in his ear, gesturing towards the central area of the training ground. Following his gaze, Zhou Yuan spotted the squad leader Campbell and group leader Turner. This regarding the insect tide. Zhou Yuan pondered briefly, forming a hypothesis in his mind. The squad leader and group leader typically did not train alongside the soldiers, as they had access to more advanced indoor training facilities. Their presence together likely indicated a discussion about the events on the 15th. Chapter 38. The battle approaches. I assume you have all received the text notifications. The communications window will officially open at 6 a.m. on August 15th. Recent recruits may not yet comprehend the significance of this. Therefore, I shall clarify your uncertainties and instruct you on the necessary actions moving forward. Once a group of personnel assembled, Squadron Leader Campbell finally spoke, confirming Zhou Yuan's suspicions. He elaborated on the insect tide, indicating that as the number of insects increased, so too must the personnel stationed on the defensive wall. Each individual would need to extend their defense time by 4 hours, and both the squad leader and group leader were required to be present. as were the 4 defense divisions from all directions. Should the scale of the insect tide prove excessive, aerial and mechanical support units would be deployed from the fortress. The squad leader's explanation was thorough, taking a full 3 minutes to conclude. Following this announcement, training commenced promptly at 7 p.m. However, the squad leader shortened the originally scheduled 3-hour physical training session to just 2 hours, stating that they needed to conserve energy in preparation for the insect tide. After the 2-hour physical training concluded, Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory for a couple of hours before leading his team to the defensive wall to hand over duties with the 8th team of the 3rd squad. As per the usual protocol, personnel numbered 2 through 5 would patrol, while 6 through 10 would man the watchtower, with a rotation occurring after 4 hours. With a commanding gesture, Zhou Yuan instructed the team to disperse. Once the members were in position, he ascended the watchtower and took up his sniper rifle. As was customary, he would be shooting for 8 hours that night. However, during the latter half of the shift, he refrained from solely focusing on exterminating insects. As he had mentioned earlier, he shared some shooting insights with the team, imparting all the knowledge he could articulate. Whether or not the team members could grasp it was beyond his control. Talent, after all, is not something that can be compensated for through mere effort. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Private First Class, 18, year, old male enhancer attributes. Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Endurance 3.2, Defense 3.2, Self-Healing 3. 2. Skill 1.7, Brain Function 5.7 skills. Rapid Memory, Quick Learning, Telepathy items. Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullet Saw. Title: Exercise Enthusiast. All attributes increased by 0.2 soul points, 3753 due to the time spent on instruction. His insect extermination time had diminished. Yesterday, he had accumulated nearly 2,200 soul points, yet today he barely surpassed 1,500, a noticeable disparity. However, the reason was not solely due to teaching the team. Primarily, he lacked enthusiasm and could not concentrate. Throughout the evening, he was preoccupied with thoughts of what the insect tide would entail, as he had never witnessed one before, and his curiosity was insatiable. What was lacking today could be compensated for tomorrow. Although he had never encountered an insect tide, he had heard plenty about them. A swarm of insects consists of more than 10, while a tide is defined as exceeding 10,000, despite being able to eliminate 2,000 insects in a single night. The figure of 10,000 seemed deceptively small in an insect tide. The term refers to the moment when a mass of at least 10,000 insects launches an assault, all visible within one's line of sight. If killing 2,000 insects over 8 hours is akin to a faucet dripping water, then witnessing 10,000 insects at once is like a dam bursting open. The scale is incomparable. When the insect tide arrives, he would operate the quad-barrel KPV heavy machine gun from the watchtower. This weapon, a relic from over 200 years ago, possesses such formidable power that it can take down aircraft and tanks alike, categorizing it as a heavy anti-material firearm. Each bullet from the KPV delivers double the kinetic energy of a Barrett round, illustrating its ferocity. Moreover, compared to the older model from 2 centuries prior, the current variant is even more advanced, capable of obliterating a tank within a second of firing. Visually, it resembles 4 nearly 2-meter-long heavy machine guns fused into a giant Gatling, designed solely for fixed mounting on watchtowers. Utilizing such a weapon against an insect tide would allow a single bullet to potentially pierce multiple targets. He predicted that his gains tomorrow would surely be measured in the thousands. After descending from the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan did not rush back to the dormitory but instead turned towards the training ground. He trained relentlessly from just after 7 until noon. Feeling his energy depleted, he finally returned to his dormitory for much-needed rest. He hoped to sleep until evening, rising just in time to ascend the defensive wall. Unfortunately, the super soldier's bloodline was too potent. Despite feeling exhausted, he managed only 7 hours of sleep. Thus, he sought out the 2 young women from the communications dormitory for a physical competition. Time flew by swiftly during their activities. After 2 rounds, it was nearly 11 at night. Dressed and ready, Zhou Yuan departed the communications dormitory, leaving behind the 2 young women slumbering soundly in their beds. "Hey, Captain." Upon Zhou Yuan's arrival at the defense area, his team members were already in position. "All right, let's go." Zhou Yuan nodded, leading them up onto the defensive wall. The wall was bustling with personnel, including members of the 8th team and individuals from the armaments department. The armaments personnel were stationed on the inner side of the wall, setting up a row of makeshift tables piled high with various firearms and ammunition, some of which Zhou Yuan could not even name, while the members of the 8th team assisted in the organization. We might be facing a tough battle tomorrow, the insect tied. Who knows what it will entail? The sight of the weapons caused Zhou Yuan's team members to swallow hard. Drawn by the large communications window, the insect tide would undoubtedly be significant. Otherwise, the armaments personnel would not have transformed the area into a veritable ammunition depot. Zhou, the captain of the 8th team, Harlan, approached and pulled Zhou Yuan aside, speaking in hushed tones. Buddy, I need to remind you of something. Plasma insects won't scale the highlands. Only soldier insects and locusts will come. Soldier insects aren't a significant threat, but you must exercise caution with the locusts. They are the true killers, preferring aerial assaults. By the time we can engage them, they will already be upon us. Thanks. Zhou Yuan nodded, exchanging a brief embrace with Harlan. Compared to soldier insects, locusts indeed posed a far more formidable challenge. While the sheer number of soldier insects might be daunting, the military strength of Tarsus Fortress was exceptionally robust, with a substantial stockpile of nuclear weapons, rendering it impervious to soldier insect assaults. It would not be an exaggeration to state that soldier insects could not even lay a finger on them. Locusts, on the other hand, were flying creatures, boasting speeds comparable to a peregrine falcon. Capable of reaching a staggering 100 meters per second during a sprint, they favored swarming tactics, and once deployed they could number in the thousands. Moreover, they exhibited intelligence, opting to target slower-moving adversaries rather than engaging aerial units head-on. Thus, the moment locusts are spotted, immediate action is necessary. Even a moment's hesitation could result in dire consequences. Chapter 39. The insect tide approaches. All right, I must take my leave now. Zhou, do not let your guard down. See you in the morning. After reminding Zhou Yuan, Harlan hurriedly departed with his team. They needed to rest quickly to recuperate their energy and be in peak condition for the impending insect tide. The large communications window would remain open, with the first group stationed from 11 p.m. to 11:10 a.m., the second group from 3 a.m. to 3:10 p.m., and the third group from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Generally, the large communications window would remain operational until midnight. This also implied that at midnight, the insects would still be drawing closer to Tarsus Fortress, suggesting that the insect tide could persist until the afternoon. Each combat group would face the insect tide, making their energy levels paramount. As per usual, let us get to work. And today patrols have been cancelled. Just hold your positions. Don't expend too much energy. Save it for tomorrow morning. Zhou Yuan reminded them, signaling for the team to disperse. Engaging in gunfire is no trivial matter. The recoil alone can drain both physical stamina and mental focus if it affected him. It would undoubtedly be even more taxing on the team members. Once they had scattered, Zhou Yuan began examining the firearms prepared by the armaments department. All are formidable firearms, primarily rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers. There is not a single pistol or submachine gun in sight. Additionally, numerous military supply boxes inscribed with nuclear symbols are present, likely containing tactical nuclear warheads. Regrettably, his access rights are insufficient to open them. Piske. Although they are small nuclear devices, during a swarm of insects, a single launch could yield no less than 3,000 to 5,000 soul points. Zhou Yuan patted the supply box, filled with longing. However, since these items have been transported to the defensive wall, there will surely be an opportunity for their use. For now, all he must do is wait. After a brief inspection, Zhou Yuan casually picked up a new model AWM and ascended the watchtower. While it is prudent to conserve energy, the insects must still be eradicated, but without overexerting oneself. Time flows like a gentle breeze. While one relishes its caress, it has already slipped behind. At T3 in the morning, Team 8 of the second group arrived. Mark, how shall we allocate the duties? Zhou Yuan inquired, lowering his weapon and seeking the team leader of Group 8. Being a newcomer, he needed to heed the advice of the veterans. Mark bumped shoulders with Zhou Yuan, grinning as he suggested, how about we split it evenly? We'll each take a watchtower in the middle. The left side is mine, and the right side is yours. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. Dividing the defense zone was indeed sensible, allowing for a clear distribution of merits and demerits. See you later. The two exchanged few words, parting to assign positions to their respective team members. Blake and Johnson took Watchtower 4, while Taylor and Martin manned Watchtower 5. The remaining personnel stood guard in place, with Zhou Yuan assuring them, if anything arises, I will inform you immediately. There is no need for a response. Just follow my orders. Understood. The team members replied in unison. All right, let's get to work. Zhou Yuan nodded and ascended to Watchtower 3. Zhou, I heard. Mark had already reached the watchtower and, upon seeing Zhou Yuan, approached him with a mischievous expression, leaning in to whisper, I heard you know a lot of female soldiers from the work hall? Yes, what's it to you? Zhou Yuan nodded, feigning ignorance. There were many female soldiers in the army, with the most popular being from the Starship Corps, followed by communication and medical personnel. Compared to the muscular female infantry, these less physically demanding technical soldiers were regarded as goddesses by all male infantry. Buddy, you've become quite the talk of the town. You pummeled 5 veterans for the sake of 2 lovely communication soldiers. That rumor is spreading everywhere. However, this was of little consequence, as the higher-ups were unlikely to concern themselves with soldiers fighting over women. What I meant to say is, God, women love this sort of thing. They all adore tough guys. I consider myself a tough guy too. Perhaps you could introduce me to a few. Mark winked at Zhou Yuan, wearing a knowing expression. Upon hearing Mark's words, Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? Just 2 days ago, he had merely been teaching Heise a lesson. How did it turn into a matter of women competing for affection? He understood that rumors often distorted the truth, but this was a rather outrageous twist. If such gossip spread, how could he ever approach the high-quality female soldiers of the Starship Corps? No problem. Leave it to me. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yuan smiled, clapping Mark on the shoulder as he said, in a couple of days, I'll arrange a social event. Then it will be up to you. It was rare for someone of the squad leader's caliber to seek his assistance. He would agree to it first and figure out the details later. At that moment, he could introduce those women he had no intention of pursuing to those around him and gain some goodwill. As for his reputation, it was not a significant concern. First of all, the content of the rumor was not particularly damaging. Secondly, there would be ample opportunities to remedy his reputation, so it was hardly worth worrying about. The communication window will open in 1 minute. All units please prepare for battle. Zhou Yuan waited patiently, finally reaching 6 o'clock. The fortress entered a state of secondary combat readiness, and everyone received the news through their headsets. Team, prepare for battle. Remember my words. If I give an order, no need to respond, just execute immediately. Zhou Yuan promptly informed his team while gearing up for combat. Mark, positioned nearby, similarly reminded his team through their headsets, his expression grave as he clearly understood the peril of the insect swarm. When the communication window opened, the insects surrounding Tarsus fortress grew increasingly agitated. They transformed from a few scattered individuals into a throng of dozens, charging towards the defensive wall. However, such small-scale swarms posed no threat to the defensive wall. Even the electric net alone was sufficient to deal with them. By 10 past 6, the size of the swarm had escalated dramatically, swelling from dozens to hundreds and thousands. Here they come. Zhou Yuan set aside his binoculars and sniper rifle, preparing to activate the quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun. He could see clearly through the optics that the insects outside were merely the vanguard. The main force was still 2 to 3 kilometers away, where they had completely occupied the area, creating a sea of insects. The soldier insects resembled mantises, their scythe-like pincers sharp as daggers, each exceeding 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Akin to biomechanical mantis tanks, countless gigantic mantises congregated, resembling a black wave that engulfed the dimly lit plateau, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. At this moment, Zhou Yuan felt a tremor in his limbs, and his spirits lifted with exhilaration. This was not fear, but rather excitement. His body and mind were in perfect harmony. As he yearned for an exhilarating battle, his adrenal glands surged into action, full health and energy with a buff. Captain Zhou would launch into battle in peak condition. Chapter 40. A bounty of explosions. Boom. The first wave of the insect swarm quickly approached the defensive wall, yet all were halted by the electric net. The exoskeletons of the soldier insects could withstand temperatures exceeding 500 degrees, but the current of the electric net far surpassed that threshold. Merely upon initial contact, the front ranks of the swarm were charred to carbon. At that moment, the sound of sonic booms echoed overhead. Looking up, he saw that the fortress had deployed its aerial units. However, their targets were not the soldier insects. They spread out around the fortress, likely preparing for a locust swarm. Zhou, get ready. When the insect tide assaults the fortress, the electric net will be deactivated, and we will rely on the automated and manual defenses. Mark gripped the controls of the quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun, reminding Zhou Yuan. The electric net consisted of a series of alloy columns that could be raised or lowered, each the thickness of a human thigh, generating high-voltage electric currents between them. While effective against small swarms, it would be overwhelmed within a minute by a full-blown tide, prompting a descent into the ground. Compared to the electric net, the automated turret walls, machine gun platforms, patrol walls, and watchtowers constituted the fortress's true defensive strength. Okay, Zhou Yuan acknowledged, once more reminding his team through the headset, listen carefully, everyone. Drop those damn sniper rifles and switch to machine guns, grenade launchers, and other high-damage firearms. Understood, Commander. The team's response prompted Zhou Yuan to take a deep breath. Activating the quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun, just a button press away from unleashing its firepower. In that brief moment, the vanguard of the insect tide had already been incinerated by the electric net. The tide now approached within a kilometer of the electric net. Boom, boom, boom. The electric net will deactivate in 10 seconds. Combat personnel, please prepare for battle and follow the orders of your direct superiors. Simultaneously, the fortress's broadcast and the sounds of automated turrets firing erupted. The automated turrets were equipped with medium-caliber rocket launchers filled with antiquated TNT. Their power was moderate. Nevertheless, when they fired, it was a barrage of dozens to hundreds of rockets, raining down like meteors, emphasizing sheer firepower. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of rocket fire inflicted severe damage upon the insect tide. Flames and shockwaves erupted, scattering the remains of shattered insects in all directions, creating a visually stunning spectacle. However, the nature of the insect tide is such that there are simply too many insects. So many that all one can see are insects. The areas cleared by the rockets were quickly replenished by the rear ranks of insects. Fearless, they charged forward, undeterred by the lingering chaos of explosions, pressing relentlessly towards the defensive line. Open fire freely. At that moment, Zhou Yuan and Mark had reached a mutual understanding. After issuing the command, they simultaneously pressed the firing buttons on their machine gun platforms. The two quad-mounted KPV heavy machine guns erupted into action, creating a magnificent scene. 8 gun muzzles unleashed energy rounds, striking the insect tide like lasers. The KPV heavy machine gun's ammunition was not tracer rounds, but the sheer kinetic energy heated the casings to a bright red, giving the bullets an ethereal glow of red and yellow, resembling energy blasts. Exhilarating. As soon as they opened fire, Zhou Yuan's gaze ignited with fervor. Using the quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun to eradicate insects felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wherever the gunfire reached, the insects would explode, along with those in the following 10 meters, disintegrating into fragments that scattered in the air. Kill one soldier insect, gain 1 soul point. Kill one soldier insect, gain 1 soul point. Kill one soldier insect, gain. Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel, discovering that his bounty far exceeded expectations. The battle had only just commenced, and not even 5 seconds had elapsed before the notification panel was inundated with messages, claiming that achieving a 5-kill streak within a single second was hardly an exaggeration. If this efficiency continued over the course of nearly 300 minutes from now until 11:10, he could amass close to 90,000 soul points. Of course, if one were to calculate it this way, the actual yield would undoubtedly fall short of such an amount. First and foremost, the scale of the insect tide might not be that vast. Secondly, should the insect tide become congested, the automated turrets would unleash a barrage of firepower, seizing the most lucrative soul points. Lastly, the quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun could not be employed indefinitely. After a brief period of use, it would require a respite, lest the barrel melt within mere minutes. Thus, when the opportunity to harvest arises, one must seize it with fervor. Zhou Yuan deliberated briefly before immersing himself in the operation of the machine gun platform, targeting the densest concentrations of the insect tide. It must be said that although gunpowder firearms are relics of the past, they remain remarkably effective for exterminating insects, particularly the KPV, with bullets thicker than one's middle finger. When fired, it detonates like explosives, shredding a single insect while simultaneously piercing several others, ultimately creating a crater upon impact. After 2 minutes, Zhou Yuan ceased fire from the quad-mounted KPV, opting instead for a grenade launcher. The KPV's barrel had turned incandescent red, necessitating a moment of rest. Fortunately, the watchtower boasted a diverse array of weaponry, and with special resupply from the arsenal today, he had no fear of lacking suitable armaments. Since the 13th, he had been strategizing for today's insect tide and had already devised a plan for amassing soul points. Utilize the quad-mounted KPV while possible, and switch to grenades and machine guns when necessary, ensuring a steady influx of soul points. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Private First Class, 18, year, old male augment attributes, Strength 3. 2. Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Endurance 3.2, Defense 3.2, Self-Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Brain Function 5.7 skills, Rapid Memory, Quick Learning, Telepathy items, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Ammo Saw, Title, Training Enthusiast, all attributes increased by 0.2 soul points, 14. 852 an hour later, Zhou Yuan glanced at the panel, and the soul points had soared to 14,582. Before 6 o'clock, his soul points had barely reached 4,500. This means that during the hour when the insect tide assaulted the fortress, he had accrued at least 10,000 soul points. An absolute windfall. Mark, try this. It's a delicacy from my hometown. Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully, producing 2 restorative cigars and handing one to Mark, the captain of Squad 2. Teammate. Now he could afford a brief respite. The automated turrets had just unleashed a volley, creating a gap in the insect tide outside the defensive wall, with the next wave still several kilometers away. Thanks, Mark gasped, accepting the cigar and lighter, plopping down onto the floor. Although the quad-mounted KPV was firmly affixed to the gun platform, his hand still felt the significant recoil, which was quite taxing, coupled with the incessant sounds of explosions and gunfire ringing in his ears. His mental stamina was wearing thin. Unlike Zhou Yuan, whose physique was formidable, Mark was already fatigued after just an hour. Chapter 41. Intensification. Zhou, your cigar is excellent. I feel remarkably revitalized, akin to having rested for half an hour. As soon as the restorative cigar was lit, Mark remarked in astonishment, of course, it's crafted from rare ancient herbal medicine, a limited edition that's hard to come by, but you, being such a tough guy, deserve this exquisite treat. Zhou Yuan chuckled heartily. Maintaining the same old routine, he first emphasized the rarity of the restorative cigar before revealing his generosity, complimenting Mark in the process. You're a tough guy too. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, a broad smile broke across Mark's face as he warmly slapped Zhou Yuan's hand. Everyone enjoys a compliment. Mark, how many waves of insect tides are expected? Zhou Yuan inquired curiously after a light exchange. Many. Mark's expression tightened, his tone grave. There will be at least 5 waves, each larger than the last. The previous wave consisted primarily of the insects prowling around the fortress. They arrived swiftly but in limited numbers, merely a prelude. Around 9 o'clock, the distant insects will also be drawn in by the communication window, and that will be the real insect tide. The defensive wall alone cannot withstand them, which is why we require the support of airborne and mechanical units. Just wait and see. That scene will be etched in your memory forever. The Locust will fill the sky, and the soldier insects will blanket the earth, leaving only darkness in sight. I eagerly anticipated, Zhou Yuan replied, narrowing his eyes as excitement surged within him. Once again, it was clear that the Tarsus fortress was indeed the right choice. Just the day before yesterday, he had conversed with Reich, who, along with Old A and the others, was currently training at the sailor base, encountering scarcely a few insects throughout the day. If entering the new recruit camp was akin to joining a battalion, then Reich and the others were effectively entering the military district's regiment, starting from basic training. Meanwhile, he had directly joined the reconnaissance company at the border, which meant engagement in battle from the outset. After a brief 2-minute intermission, the second wave of the insect tide arrived. This wave was slightly larger than the first, though still not substantial enough to be considered the official insect tide that Mark had mentioned. TSK, the infinite swarm of insects. Zhou Yuan once again activated the quad-mounted KPV, filled with reflection. The Federation had previously conducted a census, revealing that there were a total of 20 million insects on Mars. This figure referred to the suppressed population. The special operations units of the fortress routinely ventured out to locate and bombard insect tides. Given that the sand beetles reproduce prolifically, producing thousands of soldier insect eggs in a single instance, failure to implement measures would mean Mars being overrun by soldier insects long ago. In the past, it was often said that in the face of technology, any resistance from carbon-based life forms was futile. Now, It seemed that this assertion was not entirely accurate. Take the accursed arachnid species, for instance. Their reproductive rate far exceeds the production of weaponry, and no matter how many are killed, they seem to multiply endlessly. Even if a Q-bomb capable of stellar detonation were to emerge in the future, it would not suffice to eradicate the insect species entirely, for they too possess the ability for interstellar travel. Were it not for humanity as their adversary, the insect race could effortlessly conquer the entire galaxy, leaving every planet desolate. During the second wave of the insect tide, Zhou Yuan's gains were significantly diminished, barely reaching half of what he had obtained during the first wave. This was due to the deployment of mechanical units from the fortress. The firepower of the mechanical units was formidable, wielding the best weapons available within the fortress. Even in a defensive battle where they could not exert their full strength, the mechanical units could continuously produce an array of equipment that made the defensive forces envious. Cluster missiles, tactical nuclear bombs, heavy robots, and other equipment rarely seen in everyday circumstances were now being displayed en masse along the defense line by the mechanical unit personnel, as if they were mere trinkets. Watching the mechanical units spring into action, Zhou Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. It turned out that the previously marked military supply crates were all intended for the mechanical units. However, there was no alternative. Each unit had its duties and responsibilities. This was the nature of the mechanical units. Once they were deployed, there was no work left for him. Although they reveled in their current combat, they only had 3 days a month when the communication window was open to indulge in such pleasures. The rest of the time, they rarely encountered any insects. Seeing Zhou Yuan gazing intently at the heavy robots patrolling the walls, Mark assumed Zhou Yuan was envious and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Oh? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling considerably uplifted. If the mechanical units could annihilate insects daily, he would certainly consider applying for a transfer. For there was no comparison between firing a machine gun and launching missiles. Jumpers are about to enter the battlefield. All units prepare for combat. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the fortress's broadcast blared, followed by a series of sonic booms. Zhou, look there. The main force of the insect tide is approaching. Advise your team to be cautious. Mark, seasoned and experienced, promptly alerted Zhou Yuan. Following Mark's gaze, Zhou Yuan's expression immediately hardened as he used his earpiece to notify his team. Locusts are incoming. Be sure to evade. On the horizon directly ahead, the airborne units were returning, trailed by an innumerable swarm of locusts. The locusts appeared like a black mist, transforming the skyline into a dark abyss. Not only was there turmoil in the skies, but the ground was also in disarray. Endless soldier insects surged into Zhou Yuan's field of vision, resembling a tidal wave, weaving a black shroud over the earth. A glance confirmed Mark's earlier words. Locusts would fill the sky, and soldier insects would cover the land, leaving only darkness in sight. This spectacle would indeed be unforgettable. The airborne units did not return to the fortress, but rather veered away towards the right side of the fortress's defensive line as they approached. Locusts were exceedingly dangerous, necessitating their diversion. Unfortunately, they could only draw away a fraction of the locusts, merely a tributary of the swarm. The signal from the large communication window was too potent, drawing the insects inexorably towards the fortress, making it difficult for them to be lured away by anything else. However, this also presented an opportunity for the airborne units. Since the locusts paid them no mind, they could unleash a full-scale assault on the locust swarm. Missile after missile was launched, igniting the dark sky shrouded in locusts. Explosions erupted everywhere, raining down fragments of fallen insects, creating a scene as magnificent as a meteor shower. The airborne units fought with fervor. And the defensive units did not merely stand by. Automated turrets, machine guns, heavy machine guns and watchtowers, and heavy robots equipped with high-velocity firing capabilities all unleashed their firepower simultaneously. The locust swarm must not breach the defensive line. Otherwise, dire consequences would ensue. Locusts are the bane of infantry. Should they engage, the soldiers would find it impossible to suppress the ground-dwelling pests. It is time to employ tactics. Chapter 42. Reluctance to be ordinary. Boom! As these defensive forces held back the locust swarm, the mechanized troops sprang into action. They activated the missile launchers stationed behind the patrol wall, compensating for the ground defense firepower diminished by the locust onslaught. Rows upon rows of missile vehicles lifted their hatches, launching missiles skyward. Amidst the thunderous roar, a multitude of missiles ascended and pierced the clouds. In the next moment, the missiles abruptly halted in midair, igniting and plummeting rapidly, disintegrating in mid-flight into countless streaks of light descending upon the Earth. Cluster missiles. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze intently on those luminous trails, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Previously, he believed himself sufficiently powerful, strong enough to evade even a tide of insects. Yet today, he realized he had overestimated himself. Not just he as a single Captain America, but even 1,000 Captain Americas would find themselves utterly defeated against a swarm of insects, leading to certain annihilation. With his physical strength unable to improve and the superhuman path temporarily obstructed, he needed to seek a different avenue to enhance his abilities. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Based on his current harvest rate, he could amass at least 100,000 soul points within a month. Once the higher-tier marketplace opens, he would explore the possibility of acquiring equipment akin to powered armor. He must procure at least one suit. Only with such mechanized gear could he ensure his own safety. Boom! As Zhou Yuan contemplated his future plans, the cluster missiles detonated. Hundreds, even thousands, of small missiles descended from the sky, transforming into an endless sea of brilliance, blanketing the entire locust-infested area. Flames and explosions erupted in succession, annihilating countless insects in the blink of an eye. No insect carcasses, no fragments from the blasts. Everything within the explosion zone was vaporized by the cluster missiles, leaving only a blaze of fire. Such weaponry cannot be handled by mere powered armor. Zhou Yuan's heart raced, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Witnessing this spectacle, he began to formulate preliminary ideas about his future. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. The fortress's anti-air capabilities were still insufficient, failing to intercept the massive locust swarm entirely outside the defensive line. Numerous stragglers slipped through, buzzing and shrieking like moths drawn to a flame, relentlessly assaulting the patrol wall, attempting to claim a few heads. Beware the locusts. The locust assault was swift and brutal, even in the initial wave. Those caught off guard had their heads severed. Zhou Yuan was operating a quad-mounted KPV heavy machine gun, unable to even monitor the status of his team members, merely repeating reminders through his headset. At that moment, he felt his earlier thoughts were somewhat naive. Any grand displays of prowess were mere daydreams. Faced with this scale of locust tide, he was but an inconsequential pawn. Once the locust swarm entered the battlefield, the situation became somewhat stalemated. Due to the extreme danger posed by the locusts, the defensive line had to divert nearly half its firepower to suppress them, resulting in significantly reduced pressure on the soldier insect swarm. Fortunately, the mechanized troops were well endowed, with an array of devastating weaponry at their disposal. Otherwise, the soldier insect swarm would have breached the defensive line. As of now, Zhou Yuan's soul point balance had soared to 40,000. While this should have been a cause for celebration, his mood was anything but bright. All he could do was squeeze the trigger, alternating between the KPV heavy machine gun and the grenade launcher to maximize insect kills. Though he fought with fervor, the tasks he undertook could easily be performed by any soldier on the defensive line. Possessing strength far exceeding that of ordinary infantry, yet relegated to performing the same duties as everyone else, left him feeling somewhat resentful. "Zhou, are you tired?" At that moment, Mark shouted loudly. During the locust onslaught, he and Zhou Yuan had been conversing, but now Zhou Yuan had fallen silent, likely fatigued a bit. Zhou Yuan nodded casually, his mind swirling with thoughts. "Let us hold on a little longer," Mark offered a simple encouragement, not overthinking the situation. It was nearing 10 o'clock. By 11:10, the third group would come to relieve the first. "Okay." Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, dismissing any further thoughts, and focused on harvesting soul points. Once a person becomes engrossed in work, feelings of melancholy dissipate, and time flies by. Before he knew it, it was already 11 o'clock. When the third group replaced him, he still had not quite regained his bearings. He felt numb all over, the sounds of gunfire ringing in his ears, leaving him feeling weightless. Before long, the squad members gathered beneath the patrol wall. "Where's Brown?" Noticing a missing team member, Zhou Yuan frowned and asked, already suspecting the answer. "It was the locusts doing. I warned Brown. But the locusts were too swift," White replied softly, his mood decidedly grim. He had been close to Brown, spending every day together in the rookie camp, and now they were assigned to the same team at Tarsus Fortress. Yet, to think that just days after their arrival, Brown was a fearless tough guy. Fulfilling every duty expected of a defender, no need to wear long faces. Brown was a tough guy, and his comrades should not be weaklings. Zhou Yuan spoke succinctly before leading the team toward the cafeteria. Truthfully, he felt quite distressed himself. An entire squad of 18-year-olds had suffered casualties during their first Locust tide. This was a blow to everyone. Moreover, as the squad leader, he felt a sense of responsibility for his teammates. Yet, he was at a loss for words. After all, it was not he who had fallen in battle. Rather than spout hollow platitudes, it was better to remain silent and allow his teammates to process their emotions and recognize the reality of the battlefield. The defensive forces, after distancing himself from the patrol wall, Zhou Yuan glanced back one last time. The battle raged on fiercely, the sounds of gunfire audible from afar, and the ground trembled continuously, as if it would never cease. Yet, for some reason, he felt an unusual calmness within himself. There was no trace of anxiety. He was far too serene, contrasting starkly with the serious expressions of his comrades and the surrounding tense atmosphere. He felt a disconnect between himself and the defensive forces. While serving as a defender indeed allowed him to accumulate numerous soul points, this lifestyle was not what he desired. With the system's assistance, his youthful passion made him reluctant to remain ordinary. He yearned to venture into realms where he could fully unleash his potential, to places that would send his adrenaline soaring, to locations others would dare not tread. Even if this meant a slower accumulation of soul points, even if it carried the risk of death. Perhaps, he was an individual who revered personal heroism. Chapter 43. Assessing Gains. Host, Zhou Yuan Identity, Federal Private First Class. 18-year-old male enhancer attributes. Strength 3.2, Speed 2.7, Jump 2.7, Agility 2.7, Endurance 3.2, Defense 3.2, Self-Healing 3.2, Skill 1.7, Brain Function 5.7 Skills, Rapid Memory, Quick Learning, Telepathy Items, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullet Saw. Title, Exercise Enthusiast. All attributes increased by 0. 2 soul points, 55611 during mealtime. Zhou Yuan finally had the opportunity to review his gains. 55611. When he descended from the defensive wall yesterday, his soul point stood at only 3,753.55611 to 3,753.51858. In a mere 12 hours, he had amassed nearly 52,000 soul points, a staggering growth rate. If this trend continues, with 3 waves of locusts a month, he could easily accumulate at least 150,000 soul points. With 27 days remaining, if he earns 2,000 daily, that translates to a minimum of 54,000 soul points. Combined, his monthly earnings would exceed 200,000. This was all thanks to the locusts. As their value is 3 times that of soldier insects, yielding 3 soul points for each one slain. No need to limit himself to 200,000. Even more would be inadequate. What matters most is satisfaction. The defensive forces are not suited for me. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yuan smiled and shook his head. Instead of remaining with the defensive forces, he leaned towards transferring to the Special Operations Unit. However, Tarsus Fortress is a frontline stronghold. Entry into the Special Operations Unit is not something one can simply request. Opportunities must be sought gradually. After reviewing his soul point balance, he turned his attention to the achievements panel. Following today's Locust Onslaught, he activated several achievements, such as Sweep, Insect Hunter, Valiant Warrior, and Wealthy. Each was related to killing insects or soul points. Among them, the most challenging to achieve was Bloodthirsty Maniac. This achievement required the slaughter of 10,000 soldier insects and, upon completion, would grant the title of Bloodthirsty. This title was formidable, providing a boost of 0.5 to strength, speed, jump, and self-healing. Though it may seem somewhat specialized, he found it appealing. The 4 attributes enhanced include 3 that contribute to explosive power, with the last ensuring survival, making it an ideal fit for him. Host, Zhou Yuan Identity, Federal Private First Class, 18-year-old male enhanced human attributes, Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3. 5. Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5 Skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy Items, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullets Saw. Title, Bloodthirsty. Increases strength by 0.5, speed by 0.5, jump by 0.5, self-healing by 0.5 soul points, 55611 upon acquiring a new title. The attributes panel appeared much more organized, providing a delightful visual satisfaction. Following this, after clarifying the interface, Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before finally opening the marketplace. Earlier, while exterminating pests, he had heard several notifications from the system, but he was too occupied to investigate at the time. In retrospect, it seemed the system had mentioned a newly opened section in the marketplace. Upon inspection, he confirmed he had not been mistaken. A section for items priced between 100,000 to 1 million soul points had indeed been unveiled. How enticing! After surveying the offerings, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This second-tier marketplace was filled with exceptional goods, its variety overwhelming to the point that he could hardly take it all in at once. Among the more affordable options was the ZF-1, a multifunctional automatic rifle boasting 3,000 rounds per magazine. On the pricier side, combat robots, powered exoskeletons, energy cannons, and other lethal devices were available. All of these items were closely linked to the concept of the future, the products he had previously acquired, such as the Super Soldier Serum and the Mini Plasma Spark device, were also present in this marketplace. This was indeed promising news. Once he became significantly wealthier and established his own squad, he could even contemplate forming a super combat team, equipping each member with a Super Soldier Serum and a powered exoskeleton. As for now, indulging in daydreams was all that was required. Just like before, the marketplace always presented items that were beyond his financial reach while showcasing those he could afford but did not desire, truly a trap. Even restorative cigars were available? Then he would definitely procure some. Zhou Yuan scrolled through dozens of pages of items, initially intending to exit the marketplace to focus on his meal, when he suddenly spotted the restorative cigars. Available only as single units, without a replenishable cigar box, they were nonetheless reasonably priced at 50 soul points each. This price was entirely acceptable to him. Purchasing over 100 would pose no issue, as he could easily replenish thousands of soul points within a couple of days. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yuan decided to buy 60 at once. He was not acquiring them for personal use, as he still had over 40 remaining, sufficient for a while. His primary intention was to gift them, as many squad leaders in his group desired restorative cigars, and distributing them would serve well for building goodwill. The mid-level leaders and squad leaders should not be overlooked either. While gifting the cigars, he could also inquire about the Special Operations Unit. Ideally, he would like to transfer directly. After a hearty meal, Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory with his comrades. The dormitory was filled with a cacophony of sounds, but this noise was merely the sound of snoring. All around him were various snores, some resembling jackhammers, others akin to electric drills, intertwining to create an ambience reminiscent of a construction site. This, however, was quite normal. After 7 hours of nighttime patrol and 5 hours of fending off the insect tide, the members of his squad were utterly exhausted. Many had not even eaten, rushing back to the dormitory straight from the defensive wall, slipping into slumber early. Zhou Yuan stretched lazily, kicked off his shoes, and lay down on the bed. It was indeed tiring to combat the insect tide. Even he felt as though his energy had been largely depleted, let alone his fellow squad members. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Private First Class. 18-year-old male enhanced human attributes. Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5 skills. Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items. Mini Plasma Spark device, ZF, 1 rifle title, Bloodthirsty, increases strength by 0.5, speed by 0.5, jump by 0.5, self-healing by 0.5 soul points, 52611. After resting for a short while on the bed, Zhou Yuan once again opened his personal panel. This had become a habit. Whenever he had a moment of idleness, he would check his soul point balance and contemplate his future plans. Rather than hoarding soul points, he preferred converting them into tangible strength. Furthermore, the third-tier marketplace ranged from 1 million to 1 quintillion, and accumulating 1 million was no easy feat. He could not possibly abstain from purchasing items for 5 or 6 months. Alas, still impoverished. As Zhou Yuan browsed the marketplace, he sighed. Converting soul points into strength was no simple task. There were too few items he could afford and that suited his needs. What the gene evolution liquid? Just as Zhou Yuan was growing weary of the marketplace and was about to pull the covers over himself to sleep, a tantalizing name caught his eye. Chapter 44. Gene Evolution Liquid. Gene Evolution Liquid. After injection, it can awaken the dormant life factors within the body, activating biological energy treasures and transcending one's own life limits. The description was brief, merely a single sentence, yet that succinct statement rendered Zhou Yuan's eyes nearly bulging with excitement. This product was easily comprehensible. It could be considered the top-tier version of the Super Soldier Serum. If the Super Soldier Serum could enhance all physical capabilities of the user, pushing human potential to its limits, then the Gene Evolution Liquid could enable a breakthrough beyond those limits, transforming a human into a higher form of life. One might even categorize it as a superhuman, far superior to an enhanced human, a marvelous item, a true treasure. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his heart burning with anticipation. The price for the Gene Evolution Liquid was set at 800,000 soul points. Although steep, it remained within his grasp. With diligent accumulation over a few months, he could afford it. For him, the emergence of the Gene Evolution Liquid illuminated a path forward, transforming aimless wandering into an eagerly anticipated journey. Let us go. After thoroughly reviewing the introduction of the Gene Evolution Liquid to ensure he had not misread anything, Zhou Yuan contentedly closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. Early to bed. For there would be insect extermination tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yuan woke from his slumber. Having slept for over 8 hours, he felt exceptionally refreshed, as though his soul had ascended. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhou Yuan activated his work tablet. Alas, not long into his browsing, Zhou Yuan set the tablet down, chuckling softly to himself. He had finished his watch at 11:10 p.m. Even upon returning to the dormitory, he could clearly hear the sounds of gunfire from outside. He had initially thought that the insect tide might persist into the night. However, reality proved him mistaken. The insect tide had concluded long before, wrapping up shortly after 2 p.m. The next time he would encounter the insect tide would not be until the 25th tick. There would be no physical training today. With 3 hours to spare, he decided to deliver his gifts first. Leaning against the head of his bed for a brief rest, Zhou Yuan then opened his suitcase and retrieved a stack of yellow parchment. This was the paper he had brought back from the dining hall that morning, perfectly suited for wrapping cigars in no time. He fashioned 4 parcels. The largest contained 20 restorative cigars, while the 3 smaller packages each held 10. These were intended for the mid-level leader and the 3 squad leaders. Although he was part of the first squad and not particularly familiar with the leaders of the second and third squads, it was not necessary for him to gift them. However, during times without the insect tide, the mid-level leaders and squad leaders would not be required to man the defensive walls this time. The 4 commanders of the third squad were likely in the work hall or entertainment area. Upon his arrival, he certainly couldn't only present gifts to 2 of them, as for his fellow squad leaders. A few cigars each would suffice, considering he still had over 50 remaining. Once prepared, Zhou Yuan took the 3 yellow parcels and exited the dormitory. He first inquired around the work hall and learned from the staff that the 4 commanders of the third squad were in the entertainment area, prompting him to change direction. The entertainment area of the fortress was vast, generally categorized into exclusive and public zones, with numerous designated areas corresponding to different troops, officers, and soldiers. He was headed to the officer-exclusive entertainment area of the third squad. Although a private first class typically lacked the authority to enter, being a squad leader allowed him to gain access with a simple registration. Before long, Zhou Yuan located his targets: mid-level leader Campbell, squad leader Turner from the first group, squad leader Arthur from the second group, and squad leader Carter from the third group were all gathered around a card table. Hey, look there, my versatile soldier has arrived. Upon spotting Zhou Yuan, Turner excitedly waved him over, sharing a triumphant glance with Arthur and Carter. Naturally, he had every reason to be proud. Recently, all 3 combat groups had received a batch of new recruits, fresh from the training camp. Yet, he had the fortune to encounter an exceptionally talented recruit, leaving the leaders of the second and third groups envious and regretting their own lack of luck. After all, who wouldn't want capable soldiers under their command? Good day, officers. Zhou Yuan greeted cheerfully, then proceeded to hand over the gifts he had prepared. Esteemed officers, these are cigars made from rare ancient herbs, known for their restorative effects on spirit and vitality. Why, cousin, just sent me a batch. This the one I smoked that day? As soon as Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Turner unwrapped his portion and lit one up. The mid-level leader and the leaders of the second and third groups might not have been aware, But he certainly knew that Zhou Yuan was not exaggerating. On the day Zhou Yuan joined the first group, he had played against many seasoned veterans in the dormitory, and during that time, he had taken Zhou Yuan's cigar. He would swear he had never smoked anything so exquisite. This product could hardly even be classified as a cigar. It was more akin to a soul supplement. Is it truly that remarkable? Upon witnessing Turner's reaction, Campbell and the others were filled with curiosity and quickly lit their own. The next moment, the three individuals were taken aback, their eyes shut tightly as they inhaled deeply twice more, their expressions radiating sheer delight. How was it? Zhou Yuan inquired with a satisfied smile, pleased with their reactions. It's the finest of the finest. It's akin to a woman with measurements of 95, 65, 100, making you reluctant to withdraw. Carter savored the restoration cigar slowly, earnestly uttering frivolous remarks. Zhou Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Carter's implication was clear. The restoration cigar was the Kardashian among cigars. Upon hearing Carter's words, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt that the restoration cigar was not as splendid as he once believed. Why is the boss's portion double? At that moment, the leader of the second group feigned a fierce demeanor, glaring menacingly at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan shrugged and chuckled. Perhaps it's because even the group leader must refer to him as boss. If his portion were the same as yours, or even less, I can guarantee that tonight, due to my inability to shoot with my left hand, he would assign me to clean the toilets. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan's quip elicited laughter from the captain and the three group leaders. Kid, I happen to have something to inform you. After a brief chat, Campbell, with a cigar in his mouth, stated, having endured the swarm and attrition, you are now considered half a mature squad leader. When you return later, collect your new shoulder insignia from the operations hall. You are now a private first class. As for the selection of new team members, Turner will handle that. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan stood at attention and saluted. Not feeling surprised, the three group leaders echoed their encouragement, not perceiving Zhou Yuan's promotion as too rapid. Since Zhou Yuan had ascended to squad leader, it was inevitable that he would swiftly rise from private to second lieutenant. This was merely the beginning. Boss, I have a question. After exchanging pleasantries and formalities, Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to inquire about the transfer. He felt somewhat awkward, considering that the captain and leaders had treated him well, promoting him to squad leader at an early stage while he contemplated leaving the third squad. What is it? Campbell's expression turned serious. He discerned that Zhou Yuan's mood was amiss. I'm quite curious about Special Operations Forces and wish to learn more. Zhou Yuan replied slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. Special Operations Forces? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the captain and the three group leaders were momentarily stunned. Although Zhou Yuan had not expressed it overtly, the seasoned soldiers, with nearly a decade of service, could easily decipher his intent. This lad aspired to join the Special Operations Forces. Arthur and Carter were relatively indifferent, as Zhou Yuan was not under their command, and they had just received a gift from him. It was prudent for them to remain silent. However, Turner's countenance darkened immediately. As the leader of the first group, Zhou Yuan was one of his capable subordinates. And now he was expressing a desire to leave. Give me a reason. You should know that as a squad leader, you can achieve the rank of second lieutenant within 6 months, a feat unattainable in Special Operations Forces. Do not be misled by the allure of Special Operations Forces. Going there will only hasten your demise. You are now an adult and should learn to think like one. After a moment's reflection, Turner asked sternly. Zhou Yuan was only 18 years old, legally an adult. Yet, in his eyes, the youth of 18 was as naive as an 8-year-old boy, often indulging in foolish pursuits they deemed cool. Therefore, he sought to inquire further and, if possible, dissuade him. I desire a life filled with challenges and adventures. I wish for each day to ignite my passion. Everything here is fine, yet this life does not suit me. I am capable of what everyone else can do, but I wish to accomplish what others cannot. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, articulating his reasons earnestly. He harbored a strong desire to remain in the defense forces for a few months to accumulate the 80,000 soul points needed to purchase the genetic evolution fluid. However, this would leave him feeling unfulfilled. Rather than being tightly bound by the system, he preferred to follow his heart. Besides, leaving the defense forces did not mean he couldn't earn soul points. The Special Operations Forces could engage in tactical nuclear warfare daily. After Zhou Yuan's declaration, the four remained silent. With his points made, they could not further persuade him. Had anyone else said such things, they would have deemed it arrogance. However, coming from Zhou Yuan, it felt more like an undeniable truth. With superior physicality and shooting skills, Zhou Yuan indeed had the grounds to express such sentiments. Boss. Turner found himself at a loss for words and turned to Campbell, seeking guidance from the captain. Kid, you are quite confident, I must admit. You have the right to be. However, joining the Special Operations Forces is not as simple as it seems. Campbell exhaled a smoke ring, casting a slight smile at Zhou Yuan. What must I do? Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled. Instinctively sitting up straighter, Campbell's message was clear. He consented to Zhou Yuan's transfer, yet whether it would materialize remained uncertain. Demonstrate your value. In truth, you are already doing so. You just may not realize it yet. Campbell leaned back in his chair, sharing his insights into the Special Operations Forces. Wherever they are, Special Operations Forces are an unconventional and enigmatic unit, tasked directly by the higher echelons of the respective combat zones. They undertake specialized missions, many of which are high-difficulty external operations, such as exterminating bug nests and reconnoitering infested areas. Due to the perilous nature of their tasks, casualties are common in Special Operations Forces, often resulting in the need for new recruits. However, no one can voluntarily join. You must await their approach. To attract their attention, you must showcase your prowess, which you have been doing since the day you arrived. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan suddenly understood. On his first day, he had swiftly defeated 47 seasoned soldiers. Such an achievement would undoubtedly have caught the eye of the Special Operations Forces, given their unique nature and high-level authority. Ascertaining the truth of this matter would be a trivial task for them. He might genuinely be selected in the future. However, the timeline for such a possibility was uncertain. He could be chosen tomorrow or never at all. He did not relish being so passive, yet at present, it seemed there was no better course of action than to wait and so continue. Keep being your versatile soldier. As long as the Special Operations Forces are not foolish, they will surely extend an invitation to you. Campbell gestured for Zhou Yuan to take his leave. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan saluted each of the four present before exiting the recreation room. Kid, in the coming days, there may be high-ranking officials visiting the defense wall. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to exit, Campbell added another remark. Thank you, boss. Zhou Yuan flashed a grin, turning to give a thumbs up if all went according to plan. The high-ranking official Campbell mentioned would likely be someone from the Special Operations Forces, or perhaps a senior from the fortress. Regardless, this prominent figure would undoubtedly influence his future trajectory. Moreover, this individual was likely someone Campbell had gone to great lengths to invite. Aiming to lend him further assistance, he needed to seize this opportunity. Boss, you just agreed to that. After Zhou Yuan left the recreation room, Turner expressed his frustration. He bore no ill will towards Zhou Yuan, recalling his youthful aspirations to join the Special Operations Forces. However, circumstances had changed. Now he was the leader of a 100-man combat group. As the leader, he naturally wished to retain all capable soldiers. It baffled him that Campbell, as a captain, would agree to a commendable soldier's transfer. He had expected a stern refusal instead. He doesn't belong here. He radiates a strong sense of confidence and pride. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he yearns to accomplish significant feats. Yet, before he pursues those great endeavors, he remains my soldier. Did you not hear? He referred to me as boss, just like you. Take care of the rookie. That is what a boss ought to do. I hope this is your last lesson. Campbell set down his cigar, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin, his tone remarkably calm. Cool. The three group leaders stood in stunned silence, their admiration for Campbell growing. Perhaps this was the essence of true masculinity. Chapter 46. A high-ranking official? A bunch of rookies. Observing the admiration in the eyes of his three capable subordinates, Campbell once again took a puff from his cigar, his placid demeanor concealing a torrent of thoughts. Zhou Yuan was remarkably mature, distinctly different from other newcomers. Decisions made by such a man were not easily swayed by mere persuasion. Moreover, he had spoken the truth. Special Operations Forces kept a watchful eye on every unit, monitoring the performance of outstanding soldiers. Zhou Yuan had already caught their attention, and just yesterday, an old acquaintance had inquired about Zhou Yuan's character and details. Rather than engaging in futile refusals, it was wiser to extend a favor. Perhaps in a few years, when Turner encountered a bottleneck, Zhou Yuan would possess the capability to assist him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, having received his new shoulder insignia and updated his personal information, returned to his dormitory feeling invigorated. This journey had proven fortuitous. Not only had he ascended to private first class, but he had also gained the opportunity for a transfer. He truly felt a sense of gratitude towards Campbell. He had not anticipated Campbell to be so accommodating. If he were the squad leader, with exceptional soldiers eager to leave, he would undoubtedly make every effort to retain them. Yet, as for Campbell, not only did he refrain from stopping him, but he also leveraged personal connections to assist him in finding opportunities. This indeed puts Campbell in a position of debt. Zhou, have you been flirting again? Moore, intrigued by Zhou Yuan's beaming smile, inquired from the adjacent bunk. He was the very veteran who had caused Zhou Yuan trouble on the day of his arrival, only to be soundly defeated by him. However, as their grievances were laid to rest, the days that followed saw them coexisting harmoniously, occasionally indulging in a game of cards together. No, something even better. I've resolved a troublesome matter that was driving me to madness. Zhou Yuan chuckled, shaking his head as he discreetly produced a restorative cigar. Tossing it to Moore, he harbored a psychological issue akin to obsessive-compulsive disorder. As long as a problem remained unresolved or unsatisfactorily addressed, it would linger in his mind, never to be forgotten. Conversely, once a matter was settled, he felt an immense relief, a sensation of comfort washing over him. Such was the case now. He felt utterly at ease. Well, that certainly warrants a celebration. It's a pity we can't indulge in alcohol. Otherwise, I would treat you to an extravagant drink, Moore remarked, placing the cigar behind his ear and smacking his lips. I in the military. Enjoying a drink is an arduous endeavor. If it were possible, he would gladly pay double the federal currency for a drink. There will be opportunities, Zhou Yuan responded with a smile, leaning against the headboard. He indeed had a few cases of fine liquor stashed away in his variable string bracelet. However, unlike cigars, alcohol was strictly prohibited within the military. It was permissible to sample it privately, but sharing it would endanger both oneself and others. Zhou Yuan remained in the dormitory until 10 o'clock. Once all the team members were awake, he joined them for a meal at the dining hall before promptly heading to the defense wall for a shift change. Today, he exerted himself vigorously, accumulating over 3,000 soul points in just 8 hours, only pausing for half an hour during mealtime. Following the emergence of the gene evolution liquid, he aimed to amass the maximum number of soul points in the shortest amount of time. Additionally, Campbell had mentioned that a significant figure might visit the defense wall. He needed that individual to notice him, the Bug Slayer, the moment they arrived in the 8th Team's sector. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yuan remained entrenched in a slaughter mode. Each day, he managed to surpass 3,000 soul points, his balance steadily increasing. The only unfortunate aspect was that the important figure Campbell had mentioned had yet to arrive. Finally, on the 6th day, a group of unfamiliar faces appeared at the defense wall. There were 14 individuals in total, led by Campbell. Among the remaining 13, one held the rank of Major General, another a colonel, one a captain, while the other 10 were lieutenants and sergeants. The Major General and colonel belonged to the strategic forces, dressed in standard officer attire, appearing rather unremarkable. However, trailing behind them were 11 members, led by the captain, all from the mobile forces, equipped with exceptionally specialized gear. They donned space combat suits capable of operating in a vacuum, completely enveloping their bodies. The suits were predominantly black, adorned with a skeletal design, making them resemble walking skeletons in the darkness. If Zhou Yuan were to see this equipment, he would instantly recognize it. They were members of the Special Operations Forces. Only the Special Operations Forces within the mobile units had the authority to commission unconventional armaments from the armory. Clearly, this group was the significant figure Campbell had mentioned, and was pivotal to Zhou Yuan's transition into the Special Operations Forces. However, in pursuit of surpassing 70,000 soul points, Zhou Yuan was currently engrossed in exterminating bugs, entirely oblivious to the situation at the defense wall staircase. General, that's Zhou, my strongest soldier, Campbell remarked, pointing to Zhou Yuan atop the watchtower, addressing the Major General beside him. The Major General scrutinized Zhou Yuan through binoculars, his expression revealing surprise. Campbell, I hope you're not deceiving me. Are you certain this little fellow can take down 47 soldiers in 5 minutes? Externally, Zhou Yuan did not appear particularly imposing. His handsome visage made him look more like an idle actor than a formidable character. Indeed, I have witnessed it firsthand. He is akin to a human weapon. No one can withstand him. He can not only defeat 47 soldiers within 5 minutes, but can also slay 2,000 soldier bugs in 8 hours. Campbell asserted, nodding seriously, his tone unwavering. A human weapon? Upon hearing this, The Major General finally displayed interest, nodding in agreement. Bring him over. I wish to see his capabilities. Yes, sir, Campbell responded promptly, proceeding to the watchtower to summon Zhou Yuan. Finally, the moment had arrived. As Zhou Yuan descended from the watchtower, he took several deep breaths to steady himself. Campbell had just whispered to him that the opportunity to join the Special Operations Forces was at hand, and he needed to seize it. General, Zhou Yuan stood before the Major General's entourage, saluting earnestly. Unfamiliar with the General's name, he adhered to military protocol, addressing him simply as General during his salute. At ease, observing Zhou Yuan's spirited demeanor, the Major General nodded slightly. During my inspection of the defense line, I heard Campbell mention a hothead in his team who took down 47 veterans on the day of his arrival. Private First Class, are you that hothead? I am, sir. Zhou Yuan replied composedly, undeterred by the Major General's reference to him as a hothead. This Major General, named Joe Angus, was the chief strategist of the Tarsus Fortress Special Operations Forces. In simpler terms, he was the head of the Special Forces, responsible for issuing all mission directives to the various special units. An undeniable big shot. Chapter 47. Promotion to Lieutenant in one step? Excellent. You exhibit remarkable courage. Campbell informed me that you believe you are qualified to join the Special Operations Forces. Is that correct? Angus continued his inquiry. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan's expression sharpened as he responded with conviction. It appears you possess not only courage but also confidence. Angus turned slightly, addressing the captain behind him. Buck, he is now under your command. The captain nodded, stepping forward to introduce himself. I am Bayard Buck, the captain of the Tarsus Fortress Hunter Action Team. I have heard of your prowess, but I wish to witness it for myself. Come, let me see if you are worthy of joining the Special Operations Forces. As he spoke, Buck removed his skull-patterned combat helmet and handed his weapon to a nearby team member. He was the captain of a 100-member Special Operations unit. His presence here served two purposes: to act as Angus's bodyguard and to assess Zhou Yuan. Having known Campbell since their days as recruits, they shared a strong camaraderie. Thus, when Campbell mentioned having an all-around soldier under his command, Buck harbored no doubts about its veracity and was immediately intrigued. His team had several vacancies. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan stepped back a few paces, assuming a fighting stance. Here we go again. Another round of social maneuvering. This scene reminded him of his first day in boot camp. Those damn leaders, how could he allow them to lose to him in front of everyone? The Major General also had his men disperse, clearing the area of the defense wall for Zhou Yuan and Buck. They were all keen to see the outcome. Campbell believed Zhou Yuan would emerge victorious, while the others felt Buck would prevail. Yet, they only speculated, hesitant to declare any certainty regarding the winner. They had repeatedly verified Zhou Yuan's record of defeating 47 soldiers and were fully aware of its authenticity. The only unfortunate aspect was that Campbell had deleted the surveillance footage of that day, fearing it might lead to Zhou Yuan receiving punitive measures. Buck was certainly no slouch. He had fought his way out of numerous bug-infested battlegrounds, having slain more bugs than most soldiers had encountered. This promised to be a suspenseful and captivating battle. Come on, Buck beckoned, taking a few steps toward Zhou Yuan. Campbell had noted Zhou Yuan's impressive resilience and strength. In a direct confrontation, Buck was undoubtedly at a disadvantage and would need to rely on technique to triumph over Zhou Yuan. All right, without hesitation, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist and charged forward. However, just as he was about to strike, he pivoted sharply, executing a spinning kick. Bang! Buck, caught off guard, could only block with his arms. The moment Zhou Yuan's left foot collided with his arms, Buck's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if a truck had slammed into him, propelling him backwards several steps, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. What immense power! Buck steadied himself, shaking off his slightly trembling arms. He was certain that if he were to take another hit, his arm would surely fracture. Just from that one move, he realized he was no match for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan's physical prowess was astonishingly overwhelming. The crowd surrounding Angus was equally astonished. Rookie, barely out of boot camp for less than half a month, had managed to repel the captain of a special operations unit with a single kick. Did you all see that? This is the power of our leader. The leader is invincible. No one can defeat him on land. Compared to the onlookers, Zhou Yuan's teammates were even more elated. They were on patrol and could not leave their posts freely, but they could communicate through their earpieces about the situation. Among them, Zhou Yuan's right-hand man, James, cheered the loudest. What of the Special Forces leader? he was still being thrashed by their commander. At this moment, they remain unaware that their leader will soon depart from them. The scene shifts back to Zhou Yuan and Buck. After gaining the upper hand with a swift strike, Zhou Yuan afforded Buck little time to react. He moved with a fluidity akin to a shadow. His powerful fists and feet connecting with ferocity, quickly subduing Buck. Although he did not defeat Buck outright, it was evident to all that Buck was destined to lose. Facing Zhou Yuan was akin to a beetle confronting a human. Buck found himself entirely at the mercy of his opponent, unable to mount any defense. What a monster! Buck lamented internally, realizing he had severely underestimated Zhou Yuan. The latter's physical prowess was astonishing, as robust as a full-grown bull, rendering him a formidable opponent that an ordinary person could scarcely withstand. The only solace Buck found was in Zhou Yuan's youth. At merely 18, Zhou Yuan's combat skills were still somewhat immature, allowing Buck to endure without being completely overwhelmed. Had Zhou Yuan possessed the maturity and finesse of a seasoned fighter, Buck feared he would have been dispatched within 3 rounds. Campbell, this young man is indeed impressive. However, he had work to attend to that evening and decided not to burden Zhou Yuan further. Observing Buck retreating under the barrage of Zhou Yuan's strikes, Angus nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. As the chief strategist of the Tarsus Fortress Special Operations Unit, he welcomed such exceptional soldiers into the fold. With great power comes great responsibility. The defense unit, which rarely undertakes missions, does not require soldiers of such extraordinary physical capabilities. Zhou, cease this at once. Campbell instantly understood. Signaling Zhou Yuan to halt. In truth, even without Angus's instruction, he had intended to call an end to the bout. He could not allow his good friend to be bested by a novice. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan promptly ceased his assault, stepping aside, pleased with his performance. Throughout the encounter, he had maintained the upper hand over Buck, and though he had not fully defeated him, he had undeniably showcased his strength and talent. For the remainder of the time, Zhou Yuan did not engage in conversation with Angus. Angus took Buck and Campbell aside, speaking in hushed tones that Zhou Yuan could not quite hear, though he caught snippets of words like fairness, I want it, and qualifications. However, he noticed Buck casting several glances in his direction, likely indicating his decision to accept Zhou Yuan. 2 minutes later, Angus and the others arrived at the 9th Squad's garrison, with Campbell once again leading the way, though Buck had inexplicably lingered behind. Kid, did you give it your all? Buck inquired as he followed Zhou Yuan up the watchtower, hesitating momentarily before asking. After the match, he realized that Zhou Yuan had likely been holding back, with such explosive physicality, and his speed during attacks being so rapid that Buck could scarcely see. There was no way he could have blocked every strike successfully. Damn, you truly are a monster. I feel much better now. Observing Zhou Yuan hesitantly touch his nose, Buck instantly grasped the answer. He let out a heavy sigh and clapped Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, saying, for a standard exceptional soldier, advancing from private to second lieutenant typically takes around 3 years. Even with a chance to enter officer training camp, it took me 2 years, yet you accomplished it in just 11 days. What? Zhou Yuan's mouth fell open, momentarily stunned by Buck's revelation. You heard correctly, you will soon be a second lieutenant. Buck laughed heartily. Seeing Zhou Yuan's astonished expression, he finally felt that Zhou Yuan was a normal young man, no longer resembling the cold, robotic demeanor he had exhibited earlier. You are Campbell's squad leader, so you would naturally rise to second lieutenant in a short time. This is merely an acceleration. Thank General Anders for believing you qualify to activate the Nova Clause, using the Chief Strategist's authority to eliminate your qualification cooldown period. However, do not rejoice too soon. Advancing further will not be so straightforward, and you may very well meet your demise along the way. When can I report? Zhou Yuan asked, momentarily stunned, suppressing his excitement before inquiring eagerly. The prospect of jumping straight to second lieutenant seemed exaggerated, yet it had indeed occurred countless times within the federal forces. Take, for instance, his old classmate, Reiko. In the original storyline, Reiko was gravely injured on the battlefield during his first major conflict. Fortuitously, he encountered Professor Zarek, who led a rescue team to save him, thereby allowing Reiko to join Zarek's hardened unit. During his second major battle, Reiko single-handedly eliminated a tank beetle, prompting Zarek to promote him from private to corporal. Following the conclusion of the Second War, with Zarek deceased, Reiko ascended directly from corporal to lieutenant, becoming the new commander of the hardened unit. While assistance from Carl played a role, Reiko's rise was fundamentally due to his achievements. Otherwise, his comrades would not have followed him, nor would the strategic department have endorsed him. It can be said that opportunities abound. Achieving top ranks in military competitions, breaking training records, and excelling in battle can all propel one to great heights. Just recently, a team was dispatched to rescue a strategic department general. Had they succeeded, Turner would not merely be a lieutenant now. Even Campbell would have saluted him. He recalled that in the future, an extraordinary individual would emerge from the Starship forces, a strikingly beautiful woman, whose name he could not recall, who, at the age of 26, would become a space command leader, a 5-star general at the tender age of 26. By that time, the combined age of Reiko and his companions would have surpassed a century, all holding high-ranking positions, yet none achieving 5 stars collectively. Compared to that anomaly, his leap from private to second lieutenant seemed insignificant, merely a sign of not being incompetent. More than ascending to second lieutenant, he was far more concerned about when he could join the Special Operations Unit. That is not for me to decide. It depends on when the strategic department approves it, but it should be in the coming days. Given it is General Angus's order, Buck shrugged. All right, Zhou Yuan nodded, picking up a nearby Barrett rifle to continue exterminating insects. He could afford to wait a few days, and with the date being the 21st, the fortress would soon reopen its communication windows on the 25th to attract a wave of insects. If he could clear another wave before joining the Special Operations Unit, it would be ideal. What a monster! As Zhou Yuan began his work, Buck chose to remain, watching from the sidelines. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, repeatedly contemplating the words he had already voiced countless times. Zhou Yuan was indeed a monster. Initially, the pace of Zhou Yuan's attacks was roughly once every 5 seconds. This level of marksmanship would barely qualify as average in the Special Operations Unit. However, Zhou Yuan maintained this remarkable efficiency for several minutes without needing to adjust his breathing, firing every bullet with pinpoint accuracy. This was undoubtedly the caliber of a sharpshooter. Coupled with his explosive physicality and sharpshooter-like precision, this fellow was born to be a Special Forces soldier. Unfortunately, his direct squad was already at full capacity, and he could not easily replace the comrades who had fought alongside him, or else he would certainly have brought Zhou Yuan into his ranks. Such a soldier was the stuff of dreams. Half an hour later, Buck bid farewell to Zhou Yuan and departed the watchtower. His team informed him that Major Angus's inspection had concluded, and he needed to escort the Major back to the operations hall. After Buck left, Zhou Yuan continued exterminating insects, maintaining his exceptional efficiency. He was not merely showcasing his marksmanship for Buck's benefit. He genuinely sought to accumulate more soul points, as the gene evolution fluid was exceedingly valuable. No one could resist evolution. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Private First Class, 18, year, old male enhancer attributes. Strength 3.5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5 skills. Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning. Telepathy items. Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullet Saw. Title. Bloodthirsty. Increases strength, speed, jump, and self-healing by 0.5 soul points. 71223 at 7:10 a.m. As Zhou Yuan descended from the defensive wall, he smiled in satisfaction. His soul points had surpassed 70,000. Although he was still far from 80,000, he had taken a significant step closer. Boss, what happened last night, Captain? I also want to know. Were those arrogant skeleton soldiers there to cause trouble? Before Zhou Yuan could examine his panel further, his team members began chattering excitedly. They had gleaned a rough understanding of the previous night's events. Personnel from the Special Operations Unit had arrived, and an officer had fought Zhou Yuan, ultimately losing to him, which was indeed big news. As Zhou Yuan's team members, they felt a sense of pride. During their card games these past few days, they had discussed this incident. Guys, I might be leaving the defense unit soon. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the truth with his team. This was not something he could keep hidden. While the newbies might be oblivious, the veterans would undoubtedly understand the implications, and a simple question could reveal everything. What? The team members exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting shock as they turned to Zhou Yuan. Having just joined the 3rd Squad as a private squad leader and recently promoted to Private First Class, how could he suddenly be leaving? Boss, are you going to the Special Operations Unit? At that moment, James suddenly clapped his hands. The Special Operations Unit? Upon hearing James's words, the team members began to connect the dots. Zhou Yuan had not mentioned anything about leaving the squad yesterday. Yet he was now suddenly announcing his departure, likely related to the events of the previous night. Perhaps that fight was indeed an invitation to join the Special Operations Unit. If that is the case, then they will certainly comprehend. The Special Operations Forces are simply another designation for the elite troops. Upon joining, one becomes a special soldier. Which soldier would not aspire to become a Special Forces operative? They would have no choice but to accept. Indeed, I am on my way to the Special Operations Forces. However, there is no need for concern, as the team leader will appoint a new squad leader from within the group. Someone you all are surely familiar with. Chapter 49. Joining the Special Operations Forces. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan and his comrades finished their meal and returned to the dormitory. His teammates understood Zhou Yuan's impending transfer to the Special Operations Forces. Although there was a hint of reluctance, they did not create any sentimental farewell atmosphere, instead offering their heartfelt blessings to him. This was entirely normal. In fact, if one were to delve deeper, the bond between Zhou Yuan and his teammates was not profoundly deep. The feelings were mutual. After all, they had not spent much time together. The longest duration was less than 2 months, while the shortest was just over 10 days. They had yet to forge the camaraderie born from life and death battles. Zhou Yuan's departure did not significantly impact them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan found himself surrounded by many. The events of the previous night were no secret. Numerous individuals had witnessed Angus scaling the defensive wall and had deduced the truth. "Hey, fellows, you won't believe it. My boss is about to join the Special Forces," one of Zhou Yuan's teammates exclaimed. "Last night, my boss delivered a sound thrashing to a Special Forces captain and received an invitation from a general on the spot." With the veterans inquiring, Zhou Yuan's teammates eagerly recounted the events, with James being the most animated, embellishing the tale until it nearly elevated Zhou Yuan to the status of a great emperor. Upon hearing of Zhou Yuan's transfer to the Special Operations Forces, the dormitory erupted with excitement. Teammates embraced him in congratulations, and applause filled the air. Such occurrences were not entirely unprecedented, yet they were indeed rare. A teammate becoming a Special Forces operative signified recognition. It reflected the excellence of their group in the 3rd Squadron, showcasing their ability to cultivate special soldiers. In the following days, Zhou Yuan patiently awaited notifications from the Strategic Department and the summons to the Special Operations Forces. It wasn't until the 25th that he navigated through the second wave of the insect tide, receiving his promotion notification to lieutenant on the same day, yet the summons was still absent. When he was replaced by the 3rd Squad, Zhou Yuan did not hurry to depart. He sought out Squadron Leader Campbell to inquire about the situation with Buck. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was not that the summons had not been dispatched, but rather that it was temporarily impossible to do so. Buck had led the team to the quarantine zone, executing a special mission, and could not send him the summons. The quarantine zone referred to the insect-infested planet, where humanity had no foothold, as the entire planet was a nest of insects. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt immense regret. He too longed to go to the quarantine zone. Had Buck taken him away that night, he would be there now. Fortunately, there was still the insect tide, and from today's surge, he had amassed over 50,000 soul points, somewhat alleviating his disappointment at not being able to go to the quarantine zone. After receiving his lieutenant rank and returning to the dormitory, Zhou Yuan lay on his bed, his mind consumed by thoughts of his transfer. He wondered when Buck would return. The wait from the 22nd to the 25th had been simple, but the wait from the 25th to the 5th would be arduous. The days without insect tides were indeed challenging to endure. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Lieutenant, 18 year, old, enhanced human attributes, Strength 3. 5, Speed 3, Jump 3, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3.5, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5 skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, ZF, 1 Rifle, Infinite Bullets Saw, Title, Bloodthirsty, increases Strength 0.5, Speed 0.5, Jump 0.5, Self-Healing 0.5 Soul Points. 130392. After lounging on his bed for a while, Zhou Yuan opened his panel to begin organizing his gains. During the wait, his soul points had increased by nearly 60,000, the majority of which were accrued from today's insect tide. Berserker? It sounded quite formidable. After calculating his remaining soul points, Zhou Yuan muttered to himself, opening the achievement panel. During the insect tide earlier today, he had activated several new achievements: Berserker, Tycoon, Trial, Warrior, Warrior's Curse, among others. The most notable was Berserker, an upgraded achievement of Bloodthirsty Maniac, granting the title of Berserker. Equipping it would enhance his strength, speed, jump, and self-healing by 1 each. The remaining achievements were of little utility. Tycoon was related to soul point balance, rewarding a small amount of soul points. Trial was a series of achievements rewarding titles. Each type of insect must be slain, and the more killed, the better the title, though he was merely at the beginning stage. Curse was also a series of achievements rewarding titles, but the titles from this series possessed a taunting nature, transforming him into a large communication window. Such a title was akin to a death sentence for him at present, but it might prove invaluable in the future. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Lieutenant, 18 year old. Enhanced human attributes: Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 4, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5. Skills: Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items, Mini Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, Infinite Bullets Saw. Title: Berserker. Increases Strength 1, Speed 1, Jump 1, Self-Healing 1 Soul Points. 130392. Yesterday, Zhou was a squad leader, today a lieutenant, and tomorrow, perhaps a general. Glancing at the updated panel, Zhou Yuan smiled and drifted into a contented sleep. Buzz. Zhou Yuan was awakened in the midst of slumber by the vibrations of his work tablet. Checking the time, he realized it was only 3 in the afternoon. Most people in the dormitory were asleep, with only a few awake and playing cards. Here it comes. Upon reading the content of the message, Zhou Yuan sprang from his bed, clenching his fist. Tarsus Fortress, Western Military Defense Force, 3rd Squadron, Lieutenant Zhou Yuan. Your transfer application has been approved. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Tarsus Fortress Strategic Response Group, Hunter Special Operations Force. Please report to the registration desk in the underground 10th floor of Strategic Zone 1 by 1800 hours on August 25,209. I can join the Special Operations Forces. I am going right now. Zhou Yuan swiftly dressed in his military uniform and began packing his belongings. Over the past few days, everyone in the group had been informed of his departure, farewells had been exchanged, and the team leader had selected someone to succeed his position. Thus, he felt no need for further farewells and could simply depart. Before leaving, Zhou Yuan distributed a batch of cigars. Each squad leader received 5 recovery cigars, while each team member received 2 packs of cigarettes, placed on their nightstands as small farewell gifts. Zhou, are you leaving? Noticing Zhou Yuan's actions, a few veterans playing cards approached him quietly. Yes, the summons has arrived, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, embracing each of the veterans one by one, ultimately sharing his last few recovery cigars with them. Take care, buddy. The casualty rate in the Special Operations Forces is quite high. Zhou, congratulations. Not everyone can become a special soldier. I will, and I wish you all good luck. After a brief farewell amidst blessings and reminders, Zhou Yuan left the dormitory, embarking on the next chapter of his life. Chapter 50. Lieutenant Zhou reports for duty. Strategic Zone 1. Strategic Zone 1. Damn it. This cursed place is truly hard to find. After leaving the dormitory, Zhou Yuan immediately headed to the central area of the fortress in search of Strategic Zone 1. Departing at 3 in the afternoon, he did not locate the entrance to Strategic Zone 1 until nearly 4 o'clock. Strategic Zone 1 was underground, with only a row of elevator halls visible on the surface. When he first arrived at Tarsus Fortress, he had explored many areas, but Strategic Zone 1 was not among them due to insufficient clearance. To enter Strategic Zone 1, one needed at least lieutenant-level clearance or special authorization. Looking around, he noticed that the lowest rank among those present was sergeant. Lieutenants and officers were abundant, and during his search for directions, he even encountered a major general. This was Strategic Zone 1, the heart of Tarsus Fortress. Lieutenant Zhou, this is your domain now. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan entered the elevator heading to the underground 10th floor. Incredible. As soon as he exited the elevator, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. If the main base above ground resembled an apartment, then the core area below was akin to a luxurious villa. Just the working hall on this level appeared to be the size of a sports stadium. Everywhere he looked, there was alloy and dazzling lights. With heavy-duty robotic security patrolling, and the electronic devices utilized holographic projection technology. The technological sophistication was off the charts. "Hello, please register." Zhou Yuan approached a workstation and presented his identification card. ID verification complete. "Hello, Lieutenant Zhou Yuan. Your unit is the Hunter Special Operations Force. Please take elevator number 8 to the underground 13th floor, following the index signs at the elevator entrance to reach the living quarters of the Hunter Special Operations Force." The staff worked efficiently, completing the process within 10 seconds. "All right, thank you." Zhou Yuan nodded, retrieving his identification card and boarding the next elevator. Compared to the 10th floor, the 13th floor is considerably smaller and lacks novelty, resembling the interiors of an ordinary base, albeit with more spaciousness. Zhou Yuan followed the directional signs to the living quarters of the Hunter Brigade. The Special Forces are indeed distinct, residing right next to the training ground and the launch pad. Standing at the entrance of the Hunter Brigade dormitory, Zhou Yuan was filled with emotion. He had just seen the map on the wall, discovering that all the special operations units of the Tarsus fortress were located on this very floor. Furthermore, this floor also served as the training and readiness area. To the left of the living quarters lay a row of training fields, along with a cafeteria, hospital, entertainment room, and other essential facilities. On the right were the landing pads and armory, as well as numerous secret passages leading directly to the ground. This arrangement was indeed advantageous. During idle times, one could rest and train, and when duty called, one could mobilize at a moment's notice, making it exceedingly convenient. As Zhou Yuan stood at the dormitory entrance, marveling at the uniqueness of the special operations units, all his actions were being observed by the individuals inside via the surveillance screen at the door. And discussions about him had already begun. "Boss, that Eastern kid has arrived. Shit, he looks just like an ordinary high school student. Can he really defeat the boss? A bunch of fools." The boss personally invited him. "You certainly can't judge his strength by appearances. I heard he enjoys challenging veterans. If he seeks trouble, then we'll take him on together." The veterans were all quite excited, and of course, none of them intended to give Zhou Yuan a hard time, as they had all heard from Buck about Zhou Yuan's prowess. They were merely curious, eager to ascertain just how formidable this newcomer was, someone who could elicit such words of praise from Buck. An exceedingly proud individual. As members of the Special Operations Unit, they all hoped for strong teammates, as that would bolster their confidence during missions. "All right, enough of the commotion. This kid is a genuine monster. There are plenty of squads vying for him. We wouldn't want to scare him off. If it weren't for my close rapport with his superior, he would have been assigned to the Strategic Guard Unit." Buck lay on his bed, waving his hand dismissively. The Strategic Guard? Upon hearing Buck's words, the veterans were left agape. The Strategic Guard Unit is tasked exclusively with one mission: to serve as long-term bodyguards for high-ranking military officers. Each bodyguard holds the rank of colonel, and in emergencies, they can even commandeer Starship fleets. In terms of significance, the Strategic Guard ranks far higher than the Special Operations Unit, indeed, vastly so in the past. Newcomers to the Strategic Guard were always selected from among the Special Operations Forces. Only the elite of the elite, the best of the best, are deemed worthy to serve as a general's bodyguard. For these specialized troops, becoming a member of the Strategic Guard is the highest honor, a testament to the trust placed in them by the upper echelons of the Federation. Contemplating this, they all felt a pang of envy. A fresh recruit, having just left basic training, ascended to second lieutenant within half a month and earned the recognition of the chief strategist. Truly, it's a case of comparing people leading to despair and comparing goods leading to disdain. However, Buck's remark reminded them of a recent event. Due to the recent incident involving a major general's plane crash, the Strategic Guard had suffered significant losses and was likely in dire need of personnel. Perhaps they could gather some information to see if they might be selected for the Strategic Guard. Ding! At that moment, a green light flashed at the dormitory entrance, and the door swiftly opened. The veterans inside fell silent, their gazes turning towards the entrance. Zhou Yuan, clad in military attire and carrying a suitcase, slowly walked into the dormitory. To present himself as more like a veteran, Zhou Yuan assumed a cold-blooded killer demeanor. Upon entering, he paused in the corridor, locking eyes with each veteran observing him, his gaze indifferent. Strangely enough, many veterans felt a chill run down their spines under Zhou Yuan's gaze, as if they were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. This was due to Zhou Yuan's impressive track record and Buck's commendations, which led the members of the Hunter Brigade to regard him as someone not to be trifled with. Nonetheless, they were all special forces. Each bore their own pride and confidence, unwilling to show weakness merely because of Zhou Yuan's glare. Besides, they were comrades. Zhou Yuan was a new addition to their ranks, a brother with whom they would fight side by side. Not some formidable adversary to be confronted like in a gang standoff. "Zhou, come over here." Perceiving the chilly atmosphere in the dormitory, Buck hastily called out, waving his hand at Zhou Yuan. This kid is indeed quite aloof. However, such a demeanor is not without merit. At least it is far more reliable than the immaturity of other 18-year-olds. Second Lieutenant Zhou Yuan reporting for duty, sir. Zhou Yuan responded, stepping forward to salute Buck with a resounding voice. Chapter 51. Codename Massacre. Good, from this day forth, you are mine. Buck nodded in satisfaction, giving Zhou Yuan's shoulder a hearty pat. The Hunter Brigade had recently undertaken a significant mission, and the entire unit had been relocated to the quarantine area. The task was executed flawlessly, yet there were casualties, even within his immediate squad. Zhou Yuan, this monster, could join his elite team. Although it may sound somewhat callous, there was no changing what had already transpired. However, future mishaps could be prevented, as long as the squad's combat strength was sufficiently formidable. Any unforeseen events could be dealt with swiftly. All right, enough of the solemnity. A few more newcomers will be arriving shortly, and I will assign you to squads then. Before that, let me give you a tour of the Hunter Brigade and introduce you to your future comrades. Buck placed Zhou Yuan's suitcase on the empty bunk opposite him and began to guide Zhou Yuan around the dormitory. The privileges of talent. Zhou Yuan trailed behind Buck, aware that his future would be quite comfortable. Buck had mentioned that several newcomers would be arriving soon. If he were to explain the squad's history and introduce the members, it would be more efficient to do so with everyone present, eliminating the need for Buck, the captain, to personally guide him. The fact that Buck was taking the time to show him around clearly indicated that he held high hopes for Zhou Yuan. For the next half hour, Buck led Zhou Yuan on a tour of the dormitory, introducing him to the resting squad members. During the introductions, Zhou Yuan no longer maintained his cold demeanor. The reason he had initially adopted such a stoic posture was not to appear pretentious or to provoke trouble. Rather, it was to present himself as more of a soldier so that the veterans would regard him as their equal rather than as a clueless rookie. Now, with Buck facilitating introductions, he naturally aimed to familiarize himself with his teammates. His tactics proved successful. Not a single person regarded him as a novice. Furthermore, due to his improved attitude and warm greetings, his teammates were no longer standoffish, expressing eagerness to fight alongside him. After getting acquainted with the squad and his comrades, Zhou Yuan was led out of the dormitory by Buck. "Sir, are we heading to the armory?" Zhou Yuan inquired, noticing Buck directing him to the right side of the dormitory. "Yes, you need to register your armament. The Special Operations Unit differs from regular infantry. We can customize our weaponry and additionally take an extra set with us." Buck explained with a hint of pride in his voice. "However, you must be cautious. During non-mission periods, it's best not to load your firearms, as you could accidentally harm yourself while sleeping." Zhou Yuan nodded, having already learned about this from Turner. The Special Operations Unit is equipped with live ammunition regularly, as it is said to enhance soldiers' familiarity with their weapons and heighten their readiness. However, this armament is not intended for mission use but rather for daily training. During missions, personnel from the armory will prepare new equipment on the transport aircraft. A standard procedure across all units. Of course, if an urgent task arises and one happens to be wearing training gear, it is permissible to board the transport aircraft in that attire since it is all genuine equipment. By the way, what codename do you wish to use? Some people have names so long that it takes 3 seconds to say them. Your name is somewhat difficult to pronounce as well? So everyone requires a memorable codename. I recommend avoiding any silly or outlandish names, as codenames will be registered and inscribed on your equipment, becoming your new identity within the Hunter Brigade. Just as they arrived at the armory entrance, Buck suddenly posed the question, the codename Massacre. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before uttering a somewhat juvenile term. He found the name Massacre to be cliché and somewhat over the top, yet it resonated with him, as exterminating pests aligned perfectly with his style. Moreover, this codename would eventually become the name of a special operations unit. Massacre, indeed, suits the youth. Buck chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. As the captain of a special operations unit, he had encountered countless nicknames, and Massacre was merely ordinary. "Hey Brady, you have a task. Get this kid the best equipment possible, or I'll give you a good kicking." Buck, being well acquainted with the armory personnel, immediately approached a lieutenant upon entering. "Shet, this kid looks remarkably young." "Kid, Come over here and strip off your clothes. Brady scrutinized Zhou Yuan for a moment, then pulled him toward a workbench, gesturing for him to remove his clothing and lie down. Without uttering a word, Zhou Yuan promptly stripped down to his underwear. Wow, kid. Your physique nearly rivals mine, Brady remarked with a hint of envy upon noticing a baton concealed in a certain area of Zhou Yuan's body, prompting even Buck, who stood nearby, to cast a covetous glance. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling disinclined to engage in conversation. While having a robust physique was advantageous, he certainly did not wish to be appraised by two men. All right, you can get up now. Brady activated the scanner and, after collecting various measurements from Zhou Yuan, beckoned him to rise before inquiring, "What I am about to create for you is protective gear. Would you prefer the template from Buck's squad, or would you like a unique design?" Zhou Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He understood that special operations units could customize their armaments, but he had not realized that each member could do so individually. Thinking it was a standardized issue, "Captain, was the armament I saw that night from your squad?" After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Buck for clarification. Buck nodded. "What you observed was indeed from my direct squad. The armaments of other squads differ. I hope all my soldiers can utilize equipment they are satisfied with. Yet those in my squad insist on matching my own." He continued, "You could have seen it in the dormitory. But we had just returned from a mission and didn't wish to don such heavy gear. Therefore, choosing armament that brings you good cheer is in order." "Yes, sir." Zhou Yuan saluted and began to contemplate what type of armament he should select. In truth, the functionality of the gear was identical, only the appearance varied. However, Buck was correct. Wearing custom gear indeed instilled a sense of satisfaction, as merely having it on felt exhilarating. "I'll go with the squad's skeletal template. But I wish to alter the color scheme. A pure black base adorned with blood-red vertical stripes and speckles. Let the entire ensemble reflect this, including the weaponry. By the way, may I request 2 primary firearms?" Chapter 52. Umticula. An hour later, Zhou Yuan and Buck exited the armory. By the time they departed, Zhou Yuan had transformed into a skeleton, with a military case in each hand. He was thoroughly pleased with his armament. As everything had been customized to his specifications, he had received 2 sets of protective gear, 1 set of firearms, and 1 set of combat equipment. Among the 2 sets of protective gear, one was conventional, while the other was space armor, both featuring the black and red skeletal motif. Currently, he was donned in the space armor, resembling a walking blood skeleton, exuding an aura of mystery and intimidation. Although the firearms could not be designed in a skeletal style, their color scheme complemented his gear perfectly, black with red accents, consisting of an SAW S8 machine gun, an S500 sniper rifle, and a kukriar, along with a Barrett he had also requested. Given his strength and endurance, carrying an additional firearm posed no challenge. As for the combat equipment, it included a miniature communicator, scanner, and tactical goggles. "Kid, your appearance is fantastic," Buck remarked, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan's ensemble with satisfaction. Clad in full battle gear, Zhou Yuan bore an uncanny resemblance to a bloodthirsty demon, embodying the essence of a soldier. Indeed, the names Red Skull and Massacre will undoubtedly become a source of pride for the Hunter unit in the future. Zhou Yuan responded, his voice brimming with confidence. However, with the skeletal helmet obscuring his expression, Buck could not discern his smile. "You possess the skill to match that appearance," but Buck glanced at the military cases Zhou Yuan was carrying and suggested cautiously, "Isn't that a bit heavy for you?" The machine gun weighed 7 kilograms, the sniper rifle 4 kilograms, and the pistol along with the dagger another kilogram, totaling 12 kilograms just for the empty ammunition. "You requested 10 medium machine gun ammo belts, 2 revolver ammo pouches, a sniper magazine belt, along with grenades and spare magazines. The cumulative weight of these items exceeds 25 kilograms, and with the space armor factored in, it would be nearly 35 kilograms. In future missions, you might consider carrying less ammunition, as you are primarily an explosives expert." He felt that Zhou Yuan was still too young. Engaging in battle fully armed was quite different from undertaking endurance runs in full gear. Bearing 35 kilograms during such a run was manageable, akin to carrying a 10-year-old child, but bearing that weight into combat was equivalent to hauling a mountain, rendering it impossible to maintain peak combat readiness for long durations. "This weight is trivial for me. As for my physical strength, I believe you, Captain, are the most qualified to comment." Zhou Yuan shook his head, dismissing Buck's suggestion. "You jest. After all, I am a man who has received the super soldier serum and possesses enhancements to my explosive power. He thought to himself that he wouldn't want to appear overly ostentatious. Otherwise, his fear of insufficient firepower would lead him to carry even more ammunition into the fray. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me. Hearing about strength, Buck chuckled and nodded. I in that light. Zhou Yuan is no ordinary individual. His explosively formidable physical prowess indeed qualifies him to be a walking arsenal. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan and Buck returned to the dormitory, which buzzed with activity. The veterans were gathered around several unfamiliar faces, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, likely new recruits reporting for duty. Upon their arrival, the attention of the veterans swiftly shifted from the newcomers to the two of them. Cool. Shit. I feel like my gear could use an upgrade. The veterans immediately fixated on Zhou Yuan, or more precisely, on his striking armament. The black and red skeletal gear exuded a powerful impact, both mysterious and fearsome. Dripping with lethal intent, gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce myself. This is Massacre, the machine gunner of the first squad. Buck laughed heartily, playfully thumping Zhou Yuan's chest. Tough guys, how do you do? Zhou Yuan's smile emerged beneath the skeletal helmet as he saluted the veterans he had previously encountered. Massacre, you look absolutely splendid, a veteran remarked. Though it may seem a bit impolite to say so, your code name certainly rolls off the tongue more smoothly than your actual name. Zhou Yuan saluted. The veterans returned the gesture amicably. All right, everyone, return to your respective areas. Today, we welcome 7 new recruits. Massacre will be joining my direct squad, while the remaining 6 will be assigned elsewhere. Buck waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse, then picked up a sheet of paper from the bed. Jet, he is your assault trooper. Hacker, your sniper has arrived. Superstar, you are in need of a medic. He can also serve as an explosives expert as Buck pointed to each individual. He called out the code names of the squad leaders, indicating they should take the new recruits under their wing. Incredible, while Buck was assigning the newcomers, Zhou Yuan had already shed his gear and changed back into his training attire. He sat on the bed, holding a work tablet, his expression one of bemusement. The hunter unit comprised a total of 101 personnel. The first squad consisted of 11 members, while the others contained 10 each. With the additional member in the first squad being Buck, the unit's captain, Zhou Yuan had been assigned to the first squad, whose members included Captain Hunter, Commander, Scout, Lieutenant Wild Boar, Assaulter, Guide, Lieutenant Great White Shark, Assaulter, Guide, Lieutenant Gasoline, Assaulter, Engineer, Lieutenant Steak, Medic, Engineer, Sergeant Puff, Medic, Communicator, Sergeant Falcon, Sniper, Communicator, Sergeant Softy, Sniper, Scout, Sergeant Storm, Machine Gunner, Explosives Expert, Sergeant Recycling Station, Machine Gunner, Explosives Expert, and Lieutenant Massacre, Machine Gunner, Explosives Expert. The positions appeared standard, each individual holding a primary and a secondary role. Having 2 roles does not imply everyone is limited to just those positions. It merely reflects what could be recorded in the documentation, allowing for temporary substitutions in special circumstances. However, the code names of these teammates made him feel as though he had entered a subpar unit, with only himself appearing somewhat reliable. This was hardly the manner in which a special operations unit's roster should be presented. After reviewing the squad list, Zhou Yuan flipped to the mission schedule. Indeed, the Hunter unit maintained a mission schedule akin to a school curriculum. In the absence of urgent tasks, the Hunter unit was required to venture out every 3 days to seek and eradicate insect nests within infested zones. Should they fail to locate a nest, they would then search for burgeoning swarms of insects and notify the fortress to deploy mechanical forces to eliminate the infestation. Chapter 53. The First Purge Operation. Quite satisfactory. Zhou Yuan found himself quite pleased with the rhythm of these missions. At least every 3 days, he manages to venture out to accumulate some soul points, and when he encounters special missions, there is scarcely any time to rest. Whether he is exterminating pests or en route to do so, his chosen primary role is that of a machine gunner, with Buck assigning him the secondary role of demolitions expert. When executing missions, the demolitions expert is equipped with an assortment of formidable weapons, including grenade launchers, high-energy explosives, and tactical nuclear bombs. This is also why Buck advised him against carrying excessive ammunition. The burden of his gear was already considerable. However, for him, the more ammunition he carries, the more soul points he can accumulate, as long as he does not encase himself in a cumbersome, unmovable package. The rewards from a single outing should amount to tens of thousands. Captain Zhou, let us go. In the subsequent 5 days, Zhou Yuan led a fulfilling life. The reason for the 5-day span rather than 3 is that the Hunter Corps had just concluded a significant mission, granting them a 5-day leave. During this period, Zhou Yuan remained on the 13th level underground, engrossed in training and learning. The training curriculum of the Hunter Corps was not extensive, totaling less than 7 hours a day at most. This approach is to prepare for potential emergencies, ensuring that training does not exhaust their energy reserves. Zhou Yuan primarily focused on acquiring knowledge, skills in battlefield first aid, communication support, and equipment maintenance, diligently learning everything he could. And within a few days, he had grasped the fundamentals. With a brain function rating of 5.5, he absorbed new knowledge swiftly and effectively applied it. Aspiring to be a versatile operative, he knew these skills were indispensable. Idleness breeds stagnation. Self-improvement was a worthy pursuit, for he might need these skills at any moment. As his ancestors wisely stated, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. While mastering these skills, he stumbled upon a significant revelation. The Federation had publicly disclosed only 3 types of insect species: soldier bugs, locusts, and plasma bugs. Yet, the database of the Special Operations Forces had recorded nearly 20 different kinds of insects, including various forms of each. Insects such as tank beetles, grenade beetles, and pulse scorpions had been identified by the Federation several years prior. Odd creatures like spider bugs and plasma bugs were entirely unheard of, even to someone like him, who was well versed in the plot. It could only be said that the higher echelons of the Federation possessed rather peculiar thought processes. Not only did they keep the public in the dark, but they also concealed information from ordinary soldiers. Were they afraid that revealing the true capabilities of the insect species would deter enlistment? He had once believed he understood everything, reveling in his own perceived knowledge, only to realize he had been the fool all along. On the morning of the 6th day since joining the Hunter Corps, Zhou Yuan rose early, completing his breakfast before 5 o'clock, then returned to his dormitory to prepare. He was set to embark on a bug extermination mission, with departure scheduled for 6 o'clock, prompting his early rise. His teammates were not late either. By the time they gathered at the boarding area, it was just past 5:30. Listen up. Buck strode to the front of the formation and declared, "Today, we are heading to the graveyard. Squad leader, keep a close eye on our new recruit. Now, board the aircraft. Gear up. The transport will depart promptly at 6 and arrive at the graveyard by 6:10. After Buck's announcement, the various squads swiftly dispersed, each led by their respective squad leaders towards their designated transport aircraft. Zhou Yuan observed that 10 squads boarded 10 different transport vessels. This indicated that today's operation was not deemed particularly perilous. At least the intelligence suggested a low-risk mission that did not require the full might of their forces. Once aboard the transport, Zhou Yuan found his designated seat. He opened the armory compartment above him and began donning his gear. While equipping himself, he also took a moment to survey the interior of the transport. The transport used by the Special Operations Forces was markedly different from a standard transport aircraft. While a typical transport resembled a winged matchbox, the one for Special Operations appeared akin to a majestic eagle. The latter boasted superior performance, greater speed, enhanced defense, and more formidable firepower, essentially functioning as a large combat aircraft. Once fully equipped, Zhou Yuan performed a couple of light jumps. Today, he was clad in conventional gear, which was significantly lighter than the fully encapsulating space armor. With the conventional gear, machine gun rig, ammunition box, and explosives kit, the total weight was slightly over 35 kilograms. This weight felt trivial to him, akin to a healthy adult carrying a backpack, noticeable, yet not burdensome. Furthermore, due to its ingenious design, the gear did not hinder his movements in the slightest. The ammunition box for his machine gun resembled a diminutive fire extinguisher, with extraction ports located at the bottom on either side, allowing for easy access to the magazines. The back of the ammunition box featured a magnetic attachment mechanism, enabling him to secure both the machine gun and Barrett rifle, with the explosives kit stacked atop. Finally, the sniper rifle magazine belt was fastened around his waist, while the handgun and knife were holstered on either side, with the handgun's magazine slung over his shoulder and grenades and spare magazines secured on his chest. Perfection. While it might appear excessive, not all equipment would be utilized. The insects typically remained dormant in their nests, which were buried deep underground, not easily found. If he failed to locate a nest or even encounter a swarm, he might not have the opportunity to employ the machine gun or explosives, making it fortunate if he could make use of the Barrett and handgun. "How's it going, kid?" Buck approached as he observed Zhou Yuan warming up. I could carry these little guys all day. Zhou Yuan replied with a slight smile, tapping his bicep, then curiously inquired, by the way, Captain, is Graveyard a nickname for the area? Indeed, it is the moniker for Mars' C1 zone. Mars was originally devoid of insects, but at some point, they suddenly appeared in C1. The emergence of an insect plague on a living planet is a grave issue, prompting the Starship forces to bombard C1 for an entire week. By the time the mobile forces took over, it had become a hellscape, hence why we refer to C1 as the graveyard of the insects. Buck explained patiently. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan grasped the situation. Although the extermination had lasted a considerable duration, the insects, possessing remarkable concealment abilities, had not been entirely eradicated, making complete elimination exceedingly difficult. However, this was an unavoidable predicament. As the nests were underground, the Starship forces' bombardments could obliterate the tunnels, rendering it nearly impossible for the mobile forces to locate them. Given the insects' terrifying reproductive capabilities and burrowing skills, it would not be long before they established new nests underground. Chapter 54. There is a nest. 10 minutes later, the transport aircraft delivered the team to their destination. As soon as Zhou Yuan disembarked, he was taken aback. This place should not be called the graveyard. It was more accurately a hellscape. Mars' C1 zone, once home to an expansive network of canyons, appeared from above like scars upon the Martian surface. Now, however, the canyons had vanished, replaced by a vast plain pockmarked with numerous craters of varying sizes, far exceeding those on the lunar surface. Additionally, there were countless insect carcasses scattered about, most of which were incomplete, either shattered or charred, resembling oversized weeds covering the entire expanse. Judging by the degree of erosion from the wind and sand, some corpses must have been there for quite some time, while others looked like they had only recently perished. These likely resulted from the efforts of other special operations teams, considering this was the first location on Mars to encounter the insects, and thus warranted special attention. All right, team, time to get to work. Wild Boar and Great White Shark will lead the way, Falcon and Softy will cover the flanks, Steak and Puff will guard the rear. And the rest follow me. Demolitions expert, prepare the tactical nuclear bomb. Detonate it the moment you discover the nest. Buck gestured grandly, signaling the commencement of their operation. The 11-member team swiftly dispersed into a diamond formation, cautiously advancing forward. Sir, may I open fire? Zhou Yuan asked quietly, having retrieved his Barrett and approached Buck. He had just scanned the vicinity and detected several soldier bugs nearby. The insects possessed acute thermal sensitivity, capable of detecting humans from 200 to 300 meters away, rendering even the finest space armor ineffective against their heat sensors. However, human scanning technology was superior, able to detect the insects from 500 meters away. This offered a significant advantage, but when engaging in offensive actions, one must remain vigilant regarding the number of insects to avoid attracting too many. Engage if there are fewer than 100 bugs in the vicinity. Just be observant for any sudden appearances or disappearances among them. Buck nodded, his expression relaxed. In truth, the most effective method for locating a nest was to eliminate the majority of visible insects. This would allow them to follow the few survivors back to their lair or observe where reinforcements arrived from, as that direction would likely harbor a nest. Understood. Zhou Yuan chambered around and sprinted to the elevated position beside Falcon to begin sniping the soldier bugs. Bang! A bullet flew forth, and a soldier bug fell lifelessly, sending a thrill of exhilaration coursing through Zhou Yuan. The sensation was exhilarating, while stationed at the defense wall, even amidst an onslaught of insects. He had merely regarded it as a routine duty, his heart remaining undisturbed. Yet now, in the heart of the insect territory, merely slaying a single soldier bug sent his adrenaline surging, leaving him trembling with excitement. This was precisely the experience he yearned for, a chance to fully unleash his potential, to be in a place where adrenaline surged, in realms where ordinary people dared not tread. Even if this meant a slower accumulation of soul points or the possibility of death, he reveled in this feeling. Butchery, your marksmanship is exceptional. As Zhou Yuan effortlessly dispatched more than a dozen soldier bugs without missing a single shot, the Falcon could not help but express his admiration. The insects Zhou Yuan targeted were located half a kilometer away. While this distance is not particularly daunting for a sniper, the bugs he struck were all in motion, as the primary sniper. The Falcon could easily discern that Zhou Yuan's marksmanship was extraordinary. Many have hailed me as a genius, Yet I do not share that sentiment. To attain more, one must first invest more. Even during my high school years, I joined a professional shooting club and a combat club, receiving specialized training from retired veterans. While my classmates were engrossed in romances, I was diligently honing my skills. While they reveled at parties, I was still immersed in rigorous training. I dedicated all my extracurricular time to practice, and now, it is time to reap the rewards. Zhou Yuan, with a stoic expression and a voice rich with magnetism, declared a poignant statement. It is you, Falcon. Go forth, spread these words. Let everyone know that I am not merely a prodigy. I simply work harder than all of you. Though be honest, I have started to like you. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the Falcon was equally invigorated, clenching his fists as he replied, You are right. Hard work deserves rewards. You will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. His words were not only directed at Zhou Yuan, but were also a reminder to himself. In the ensuing hours, the squad continued to advance towards the center of Zone C1. The closer they got to the center, the more bugs they encountered, with the largest wave numbering nearly 1,000. Fortunately, the squad was well equipped with ample ammunition, various mixed explosives, grenades, and even 10 tactical nuclear bombs. 1,000 bugs were hardly enough to fill the squad's gaps. It was not until noon that Buck ordered the squad to halt for hydration and energy replenishment. It seemed the airborne troops had guessed correctly, as the number of bugs increased ahead. There must be a nest nearby. I haven't seen one in half a month. Buck, munching on a nutritional bar, excitedly relayed. Yesterday at noon, during routine patrols, the airborne division encountered a minor wave of over 10,000 bugs in the graveyard. Such a scale poses minimal danger. A single tactical nuclear bomb could handle it. The airborne troops easily eliminated that wave of bugs and gleaned valuable intelligence. There is a nest hidden in the graveyard. It is well known that soldier bugs are notoriously aggressive. When not engaged in combat with humans, they often fight among themselves. For over 10,000 soldier bugs to gather in one place without causing trouble for the fortress or fighting amongst themselves is indeed a quandary. The only plausible explanation is that they are protecting something, perhaps their shared home. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Captain, if we do encounter a bug nest, let me handle the bombing. I have yet to deploy a tactical nuclear bomb, and no problem, blow it to pieces, if possible. I hope we can find several more nests and use all 10 tactical nuclear bombs. Buck nodded in agreement. Afterward, he pointed at the squad members. Wild Boar, Great White Shark, Softy, you three will lead the way. Steak, Puff, Gasoline, you three watch the flanks and rear. Storm, Salvage, Slaughter, prepare the explosives and grenades. We might have a big fight ahead. Falcon, stick with me. We will conduct auxiliary reconnaissance. Finally, he issued a command to the entire team. Switch all sniper rifles to assault rifles. And attach any grenade launchers available. Let's move now. Chapter 55. Commencing Operation, Attack. After a brief respite, the team pressed on. Compared to the periphery, the environment at the center of Zone C1 was far more desolate. Countless massive craters and debris formed a barren landscape, where an infinite silence and lifelessness thrived. Boss, there are many bugs directly ahead. The left flank too. They are wandering in a systematic manner, as if on patrol. The 3 scouts leading the way continuously reported information, alerting their comrades that their objective might be nearby. There must be a nest here. Zhou Yuan, wielding a big pineapple machine gun, walked alongside Storm and Salvage. Fellow machine gunners, through the scanner, he observed the movement patterns of the distant bugs. They were clearly patrolling. What else could they be doing if not guarding a nest? However, there could indeed be another reason. Perhaps nearby there were brain bugs or a queen, and the bugs were protecting these higher-tier insects. Yet, if that were the case, he would be grinning from ear to ear. After all, higher-tier bugs are exceedingly rare, with perhaps fewer than 100 in the entire bug race. Killing one would surely yield a significant bounty of soul points. Boss, there's a situation on the right flank. After walking a short distance, Puff, who was responsible for scouting the right side, exclaimed excitedly. Buck's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached Puff, issuing orders as he walked. All units, regroup near Puff. A bug hole. Upon reaching Puff's side and using the spotting scope to observe the direction she indicated, everyone felt a surge of excitement. There lay a massive crater, larger than a football field, with a sloping right side featuring a cave nearly 5 meters in diameter. The entrance of the cave. Several sand beetles were seen entering and exiting, Surrounded by groups of soldier bugs seemingly guarding them, it was undoubtedly a nest. Sand beetles are the weakest of the bug species, possessing combat abilities akin to that of a dung beetle. Primarily responsible for logistics and egg-laying, and only active near their nests. Our luck is holding. Buck clapped his hands and ordered, "All right, everyone, let's take out those guard bugs first. Split up and flank them, wild boar. Great white shark, storm, salvage, stake, puff, you will approach from the left. The rest of you, follow me on the right. Now, let's move." The 11 members swiftly divided into 2 teams, advancing towards the bug hole along the edge of the crater. One team on the left and the other on the right. During their advance, Zhou Yuan had completed dual wielding, with a grenade launcher in his left hand and the big pineapple in his right. As soon as Buck gave the command, he could unleash a barrage upon those soldier bugs. There were a considerable number of soldier bugs patrolling outside the cave, likely numbering around 1 to 2,000. However, they were not clustered together but rather moving in small groups. These dispersed bug swarms would be no match for the formidable firepower of the Special Operations Team. Moreover, the most critical factor was the absence of locusts. Locusts are the assassins of the bug race. Their movement patterns and lifestyle are akin to that of killers. When not engaged in combat with humans, they rarely interact with other bugs or dwell underground with them. Instead preferring to reside in elevated, fortified areas like mountains or hills, it was precisely for this reason that the Special Operations Team had the opportunity to approach the bug nest. Had there been locusts ahead, they would have already been detected long before reaching this point. Locusts possess thermal sensitivity and vision far superior to that of soldier bugs, exceeding even human scanning devices, akin to ultra-long-range thermal sensing combined with high-power spotting scopes. 5 minutes later, both small teams had taken their positions. They were now merely over 300 meters from the bug hole. This distance marked the safety limit. Any closer, and they risked being detected by the soldier bug's thermal senses. Rest for 2 minutes. Upon my command, we will proceed. Machine gunners, upon action, immediately use grenades to disperse the bug swarms, then fire all your machine gun ammunition as quickly as possible. The rest of you may fire freely. Your task is to keep your eyes on the bug hole, using the corpses of the bugs to block the entrance, preventing any from escaping. I will notify the transport aircraft. It will take about 7 minutes to arrive. After we destroy the nest, we need to find a landing point. We must complete this within 7 minutes. Buck, seasoned and experienced, quickly devised a viable tactic. The machine gunners would directly engage with their weapons and explosives, leveraging their firepower to eliminate the main force of patrolling bugs, while the others would contain any bugs inside the nest. This tactic had proven effective time and again, given the relatively small size of the bug hole. By taking out a few soldier bugs at the entrance, they could completely seal off the nest. The soldier bugs outside would be hard-pressed to endure even a minute under their firepower. Before the bugs inside could clear the entrance or escape through another hole, they would resolve the situation outside and obliterate the nest with a tactical nuclear bomb. Action. 2 minutes flew by. And Buck timed his offensive command precisely. "All right, everyone, let us give it our all go." The 11 members simultaneously leaped into the crater, launching an assault from both sides of the bug hole. Bang, bang, bang. Among the 11, Zhou Yuan charged in the fiercest. He temporarily stowed his machine gun and unleashed a barrage with the grenade launcher. Utilizing incendiary rounds, which wielded immense power, the explosions generated flames exceeding 500 degrees Celsius, surpassing the thermal resistance of the bugs. With just 1 box of incendiary rounds, he reduced the 2 nearest swarms of soldier bugs to mere ash. Killed a soldier bug, gained 1 soul point. Killed a soldier bug, gained? The notification panel continuously refreshed, yet he had no time to dwell on his gains. After neutralizing all the bugs within range, Zhou Yuan slung the grenade launcher around his neck and reverted to the big pineapple machine gun. He refrained from deploying the infinite ammo big pineapple, as it was unnecessary. With only about 1 to 2,000 soldier bugs remaining after the initial round of grenade bombardment, there were fewer than 1,000 left. While that still seemed like a considerable number, the scattered 1,000 bugs posed no threat to the squad. The team, attacking from above, held a significant advantage, with machine guns and rifles firing in unison. Complemented by an incessant barrage of grenades and mixed explosives, 1,000 soldier bugs could scarcely withstand a single encounter. Accelerate. Maintain fire suppression. Within less than 2 minutes, the 11 individuals converged at a spot merely 100 meters from the wormhole. By that moment, the number of bugs surrounding them had dwindled significantly. Though those remaining were still ferocious, charging at them with wild abandon, they were utterly incapable of halting the onslaught of their unleashed firepower. The 11 stood resolute in formation, their fingers never relinquishing the triggers as they pressed forward against the last wave of patrolling bugs, advancing toward the wormhole. This was precisely the sensation they craved. Zhou Yuan, once again tossing 2 packets of mixed explosives, wore a broad grin upon his face. He had fallen in love with this way of life. Chapter 56. Tactical Nuclear Bomb. Launch. Massacre. Prepare the tactical nuclear bomb. Remember, ensure the detonation trigger is disabled and switch to a timed detonation, setting the timer for 1 minute. Provide cover for the recovery station and storm. The rest of you, follow me now and eliminate all the bugs at our backs. At this moment, Buck shouted orders. Understood. Zhou Yuan responded, swiftly retrieving the demolition box from behind him. He had been quite aggressive earlier, having expended nearly all the fire and mixed explosives, leaving only the tactical nuclear bomb inside the box. The triggering methods for the tactical nuclear bomb were threefold: remote detonation, warhead impact detonation, and timed detonation. Remote detonation was theoretically the most effective. However, the tactical nuclear bomb was equipped with an intelligent flight system capable of reaching the deepest recesses of the bug nest. Due to the considerable distance and the thick earth above, there was a risk that the warhead might fail to receive a signal and become a dud. Thus, remote detonation was seldom utilized. Retained merely for emergencies, the warhead impact detonation was considerably perilous, as any collision with a hard object would trigger the explosion. Should the wormhole prove insufficiently deep, or if there were a collapse in the interim, the tactical nuclear bomb could detonate the instant it was launched, leaving them no chance to escape. Therefore, the timed detonation remained the most reliable option. Although the tactical nuclear bomb was not as powerful as a strategic nuclear bomb, its radiation levels remained within a treatable safety margin. A slight distance and the right cover would suffice to evade its effects. If the bug nest were directly beneath them, the connection signal would not be too weak, allowing Buck the authority to deactivate the nuclear bomb via the combat device. Click. Zhou Yuan opened the demolition box and extracted a tactical nuclear bomb along with the launcher. Visually, this equipment bore a striking resemblance to a conventional RPG, even appearing slightly smaller, making it hard to fathom that this was how a nuclear bomb was deployed. Regrettably, only one could be fired. Buck had requested 10 tactical nuclear bombs for this operation, and he himself carried 4. In hindsight, it was evident that Buck's intentions extended beyond merely destroying the bug nest. It served as a contingency against potential bug surges, effectively acting as a final trump card. Beep beep beep. After setting the detonation timer, Zhou Yuan loaded the tactical nuclear bomb into the launcher and called out to Storm and the recovery station. Go. Okay. Storm and the recovery station did not hesitate. They helped Zhou Yuan hoist the demolition box and turned to flee. Whoosh! In the next instant, Zhou Yuan activated the timer and aimed the tactical nuclear bomb at the gap in the wormhole. The moment the bomb launched, Zhou Yuan began his retreat, not even glancing at its trajectory. The bomb possessed an intelligent flight system, capable of navigating better than he could. The wormhole lay on the right slope of the explosion pit, necessitating a leftward escape. By the time Zhou Yuan initiated his withdrawal, Buck and the others, who had been the first to retreat, had already reached the edge of the explosion pit. They halted at the pit's brink, providing cover fire for the 3 who followed. After the skirmish over the past few minutes, a multitude of bugs had congregated nearby. They could have been drawn by the sounds of battle or perhaps new bugs emerging from the nest. Even the radio waves contacting the transport plane might have lured them in. However, this posed no significant issue. Their speed exceeded that of the bugs, enabling them to board the transport plane before the bugs could assemble. Moreover, they still possessed 9 tactical nuclear bombs as a safeguard, leaving them unperturbed. Guys, my grandmother could outrun you, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, his pace remarkably swift. Even after easing up, he still caught up with the recovery station and Storm within 10 seconds. Damn it! The recovery station and Storm laughed, slightly increasing their speed. It was not that they were slow. They had exerted every ounce of their strength, yet Zhou Yuan was simply too fast. As the tactical nuclear bomb approached detonation, the 3 had safely retreated to the edge of the explosion pit. This was sufficient. The tactical nuclear bomb detonated 4 kilometers underground to their right, establishing a secure zone. Buck glanced at the combat device and gestured for Zhou Yuan and the others to halt. Boom! Just seconds after Buck's command, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Zhou Yuan donned his tactical goggles and looked toward the right. The ground there began to collapse, a spherical brilliance erupting through the surface, rapidly expanding before contracting instantaneously, ultimately culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. In that moment, he felt as though his breath had been stolen. Time itself seemed to freeze, and not a sound reached his ears. Only the light before his eyes remained. This was the essence of a nuclear bomb. A shiver coursed through Zhou Yuan, awakening a profound sense of fear within him. This tactical nuclear bomb was launched by him, targeting the bug nest. Yet, as the bomb detonated, he instinctively took 2 steps back, startled and apprehensive, as if the explosion were aimed at him. He had seen numerous videos of nuclear detonations, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. It felt as though his soul had been struck, leaving his mind blank. And this was merely a tactical nuclear bomb, its power inferior to that of many medium to large missiles constructed from mixed explosives. Boom, boom, boom. Once the fission reaction fully commenced, energy began to be released. Since the tactical nuclear bomb detonated deep underground, Zhou Yuan could not observe much of the shockwave produced by the explosion. He could only perceive the commotion on the surface. The ground seemed to come alive, vibrating rhythmically, as if the very heart of the earth were beating. The oscillation transformed rapidly, becoming violent in the blink of an eye. From the explosion's epicenter, the surrounding ground began to collapse in concentric circles, resembling a colossal worm opening its maw, delivering a stunning visual impact. "How does it feel?" Buck approached Zhou Yuan, who was intently focused on the explosion area, and clapped him on the shoulder. "Quite extraordinary. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I was on the brink of death." Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and shook his head, attempting to shake off the astonishment. The explosion occurred underground and several kilometers away. He remained unaffected, though the noise was quite deafening. The sound of a nuclear explosion was peculiar, akin to distant thunder yet amplified, with a prolonged duration. The first time I witnessed a nuclear explosion, I was so frightened that I collapsed to the ground. Thus, I have often pondered why humanity, 2 centuries ago, would instigate a nuclear war. Did they not comprehend the horror of nuclear weapons? It is worth noting that they employed true nuclear bombs capable of causing atmospheric disturbances that encircled the Earth multiple times. Strategic nuclear bombs. Buck spoke with a hint of trepidation, as if he had witnessed the true magnitude of a high-yield nuclear bomb. Chapter 57. Evacuation. My wallet just got fatter. Damn it, this bug nest wasn't deep enough. The explosion left me with a ringing in my ears. At last, we have reaped some rewards today. I hope this afternoon proceeds as smoothly, boss. I believe we should depart. We have detonated the bug's home, and they seem quite agitated now. After successfully obliterating a bug nest, the group finally sighed in relief. However, they had no time to celebrate, as they had drawn the ire of the bugs. Surrounding them were 4 zones. The right zone had been obliterated, yet 3 zones remained intact, teeming with bugs. The disturbance caused by the tactical nuclear bomb resounded far and wide, audible even from a distance. Now, the bugs had congregated. Advancing toward their position, Buck nodded and gestured. "Immediate withdrawal. Search for a landing zone. The transport plane will arrive within 2 minutes. Go." The 11-person team sprang into action once more, running while searching for a landing area. Finding such a spot was no simple task. The landscape was riddled with explosion pits, each at least the size of a basketball court, making it quite challenging to locate a flat, open space. After 2 minutes of searching without success, they encountered several swarms of bugs. Fortunately, they still had ample ammunition, and no issues arose. Ultimately, it was the transport pilot who located a suitable landing zone, allowing the team to successfully evacuate. Once aboard, they peered through the protective windows at the ground below. The areas they had traversed earlier had been entirely overrun by soldier bugs, their numbers nearing 10,000. Had the transport plane arrived even a moment later or failed to find a landing spot, they would have been compelled to resort to the tactical nuclear bomb. "Steve, the aerial unit has work to do." Buck merely cast a glance before dashing into the cockpit, instructing the pilot to notify the fortress. This is a chain reaction following the destruction of the hive. The insects that survived the explosion and were not crushed will soon burrow to the surface, and nearby insects will be drawn by the commotion. Therefore, a swarm is likely to form here shortly, necessitating the air unit to launch a bombardment. After the pilot finished contacting the fortress, Buck returned to the cabin, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Gentlemen, splendid job earlier. When we return, drinks are on me." It was only 1 p.m., so the day was still relatively early. However, aside from tactical nuclear weapons, they had nearly exhausted their ammunition, compelling an early return to the fortress. "Yes, boss, I want to drink fine red wine. I just want beer, as long as there's no limit on quantity." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, applauding Buck. Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, hesitantly raising his hand to inquire. "Captain, can we drink?" "If I say we can, then we can," Buck replied, a smug smile gracing his lips. "Kid, this is a special operations unit. We can do what others cannot, and of course, we can enjoy what others cannot. However, drunkenness is forbidden. Anyone who gets drunk will be banned from alcohol for 6 months. By the way, your performance today was commendable. Just keep it up." "Okay." Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. He had no particular craving for alcohol. The few boxes of fine wine he purchased before joining the army had barely seen a tenth consumed. Nevertheless, a relaxed captain was a good thing. At least life wouldn't be so dull going forward. After a brief wait, the fortress arrived. It opened a secret passage, allowing the transport plane to land directly on the 13th underground level. The group conferred and decided to take showers first, planning to gather in the dining hall half an hour later. They should be ready by then. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Second Lieutenant, 18, year, old. Enhanced human attributes: Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 4, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.5. Skills: Rapid Memory, Quick Learning, Telepathy items, Mini Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, Infinite Bullets Saw. Title: Berserker. Increases strength, speed, jump, and self-healing by 1 soul points, 176,771 while showering. Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel to check his gains. 176,000. A satisfied smile spread across his face upon seeing the balance of soul points. In fact, he had checked it once while on the transport plane. But at that time, the balance was still on the rise, likely due to the ongoing collapse reaction in the explosion zone, leading to continued insect fatalities. When he last looked, the soul points had just surpassed 170,000, and in a mere 10 minutes, they had increased by another 6,000. Even now, the soul point balance continued to grow, albeit at a much slower pace, requiring about 10 seconds to increase by a fraction. Perhaps, once the collapse reaction in the explosion zone concluded, the soul points could reach 177,000. He distinctly remembered that before departure, his soul points were just over 130,000. This meant that in the short span of a morning, he had amassed 46,000 soul points, potentially even reaching 47,000. Such efficiency rivaled that of grinding insect swarms at the defense wall. The defense wall. One could only grind 3 waves in a month, while venturing out to locate hives allowed for up to 10 expeditions monthly. As long as 5 of those expeditions yielded a hive, he could surpass a monthly income of 200,000, matching the earnings from the defense wall. Moreover, today's situation was merely an anomaly. Their ammunition was depleted too quickly, otherwise, they could have continued searching for hives, not just destroying one per sortie. Overall, he was extremely satisfied, content with his current life and the steady acquisition of soul points. Everything was quite satisfactory. Jane Evolution Liquid, just wait, brother. I will soon embrace you. After closing his personal panel, Zhou Yuan opened the shop with renewed vigor. He was genuinely curious about how powerful he would become after injecting the Gene Evolution Liquid. Having already received the Super Soldier Serum, it should elevate him to an incomprehensible level. The phrase breaking the limits of life may seem trivial, but it carries profound implications for someone like him. Transcending the limits of life signifies breaking barriers, evolving from human to superhuman. It is not as simple as 112. It could very well be 115 or even 10. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to a rock evolving into a grenade, entirely incomparable. Perhaps the critical vulnerabilities in his body would no longer be so after the evolution. Furthermore, his brain function would undoubtedly receive a significant enhancement, upgrading his telepathic abilities and potentially awakening new superpowers. Abilities related to mental functions, such as telekinesis, interstellar communication, insect control, and mental explosions, were all exceedingly tempting to him. Chapter 58. A Different Life. Damn, Carl, You really ought to be cursed. Lost in thought, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt irritable. He was tirelessly striving to enhance himself, while that guy Carl merely scratched the surface of his talent to become a bug, possessing superpowers beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the General Affairs Office of the Strategic Intelligence Department in São Paulo, achoo! Just after pouring himself a cup of coffee, Carl sneezed, inadvertently spraying saliva into his drink. Fuck, Carl muttered under his breath, switching to another cup and preparing to brew a new one. This was the coffee requested by his superior, Private First Class Carl. This trivial matter is hardly a challenge for you. While brewing the coffee, Carl mumbled to himself, his tone brimming with confidence and excitement. After joining the strategic unit, he was immediately promoted to Private First Class. And just last week, he advanced to corporal. Next up would be sergeant. This was indeed a prestigious rank. He had joined the strategic unit for less than 2 months. Clearly, Carl Jenkins was destined to be a rising star in the strategic unit. I wonder how Zhou is faring. That guy hasn't even replied to my emails. He is probably still mired in the muck of private second class, too embarrassed to contact me, especially since I'm already a corporal. Next time we meet, I must ensure he salutes me. Carl was quick on his feet. A fresh cup of coffee was already prepared. Outstanding. Carl Jenkins, you truly are a genius. He closed his eyes, inhaling the aroma with satisfaction, then left the General Affairs Office to deliver the coffee to his superior. After all, he was a busy man. After delivering the coffee to his superior, he still had to help his superior's aid by burgers. While Carl was busy serving his leaders, Zhou Yuan had already finished his shower and, along with his teammates, made his way to the dining hall. The other squads had yet to return, so only the 11 members of the first squad were present. Jerry, get them some drinks, charge it to my account. Also, keep an eye on them. Don't let them drink too much. Buck led his team to the beverage area, greeted the vendor, then turned to his teammates, saying, I need to report to the chief strategist. You all enjoy yourselves first, okay? See you later, boss. All right, gentlemen, let us celebrate. The crowd cheered, rushing into the beverage area to grab drinks. However, everyone was aware that despite their boisterous claims of getting drunk, they only took a few cases of beer, leaving the stronger spirits untouched. No one wanted to get drunk, nor did anyone dare to get drunk. Emergency missions could arise at any moment, and they couldn't afford to be inebriated while executing their duties. It could cost them their lives. Slaughter, come on, show me what you've got. Falcon sat beside Zhou Yuan, popping open a few bottles of beer, ready to educate Zhou Yuan at the table. Buddy, just don't puke on me. Zhou Yuan gave Falcon a thumbs up, grabbing a bottle of beer and chugging it down. To him, beer was no different from plain water. The rate of alcohol absorption couldn't keep pace with his metabolism, no matter how much he drank. He wouldn't get drunk, only a bloated belly at worst. Good. That's the spirit. Alcohol can wash away all negativity. Seeing Zhou Yuan so carefree, Falcon also got into the spirit, downing beer. For men, the drinking table is a platform for bonding and strengthening relationships, especially among comrades in arms. Within minutes, Zhou Yuan and Falcon had grown considerably closer. Not just Falcon, but other teammates as well. As the captain openly recognized Zhou Yuan's formidable abilities, he was quite popular within the squad. All his teammates proactively sought him out to clink glasses. Of course, this was also due to the morning's operation. They had witnessed Zhou Yuan's performance firsthand, considering him a reliable ally, which led to their complete acceptance of him. Zhou Yuan also regarded these teammates as brothers, as they would be fighting side by side for a long time, making it the perfect time to cultivate lasting friendships. After a round of exchanges, the atmosphere within the squad grew increasingly harmonious. The following morning, Zhou Yuan awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. The drinking session from the previous day had lasted from afternoon until night, with everyone indulging thoroughly, and he was no exception. What began as drinking gradually transformed into a reunion of old friends. As the crowd took turns sharing their experiences and encounters, recounting the places they had been, the insects they had exterminated, and the high-stakes missions they had undertaken, Zhou Yuan found himself relegated to the role of an audience member. Having only joined the mobile unit for a mere 2 months, he possessed no tales of his own to share, save for the rumors of his penchant for challenging seasoned veterans. Yet, he found great enjoyment in listening, particularly to the authenticity of their narratives. The members of the Hunter unit, prior to their enlistment, had all been elite soldiers within their respective divisions, having garnered considerable accolades. Their accounts of significant achievements after joining the hunter unit captivated Zhou Yuan, and he listened intently for several hours without growing weary. However, today he would finally have the opportunity to share his own story. Following a gathering that extended late into the night, Buck had canceled the morning training, granting him half a day of freedom. He resolved to revisit his former comrades in the 8th Squad of the first team. The 8th Squad was scheduled to descend from the defensive wall at 7:10, and with the time still just past 6, he had ample opportunity for a brief reunion. Donning his full combat gear, he prepared to venture forth, fully clad in his space armor. The saying, "A rich man does not return home," like a prince taking a midnight stroll, resonated with him. Though his physical prowess had been enhanced, his spirit had yet to reach a state of indifference to honor and disgrace. He harbored a touch of vanity without descending into arrogance. In truth, he found this mindset quite commendable. Zhou Yuan aspired to be an ordinary person rather than a selfless sage. Of course, this was merely his self-perception, and others might view him differently. Yet, he could not concern himself with their opinions. As long as he felt comfortable in his own skin, before long, Zhou Yuan had donned his gear and exited the dormitory. He equipped a complete set of protective armor and combat equipment, although he opted to carry only a Barrett rifle. While there were plenty of firearms on the defensive wall, he felt a stronger connection by wielding a weapon of his own. However, he suddenly remembered that he should bring a gift. Just as he was about to step into the elevator, he turned back toward the dining hall. He intended to procure some cigars wrapped in yellow paper. First on his list were Campbell and Turner, two individuals who had shown him kindness and support. It would be remiss not to bring them a token of appreciation. Additionally, he felt it only proper to acknowledge the other squad leaders and their teams. After all, this was the essence of camaraderie. Chapter 59. Captain Zhou arrives. Clear the way. Zhou Yuan first visited Campbell and Turner before making his way to the 8th Squad's garrison. His arrival brought a lively atmosphere to the defensive wall. "Chief, thanks, Zhou. Your gear is absolutely stunning, Captain. I heard the Special Operations Unit's mission involves destroying insect nests." "Zhou, my good brother, I can't believe you still remember us." Within minutes of stepping onto the defensive wall, Zhou Yuan was surrounded by a throng of people. Not only were his former comrades present, but leaders from other squads had also rushed over upon hearing the news, bombarding him with questions about his recent experiences. In truth, Zhou Yuan had spent less than a month in the 3rd Squad. Yet, in that brief span, he had become something of a legend within the unit. He had single-handedly taken down 47 veterans upon his arrival, earning a promotion to squad leader, and, just 2 weeks later, he had transformed into a 2nd Lieutenant Special Forces soldier. Now, Zhou Yuan had become their role model, the embodiment of their aspirations. Everyone wished to be the next Zhou Yuan. "Thanks, everyone. My cousin sent me some cigars yesterday, and I thought of you brothers, the ones truly worth sharing with. You all arrived just in time. There's enough for everyone." Zhou Yuan smiled warmly at the gathering crowd, shaking a plastic bag filled with cigars wrapped in yellow paper. "Thanks, everyone. It's good to see you all in fine form. That puts my mind at ease. Just don't surpass my level." Having returned after less than a week, he felt an almost surreal sense of nostalgia. Perhaps this was a pivotal moment in his life. "Boss, I love you." "Zhou, thanks. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to reach out." "Zhou, do you know how cool you are now?" The crowd erupted in cheers as they eagerly accepted the plastic bag from Zhou Yuan and divided the cigars among themselves. In truth, their excitement stemmed not from the cigars themselves. Though the restorative effects were commendable, they were delighted that Zhou Yuan had thought of them. When receiving something valuable, he had immediately considered sharing it with them. What did this signify? It signified that Zhou Yuan regarded them as brothers. He was the first comrade to return shortly after leaving the team, and the sentiment touched their hearts deeply, nearly bringing tears to their eyes. "Don't be polite with me. We're brothers." Observing the heartfelt expressions on their faces, Zhou Yuan clenched his right fist and tapped it over his heart. He had struck the right chord, however. He suddenly felt a twinge of villainy, for his method of establishing social ties bore an uncanny resemblance to Morong Fu's, emphasizing a gentleman's friendship. Well, as long as the outcome is favorable, emulating Morong Fu might not be such a bad idea. However, if he were to follow in Morong Fu's footsteps, he would need an Aju and an Abai. Perhaps after his gathering with the 8th Squad comrades, he could visit the communications soldiers' dormitory to seek out Diaz and Judy for an intense game of 3-player Ludo. Diaz and Judy were female communication soldiers he had met following a skirmish at the obstacle course training ground. Zhou, I see you're armed. How about warming up here? After a brief gathering, the squad leaders returned to their respective garrisons, leaving only the 8th squad behind. The new leader of the 8th squad, Susan, a sniper, brandished a Barrett of the same model as Zhou Yuan's and gestured toward the wall outside. Zhou Yuan smiled and nodded. How about a 3-minute challenge? This suited him perfectly. Showcasing his skills to his old team while racking up some soul points was an opportunity he could not resist. Okay, Taylor, time us. Upon Zhou Yuan's agreement, Susan beamed, waving to Taylor behind her. Since becoming the leader of the 8th squad, she had heard numerous references to Zhou Yuan from her team members, with some even still addressing him as captain or boss. While she did not resent Zhou Yuan for this, it certainly irked her. Thus, she sought to challenge him. Aware of Zhou Yuan's sharpshooting skills and versatility with various firearms, she knew she might very well lose. Yet, she was determined to give it a try. Winning would be splendid. Losing would be acceptable too. Even if she faced defeat, it would bring her some comfort to know that the individual her team praised so highly was capable of besting her in her own area of expertise. Ready, 3, 2, begin. As Taylor pressed the timer, Zhou Yuan and Susan both fired their shots. Bang, bang, beep. As Susan redirected her firearm to aim at the next soldier bug, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, and he glanced at the combat apparatus on his forearm, which was glowing red. The persistent red light on the combat apparatus signified an urgent mission. Guys, see you next time. Zhou Yuan had no time for farewells, leaving behind only those words as he hurriedly descended from the defensive wall, leaving the members of the 8th squad bewildered. All right, get back to your duties. Watching Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, Susan signaled for her team to disperse and patrol, reflecting on the urgency of his departure. It was clear that Zhou Yuan had received a special mission. She hoped to see him again soon. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yuan returned to the dormitory. The defensive wall was quite distant from the No. 1 strategic zone, yet he had hastened his pace to arrive back within the allotted time. Fortunately, he was not too late. When he reached the dormitory, not all personnel had yet gathered. Buck had granted the team a half-day break, and many had risen early to socialize on the surface. It was not until the 5th minute that the members of the Hunter unit finally assembled. Emergency mission, depart immediately. Buck waved his hand, leading the group toward the boarding area while shouting, Guys, we're heading to Pluto. Pluto. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, surprised by the announcement. Pluto, a diminutive dwarf planet composed of rock and ice, seemed an odd destination. This year, Pluto had drifted to an orbit nearly 8 billion kilometers from Mars, a considerable distance. 0.8 billion kilometers. Even at the speed of light, it would take several hours to traverse, even employing warp jumps and tenfold light speed. It would still take a good 10 minutes. If an urgent mission was called for, recruiting personnel from Saturn would be the fastest approach. Why would they dispatch the Special Operations Unit from Mars? Could it be that something significant had transpired on Pluto? Upon reaching the boarding area, Zhou Yuan discovered that his suspicions were indeed accurate. Something dire had occurred on Pluto, and it was no small matter. The boarding area was teeming with personnel, not only from the Hunter unit but also from the Planetary Corps, Hurricane unit, and other elite special operations teams. The convergence of so many specialized units indicated that the situation was grave. Go, go, go! Board the aircraft immediately. This mission would be executed in a squad format, with specific task details to be provided by the pilot. Board at once. Buck, deviating from his usual demeanor, adopted an air of solemnity, almost barking orders. The 10 squads swiftly dispersed, boarding the transport aircraft with utmost urgency. Only after ensuring that all squads were on board did Buck ascend to the transport designated for Team 1. Suit up immediately. We shall board the Starship in 5 minutes, reach the outer space of Pluto in 16, and land on Pluto in 20 minutes. He announced, I will send you the details of the mission now. Everyone must comprehend it clearly after donning your gear. Upon seeing the mission details, Zhou Yuan's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Pluto had been flattened by the insectoid horde due to the harsh environment, its great distance from the sun, and its diminutive size. The Federation had not transformed Pluto into a colony. Presently, Pluto served merely as an observation outpost for the insectoid homeworld, with 38 watchtowers, 15 mining sites, and 3 research institutes, housing over 30,000 individuals, including a cadre of elite Federation scientists. Yet, a mere 10 minutes prior, Pluto had been besieged. The insects, for reasons unknown, had erupted into a massive swarm, reminiscent of a great migration. Wherever they passed, Nothing remained alive. The areas inhabited by humans were the first to bear the brunt. Scientists at the Pluto Research Institute estimated that the current wave of insects numbered at least 10 million. After sending a distress signal, the Federation lost all contact with them, rendering Pluto completely unreachable. A planet harboring human presence had been forcibly overtaken by the insectoids. A catastrophic event indeed. Disregarding casualty figures, strategically speaking, the loss of Pluto was far graver than the destruction of Buenos Aires. Consequently, the Federation's upper echelons were infuriated, issuing combat orders without delay, dispatching 3 entire interstellar fleets. All areas of Pluto, save for the watchtowers, mining sites, research institutes, and their immediate vicinities, would be bombarded. The mission of the Special Operations Forces was to venture into the unbombarded zones and execute rescue operations. The difficulty and danger of the task were exceedingly high. As the insects would not remain idle, they would flee towards the safe zones, and the Special Operations team might very well encounter swarms attempting to evade the bombardment. The insect swarm, tactical nuclear bombs must be fully stocked. With this thought, Zhou Yuan, fully equipped, strapped an additional set of tactical nuclear bombs to his back. Survival was paramount. Minutes later, the transport aircraft detached from the Starship and approached the outer space of Pluto. OMG! Is the Starship fleet truly intent on reducing Pluto to a second moon? Exclaimed a voice filled with astonishment. Buck, are we really expected to carry out our mission under such circumstances? Gasps of disbelief echoed within the cabin. Through the protective windows, they beheld the state of Pluto's surface. Once a planet of rock and ice, it had now transformed into a miniature sun. Even from a distance, they could witness continuous explosions lighting up the surface, with visible atmospheric disturbances sweeping across the globe. This was strategic nuclear weaponry. The Federation was indeed serious this time. Equip yourselves. We shall land in 5 minutes. Our destination is the Pluto 1 Research Center, where 2 first-class scientists, both recipients of the Federation's Hero Medal, are located. Our mission is to bring them back. If they have perished, we must retrieve all instruments and equipment capable of storing data. The difficulty of this task was formidable, and it was likely they would be submerged by the insect swarm the moment they touched down. Thus, I advise you to leave a video message for your loved ones or friends. Buck solemnly cautioned. Simultaneously, the transport aircraft breached Pluto's exceedingly tenuous atmosphere, rapidly descending towards the surface. The impact of the strategic nuclear explosions was immense. Although the pilot had maneuvered far from the blast zones, they still felt the turbulence from the shockwaves during descent. The transport shook violently, and the cabin lights flickered as if the aircraft were on the verge of crashing. At this moment, even Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of panic. He suddenly perceived that the gene evolution liquid didn't seem so appealing anymore. In the event of a crash, it was evident that mechs would be far more suited for survival. 800,000 soul points could procure a decent mech. Good luck. Everyone, I will be above you, and when it's time to retreat, I shall be the first to come for you. Uncertain of how long he had been lost in thought, Zhou Yuan finally heard the pilot's announcement, and his anxious heart began to settle. He, General Zhou, could not perish before achieving success. Go, go, go. We are less than 1,000 meters from the 1 Research Center. Activate the space combat pressure generators and make haste, Buck shouted, urging everyone forward while commanding the gunners to take the lead. There are insects outside, but not in great numbers. Zhou Yuan was the first to leap from the transport, immediately assessing the situation around him. A few soldier insects, numbering about a dozen, were charging towards the transport. With a swift sweep of his weapon, he eliminated them effortlessly. Following that, Zhou Yuan led the charge. The terrain resembled a small canyon, flanked by steep slopes, with the canyon entrance ahead leading to the 1 Research Center. They traversed the short distance of 1 kilometer in less than half a minute. Had there not been insects obstructing their path, they could have moved even faster. Commander, the situation is dire. The surface entrance of the research center has been breached, and the scanner has detected no signs of life. Zhou Yuan halted, glancing at Buck. The 1 Research Center was situated underground, with only a steel fortress resembling an oversized tent on the surface. The fortress was in a poor state, having collapsed significantly, with only flickering red lights and sparks illuminating the darkness. Surrounding them lay numerous corpses, both human and insectoid. He utilized the scanner for a brief examination, confirming that aside from their 11 members, there were no surviving organisms present. Chapter 61. The rescue mission, kid, the scanner is not infallible. It can only penetrate rock layers up to 10 meters deep, while the research center is far deeper than that. Remember, this is your first lesson, Buck stated, surveying the area. After a few seconds, he gestured, wild boar and great white shark, search for an entrance. The rest of you, remain vigilant to eye in the next moment. The 11 members dispersed. Zhou Yuan, as the gunner, took up a position to guard the surroundings, when an ominous premonition suddenly rose within him. This location was an excellent defensive position, with steep slopes at his back and sides, leaving only the canyon entrance as the entry point for the insects. However, if too many insects arrived, they would become trapped, unable to escape. Tactical nuclear bombs could serve as a last resort, but being too close to the canyon entrance could endanger themselves and hinder their retreat. It was best to avoid using them unless absolutely necessary. Boss, I've got it. The elevator shaft is blocked by insects, but we can use the safe passage. After a moment of vigilance, Wild Boar's notification came through the earpiece. Excellent, everyone assemble, Buck commanded, leading the group into the partially collapsed fortress, scrutinizing the stairway littered with insect corpses. He raised his fist, declaring, Soft Egg and Falcon, stay here to guard this entrance. Report immediately if anything unusual occurs. The rest follow me down. The stairway led downwards into the heart of the research center. From the sights encountered in this safe passage, it was evident that the research center had not entirely fallen. Approximately 300 mechanized infantry were stationed here, and upon arrival, they had observed fewer than 100 soldier corpses. Before the insects breached the entrance, they had a chance to escort the scientists to safety. Upon entering the research center, Zhou Yuan, as the gunner, remained at the forefront. The state of the first underground level was grim, ravaged by insects, with barely a square inch of intact flooring remaining, and dozens of corpses littered the area. In the depths, sporadic sounds echoed, likely from insects that had not yet departed. Slaughter, relax. Don't fire recklessly, murmured the recovery station as he gently patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder. I have scanned this level. It is secure. Don't listen to him, replied Storm, who was clearly more cautious than the relaxed recovery station. As the captain just said, the scanner is not infallible. The scanner could malfunction, failing to detect new insects. During the mission, they could not afford to let their guard down for even a moment. Hearing Storm's words, recovery station felt a bit embarrassed. Dude, I just wanted to lighten the mood. Thank you. I will be vigilant. Zhou Yuan replied softly, raising his hand to signal the team to halt. As they conversed, the three gunner pioneers had reached the end of the first underground level, with the next staircase leading down to the second level. Faint sounds emanated from the stairwell, resembling the footsteps of insects on the steel floor. The metal flooring was too thick for the scanner to penetrate. However, from the blurry images, it appeared that the creatures below were sand beetles. Not particularly large in size. Regardless, they were not colossal insects. Otherwise, they would have surged upwards already. Recovery station checked with the scanner. Okay, I'll lead the way. Zhou Yuan nodded, switching to his handgun and cautiously descending the staircase. Recovery station made a valid point. The thermal sensitivity of the soldier insects is remarkably acute. Even though the metallic floor here is quite thick, a mere layer is insufficient to obstruct their heat detection. Indeed, they are the sand beetles. Upon reaching the second underground level, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Numerous sand beetles congregated in this area, collaborating to transport human corpses, presumably intending to return them to their nest as sustenance. The exoskeleton of the arachnous insect possesses energy absorption capabilities, allowing it to survive solely on the absorption of various forms of energy. However, these creatures have a digestive system, and their bodily structure supports feeding. When encountering organic matter, they transform into gluttons, consuming every last morsel. Boom, boom, boom. Kill a sand beetle, gain 1 soul point. Kill a sand beetle, gain. After surveying the surrounding area and discovering no soldier insects, Zhou Yuan wasted no time in exterminating the entire batch of sand beetles. This was his first encounter with the sand beetles, and he was surprised to find that they yielded the same reward as the soldier insects, 1 soul point per beetle. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The sand beetles were so feeble that even a fruit knife could dispatch them, so the allocation of 1 soul point could be considered a commendable gesture by the system. Time was of the essence. Go. Buck arrived at the second level, assessed the situation around him, and urged the team to hasten their pace. The sand beetles were only responsible for laying eggs and logistical support. Their presence here indicated that the area had been thoroughly overrun by the insects. Therefore, they needed to act swiftly. They aimed to ascertain the condition of the research center, rescue any survivors promptly, and retreat if none remained. This was not a safe place. Just what I was waiting to hear. Zhou Yuan re-equipped himself with a machine gun, leading the charge down the corridor, searching each room. The ominous premonition he had earlier lingered, and all he wished for was to complete the mission quickly and vacate this cursed locale, after witnessing the devastating power of tactical nuclear weapons up close. His thirst for soul points had diminished considerably, while his concern for personal safety had intensified. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the 8th underground level. The research center comprised 10 levels, and they were now nearing the deepest point. From the 5th level onward, soldier insects had begun to appear along their path. However, their numbers were few, totaling less than 50. Each person could easily dispatch 2 with the pull of the trigger, allowing them to progress without incident. Besides exterminating the insects, they had also made progress on their mission. They discovered numerous instruments and facilities capable of storing data, and they dismantled all the storage disks to take with them. Even if they failed to rescue the last living soul, these items would suffice for their report upon return. Hiss! Just as they were about to ascend the stairs to the 9th level, Zhou Yuan suddenly heard a faint sound. It was the unmistakable noise of soldier insects, a sound he knew all too well. "Captain, I hear the soldier insects and the sound of impacts." Zhou Yuan immediately turned and reported to Buck. "Run forward, fire at will." Buck, without a moment's hesitation, grabbed his rifle and sprinted toward the stairs. Although he hadn't heard anything himself, he trusted that Zhou Yuan would not fabricate tales in such a situation. The research center had been overrun. What could the soldier insects be colliding with? The only plausible explanation was that survivors remained, possibly having successfully reached a safe room, while the soldier insects were assaulting it. Chapter 62. Mission accomplished. The group dashed down to the 9th level with their weapons drawn. The 9th level was relatively clear, devoid of living soldier insects, only a group of sand beetles engaged in transporting corpses. However, upon reaching the 9th level, they could distinctly hear the commotion from the very bottom level. The cries of the soldier insects echoed continuously, accompanied by the incessant sound of them colliding with steel, the rhythm increasing akin to a drumbeat. Soon, they ascended the stairs to the 10th level. This was the final layer of Research Center number 1. Tap, tap, tap. Upon entering the 10th level, Zhou Yuan immediately squeezed the trigger of his heavy machine gun. Numerous soldier insects occupied this layer, with dozens stationed at the base of the stairs. They were wreaking havoc, demolishing all instruments and equipment, even tearing the walls as if they were mere curtains. Damn, so many insects! The storm and recovery teams were also taken aback, swiftly opening fire to suppress the soldier insects. The space at the stairway was limited, but 3 machine guns could effectively hold the line. Although the soldier insects numbered close to 100, they could not lay a finger on the team, merely creating an exaggerated appearance indoors. With the firepower reinforcement coming from behind, the visible soldier insects quickly fell as corpses. The team did not linger, weaving through the gaps between the insect bodies to exit the stairway. Full fire ahead. Beyond the stairway lay the actual workroom, a more spacious area with even more hidden soldier insects. Before they entered the workroom, the soldier insects detected them through their thermal senses and were now rushing toward the stairway in a collective swarm. Buck waved his hand, signaling the team to push forward. After all, it was an indoor space. No matter how large, it wasn't expansive enough to overwhelm them. They only faced about a dozen soldier insects, which could be easily dealt with. The majority of the soldier insects were located on this floor. So the 9 members pressed onward. "Captain, there's a situation ahead." The insects were attacking a security door. That must be the safe room, while firing and advancing through a distance of 200 meters. Zhou Yuan's keen eyes noticed something unusual among the insects. Before they attacked, the insects were vigorously pounding against a large circular door nearly a meter high, as if something inside was irresistibly attracting them. This large circular door was no ordinary barrier. The pincers of the soldier insects could shred even space-grade alloys. Yet, this door had only suffered a few punctures, and it was far from being breached. This door was likely the entrance to the safe room, a mixed safety door exceeding 1 meter in thickness, designed to be robust and impenetrable. "Gentlemen, let us crush these filthy bugs and bring the scientists back home. The fine whiskey and cigars are waiting for us." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Buck's spirit surged, and he gestured emphatically forward. The team was equally exhilarated, advancing steadily with their rifles. The insects attacking the safe room indicated that there were indeed people inside. They would soon complete their mission and leave this wretched planet, which was currently under bombardment by strategic nuclear weapons. 1 minute later, all the insects within the research center were annihilated. During the process, a minor mishap occurred. Puff was grazed by a dying insect's claw. However, fortune smiled upon her. The soldier insect was severely injured, and the strike was not precise enough, leaving merely a mark on her space suit. All right, it's time to reap the rewards. After the bugs were eradicated, Buck swiftly approached the security door, eager to open it. After several attempts, he realized that opening the door was no simple task. The control panel outside had been destroyed by the insects, and not a single device or instrument remained intact. Given the security door's protective nature, the individuals inside were likely unaware of the events transpiring outside. They might still believe that swarms of soldier insects surrounded them. Damn it, Buck muttered darkly, kicking the security door. He then shifted position to allow the engineer in the team to take over. Only an engineer could repair such mechanisms. If they could not inform the individuals inside of their arrival, it would spell trouble. Gasoline, Steak, it's up to you. Okay. Gasoline and Steak accepted the task and began attempting to repair the control panel of the security door. The wiring was utterly ruined, and without backup lines, even if they found some here, it would take at least half an hour. An alternative method was needed. After inspecting for a while, the two shook their heads at Buck. Why not try repairing the surveillance system? We could connect our operational device, allowing those inside to see us and communicate with us. Zhou Yuan tentatively suggested. Good idea. Gasoline and Steak exchanged glances and gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up. As professional engineers, they were certainly aware of this method. Their earlier mention of finding another way referred to this strategy. They simply hadn't anticipated that Zhou Yuan, a young demolitions expert, would also comprehend communications. In hindsight, this guy truly was a jack of all trades. He was deemed terrifyingly strong in hand-to-hand combat by the captain, and the sharpshooter Falcon considered him qualified to join the hunters solely based on his marksmanship. Now, he also understood engineering tasks. What an unfair advantage from the heavens. 3 minutes later, Gasoline and Steak completed their task. They replaced the surveillance camera with the operational device. Click. Shortly after the operational device was activated, the security door trembled and then slowly opened outward, indicating that the individuals inside had finally seen the situation outside. Thank heavens, you've finally arrived. Fark, the insects have destroyed our laboratory. Once the security door fully opened, 28 individuals emerged from within. All were clad in full protective gear, with 15 of them bearing weapons, likely the defense personnel of the research center, while the others were presumably researchers. The group appeared to be in poor spirits, with several individuals sporting injuries and looking as pale as a sheet. Gentlemen, now is not the time for conversation. Pluto is currently under bombardment by Starship forces, although this area is not a target zone. There is still a chance that some insects may have sought refuge here. I need you to gather all the research materials from the center as swiftly as possible and then follow us to evacuate. Buck saluted and spoke in a grave tone. All present. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated. A scientist stepped forward, his visor stained with blood, obscuring his features. He extended a protective case to Buck, gripping his hand tightly and stating, "Take this. It may grant humanity the power to combat the insect race, enabling paralyzed patients to stand once more. Safeguard it well. If necessary, you may abandon us all. I am Anderson Morgan. Remember my words." Captain, Chapter 63. The insect tide surrounds the valley, General Morgan. Upon hearing the words of the old scientist, Buck was taken aback and immediately stood at attention, saluting. There are 2 first-class scientists here, both of whom have been awarded the Federation Hero Medal. Anderson Morgan is one of them. He holds a position in the Strategic Research Department with the rank of Major General, though his authority within the Federation reaches that of a Lieutenant General. To his astonishment, he was still alive. The intelligence provided to the Strategic Department indicated that Morgan had informed them before communication was severed that they were soon to perish, urging the Federation not to harbor hopes of rescue, but rather to retrieve the data once the insect tide receded. Nevertheless, considering Morgan's significance, the Strategic Department decided to send a team. Now, hearing Morgan's words, Buck began to grasp the underlying reasons. Morgan is a good man. He believed the safe house would not withstand the onslaught and wished to spare as many lives as possible, prioritizing the preservation of research data. After all, the insects would not gnaw through the protective cases. By merely concealing them at a higher elevation, he could prevent the research data from being compromised. Zhou Yuan and the others also saluted, filled with excitement. The primary rescue target was still alive, signifying their successful mission. Moreover, the rescue target was a prominent figure, representing a significant achievement. Captain, there are insects approaching. Their numbers are overwhelming. We must act swiftly, before they could bask in their joy for too long. Soft Egg delivered dire news. Buck hastily turned to Morgan and asked, Major General Morgan, are there any other safe houses here? No. Morgan gently shook his head, his tone tinged with sorrow. The insects had arrived too swiftly and in overwhelming numbers. The defense troops at the research center were utterly incapable of holding them back. The reason the survivors were able to endure was that they happened to be on this floor when the incident occurred, affording them time to enter the safe house. I understand. Buck nodded solemnly and commanded his team, move up to provide support. If necessary, we can deploy tactical nuclear weapons. I will notify the transport aircraft to withdraw. Turning to the remaining 15 defense soldiers at the research center, he added, Gentlemen, you should also assist. Yes, sir. The defense soldiers saluted and promptly followed Zhou Yuan and the others. Major General Morgan, we must take our leave. Gentlemen, please assist me in caring for the injured. Our time is limited. That moment, Buck began organizing the evacuation of the research personnel while simultaneously hoisting Morgan onto his back. Locating the living Morgan was a significant triumph. But if they failed to bring him back, it was likely Buck's position as the leader of the hunter unit would come to an end, leaving the accompanying team members with little to gain. As the insects in the research center were eradicated, the return journey was considerably easier. Previously, they had spent half an hour battling their way through and dismantling equipment. Now, they accomplished the same in under 2 minutes. By the time Zhou Yuan and the others reached the exit, Falcon and Soft Egg were already engaged with the insects. The swarm was immense, with hundreds visible, and even more were rushing into the valley from outside. If they did not ascend, Falcon and Soft Egg would likely be overwhelmed. Rat-tat-tat. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan unleashed the big pineapple machine gun. The others followed suit, firing in unison to suppress the insect onslaught. With 10 members of the hunter unit and 15 defense soldiers from the research center, their combined firepower was formidable enough to hold back the advancing swarm, at least for the time being. As long as the tide of insects did not surge forth. Gentlemen, the situation is dire. The number of insects outside is increasing rapidly. A tide will form within 5 minutes, in the midst of the battle. Falcon suddenly shouted. 5 minutes should suffice for our withdrawal. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will have them taste tactical nuclear weapons. Zhou Yuan pressed down on the big pineapple with one hand, peering through the scope at the valley entrance. Indeed, the number of insects was escalating, and the swarm was beginning to crowd. These insects appeared to be in a state of panic, even attacking their brethren that obstructed their path. Likely frightened by the nuclear explosions in other areas, they were not the targets of the insects. They merely happened to be blocking the escape route. Gentlemen, I am preparing to deploy mixed explosives. After emptying one magazine of the big pineapple, Zhou Yuan retreated a couple of steps, moving behind a spot where the others could not see him. He opened the demolition box while stowing the big pineapple at his feet into the ring. Then retrieving the infinite ammo variant, it was time for this weapon to see some action. He was not concerned about his teammates discovering this, as the weapon was soul-bound. When he used it, it had infinite ammunition, while others would merely find it to be the ordinary big pineapple requiring magazine swaps, completely undetectable. If questioned later, he could simply explain that he had brought extra ammunition, as he had already been carrying a substantial supply. Once equipped with the infinite ammo big pineapple, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Though it was the same model, he perceived the infinite ammunition variant to be superior. Even the handling felt significantly better. Perhaps this was a manifestation of his fear of insufficient firepower. Of course, while firing the machine gun, he did not forget to toss several packets of mixed explosives into the swarm. Mixed explosives are high-energy explosives, boasting 3 times the power of antiquated TNT. Detonating them among the insects would create a scattering of heavenly flowers. In terms of exterminating insects, high-energy explosives were far more effective than a machine gun. Having them on hand, there was no reason not to utilize them. Seizing the opportunity to accrue soul points, Zhou Yuan reveled in the sight of insects shattering into fragments, alongside the rapidly refreshing prompt panel. He turned to Storm and Recycle Station and declared, Gentlemen, Hand me the demolition box. I possess great strength and can hurl explosives into the densest concentrations of insects. Okay. Storm and Recycle Station called back without turning, indicating with their shoulders that Zhou Yuan should take charge. Watch this. Zhou Yuan took their demolition boxes, aligning 3 together, alternating between the machine gun and mixed explosives, reveling in the exhilarating experience. Gentlemen, your hero has arrived. I advise you to hurry. There are at least 100,000 insects outside. After holding their ground for approximately 4 or 5 minutes, Steve piloted the transport aircraft to hover above the valley. Searching for a landing spot, they needed to find a location to land, as the captain and research personnel had yet to emerge. Zhou Yuan replied, glancing back. The research personnel were not as swift as they were, and several were injured, likely requiring additional time. Damn! Insects on the right flank. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A swarm of insects was climbing over the high slope on the right side of the valley and surging into the valley. They were already struggling to hold the front. If insects appeared from the right, the pressure would intensify if necessary. We can deploy tactical nuclear weapons? Now is the time for that. Zhou Yuan recalled Buck's earlier words, and a grin spread across his face. This was not merely for accumulating soul points. As a team-oriented soldier, he simply aimed to resolve the immediate crisis. Chapter 64. Boom. I explode. I explode again. Gentlemen, I am launching a tactical nuclear weapon. Zhou Yuan shouted, then loaded a tactical nuclear warhead into the launcher, setting the detonation method to impact-triggered. Be careful not to blow us up. Throw the nuke outside. The valley will shield us from the shockwave. His teammates responded in unison, all agreeing to launch the tactical nuclear weapon while also cautioning Zhou Yuan. This was not an insect nest detonation. Triggering a tactical nuclear weapon on the ground was hazardous, as it could potentially affect them as well. Rest assured, I have calculated the distance, Zhou Yuan assured, aiming the tactical nuclear weapon directly above the valley entrance. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, the tactical nuclear warhead shot skyward, quickly soaring out of the valley and into the high altitude beyond, before plummeting rapidly. The tactical nuclear weapon had been launched. Prepare for the frontal shockwave. Go! Zhou Yuan immediately set down the launcher, gesturing for everyone to take cover, while he himself crouched behind the corpse of a soldier insect. Boom! Approximately 3 seconds later, the tactical nuclear weapon struck the ground, triggering an explosion. The atmosphere of Pluto is notoriously thin, with a correspondingly low ground pressure, creating a near-vacuum environment with insufficient medium for sound propagation. Additionally, since the tactical nuclear weapon detonated 5 kilometers away, the explosion was not overwhelmingly loud, akin to a typical missile detonation. However, its power remained formidable. As the tactical nuclear weapon exploded, everyone witnessed a mushroom cloud rising beyond the valley. Though the mushroom was somewhat diminutive, it still illuminated the darkness around them. Along with the night fading away, a massive wave of soldier insects disappeared. Looking toward the valley entrance, all visible soldier insects had vanished, leaving only those that had already entered the valley. Whoosh! At that moment, the shockwave surged into the valley. Most of the shockwave was obstructed by the valley entrance, yet a small portion remained potent. It surged into the valley like a Category 10 typhoon, revealing its strength as it toppled every soldier insect in its path. With these soldier insects in the way, the impact of the shockwave on the team was significantly reduced. Zhou Yuan merely stumbled, while the others suffered little harm, aside from a few being sent tumbling. Gentlemen, rise quickly. We have insects on our flank. I am preparing for a second launch. Zhou Yuan called out to his teammates, his hands never ceasing as he readied the launcher for a second tactical nuclear weapon. 3 sets remained on the ground, with 1 set left behind. On this occasion, the team had brought a total of 14 tactical nuclear warheads. Only 1. How could that be possible? Darkness had enveloped the land, and they were in dire need of light. Let us proceed as planned. We shall handle the interior, while you take care of the exterior. Let us unleash the nuclear warheads to obliterate these wretched pests. Upon hearing that Zhou Yuan intended to launch tactical nuclear warheads, his comrades erupted in a chorus of cheers, their spirits soaring. The insect tide was formidable, but they were fortified by a strategic terrain. Reinforced by the firepower of 15 defense personnel, supplemented by the research center's reserve munitions, and of course, the tactical nuclear warheads, fear was absent. Yet, they could not afford to remain in a stalemate. Time was of the essence. They needed to evacuate before exhausting their ammunition. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed. Whoosh, whoosh. As his teammates cleared the Valley of the Insects, Zhou Yuan launched the second tactical nuclear warhead, swiftly followed by the third. The targets were the left and right flanks. His intention was to annihilate all the insects surrounding the valley in one fell swoop. He could not see the situation outside, for the steep slopes on either side rose to 200 or 300 meters, offering only a distant view of the mushroom clouds ascending. Damn it! At that moment, a voice of anger erupted behind Zhou Yuan. He turned to see Buck leading the researchers up, carrying Morgan, nearly swept away by the valley's shockwave. Aside from a few injured researchers, the others had scavenged numerous firearms along the way, opting to join the defensive line. They had all undergone shooting training, while their marksmanship and experience may have been lacking. The collective firepower would prove beneficial. "Steve, where are you?" Buck inquired, setting Morgan down before promptly contacting the transport pilot. "Right behind you, landing in 5 seconds," while Zhou Yuan and the others held off the swarm. Steve had located a relatively flat landing spot just behind the entrance of the research center. If not for the shockwave from the tactical nuclear warheads, which had severely impacted the transport aircraft, he would have already landed. Excellent. Consolidate the defensive line. Prepare for evacuation. Buck finally exhaled in relief, signaling everyone to gather around him to protect the researchers. After issuing the command, he pointed sternly at Zhou Yuan, saying, "Fire a few more tactical nuclear warheads outward. I do not wish for a single insect to reach Major Morgan. Leave it to me." Zhou Yuan replied with fervor, joy blooming within him. Initially thinking they would depart soon, he was pleasantly surprised to have the opportunity to launch several more tactical nuclear warheads. Very well. Since it was the captain's order, he must execute it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once the transport aircraft successfully landed, Zhou Yuan launched 3 additional tactical nuclear warheads outside the valley. Considering the impending ascent of the transport aircraft, he raised the altitude slightly, targeting an area farther than before. The team's ammunition was sufficient to deal with the visible insects. He merely needed to sever the tide of their forces. "All right, folks, it's time to retreat." At this juncture, Buck had managed to usher all the researchers onto the transport aircraft. He cranked the transmitter to maximum volume, shouting to the teammates still engaged in exterminating insects. "Hurry, go! You all leave first." 3 voices rang out simultaneously. Zhou Yuan, Storm, and Recovery Station. All machine gunners urging everyone to withdraw, while they chose to cover the rear. Boom. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan and the others, the remaining personnel turned to flee. However, they had barely taken a few steps when they abruptly halted. The ground between them and the transport aircraft began to tremble violently, as if struck by a pile driver, and it did not cease. The giant beetles were upon them. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted, and he nearly shouted. The others clearly recognized the threat posed by the giant beetles and quickly vacated the area, daring not to approach the trembling ground. Boom! They had barely evaded when the earth erupted. The once solid ice rock surface, harder than steel, shattered like a cookie crumbling under pressure. Fragments of rock and ice flew in all directions, replaced by an immense, dark shadow. That was the back of a tank beetle. Chapter 65. Single-handedly eliminate the tank beetle. Witness my might. The tank beetle was the heavy tank of the insect race. An adult tank beetle exceeds 20 meters in length and nearly 10 meters in height. Resembling a colossal dung beetle, akin to a whale-sized dung beetle. Its massive form, impenetrable shell, unparalleled burrowing ability, and the ability to melt space-grade alloys with its superheated corrosive liquid rendered the tank beetle one of the most formidable arachnid creatures. A bane to mobile infantry. Damn it! Eliminate it as swiftly as possible. The emergence of the tank beetle sent Buck into a frenzy, his expression twisting beneath the skull helmet. The tank beetle faced away from the transport aircraft, making its first target those engaged in exterminating the soldier insects who had yet to board. There were 15 defense personnel from the research center and 10 of his own team members. The transport aircraft was ready for takeoff, yet he could not bear to abandon his comrades. But if they did not eliminate that tank beetle quickly, as the commander of this operation, he had no choice. Damn it! Zhou Yuan cursed inwardly, feeling a twinge of regret. A rescue mission differed fundamentally from a combat mission, emphasizing light and swift execution. Thus, the armory had not included grenade sets in the demolition crates. The explosives they had brought consisted solely of tactical nuclear warheads, mixed explosives, and grenades. Zhou Yuan had already expended all the mixed explosives. What remained were the tactical nuclear warheads and grenades, one too powerful, the other too weak, leaving them in an awkward predicament. No. Who said grenades can't kill a tank beetle? As he pondered, an image suddenly flashed in Zhou Yuan's mind. Guys, cover me. I have a plan to take it down. Zhou Yuan shouted to Storm and Recovery Station, then sprinted toward the bunker entrance of the research center. What does he intend to do? Enough talk. Provide covering fire. Storm and Recovery Station hastily stowed the demolition crates and joined their teammates in firing at the tank beetle. The tank beetle's shell was thick, yet under the concentrated fire of so many, it sustained numerous small bullet dents. However, its gargantuan size rendered these wounds mere pinpricks. Hiss! Just emerging from the ground, the tank beetle was instantly riddled with bullets. Inciting its fury, it stomped heavily on the ground, raising its head high, a stream of fiery red liquid seeping from the corner of its mouth. Superheated corrosive liquid. Find cover. Witnessing the tank beetle's movements, everyone in its direct path quickly vacated their positions, flanking the tank beetle. However, the speed of the tank beetle's spray was too swift. 2 defense personnel, lacking practical experience and physical conditioning, were caught directly in the path of the superheated corrosive liquid. In an instant, they were obliterated. The corrosive liquid's potency was so formidable that even space-grade alloys could not withstand it, let alone ordinary protective gear. Damn it! That is a massacre. Cease fire. The others, intending to retaliate, lowered their weapons as they witnessed Zhou Yuan climbing to the top of the research center's entrance, then leaping high onto the tank beetle's back. While the space armor was bulletproof, it could not absorb the impact. Should they strike Zhou Yuan, it would send him tumbling from the tank beetle's back. You're finished? As Zhou Yuan became the focal point of everyone's attention, a smile crept beneath his skull helmet. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Yuan drew his S-500 revolver and, before the tank beetle realized something was amiss and began to shake, swiftly emptied an entire magazine. This revolver, capable of taking down an adult elephant with a single shot, finally showcased its prowess in mere moments. 5 rounds pierced the tank beetle's back, creating a crater the size of a bowl. Ding! In the next instant, Zhou Yuan removed 2 grenades from his chest, pulled the pins, and forcefully pressed them into the wound on the tank beetle's back. Thanks to Reiko. He had learned this maneuver from Reiko, who had ascended from a private to a sergeant using this very tactic. God! This scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Zhou Yuan's strategy was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, the tank beetle reacted, twisting its body in an attempt to dislodge Zhou Yuan from its back. Yet, this played into Zhou Yuan's hands. Utilizing the momentum from the tank beetle's movements, he leaped down from a height of 8 or 9 meters. Upon landing, he rolled behind the corpse of a soldier insect and pressed his earpiece, saying, "It's about to explode. Beware of the superheated corrosive liquid." Within an adult tank beetle, there existed a corrosive liquid sac located at the rear. Although he had thrown the grenades on its back, it was prudent to exercise caution. Boom! After a brief moment of evasion, a dull explosion reverberated. The tank beetle collapsed, its head and midsection disintegrating into a shower of vibrant, gory fragments. Quickly, evacuate. Zhou Yuan had no time to ponder further. He switched to his machine gun and resumed exterminating insects, from the emergence of the tank beetle to its demise. While it appeared much had transpired, the entire affair lasted less than a minute. However, the soldier insects moved swiftly, and within that brief minute, at least 1,000 had infiltrated the valley. Now, besides the entrance to the research center, every other area was overcrowded with soldier insects. Go! Yet even without his urging, everyone understood what needed to be done. The 20-some individuals provided mutual cover, quickly regrouping and retreating toward the transport aircraft while continuing to fire. Storm, give me 2 tactical nuclear bombs. What a splendid idea. How about 4? An even better suggestion. During the retreat, Zhou Yuan managed to procure 4 tactical nuclear bombs from Storm, setting a 1-minute timer for detonation in succession before casually tossing them onto the ground. "Steve, we did it!" Buck exclaimed, standing at the cockpit door, promptly notifying the pilot once everyone had retreated into the cabin. "Leave it to me." As the dedicated pilot for the Special Operations Unit, Steve was quite seasoned, and within the next moment, the transport aircraft lifted off the ground. Once airborne, a collective sigh of relief wafted through everyone, particularly Buck. Kid, how did you manage that? Buck approached Zhou Yuan, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Thank goodness for Zhou Yuan, or he would have had to return to Mars all alone. I was merely following orders, sir. You commanded us to eliminate it as swiftly as possible, so I did just that. Zhou Yuan stood tall, delivering a firm salute. Cool. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, a chorus of admiration resonated throughout the cabin. A thought arose in everyone's minds. This is what a true man is. Chapter 66, Lieutenant, Brainworm, the perfect soldier. The perfect soldier should wield the perfect weapon. Lieutenant, may I inquire your true name? Just as Buck was about to speak, Morgan unexpectedly interjected, My name is Zhou. Zhou Yuan replied with a salute. Chow? It seems this name is quite popular in the East. I know many with the surname Chow, but I can't swear you are the finest among them. Morgan appeared quite pleased, resembling an elder as he gently patted Zhou Yuan's hand. Thank you, Major Morgan. Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. I asked the pronunciation of Zhou really that challenging. Why do foreigners always mispronounce it as Cho or Chow? Even his comrades who have been with him day in and day out. Morgan fell silent again, merely giving Zhou Yuan another pat on the shoulder before taking a seat to rest. Well done, Lieutenant. At this moment, Buck saluted Zhou Yuan and then embraced him tightly. I'm a second lieutenant, Captain. Upon hearing Buck's words, Zhou Yuan's heart raced slightly, but he still posed a curious question. Previously, Buck removed his skull helmet, a broad smile on his face, stating, I'll send the footage of just now to Big Angus. He'll sort it out for you. Wait, footage? Zhou Yuan licked his lips, excitement swelling even more than before. If he could obtain a recording of the recent battle, it would be the source of his dreams, worth more than a promotion to lieutenant. He intended to share the footage with everyone he knew. Carl, Rico, Diz, Campbell, Turner, not a single one would be overlooked. Of course, the transport plane was equipped with numerous recording devices. If Steve were to return alone today, he would need this footage to prove that he hadn't abandoned them. By the way, you just taught me a lesson. I assure you, I will watch that footage every single day. Buck shrugged. Boss, I want a copy too, sir. If possible, we would also like a copy. We must leave as soon as we board the Starship. Massacre, congratulations. You are about to become a lieutenant. Buck's words triggered a chain reaction within the cabin, prompting many to request Zhou Yuan's earlier battle footage, along with their congratulations. Battle footage. Zhou Yuan expressed his thanks with a grin. His mind continually fixated on the footage. In comparison to being promoted to lieutenant, he genuinely valued the battle footage more, as his performance had been absolutely swaggering. General Zhou, boundless in power, for eternity, unifying the realm. Boom! Suddenly, Zhou Yuan, lost in reverie, was jolted back to reality by a series of explosions. He knew that was the sound of the 4 tactical nuclear bombs detonating. However, the transport aircraft had ascended high enough to avoid any impact from the explosions, which were not particularly loud, even quieter than the detonation of a grenade. He couldn't help but wonder how many soul points he might accrue from this event. Earlier, in a moment of haste, he had been solely focused on exterminating the insects, and only now did he remember the soul points. During this mission, he had unleashed the equivalent of 4 portions of mixed explosives and a total of 10 tactical nuclear bombs. He estimated his haul to be between 200,000 and 400,000 points. The exact amount was difficult to predict, especially since 4 of the bombs had overlapping effects, and he was uncertain if the other 4 had struck the swarm. He could only confirm that the 2 aimed at the valley entrance had landed among the insects. Thus, he refrained from harboring too high expectations to avoid disappointment later. Of course, the uncertain 4 could have all struck the swarm, in which case the total might exceed 400,000. He planned to check his gains later. Once aboard the Starship, 3 minutes later, the transport aircraft was received by the Starship. Folks, hold on for a moment. The Strategic Department has issued new orders. We will be delayed in returning to Mars for a few days. During this time, I need you all on standby at all times. Just as everyone was preparing to head to the mess hall, Buck called out to them. However, they found Buck's request quite acceptable. This was precisely their duty. During leisure time, they would venture out to locate a nest of insects every 3 days, and during busy times, they had no time to rest. This arrangement was already quite favorable. Captain, we need to leave first. Morgan approached Buck, sighing as he shook Buck's hand. He was responsible for the research center, which now had only 13 personnel remaining, including himself and a few injured defense troops. He needed to find the captain to arrange medical and other matters. Very well, I wish you all the best. Buck nodded, personally escorting Morgan and the others out of the boarding area before turning back to wave at his team, exclaiming, "I'm starving. Aren't you all hungry? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm not as capable as you. I'm just hungry enough to devour a cow." The group laughed as they stepped forward. Having arrived without breakfast that morning and subsequently experienced a fierce battle, it was the perfect moment to replenish their energy. After showering and dining, they returned to the boarding area, where the time had already reached 10 o'clock. "Captain, could you share with us what the strategic department has discovered?" Upon entering the transport aircraft, Zhou Yuan seated himself next to Buck and inquired quietly. His voice was soft, but the keen ears of those present caught his question, and they cast curious glances at Buck. Nearly 3 hours had elapsed since Pluto's fall, which, logically speaking, was more than enough time to arrange any necessary tasks. Why were they being kept waiting? All right. Noticing the team's eagerness for answers, Buck reluctantly nodded, saying, "You'll find out eventually, so it's no harm to tell you in advance." A team from Saturn was dispatched to rescue personnel from the number 3 mining area, but by the time they arrived, there were no survivors left. However, they did find some peculiar corpses. All the corpses had their brains missing, with a hole approximately 5 centimeters in diameter on top of their heads. The bodies were piled together, and their expressions were filled with sheer terror, as if they had been drained of their brains by some entity. So, you understand, it's likely a creature we've never encountered before, and the Federation is taking this very seriously. Brainworm? At the mention of this, Zhou Yuan clenched his fist tightly. The arachnous worms known to drain human brains were limited to 3 types: the worm god, the queen, and the brainworm. The worm god and the queen were both massive entities designed for brain extraction, with diameters far exceeding 5 centimeters. Therefore, the corpses in the mining area must have been the work of the brainworm. Chapter 67. Beware of brainworms, laser birds. This suddenly made sense. The brainworm held a significant role within the swarm, serving as a mobile command center capable of directing all combat insects. The chaos among the insects on Pluto could be attributed to either a brainworm summoning them for protection or commanding them to seize Pluto. Otherwise, those low-intelligence combat insects would not mobilize without cause. Additionally, when they landed on Pluto, it was still under bombardment from strategic nuclear bombs. However, by the time they retreated, the bombardment had ceased. It was likely that the discovery of those corpses in the mining area prompted the Federation to suspect the existence of a new insect species, leading to the cessation of large-scale bombardment, as they sought to gain a deeper understanding of this new species. With telepathic abilities potent enough to rival Pete Carl, eliminating one of these creatures would surely yield a hefty bounty of soul points. Perhaps even between 100,000 and 800,000. Zhou Yuan rested his chin on his hand, filled with anticipation. Whenever a new insect species emerged, the Federation would invariably issue orders to capture several for research. However, the new species being the brain worm, if he were to encounter one, he would eliminate it without hesitation. Yet, he needed to tread carefully. Brain worms were not to be trifled with in the original storyline. Sergeant Sims, the instructor of the rookie camp, managed to capture a brain worm after a year, but that particular brain worm had willingly allowed itself to be captured, intending to make contact with high-ranking humans to brainwash a few into serving the insect race. A fully operational brain worm, however, could decimate an entire unit with a single psychic explosion. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel to review his gains. He intends to venture into the shopping mall to procure some insurance against the cerebral insect's telepathic abilities. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Second Lieutenant, 18, year, old male. Enhanced individual attributes: Strength 4, Speed 3.5, Jump 3.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 4, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5. Skills: Rapid Memory, Quick Learning, Telepathy Items, Miniature Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Flying Wingsuit, Infinite Bullet Saw. Title: Berserker. Increases Strength, Speed, Jump, and Self-Healing by 1 soul points. 457,125. 45,000. Zhou Yuan exhaled, neither joyous nor sorrowful. During the morning session, he had accrued approximately 280,000 soul points. His estimate ranged from 200,000 to 400,000. While 280,000 fell significantly short of the maximum, it exceeded the lower limit by several thousand. 1 might consider it a tentative satisfaction, at least not a loss. After organizing his gains, Zhou Yuan entered the mall and began to search for items to counter the cerebral insects. Intelligent drones? Too large. Nano-battle robots? Too expensive. Wait, are there transformers? As he continued browsing, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up when he discovered a particularly eye-catching item. Laser Bird C. Military-grade transformer, an exceptional espionage warrior and communications specialist, equipped with multiple camouflage forms, armed with 2 precision. The more he explored, the more pleased Zhou Yuan became. This device's primary form resembled a raptor and could transform into various electronic devices such as a laptop, television, printer, or satellite phone. Furthermore, in its transformed state, it retained the functionalities of its current form, showcasing impressive practicality. Simultaneously, its dual micro-laser cannons and dual micro-wing guns, combined with high-speed flight capabilities, granted it commendable combat prowess. 60,000 soul points. I'll take it. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan spent 60,000 soul points to acquire the Laser Bird. The price was somewhat steep, considering the Laser Bird's firepower was not particularly formidable, rendering it less effective than a full set of grenade launchers on the battlefield. However, its high intelligence made it a living steel-smart bird. Should he encounter a cerebral insect and find himself unable to prevail, the Laser Bird would serve as his ally. Even if it proved useless this time, there would undoubtedly be opportunities to utilize it in the future, especially since the Laser Bird could be carried conveniently. Serving as a multifunctional intelligent combat device, guys, I need to use the restroom. After purchasing the C-type Laser Bird, Zhou Yuan bid farewell to his teammates and sought the nearest restroom. Click. The newly acquired Laser Bird resembled a cassette player upon extraction. It vibrated slightly before transforming into its raptor form. Great Master, Laser Bird is at your service. The Laser Bird landed on the toilet lid and saluted Zhou Yuan with its wings. Quite presentable. Zhou Yuan inspected it thoroughly, nodding in satisfaction before stating, "You can just call me sir from now on. By the way, aside from electronic devices, what else can you transform into? Sir, while maintaining combat effectiveness, I can transform into any object of similar size. If combat capability is not required, I can transform into a small civilian transformer." The Laser Bird promptly responded. "You needn't worry about transforming into larger objects. Can you replicate the combat gear I use, such as the combat device and helmet?" Zhou Yuan inquired further. "Sir, I can. Considering the reduced weight stress, I do not recommend carrying me in the form of small electronic devices. That's not for you to be concerned about. I have a task for you, sir. Laser Bird is at your service." Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan returned to the transport aircraft in anticipation of the imminent emergency mission. Many teammates were resting to conserve energy. Zhou Yuan quietly took his place, opened the magazine box of the big pineapple, and inserted a magazine into his work tablet. "Sir, Laser Bird is in position." As Zhou Yuan closed the magazine box, the Laser Bird's voice echoed in his headset. Zhou Yuan smiled but remained silent, gently patting the magazine box. "I hope we can capture that cerebral insect. Otherwise, I won't feel right about it, especially since I just spent 60,000 and reduced my balance to 400,000. By the way, I haven't checked my achievements." Not long after sitting down, Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered he had overlooked something and quickly opened the achievement panel. "Are you racing? Kill 10,000 soldier insects within an hour. Reward. Insecticide title. Destroy tank. Kill tank beetles. Reward. 100 soul points. Bigger than Monopoly. Soul point balance reaches 200,000. Reward. 1,000 soul points. The Flash. Kill 10." He had not focused on system notifications during combat and had not checked the achievement panel for several days, only now recalling that he had illuminated many achievements recently. Good stuff. After claiming his soul points and reviewing the rewards, Zhou Yuan excitedly clenched his fist. The best achievement was The Flash, which granted him the Powerful Insecticide title upon activation. Powerful Insecticide increases soul points gained from killing arachnid insects by 20, speed 3. This was considered an experienced title in his understanding. Essential for farming monsters. In the future, when hunting, he could switch to this title, allowing him to earn an additional 20 in soul points. The 3 speed was also a valuable asset, useful for quick escapes. Overall, the morning's venture had proven remarkably worthwhile. Chapter 68. Losing Team 3, back to Pluto. Wake the sleeping ones. I have an announcement. At 2 p.m., Buck returned from a brief respite on the transport plane, waving at the teammates who were not asleep. "Guys, get up quickly." Zhou Yuan patted his neighbors, Recycle station and storm. Buck's tone was serious. There must be a new mission. Once all the team members were awake, Buck removed his skull helmet, exhaled heavily, and then said, latest news. Team 3 did not return, and teams 4 and 8 each lost 2 members. What? Hearing Buck's words, the teammates were stunned. They had expected a task notification, not an announcement of fallen comrades, and 14 teammates had perished in one fell swoop. Such is the battlefield. Zhou Yuan set down the magazine box he had been carrying, feeling a sense of introspection. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome upon returning in the morning. This mission bore the potential for casualties. Just considering their team's earlier encounter, if it had befallen any of the other 9 squads, they likely would not have returned unscathed. Let alone, the ever-changing battlefield could present far worse scenarios. Point 1 cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., we will return to Pluto to capture a few of those new brain-sucking insects. I have requested the search area to be at Outpost 4, which is where Team 3 went this morning. Oh, be extra vigilant while capturing insects. If conditions allow, bring something back. Their families will need it. At this point, Buck made a gesture with his right hand, mimicking a toast, and declared, to the heroes, to the next hero. The crowd promptly removed their combat helmets and mirrored Buck's gesture. The following morning at 6 a.m., all 87 members of the Hunter Squad gathered at the boarding platform and boarded a medium-sized transport aircraft. Today's mission primarily involved locating and capturing new insects. Numerous areas were designated for search, and the mission duration would be extended, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering insect swarms and tides. Thus, the Hunter Squad would be fully deployed, as would other units. This would not be an easy task. As Zhou Yuan checked his gear, he wore a grim expression. With so many individuals operating together, the chances of cerebral insects seeking them out were low. They would likely be hiding in their nests. Pluto's surface area spans over 16 million square kilometers. Searching for a single insect intent on evading capture, capable of shifting positions at any moment, was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Listen up, everyone. Following yesterday's bombardment by the Starship forces, there are significantly fewer insects on Pluto, but that does not mean we won't encounter swarms. The insects that survived underground, along with those outside the bombardment zones, could easily overwhelm a squad. Having already lost 14 heroes yesterday, I do not wish to see a 15th hero today. Therefore, keep your eyes peeled, report any findings, and do not fall behind. After the transport aircraft took off, Buck clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, emphasizing the need for caution. The Hunter Squad was his unit, and each member had been meticulously selected. The losses from yesterday weighed heavily on him. Understood, Commander. The team members responded earnestly, their spirits invigorated. Before long, the transport aircraft successfully touched down. They disembarked in a region characterized by its elevated terrain, with Pluto Station Number 4 looming ahead. Unlike research centers, outposts serve as vigilant bases for monitoring the movements of insects. Established directly upon the ground. However, it was relatively modest in scale, roughly the size of a sports stadium. Damn it, this is the work of the giant beetles. A small squad cannot possibly fend off such a multitude of those wretched stink bugs. Upon nearing Station Number 4, a chorus of curses erupted from the team. The defensive wall of Station Number 4 had sustained severe damage, with numerous large, circular holes marring its surface, clearly the result of a brutal assault by tank beetles. The ground at the foot of the wall was littered with the corpses of soldier bugs, evidence of a fierce battle that had taken place the previous day involving the 3rd Squad. Squad 10, Buck raised his hand gently, signaling a small team to scout ahead. Squad 10 stepped forward, leaping through a gaping hole into the watchtower. After surveying the surroundings, they turned back and signaled safety. Damn! The moment we entered the outpost, everyone halted. At the base of the defensive wall lay a pool of crimson liquid, beside which rested a rifle marked with the insignia of the Green Phantom. Squads 7 to 10, take positions atop the defensive wall. Squads 5 and 6, patrol the open ground. Squads 1 of 4, follow me to inspect the internal structures. Buck inhaled deeply, slinging his rifle over his shoulder before retrieving the Green Phantom-marked rifle and issuing his cold orders. Understood? Commander. The 9 squads dispersed in place, adopting a formation to establish defenses. Squad 4 proceeded to the armory, tasked with retrieving all usable weapons, while Squad 2 ventured to the operations hall to check communications and surveillance. Squad 1. Follow me. The remaining areas are ours to secure. After departing from the defensive wall, Buck organized 3 additional squads for separate actions. The ground was strewn with insect corpses, all familiar to him, revealing no signs of new bugs. Thus, he sought to review the surveillance footage to ascertain what had transpired the previous morning. If there were no new bugs, once they uncovered the final whereabouts of the 3rd squad, he intended to lead the team away from the outpost in search of answers. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Squad 1 scoured all buildings except for the armory and operations hall. Squad 2 completed their review of the footage from the previous morning. No new bugs had appeared at Station No. 4. It had been breached by tank beetles and soldier bugs. The tank beetles not only shattered the defensive wall but also excavated numerous tunnels within the outpost, collaborating with soldier bugs to seize control. As for the 3rd squad, they had arrived too late. While they had evaded the initial wave of bugs, they had collided head-on with the second wave, leaving no time for retreat. None survived, and only a few incomplete remains could be found. The team gathered the recoverable remains, ensuring proper handling before retrieving a few belongings. They could not carry away the bodies. Only items that would not hinder their mission could be taken. As per the protocols of Special Operations Forces, after collecting all available ammunition, the operation resumed. Following a brief memorial for the fallen members of the 3rd squad, Buck gestured towards the ammunition crates that Squad 4 had relocated to the center of the training ground. Chapter 69. The Trail of the Brain Bug. The armory at the outpost was considerable. There were dozens of crates of conventional ammunition and even 20 tactical nuclear warheads. These were remnants, as the scale of the previous day's insect wave had surely prompted the defensive forces to unleash their full firepower. Had it not been for the low defensive level of the outpost structure, which allowed tank beetles to create too many breaches, this firepower would have sufficed for them to hold out until evacuation. Zhou Yuan did not take firearms or ammunition. Instead, he opted for tactical nuclear warheads. He dismantled the plastic padding of the warhead crate and stuffed 5 tactical nukes inside. The detonation conditions for nuclear weapons were stringent. Even a rifle sweep would not trigger an explosion, at worst causing a nuclear leak. A minor collision would not cause alarm. After a brief rest, the team resumed their march. They circumvented the outpost, descending from its left side. The insect wave had moved in this direction, so they intended to follow the trail to see if they could yield any findings. Halt! Not long after descending, Buck unexpectedly stopped. Signaling everyone to remain vigilant, he stood still for a moment before notifying the team via his headset, "Gather around. We are changing operational zones. The transport aircraft will arrive shortly. Commander, is something wrong? Boss, is it a distress signal?" Upon hearing about the change in operational zones, many team members voiced inquiries. "We are heading to mine number 4. A team investigating the footage there has discovered the new bug we've been searching for. That bug departed from mine number 4 just an hour ago and should not be far." Now, all teams were en route to that location. Buck patiently explained, though his demeanor belied the turmoil within him. The strategic department had informed him that this newly emerged insect species possessed the ability to command ordinary bugs and likely exhibited high intelligence, possibly belonging to the upper echelons of the insect hierarchy. Therefore, the strategic department ordered them to capture that bug at all costs. It was well known that those within the strategic department considered themselves the most intelligent beings in the world. If they labeled this new insect as highly intelligent, then it was surely no ordinary specimen. "Captain, do we have a photo of the new bug? I suspect it's a combat bug. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so elusive." "I share your sentiment. It might be akin to the plasma bug." Lacking substantial combat capabilities, upon hearing Buck's words, excitement surged through the team, sparking animated discussions. However, Zhou Yuan felt somewhat discontent. He settled into a spot, his motivation waning considerably. The news of the brain bug was promising. Yet the fact that all special operations teams were converging was troubling. With so many eyes, should he encounter the brain bug, he would struggle to act decisively unless he wished to forfeit his own standing. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. 2 minutes later, the transport aircraft arrived, picking up the hunting team and flying towards the area of mine number 4. Mine number 4 was situated quite a distance from Watchtower No. 3, and the transport aircraft took nearly 10 minutes to reach by the time they arrived. The area around mine number 4 was bustling with activity. It was a grand canyon, resembling an oval-shaped cliff. With mine number 4 located at the center of the cliff's base, dozens of medium-sized transport aircraft were stationed here, and more arrived at regular intervals. "Wait for me here." Buck did not permit the team members to roam freely but instructed them to remain on standby around the transport aircraft. After surveying the area, he sought out two fellow captains, both lieutenants, and together they proceeded into the control room embedded in the mountainside. "What do you think the new bug looks like?" Hawk inquired. Approaching Zhou Yuan. Having witnessed Zhou Yuan's marksmanship and listened to his tales, Hawk had grown quite close to Zhou Yuan, often spending time together. "You are a veteran. You should know better than I. If it were merely an ordinary new bug species, the Federation wouldn't deploy so many special operations teams here. The Federation now resembles a fisherman who has stumbled upon a hidden lake. Initially intending to merely probe for a nest, they unexpectedly discovered a large base and are now adamant about reeling it in. I share that perspective. Common bugs do not consume brains, nor would they be discerning enough to refuse flesh. It must be an exceptionally rare and formidable creature, one encountered only once in many years." Hawk nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Ding! Just then, the combat devices of the team members chimed in unison, not only among their squad but also among those nearby. Upon opening the alerts, they were met with a video recording and several images. "OMG, damn it. What is that thing? That bug is revolting. I feel like I'm going to vomit." A wave of exclamations rippled through the mine, as all present were taken aback by the content displayed on the combat devices. "Teach, foolish locals, I've known about it for ages." Zhou Yuan bit his lip in disinterest, feeling little emotion. The video content was straightforward. A swarm of sand beetles transporting a brain bug away from Mine No. 4, flanked by numerous soldier bugs acting as bodyguards. The images showcased clear photographs of the brain bug point. One could not help but remark on the brain bug's hideous appearance. Standing approximately 3 meters tall and measuring about 7 to 8 meters in length, it resembled an oversized blood-sucking tick, its face adorned with a deep red, fleshy protrusion, atop which rested a row of fist-sized black eyes. The brain bug's legs were so short that they could not support its movement, necessitating the assistance of a throng of sand beetles for transport. This was the evolutionary path of the brain bug. Possessing a unique absorption capability, it could perfectly assimilate the brain tissues of intelligent organisms, thereby enhancing its own intellect. Its massive form was predominantly comprised of brain matter. Out of 10 tons of flesh, 7 tons consisted solely of brain. This is precisely why he has become an expert in telepathy. It is due to his specialization in cerebral functions, a talent that has evolved over countless years among the insectoid species. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes, Buck finally emerged from the main control room of the mining site. Board the aircraft. Without waiting for the team members to inquire, Buck commanded them to embark and then dashed into the cockpit to converse with the pilot. It was only after the transport craft ascended and departed from mining site No. For that Buck returned to the cabin. "You have all seen the surveillance footage and photographs. Indeed, our target is this corpulent creature. The Federation discovered the Arachnus insect species a decade ago, but this particular insect capable of commanding battlebugs has only recently appeared. This indicates that it may possess exceptionally high intelligence and could very well be a general among the Arachnus. Therefore, we must capture it at all costs. Should we be unable to secure it alive on site, we will report its location and let it go. We absolutely must not fire upon it." Chapter 70. "I must capture it, let it go?" Zhou Yuan scoffed, entirely disregarding that statement. He might consider sparing the brain bug, but whether the laser birds would do the same was uncertain. It would depend on whether the brain bug's skin could withstand the micro laser cannons and rifles, and whether its psychic blast would have any effect on transformers. As long as no one discovered it, it would be as though it never existed. "Boss, are you suggesting we cannot engage? Damn it, has the strategic department lost their minds? Captain, what if it attacks us? We can't just stand there and take hits, can we?" Not only did Zhou Yuan disregard the order, but his teammates also found it difficult to accept. The brain bug was accompanied by a large group of soldier bugs. It would be impossible to avoid combat upon encountering them. If they hesitated and were afraid to fire, how could they fight? "Silence," Buck barked, reprimanding them. "This is an order. We are soldiers, and soldiers need only execute commands." The cabin fell into a hush. Buck was right. After all, they were soldiers, and especially elite operatives, tasked with perilous missions. Observing the downcast expressions of his team, Buck sighed and stated, "I understand that this is hard to accept. I feel the same way. However, an order is an order. That insect appears to lack combat capability. We merely need to eliminate its entourage and be careful not to kill it. If the situation becomes unfavorable, we can retreat at any time, as long as we report the insect's location. Okay. Upon hearing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. They were not afraid. They merely felt that this order imposed excessive restrictions, hindering their full potential during the operation. Prepare yourselves. We are heading to mining site number 7. We will arrive shortly. Buck nodded, signaling everyone to check their armaments. The strategic department calculated the potential location of the corpulent creature based on its direction and speed of movement. 17 special operations teams spread out in a surrounding formation centered around mining site number 4, then turned back to search towards it. The corpulent creature must be within the search area. It was merely a matter of how thorough their search would be. Mining site number 7 was established amidst rolling hills. The terrain was relatively flat, but there were numerous low hills, resembling an enlarged rock climbing wall. Upon reaching mining site number 7, Buck commanded the teams to disperse and search in a straight line back. Damn it! While passing a small hill, Zhou Yuan stumbled into a rocky pit, cursing under his breath. What is going on? Zhou Yuan, positioned in the center as the machine gunner, drew the attention of many with his unusual behavior. The pressure generator is malfunctioning. I almost blew up. No apparent issues. Just restart it, don't mind me. Zhou Yuan fiddled with his spacesuit, waving off the concern from others. Okay, let's shift positions if you can't handle it. Speak up sooner and swap for a new one in the transport craft. No big deal. I'm rebooting it.as he spoke. Stake took Zhou Yuan's position, and Zhou Yuan fell to the rear. The team could not halt for Zhou Yuan alone. But they did slow down slightly. I've got it sorted. Before long, Zhou Yuan stood up from the ground and quickly caught up with the team. After they had traveled a distance, there was movement in the pit where Zhou Yuan had previously fallen. 2 red lights flickered on the ground, accompanied by faint cracking sounds. Sir, the laser bird is at your service. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's earpiece buzzed with a familiar voice. Half an hour later, the team transitioned from a searching advance to a full sprint, elevating their speed to the maximum. Just 3 minutes ago, Barack received new intelligence. A team had discovered an insect nest 3 kilometers east of mining site number 4, which was currently under attack by a small-scale wave of bugs and was calling for reinforcements. Normally, reinforcements would not be necessary, as each special operations team consisted of 100 personnel. Even with some casualties, their firepower would be sufficient to eliminate a small-scale wave of bugs. The key issue was that this wave of bugs was exceptionally aggressive, blocking their approach and refusing to retreat, as if determined to prevent them from nearing the nest. Typical insect nests do not require such desperate defense. Hence, they speculated that a new bug was hiding within the nest and promptly disseminated the intelligence. The strategic department took this information seriously, adopting a better safe than sorry approach, deploying all nearby teams to the nest. At their current speed, they would reach the combat zone within 5 minutes. A bug hole. After descending several hundred meters, the team's guide, Wild Boar, halted the group. He pointed to the 2 o'clock direction, where at the base of a hill, there was a nearly round bug hole. With dozens of soldier bugs on lookout, I believe we have reached our destination. Buck peered through his binoculars and commanded, prepare to charge directly into the nest. The area beneath the nest was extensive. Typically, there would only be 1 nest per region. Thus, the bug hole before them likely led to the nest that the reinforcement-seeking team had discovered, albeit with a different entrance. Go. With Buck's command, all 87 members surged forward. The firepower of 87 individuals was formidable. As soon as they opened fire, they decimated the soldier bugs patrolling outside the bug hole. The brain bug is here. As they approached, Zhou Yuan noticed a troubling issue. The soldier bugs that had survived the initial onslaught all fled into the bug hole without looking back, as if they had coordinated beforehand. They were likely reporting to the brain bug. Team 8, stay back and watch this bug hole. Teams 9 and 10, disperse and search for other bug holes in the vicinity. The rest of the teams, follow me inside. Upon reaching the entrance of the bug hole, Buck swiftly issued orders and led 6 teams into the hole. Hiss! The nest was teeming with bugs. They had barely traversed a single bug hole when they encountered a large swarm of soldier bugs. Machine gunners, take care of them. Buck leaned against the wall of the hill, signaling the others to allow the machine gunners to take aim. The bug hole's diameter was around 5 meters, which did not provide sufficient space for the soldier bugs to employ their numbers effectively. 2 or 3 machine guns could easily clear the swarm. Folks, we need to hurry. More soldier bugs are coming. We must secure the hive point before they block our path with their corpses. Zhou Yuan charged ahead, wielding a large pineapple in one hand and a scanner in the other. The hive point referred to a cavern connecting numerous bug holes, serving as a strategic area within the nest. Securing the hive point would effectively seal off the bugs' movement routes in the area. Chapter 71. Found you, damn. I almost forgot. After expending an entire magazine, Zhou Yuan finally remembered that he hadn't changed his title. Powerful insecticide. Increases soul points gained from killing arachnus bugs by 20, speed 3. Equip. After swapping from the Berserker title, his strength and self-healing both decreased by 1 point, but his speed increased by 2 points. However, this was not a significant issue. His base attributes remained powerful, given that his body had been infused with super soldier serum. 1 minute later, the soldier bugs were driven back by a barrage of machine gun fire. The team pressed forward relentlessly, maintaining their fire until they reached the hive point. This hive point was substantial, measuring at least 400 to 500 square meters, with a height of approximately 20 meters, and 30 bug holes carved into the walls. Due to the hunter team's incursion, nearby soldier bugs had gathered and were emerging from the holes, attempting to reclaim the hive point. Eliminate them all. Buck remained unfazed, merely waving his hand lightly. In contrast to the open terrain, this confined underground nest was highly advantageous for mobile infantry. The truth was indeed absurd. Humans and bugs alike were more adept at fighting on each other's territory. Sir, the laser bird has infiltrated the underground caverns and is now commencing the search for the mission target. While clearing out the bugs, Zhou Yuan received a report from the laser bird. The laser bird had located another bug hole and entered the nest through it. Zhou Yuan felt quite pleased. He was currently unable to respond to the laser bird, but it did not matter, as he had already instructed it on what to do the previous day. 2 minutes later, all soldier bugs at the hive point were annihilated. Hawk, notify the temporary command center that the mission target may be in our vicinity. Puff, use the sonar detector to measure the terrain. We need to continue descending. Teams 6 and 7, stay back and secure this hive point. If necessary, we can demolish a few bug holes to alleviate the defensive pressure. Buck rapidly issued his commands. Subsequently, guided by the terrain feedback, the final 4 squads plunged into a steeply descending wormhole. For the next 10 minutes, the team continued their descent as they ventured deeper into the nest of the creatures. Encounters with the insects grew increasingly frequent. Initially, they encountered only soldier bugs. Further on, they even came across sand-armored and tank bugs. Fortunately, the team was sufficiently numerous and their firepower formidable, with rifles, machine guns, and grenade launchers taking turns to engage the adversaries, all while leveraging their advantageous position, thus avoiding any casualties. However, after traversing a dozen wormholes and passing 2 or 3 hive points, they had yet to capture a brain bug, not even catching a glimpse of its shadow. Calling all units. This is the Ultrasound Squad. We have identified a new insect species located in Sector West 5, currently moving towards Sector West 6. Immediate interception by nearby units is imperative. Ultimately, we found ourselves besieged by insects in Sector West 5. Requiring urgent support. Suddenly, a message crackled through the earpiece. The news was a double-edged sword. The good news was that the Ultrasound Squad had located the brain bug and transmitted its precise location. The bad news was that they were being targeted by the insects. They were using an emergency wide-range communication channel, which necessitated activating the small communication window on the operator's equipment. The radio signals from the communication window were exceedingly potent, and the small device was no exception, drawing all surrounding insects towards it. Typically, the small communication window would only be used during evacuation to contact transport aircraft or to relay messages to the command center. This underscored the dire predicament faced by the Ultrasound Squad. They had to either await support in a short time frame or brace for an influx of additional insects. Sir, this is Sector West 9. Directly in front of Sector West 6, upon receiving this information, the voice of the guide, the team's route expert, immediately resonated within the squad. Sector West 9? Buck exclaimed with excitement, urgently issuing commands. Squads 6 and 7. Retreat from the nest and rendezvous with Squads 8, 9, and 10. Proceed at full speed to Sector West 5 to assist the Ultrasound Squad. The remaining squads, follow me. We shall intercept that insufferable behemoth. Guide, lead the way. Understood, Commander. The morale of the team surged instantaneously as they charged through another wormhole behind Buck. Who wouldn't want to capture such a highly intelligent insect, possibly one belonging to the insectoid general? This would be a monumental achievement for the Hunter Squad. Brain bug. Await my arrival. Zhou Yuan silently cheered for the brain bug, remaining at the forefront. He could not kill the brain bug, but the laserbird could. The laserbird was linked to his combat device network, capable of receiving communication channels at all times while monitoring his position. As a weapon purchased with his soul points. Whenever the laserbird eliminated an insect, soul points would accrue to him. Wait a moment. As Zhou Yuan pondered, a realization struck him. Indeed, the system imposed no restrictions on acquiring soul points in this regard, so why not procure more weapons? Ammunition was a concern. But this idea was promising. Once I have sufficient funds, I could consider acquiring something like blood cows, which could generate soul points merely through their physical presence. 10 minutes later, the team arrived in Sector West 6, halting at a hive point. Almost there, Zhou Yuan leaned against a wormhole entrance, awaiting the guide's results from the sonic probe measuring the terrain. He was already convinced that the brain bug was nearby. During these 10 minutes, several groups of soldier bugs had approached the team. Their numbers were not overwhelming but exceedingly troublesome. Aware of their impending doom, they fought back fiercely. Clearly, they were buying time for the brain bug to escape. Having been bombarded by strategic nuclear ordnance yesterday and now besieged by numerous special operations teams, the brain bug's bodyguards were overwhelmed, sacrificing their lives to protect it. Of course, there were certainly more soldier bugs on Pluto. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Sir, we have located the target. It is about to pass the cave to your right. It is heavily guarded, blocking all avenues of attack, and I cannot currently attempt to kill. Zhou Yuan, lost in contemplation, was jolted back to attention, promptly turning to gaze at the wormhole to his right. This wormhole was roughly 100 meters deep, littered with the corpses of soldier bugs. As his gaze traversed the insect carcasses, he spotted a large group of insects passing at the far end of the wormhole, scuttling towards the left hive area. The brain bug was among them. Being carried by a throng of sand-armored bugs, its rotund body swaying with each movement, at such close proximity, the brain bug and its escort must have already detected the presence of the team within the hive point. However, preoccupied with its escape, the brain bug dared not approach to stir trouble. Target identified. Follow me. Zhou Yuan bellowed without hesitation, brandishing his massive weapon as he charged into the wormhole. The words target identified exploded like a strategic nuclear detonation, awakening every individual within the hive point. Like Zhou Yuan, no one hesitated at that moment. Everyone surged forward, brandishing their weapons and racing into the wormhole, disregarding whether Buck had issued orders. However, Buck himself was too preoccupied to give commands. He was one of everyone, his mind solely fixated on the notion of charging forward. Charge, it was! As the throng rushed into the wormhole, the brain bug's escort responded in kind. A swarm of soldier bugs detached from the main group, surging into the wormhole to obstruct the pursuing team, with some even flanking them from behind. Eliminate them! Damn it, those vile bugs! Upon witnessing the paths in front and behind them completely choked by the soldier bugs, a cacophony of curses erupted from the squad. How could they allow such a close military achievement to escape? Without further ado, unleash all firepower. The firepower of the 4 squads was formidable, especially within a wormhole barely 5 meters in height and width. Countless bullets erupted from the muzzles, resembling a metallic barrage that enveloped the entire wormhole, shredding the soldier bugs blocking their path. Yet, even when utterly overwhelmed, the swarm of soldier bugs did not falter. They pressed forward relentlessly into the wormhole, one after another, appearing determined to use their bodies to seal off the passage. Calling all units. This is the ultrasound squad. We have identified a new insect species in the underground nest of Sector West 6. Nearby squads are requested to seal all hive exits. Repeat. New insect species in the underground nest of Sector West 6. Please seal all hive exits. With their advance impeded, Buck finally reacted. He activated the team's small communication window and transmitted the brain bug's information. Although this might prevent them from claiming the credit, it was better than allowing the mission objective to escape. Exactly, that's the way. Yet, one individual in the squad was quite pleased, and that was Zhou Yuan. The more soldier bugs obstructing their path, the happier he became. With the brain bug's escort all engaged in blocking them, there would be minimal defensive forces surrounding the brain bug. Moreover, the brain bug had now vanished from everyone's sight. By the time it reappeared, it would likely be a corpse or completely gone, leaving not even a trace. The laser bird was cunning and had received his orders in advance, ensuring minimal traces were left behind. As the saying goes, the very moment you mention a certain person, they arrive. In the next instant, Zhou Yuan tightened his grip, nearly squeezing the trigger of his massive weapon. Sir, the target has lost most of its escort. I am currently seeking an assassination opportunity. The exact location has been relayed to your combat device, allowing you to track it in real time. The voice of the laser bird resonated in his ear. The laser bird was in position, and the harvest was within reach. 5 minutes later, the skirmish concluded. The combined firepower of the 4 squads easily overwhelmed the escort team attempting to provide cover for the brain bug. It shouldn't have taken this long. The complication arose from the wormhole being blocked by the corpses of soldier bugs, making it no simple task to clear the path. Damn it! Squad mode activation. Find that fat bug, Buck cursed vehemently after scanning the area with the scanner. The device revealed not a single living bug, while in front lay a hive point with more branches than there were squad members. They could only split up and see if they could encounter that new insect again. Go! Team, the insect general is ours. Once I capture it, I will surely give it a sound thrashing. The 4 squads swiftly dispersed under the leadership of their respective captains. Entering different wormholes. Laserbird, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, I will dismantle you upon our return. Zhou Yuan trailed behind Buck, feeling a tinge of anxiety. 4 squads had selected 4 wormholes, while there were nearly 30 wormholes within the hive point. Statistically, it was challenging to pinpoint the exact path taken by the brain bug. Yet, the captain of Squad 2, Jet, had coincidentally chosen the correct one. The brain bug was less than 3 kilometers from this hive point. If the laser bird could not swiftly deal with the brain bug, Squad 2 would catch up. Buzz. Just as Zhou Yuan contemplated slowing down and retreating to the back of the team to issue a discreet command to the laser bird, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, followed by an excruciating pain, akin to his brain colliding against his skull, causing waves of nausea and a sense of impending unconsciousness. It was not just him. His comrades beside him were equally affected. Everyone came to a halt, pressing their hands against their skull helmets, crying out in agony, while several individuals collapsed to the ground, their fates uncertain. Damn it! Zhou Yuan steadied himself against the rock wall, gently shaking his head, feeling as if he might vomit inside his helmet. Sir, the mission is complete. The target has been eliminated, and I will destroy this underground cavern within 10 seconds, erasing all traces. Mission complete? In a daze, Zhou Yuan heard the sound of the laser bird. However, the pain in his head was intense, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in his ears, leaving his mind blank. Fortunately, the pain had not intensified and was gradually subsiding. In his haze, he faintly heard that the laser bird had seemingly accomplished its task, which invigorated him considerably, alleviating his headache significantly. Just 10 seconds prior, the laser bird had launched a surprise attack on the brain worm. To thwart the special operations teams within the nest, the brain worm had dispatched its entire escort, leaving only a handful of soldier bugs nearby. Seizing this opportunity, the laser bird circled around to the front of the brain worm, utilizing its idle state to remain undetected by the bugs, stealthily clinging to the top of the wormhole like a spider. When the brain worm passed beneath it, 2 miniature laser cannons and 2 micro-wing guns fired simultaneously. The brain worm's defenses were abysmally weak, lacking even a shell, its exterior as fragile as tofu. Although the firepower of the laser bird was not overwhelming, it nonetheless reduced the brain worm to a pulpy mass of red and white within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. The headache experienced by Zhou Yuan and the others was a consequence of the brain worm's psychic explosion. Instinctively entering a defensive state upon being attacked by the laser bird, it unleashed a powerful psychic blast. Previously, it had refrained from engaging in psychic explosions, fearing excessive mental strain would hinder its ability to call for rescue or ensure its own survival. Now, it resorted to such measures for urgent self-preservation. Little did it know, the Transformers were unfazed by this tactic. The laser bird swiftly dispatched it, leaving not a single feather behind, its speed so rapid that the surrounding soldier bugs could not react in time. By the moment the soldier bugs began their assault on the laser bird, it had already commenced its cleanup. The 2 miniature laser cannons continued to fire, bombarding the surrounding rock walls, shattering the wormhole before making a hasty retreat. While some might deem this hasty, the brain worm was indeed formidable. It would not be the last time it would challenge the protagonist. Chapter 73. Balance breaks 500, 000, truly formidable. Zhou Yuan took a moment to recover fully. Patting his skull helmet, still shaken, he was certain that the earlier incident was the brain worm unleashing its full power. The brain worm's telepathic abilities were explosively potent, capable of knocking individuals unconscious with a psychic explosion. And those with weaker mental fortitude could even suffer fatal consequences. Thankfully, he had prepared ahead of time. Otherwise, he might have paid a steep price for this encounter. How much was a brain worm worth? The next moment, Zhou Yuan opened the notification panel. Kill a brain worm, gain 100,000 soul points. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Blow Your Head Off achievement, and may claim the title Exceptional Wisdom. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Pentakill achievement, and may claim the title Novice Collector. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the High-End Player achievement. Merely eliminating a single brain worm had yielded 7 or 8 notifications on the panel. The nest was not a safe haven, so he had no time to scrutinize the details. Only glancing at the brain worm's value, 100,000. Indeed, the rarer the creature, the more it was worth. It was a pity that the laser bird's kill did not count towards title bonuses. Otherwise, it would have been 120,000. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, a smile gradually emerging on his face. Before encountering the brain worm, he had only killed 4 types of bugs, with prices as follows: Soldier Bug 1 point, Sand Armor Bug 1 point, Locust 3 points, Tank Armor Bug 100 points. From this pattern, it was evident that bug prices were not determined by size. Otherwise, Locust would not exceed Soldier Bugs in value. Nor would Sand Armor Bugs share the same price. He had previously harbored concerns, fearing that the brain worm would only yield 10,000 or even a few thousand. Now, however, it was confirmed to be worth 100,000. In truth, 100,000 was not an overwhelming amount for him at present, considering that destroying a bug nest could net several tens of thousands. The primary goal was to ascertain the brain worm's price, allowing for informed decisions in future encounters. Higher prices warranted elimination, while lower ones could lead to capture for military merit. This price could be considered moderate. Moving forward, he could decide to kill or spare based on his soul point balance. However, for this singular instance, it was undoubtedly a significant profit. It felt as if he had scored a laser bird for free from the marketplace, along with an additional 40,000 soul points, which was immensely beneficial for him at this stage. Are you all right, comrades? With a brief glance at his gains, Zhou Yuan shifted his focus to his teammates. Among the 11 individuals, he was in the best condition, having fully recovered. The others appeared rather worse for wear. With only Buck and Wild Boar still conscious, sitting on the ground and gently rubbing their heads, while the rest lay prostrate. I'm fine. Check on the others and wake them up. Buck waved his hand, promptly calling out in the team channel, I am the hunter, calling all squads, report your current status. He was unaware of what had transpired earlier, but judging by the widespread headache, it seemed that everyone was affected. Squads without bugs nearby were faring better, having the time to wait for recovery. However, for those caught in battle, Hawk, Storm, wake up guys, don't sleep, hurry up. While Buck contacted the other squads, Zhou Yuan and Wild Boar began rousing their teammates. The situation was not as dire as they had feared. Those who had collapsed were merely unconscious. Those in better condition could be awakened with a few calls, while those in worse condition could be roused with a bit more force. Yet, compared to the 3 who had remained conscious, the fallen teammates appeared more lethargic, awakening in a state akin to a hangover. Meanwhile, Buck also felt reassured. Squads 6 to 10 had located the ultrasonic units, and many other teams had joined to provide support, successfully repelling the bug tide and securing the nest's exit. The conditions for squads 2, 4, and 5 were slightly worse, as they had all experienced the inexplicable headache, with only 4 or 5 individuals remaining conscious across 3 teams. However, most of the bugs in the area had been exterminated, preventing any unforeseen complications. Let us move out and regroup with the other squads. After Zhou Yuan and Wild Boar managed to wake their teammates, Buck personally led the way forward to guard against a potential recurrence of the headache. He intended to consolidate the team's strength, thereby averting unexpected incidents. 3 minutes later, 4 squads convened at a hive point. The 4 squads had only been separated for a brief time, and given their proximity, they quickly found one another. During these few minutes, everyone had significantly recovered, no longer affected by the previous headache. However, the team had completely lost track of the brainworm. Speak up, what's the situation? Buck sought out another wormhole, inquiring about the brainworm while pursuing it. Squad 2 reported no gains. We encountered a collapse in the wormhole, likely caused by the armored bug to shield the bug general. Squad 4 reported no gains. We were obstructed by soldier bugs. But thankfully, the cables and rockets were not affected, or we would have been doomed. Squad 5 also reported no gains. We had barely entered the wormhole before succumbing to the headache. The squad leaders reported in succession. For them, the previous wave of headaches felt akin to the specter of death. Fortunately, they had not encountered many bugs afterward. Otherwise, none would have emerged unscathed. A collapse? Jet, you lead the way, and let us bypass the collapsed wormhole. Upon hearing the squad leader's reports, Buck formulated a hypothesis. He believed Jet's reasoning was sound. That collapsed wormhole was likely a tactical maneuver by the bugs to protect their target. Following that route might still yield a chance to catch up. If they couldn't catch up, it was of little consequence. At least he had already relayed the target's location, and the remaining units would handle the rest. Moreover, the wormholes on the ground were nearly all sealed off, so the target wouldn't escape. Over here, Jet glanced at the combat log, then waved his hand, leading the team onward. Conceal and destroy, well done. Zhou Yuan progressed alongside the team, silently giving a thumbs up to the laser bird. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Federal 2nd Lieutenant, 18, year, old male enhancer attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.5, Brain Function 5.5 skills, Rapid Memory, Rapid Learning, Telepathy items, Mini Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, Infinite Bullet Saw, Titles, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill rewards by 20, Speed 3 Soul Points, 500,225 now. Zhou Yuan finally had time to review his personal panel point 50,000. Upon seeing his soul points surpass the 500,000 mark, a smile bloomed on Zhou Yuan's face, though it was merely fleeting. His appetite had grown significantly. 10 or 20,000 was merely a momentary delight and could not satiate him. Perhaps only when he amassed 800,000 would he feel truly fulfilled and exhilarated. Following the recent catastrophe, he had made a decision. Between mechs and gene evolution fluid, he would opt for the gene evolution fluid. One must forge oneself before forging weapons. Chapter 74, Extraordinary Title, Telepathy Upgrade. For the next several hours, the group remained within the bug nest, searching for the brainworm. Determined that the brainworm lay just beyond this nest, all specialized combat units on Pluto were summoned by the temporary command center. The atmosphere was abuzz both above and below ground. The surface was teeming with personnel, effectively blocking every wormhole in the vicinity. Likewise, the underground was bustling. Nearly every few steps brought encounters with a new squad. Of course, the brainworm had already been dispatched by the laser bird, and even the wormhole where its remains had been located had been obliterated, rendering any search futile. However, as long as the temporary command center did not issue a halt, they could not cease their operations. They scoured from dawn until afternoon, and it was not until dusk approached that Buck finally received new orders from the temporary command center to withdraw the Starship and remain on standby. This was not a strategic abandonment of capturing the brainworm, but rather a shift in command. The strategic department had dispatched a true combat battalion, a mechanized infantry division of 100,000. They arrived with an array of scanners and detectors, and the sheer number of heavy robots and battle vehicles was staggering, nearly overwhelming the ground above the nest. Damn it, we were so close to capturing that worm, General. Buck lamented. After searching all day, we found nothing. Its likely burrowed deep underground, making it difficult to locate even for the mechanical forces. Those mechanical troops should have been our glory. When the hunter unit regrouped above ground, they resembled defeated roosters. Except for Zhou Yuan, the morale of the others was low. They had been a mere 100 meters from the brainworm not long ago, but that distance had become an insurmountable chasm, leaving them empty-handed. Fortunately, this was a joint operation, and as they were the support troops, the failure could not be placed upon their shoulders. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Enough. Stop whining like cowards. Rest here for a few minutes. The transport ship will arrive shortly, Buck commanded, halting the team's complaints, his expression hidden beneath the skull helmet, betraying his displeasure. It was not the strategic department's fault for the personnel change. So many special operations units had collaborated throughout the day without success. They could only blame themselves for their lack of effectiveness. Why do these achievements sound so mundane? Blow your head off? Pentakill, High Roller, Big Spender. While waiting for the transport ship, Zhou Yuan found a rock to sit on and began to tally his gains. The balance of soul points was clear at a glance, nothing to calculate there, but he did have some achievements to review. Zhou Yuan sequentially opened the details. Blow Your Head Off was awarded for killing the brainworm, granting him the title Exceptional Mind, which increased his brain function by 5 points. Pentakill was for accumulating kills of 5 different kinds of bugs, granting him the title Collector, which increased all attributes by 0.5. Big Spender was awarded for exceeding 500,000 soul points, bestowing him with 5,000 soul points. High Roller referred to killing bugs without direct involvement, using smart items, awarding him 500 soul points. There were also Finding Teeth on the Ground, First Injury, and You Are Too Weak, which acknowledged previous setbacks, totaling 1,200 soul points. 0.5 points of telepathic ability. Amazing. Upon seeing the title Exceptional Mind, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. His brain function had only totaled 5.5 points, and this title had just granted him an additional 5 points, nearly doubling it to a 2-digit figure. Without further ado, he decided to experience it. The moment he equipped the new title, Zhou Yuan felt a coolness envelop his head. Then came a sensation so extraordinary it defied description, as though his head might float away from his body. Beep. Detecting the host awakening a new skill. Skill bar updated. New skills. Telepathic communication. Psychokinesis. Congratulations, host has awakened a new skill, receiving 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, 4 level 2 soul gift boxes, and 2 level 1 soul gift boxes. Would you like to open them? New skills? Upon hearing this notification, Zhou Yuan felt an even greater chill, and his body shivered. Telepathic communication and psychokinesis. These were superpowers. As the names implied, telepathic communication allowed for remote communication via mental connection, directly transmitting thoughts to another's mind. The known limit was interstellar communication, akin to a large communication window. Psychokinesis was a widely recognized superpower, enabling one to manipulate objects from a distance, directly affecting a physical system with mental energy. This title would be a lifelong asset. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, excitement swelling within him. Unfortunately, with so many people around, it was not the right moment for an impromptu test. Otherwise, he would surely conduct several trials. As for the soul gift boxes, he had opened them before, so there was nothing novel about it. He would wait until he returned to the Starship to find a quiet spot to open them and experiment with his new abilities. Just as his excitement peaked, Zhou Yuan felt a faint sound behind him, followed by a tremor in his combat device. Well done, Zhou Yuan whispered to himself, reaching behind him to retrieve a large pineapple magazine, which he then placed back into the magazine box. This magazine had transformed from the laser bird. It had taken this form when leaving and returned in the same manner. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Federal Second Lieutenant, 18, year, old enhanced human attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3. Skill 1.6, Brain Function 10.5 skills, Telepathy, Telepathic Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning, Items, Mini Plasma Spark Device, Heavy Atomic Flight Wing Suit, Laserbird, Titles, Exceptional Mind, increases brain function by 5 soul points, 507,125 after organizing his thoughts. Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. He was exceedingly pleased with the new panel data. This outing had netted him nearly 110,000 soul points, awakened 2 superpowers, and he still had gift boxes waiting to be opened. One could hardly say he had not struck it rich. 10 minutes later, the Hunter unit returned to the Starship aboard the transport ship. Zhou Yuan had intended to take a shower, test his new abilities in the bathroom, and open all the soul gift boxes. However, before he could disembark, Buck announced that they were to report to the bridge area, requiring all team members to attend. Alongside them were the Ultrasound and Rubik's Cube units. The Ultrasound and Hunter units were the only 2 that had reported sightings of the brainworm, with members claiming to have seen it. The Rubik's Cube unit, on the other hand, had suffered from a mental explosion caused by the brainworm. The strategic department took this matter seriously, instructing these 3 units to report to the bridge area as soon as they returned to the Starship. Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan had to postpone his plans and followed the group to the bridge area. Chapter 75. Interrogation concluded. Zhou Yuan had a sense of the strategic department's intentions. Telepathy had emerged decades ago, and with a human population in the billions, it was no surprise that at least several million had awakened this ability. Among such a vast number, the emergence of a few Carl-level ultimate talent prodigies was hardly extraordinary. Thus, the Federation likely had records of abilities like mental explosions. However, now, the prospect of a bug wielding such a power. This was a catastrophic concern for the Federation, indicating that the evolutionary capabilities of the bugs had far surpassed human comprehension. In the bridge area, Conference Room 3, the Strategic Department had dispatched a team of 9 for intelligence gathering. The principal personnel included a Major General and 2 Brigadier Generals, each accompanied by their respective aides. The Hunter Unit, consisting of 83 members, was lined up at the door. The Ultrasound Unit's review had concluded, and it was now the Rubik's Cube Unit's turn, with the Hunter Unit positioned at the end of the queue. Indeed, the number had dropped from 87 to 83. Teams 6 through 10 had lost 4 members during the morning's support of the Ultrasound Unit. The Ultrasound Unit had suffered even greater casualties, dwindling from 100 to just over 40. Had it not been for multiple supporting units, none would have returned. Hunter Unit, it's your turn. After waiting outside for approximately 20 minutes, the conference room door finally opened. Members of the Rubik's Cube Unit exited in succession, and then a colonel from the Strategic Department waved them in. So formal? Upon entering the conference room, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. The room was filled with numerous instruments, all of which he recognized as tools designed to assist in the development of telepathic abilities. Moreover, these instruments shared a common function: lie detection. Clearly, this was not an ordinary inquiry but a formal and focused interrogation. However, this was not a matter of grave concern. He was well acquainted with these instruments and knew how to navigate the red lines. Furthermore, with his brain function peaking at 10.5, it was unlikely that any apparatus could discern the truth of his words. To put it bluntly, he hadn't been the one to kill the brainworm. He could simply tell the truth. He had indeed seen the brainworm, but the follow-up team had failed to pursue it, and he had remained with the team throughout, never acting alone. Lieutenant Buck, please take a seat. The Major General at the head of the conference table gestured for Buck to sit. The others had no choice but to stand. Although the conference room was spacious, it was not large enough to accommodate nearly 100 chairs. Yes, sir, Buck replied as he sat down and removed his skull helmet. Seeing this, the others followed suit, forming a line behind Buck. Lieutenant Buck, I understand that members of specialized combat units prefer to get straight to the point. I will pose some questions, and I hope you can respond with the same brevity. I suspect, like me, you are all quite hungry. Yes, sir. First question. Did you see the target with your own eyes? No, it was my team member who discovered the mission target. I merely observed a swarm of soldier bugs and sand beetles. During the subsequent period, the general incessantly inquired, and Buck consistently responded. The questions predominantly revolved around the details of the brain bug-related mission, encompassing rough estimates of time, location, and sudden headaches. Moreover, a single round of questioning proved insufficient. A second round necessitated the use of a lie detector. However, after questioning Buck, the general's pace of inquiry noticeably quickened. He did not interrogate the ordinary members of the Hunter squad, but sequentially questioned each squad leader. With the inquiries being strikingly identical. 20 minutes later, the questioning of the squad leaders concluded. The process was smooth, with the lie detector consistently indicating green lights, devoid of any mishaps. Just when everyone thought the session was drawing to a close, the general cast a glance at Zhou Yuan, gesturing lightly. Lieutenant Zhou, please come sit beside me. Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan responded with slight surprise but complied nonetheless. The records indicate that you possess telepathic abilities, is that correct? Yes, sir. Then we must adopt a different approach to our inquiries. The general nodded, signaling to his 2 aides. Lieutenant Zhou, please relax. The 2 colonels approached Zhou Yuan from either side, gently placing their index fingers above his eyes. The general then inquired, have you seen the mission target with your own eyes? I have, sir. After it left your sight, did your captain immediately order a pursuit? The order was to pursue immediately, sir. During the pursuit, did you encounter any obstruction from the soldier bugs? Yes, sir. With each response from Zhou Yuan, the general would glance at his aides. Only after receiving a confirming nod from them would he proceed to the next question. After asking a series of over a dozen questions, the general finally nodded in satisfaction. His contentment stemmed not from the truthfulness of the answers, but rather from the significant intelligence they represented. The bugs they sought were likely still within that bug nest. They simply had yet to locate them. The interrogation concluded, and the general expressed his gratitude for their cooperation. Appearing somewhat anxious, he stood up, saluted, and indicated that the Hunter squad could leave. For the Federation, everyone saluted in unison and then filed out of the conference room. Once outside, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Although they had made no errors, facing a direct inquiry from the general was nonetheless nerve-wracking, instilling a sense of pressure that it. Only Zhou Yuan felt a bit rushed. He had prepared numerous statements, yet he had utilized less than a tenth of them. Regarding the questions posed, he had spoken nothing but the truth. Notably, the general had not broached any topics that required him to be less than candid. Despite feeling somewhat anxious about the two telepaths behind him, fearing they might discern his emotions, he rationalized that it was normal. The inquiries were undoubtedly grounded in reality, eschewing speculative questions. Well, comrades, our holiday has commenced. However, I must remind you that I have yet to receive orders to return to Mars, which means we may still have tasks ahead, such as locating that fat bug. Therefore, do not wander too far from the boarding platform, and if feasible, I hope to maintain yesterday's state and rest directly on the transport aircraft. I understand this request may seem a bit excessive, but I hope for your support. As they made their way to the dining hall, Buck expressed somewhat sheepishly, "Boss, that's what we're here for." "Captain, we're already accustomed to this. It's fine, as long as I'm not sleeping on Pluto." The team members waved dismissively. The holiday aboard the Starship hardly constituted a true holiday. There was little opportunity for leisure, and it seemed more prudent to endure until their return to Mars, where they could truly enjoy themselves. Observing the lack of complaints from his team members, Buck raised his hand and brought it down with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Now, the first task awaits. Let us race to the dining hall for a grand feast. Unrestricted, go." Yes. Cheers erupted instantaneously, as over 80 individuals jostled and pushed their way toward the dining hall. Chapter 76, Jump Frog Mecha. Testing superpowers, late at night. Zhou Yuan exited the transport ship and found a private shower room. Due to the absence of alcohol restrictions, the previous meal had lasted several hours, and by the end, most were intoxicated, just recently loaded onto the transport aircraft. Now, he was ready to open the soul gift boxes. 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, 4 level 2, and 2 level 1. All in. Open level 1 soul gift box. Obtained Dark Energy Standard Messenstring Ring 1. Open level 1 soul gift box. Obtained Jump Frog 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Obtained Micro Superluminal Particle Drive 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Obtained Infinite Bullet SM Rifle 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Obtained Bionic Spider Battle Tank 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Obtained Purgatory Grenade 1. Open level 3 soul gift box. The system notification chimed successively, and all 12 soul gift boxes were opened. Excellent items. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled. The names of these items were quite impressive, and he could tell at a glance that they were of high quality. Turning off the showerhead, he lit a recovery cigar and squatted down to examine his loot. The Dark Energy Standard Messenstring Ring, akin to the Variable String Ring, is also a spatial ring, yet this one is of a higher grade, featuring an internal space of 10,000 cubic meters. The Jump Frog, a rather absurd-looking 5-meter-tall amphibious mecha, possesses merely 4 heavy machine guns for firepower, yet its maneuverability is astonishing. With hydraulic piston engines in its legs, it can reach speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, and its maximum jump height can reach 300 meters. It is equipped with a small plasma engine and a time matrix generator, enabling low-altitude gliding and short-distance transitions within 100 kilometers. Incredible! This device could serve as a means of survival. After reviewing the item descriptions, Zhou Yuan felt elated. The level 1 soul gift boxes were indeed exceptional, yielding items of practical use. With the acquisition of the Jump Frog, he became even more resolute in his earlier plan to accumulate 800,000 soul points and purchase the Foundation Evolution Liquid first. The mecha could wait. The Jump Frog was ready for immediate use. Compared to the level 1 soul gift boxes, the level 2 ones were slightly less impressive. The Micro Superluminal Particle Drive was commendable, being a superluminal engine that could be paired with a Micro Plasma Spark device. However, it was currently not usable and would have to sit idle. The Infinite Bullet SM-7 rifle was essentially the latest model of the AWM. The Bionic Spider Battle Tank, as the name suggests, is a tank with 8 spider legs. Its firepower is somewhat lacking, but its maneuverability is quite high. The Purgatory Grenade resembles a deep crimson crystal column functioning as a nuclear grenade, with a 10-second detonation time and an effective kill radius of 1 kilometer. 10 seconds to a kilometer? Even with 2 doses of courage, I wouldn't dare use it. The remaining 6 level 3 gift boxes yielded nothing noteworthy, consisting solely of standard military equipment. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Second Lieutenant. 18-year-old. Enhanced human attributes: Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 10.5. Skills: Telepathy, Mental Communication, Telekinesis, Rapid Learning. Items: Jump Frog, Heavy Atomic Flight Wing Suit, Laser Bird, Purgatory Grenade. Title: Outstanding Intelligence. Increases brain function by 5 soul points. 507,125. Not too shabby. After organizing everything, Zhou Yuan found himself brimming with ideas. He had amassed numerous items, both discrete and complete. If he were to disassemble the complete items into discrete components and combine them with his existing discrete items, he would have enough to assemble a top-tier individual mecha. However, before that, he needed to consider advancing his military rank while simultaneously deepening his knowledge of military technology. Upon returning to Mars, he would be eligible for promotion to First Lieutenant. But that rank still felt too low. To achieve his goal of assembling a mecha, he would need to aim for at least Major. A Major could command a station, providing both personal space and time, affording him the freedom to pursue his objectives. Of course, he currently had no intention of leaving the Special Operations Unit. He merely set a small target for himself to achieve the rank of Major. After showering and donning his gear, Zhou Yuan did not exit the bathroom. Instead, he retrieved some bullets from the string ring and scattered them across the floor. Rise! In an instant, Zhou Yuan's expression hardened as he extended his hand toward the bullets. Clink! Clink! The delicate, crisp sounds resonated as the bullets began to stir, bouncing and colliding on the ground before gradually ascending into the air. Telekinesis. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Since he was here, how could he possibly refrain from experimenting with his newly awakened superpower? While telepathic communication was impractical for a single individual, telekinesis was certainly feasible. After conducting a series of experiments, he discovered that utilizing telekinesis was not particularly challenging. However, to truly master it, he needed to engage in further practice, as he was merely at the beginner stage. Additionally, the intensity of his telekinetic powers was a concern. Perhaps due to his brain's limited capacity, the strength of his telekinesis remained rather feeble. He could only manipulate objects weighing no more than 50 kilograms. Any heavier would result in a loss of control, causing them to fall immediately after levitation. Nevertheless, he was quite content with his progress. Taking the first step was of utmost importance. The subsequent steps would be far easier, provided his spirit was sufficiently ignited, and with various enhancement potions at his disposal. Success was assured. I am indeed the potion master. In the following days, the Hunter Corps received no assignments, leaving the 80-plus members to remain aboard the Starship. The first couple of days passed uneventfully, serving as a respite. However, as the third and fourth days arrived, the atmosphere within the Hunter Corps gradually shifted. A sense of restlessness enveloped everyone, including Zhou Yuan. After days of training and extermination, the sudden inactivity over several days left everyone disoriented, unable to sit or stand comfortably, filled with anxiety. Finally, on the 8th day aboard the Starship, the temporary command center sent a message, notifying them that the Hunter Corps mission had concluded and the Starship would return them to the Tarsus fortress. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Yuan inquired with Buck, learning that the strategic department had abandoned the plan to capture the brainworms alive. After 10 days of extensive searching, considerable human and material resources had been expended, yet no substantial gains were achieved, leading the strategic department to decide to cut their losses. Of course, cutting losses did not mean retreating from Pluto. Rather, it entailed transforming Pluto into human territory. The Starship fleet would be redeployed to conduct a more extensive, heavily armed, and prolonged bombardment of Pluto. Following that, the mechanical forces would take over, obliterating every visible insect and wormhole on Pluto's surface. Lastly, the engineering division would establish outposts and other facilities on Pluto. However, none of this pertained to the Hunter Corps, as such tasks were not within the purview of special operations. Chapter 77. Zhou the Superstar. At 10 in the morning, multiple special operations units returned to Tarsus Fortress. The Starship docked directly at the fortress, eliminating the need for shuttles to disembark. Yes, thank God, I have survived. The air of the Tarsus Plateau is truly sweet. As they disembarked from the Starship, cheers and exclamations erupted within the ranks, with some even tossing their helmets into the AI. It felt exhilarating. Zhou Yuan joined his teammates in the raucous celebration. After spending 8 days aboard the Starship, the sudden return to solid ground evoked a delightful sense of security. Guys, something feels off. Shit, they seem to be staring at us. What's going on? As they made their way to the ship exit, the previously boisterous group suddenly fell silent. They noticed something peculiar. The surrounding individuals appeared to be watching them intently, with a few discreetly pointing fingers, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Could it be that news of the events on Pluto had spread? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Although the mission had failed, it was a failure shared by all special operations units. Not solely their own. There were still personnel from the planetary forces ahead of them, yet the nearby crowd remained fixated on the Hunter Corps. Quiet, follow me. Buck, though puzzled, was accustomed to large crowds and was unbothered by the scrutiny. Gesturing for the team to quicken their pace, OMG, thank you. Just as the group exited the boarding area and entered the fortress complex, Zhou Yuan was suddenly surrounded by a throng of teammates, who cheered excitedly, nearly lifting him off the ground. Wow! As expected of me. Zhou Yuan allowed his teammates to embrace and jostle him, his gaze transfixed on a screen mounted on the wall of a nearby office building. The screen displayed a short video. Darkness and dread enveloped the scene, revealing a tank beetle furiously spewing superheated corrosive liquid, while around 20 individuals frantically fled in disarray. Cries and curses echoed, with one voice shouting, "Take it down as quickly as possible," presumably the commander's furious order. Yet, the tank beetle was no ordinary foe. It was a killer of infantry. Just as the tank beetle grew increasingly frenzied and reinforcements poured in, the situation deteriorating rapidly, a figure suddenly appeared atop the steel ruins behind the beetle, clad in a red skull-patterned space suit. The individual bore the inscription "Massacres" emblazoned across his chest, an ominous declaration of slaughter. With a flash of red light from his skull helmet's visor, he leaped into the air, drawing a revolver mid-flight. Landing atop the tank beetle, .5 gunshots rang out, followed by the release of 2 grenades onto the beetle's back. 5 seconds later, the beetle's main body erupted, its gore splattering everywhere. As the slayer of the creature rose from behind the insect carcass, his gaze aligning perfectly with the camera. The scene then shifted to the interior of a transport aircraft. "How did you do that?" A lieutenant clad in a white skull-patterned space suit stood before the earlier red-skulled lieutenant, excitement evident in his voice. "I was following orders, sir. You ordered us to take it down as quickly as possible. So I did just that," the red-skulled lieutenant responded. The recording concluded with a final image, a military registration photo of the Red Skull lieutenant, fully armed, at the time merely a private. He bore a heavy load, wielding a Barrett sniper rifle, his visor glowing red as it faced the camera, exuding an aura of cold-blooded intensity. Impressive. Zhou Yuan squinted, feeling as if he might float away. This was the footage Buck had mentioned from the transport aircraft. But he had not anticipated that viewing it from an observer's perspective could be so incredibly cool. Moreover, the fortress had enhanced the visuals, heightening the tension and clarity of the scene, even adding a red glow to his tactical helmet and goggles. It dawned on him that the nearby crowd had indeed been watching him when he disembarked. Now, he had ascended from Zhou the lieutenant to Zhou the superstar. "Buddy, you are absolutely amazing. I can't believe you single-handedly took down a giant beetle. Your codename suits you perfectly. You slaughtered the giant beetle." That line about following orders was incredibly cool. As the video concluded, even more teammates crowded around Zhou Yuan. The first squad had experienced that battle firsthand, while other squads were hearing about it for the first time. Zhou Yuan was a member of the Hunter Corps, and they were too. The glory he earned was shared by the entire Hunter Corps. A point of pride for all. "I have a friend who's a war god, kid. How did you manage that?" Buck joined in the cheers, then motioned for quiet as he squeezed beside Zhou Yuan to ask again. Upon hearing this question, all eyes turned toward Zhou Yuan, eager for him to repeat his response. "Give it your all, do not retreat." Meeting the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Zhou Yuan recited a line that had been a directive from Zerg to his soldiers. "Cool." The crowd was momentarily taken aback by his words, their perception of Zhou Yuan shining brighter and more reliable, transforming him into a superhero in their eyes. In comparison to Zhou Yuan, they felt inherently inferior, especially the 10 or so women in the group, who gazed at him with eyes that seemed to turn into black holes, as if they wished to devour him whole, amidst the laughter. The Hunter Corps entered Strategic Zone 1, returning to the 13th level underground. The journey back took a bit longer than usual, as the fortress seemed intent on establishing a model for infantry, leading to Zhou Yuan's combat footage being widely circulated. Wherever they went, the video played on wall screens. He had become a sensation within Tarsus fortress, eclipsing even the recognition he had garnered as a newcomer among seasoned veterans. His popularity skyrocketing. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted him, and he felt too bashful to ignore them, resulting in a considerable amount of time spent exchanging pleasantries. Listen up, everyone. Including today, we have 3 days of leave. During this time, we will not receive any assignments, and the fortress will grant us access to all recreational privileges. Play as you wish. Upon returning to the dormitory, Buck announced the holiday duration. These 3 days not only served as a break, but also as a period for him to select new team members. During the recent mission to Pluto, the Hunter Corps had lost 18 personnel, including a particularly capable squad leader, causing him considerable distress. Chapter 78. Zhou the Captain. After sitting in the dormitory for a few minutes, Zhou Yuan changed into civilian attire, preparing to head out. Over the past few days, Daisy and Judy had sent him numerous messages, expressing their desire for him to join them in the fortress for a small-scale celebration banquet. Most importantly, Daisy and Judy promised to introduce him to several new friends, beautiful women with fair skin and alluring figures. There was no escaping the fact that he had become incredibly popular. Before his return to the fortress, his combat footage had gone viral. Compared to the admiration of his male peers, the enthusiasm from the female soldiers was even more fervent, all eager to make his acquaintance and engage in some deeper friendly exchanges. As his good friends, Daisy and Judy had also enjoyed a taste of fame, becoming well-known figures among the female soldiers, with requests for introductions pouring in daily. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan felt quite excited. After half a month of restraint, these 3 days of holiday would be a perfect opportunity for relaxation. Young man, how long do you plan to be out? At the threshold, Buck suddenly halted Zhou Yuan. I'm not quite sure. It could be a few hours, or perhaps I may not return for 3 days. Zhou Yuan replied with a shrug. It all depends on whether the new friend is impressed. If he is satisfied, I might stay over there for a few days. If not, I'll return after a brief exchange with Des and Judy. It seems you have a date, Buck remarked with a slight smile. Then added, however, before you embark on that date, there is something you must attend to. Follow me to the 18th basement. Chief Angus wishes to see you. By the way, don your space gear? Okay, should I bring a weapon? Zhou Yuan nodded and inquired, knowing well that Angus sought him regarding his promotion to lieutenant. Yes, bring it along. Go fully armed. If it feels too heavy, you can remove the ammunition. Chief Angus desires you to maintain the image of a ruthless killer. Perpetually formidable and enigmatic as a bug species assassin, I would advise you to do so. It would be advantageous for you. All right. Zhou Yuan shrugged and returned to his bedside to don his full combat gear. His earlier conjecture proved accurate. The fortress aimed to establish a model infantryman, and he was the chosen one, embodying strength and mystery. This would invigorate the soldiers within the fortress, motivating them to train diligently with aspirations of joining the Special Operations Unit. It may be somewhat troublesome, yet the benefits are substantial. As the most renowned and powerful infantryman in the fortress, the rank of lieutenant hardly suffices for him. As long as he maintains his popularity and avoids errors, it won't be long before he ascends further, cultivating fame and forging brilliance. Lessons imparted by Severus Snape, and similarly echoed by Morong Fu, though the latter lacked the capability to match his notoriety. 5 minutes later, Zhou Yuan followed Buck out of the dormitory and descended to the 18th basement. This level is the deepest of the first strategic zone, though there may be more clandestine floors beyond his clearance. The area was sparsely populated, with hardly anyone visible in the corridors. Go on in. I will wait for you at the entrance. Buck brought Zhou Yuan to the door of a conference room, opening it and gesturing for Zhou Yuan to enter. Zhou Yuan nodded, removing his skull helmet as he stepped into the room. Inside the conference room sat only Angus, who was occupied with a work tablet, seemingly engrossed in his tasks. Take a seat. Give me 2 minutes, Angus waved without lifting his gaze, aware of Zhou Yuan's arrival as Buck had just informed him. After a brief flurry of activity, Angus stretched languidly and smiled at Zhou Yuan. I find myself regretting not becoming an infantryman back in the day. The damned strategic division, here I am, already a major general, yet I must sit in this office every day. Zhou Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. However, a movie quote sprang to mind, and he said, General, with great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. Angus echoed, a broad smile spreading across his face as he stood and clapped Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. You are correct. This is our duty, all for the Federation. However, this statement does not apply to you. You possess capability, yet your current responsibilities are insufficiently grand. Now, on behalf of the Federation's Strategic Division, I formally confer upon you the rank of Lieutenant. Angus retrieved a small box from his filing cabinet, containing 2 shoulder insignias corresponding to 2 sets of combat gear. After affixing the magnetic shoulder insignia onto Zhou Yuan, Angus stowed away the old insignia and handed the remaining new insignia box to Zhou Yuan. For the Federation, Zhou Yuan cautiously accepted the box and saluted with fervor. For the Federation, following the simple promotion ceremony, Angus embraced Zhou Yuan, softly whispering in his ear, Zhou, you were a squad leader in basic training, a team leader in the 3rd Squad. Now, you must progress in the Special Operations Unit. I believe you have the capability to lead your own team. As you stated, with great power comes great responsibility. General, my responsibility is to execute all orders issued by the Strategic Division. Zhou Yuan replied, astonished, yet maintaining a composed tone. Understood. You possess all the tactical qualities required to become a commanding officer of a unit. Angus's satisfaction with Zhou Yuan grew as he heard this response. Even aside from his capabilities, Zhou Yuan's mentality qualified him to command a unit, which is precisely the type of talent the Federation desperately needs. Thank you for your praise, General. Zhou Yuan maintained a stoic expression, exuding an aura of composed confidence. I am not praising you. I am merely stating the truth. Angus shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. You're quite the seasoned player. Zhou Yuan silently scoffed, recognizing that individuals who rose to the rank of Major General were not to be underestimated, particularly when it came to their eloquence. Angus continued, I am aware that the Hunter unit lost a squad during their mission to Pluto. I recommended you to Buck, and he concurs with my assessment. Thus, you are now the squad leader of the Hunter unit. At this juncture, Angus suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, crap, I fear I must return to work. Due to the failure of the bug-catching operation on Pluto, the Federation has decided to expand our forces. Our fortress's Special Operations Unit alone will require an addition of 5 units. I must select 5 unit commanders within the next 2 months, which is no easy task, as not everyone possesses the qualities to be a commanding officer. I hope that during these 2 months, some exceptional candidates will emerge from the mobile units. Chapter 79. Another great battle. Invincible. Captain Zhou. Charge. As Zhou Yuan exited the conference room, he replaced his skull helmet. He feared that without it, he might inadvertently display a foolish grin, a sight that would diminish his stature. What Angus had said was abundantly clear. The upper echelons of the fortress were preparing to promote him further, designating him as the leader of a special operations unit. His task was to maintain exemplary performance for 2 consecutive months after becoming the squad leader of the 3rd Squad. Provided he avoids mistakes and demonstrates some leadership ability, it would not be long before he ascended to command the slaughter unit. Lieutenant, Commander, Gunner, young man, you will soon catch up to me. Buck approached him first, expressing his sentiments. When he first met Zhou Yuan was merely a common private. Now, he had astonishingly risen to the rank of lieutenant. The most remarkable aspect was that Zhou Yuan ascended from private to lieutenant in merely 2 months. Buck had a premonition that Zhou Yuan's potential reached far beyond the rank of lieutenant. He was destined to become a general. I still have a long way to go, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile, giving Buck a thumbs up. In truth, the 1st Squad had indeed accomplished a significant feat by rescuing a federal-level scientist with general authority. Buck, as the commander of the rescue operation, played an indispensable role. Perhaps, Buck shrugged, not disputing the claim. He was indeed on the path to becoming a major, though it would not happen immediately. He needed to wait a few days until the team was fully staffed. By the way, Chief Angus should have informed you about the squad leader's position. I will send you a list of candidates shortly. You need to select 9 team members based on their positions and return it by noon tomorrow. The new recruits will report on the last day of our break, so you must return to the dormitory that evening. They took the elevator back to the 13th basement. Buck reminded Zhou Yuan. No problem, Zhou Yuan signaled an okay gesture, parting ways with Buck as he continued his ascent in the elevator. Zhou Yuan, now fully armed, looked identical to the combat footage. The moment Red Skull appeared on the ground, it instantly caused a stir. Noticing he was alone, people nearby began to gather, either to gawk or to greet him. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he remained silent, cold as a robot. Striding straight towards the communications soldiers' quarters, it is not about whether he feels impressive. Rather, it is about whether others perceive him as such. He'll be honest, he felt somewhat pretentious walking around the fortress in full combat gear, as it felt forced and somewhat unnatural. However, Angus wished for him to maintain this armed persona, aspiring for the red skull of the footage to manifest in reality and serve as a model for infantrymen. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. After all, he was a distinguished talent deemed to possess all the tactical qualities necessary to become a commanding officer. Alas, here we go. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? To spare his comrades from excessive scrutiny and to ensure their lives remained stable, he was willing to endure all of this. Let the public opinion and attention be directed towards him. 15 minutes later, amidst the gazes of many, Zhou Yuan arrived at the communications soldiers' quarters and found the dormitory of Des and Judy. Zhou, darling, I saw your footage. I watched it several times. Me too. You are simply incredible. I am certain you are the bravest man in the world. The moment Zhou Yuan knocked on the door, Des and Judy rushed out, enveloping him from either side, chattering excitedly. Both Des and Judy harbored a strong admiration for the powerful, revering and adoring the strong. They had witnessed the spectacle of Zhou Yuan single-handedly overturning 5 individuals, and just days ago, they had seen footage of him ruthlessly slaughtering tank beetles in their hearts. They had already elevated him to the status of a war god. What made this admiration even more profound was not only Zhou Yuan's formidable strength, but also his strikingly handsome visage. What woman could possibly resist such a man? Dear, come in quickly. You've just emerged from a fierce battle and deserve some well-earned relaxation. We have a few friends eager to meet you. Ive just summoned them all, said Daisy, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to respond. Daisy and Judy ushered Zhou Yuan into the dormitory, their arms wrapped tightly around him as if fearing he might escape. Cool! It's really him! Simultaneously, a chorus of cheers erupted within the dormitory. Aside from Daisy and Judy, there were 4 other stunningly beautiful young women, all fair-skinned and blonde-haired Westerners. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan clad in his battle gear, they felt no sense of strangeness. Rather, they were thrilled, for he was the embodiment of genuine slaughter, a figure idolized by numerous female soldiers. The mere prospect of interacting closely with him would undoubtedly incite envy among their colleagues. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, silently commending Daisy and Judy in his mind. They knew his tastes well. Introducing him to friends who could easily be considered the belles of the campus, it seemed that these 3 days of vacation would be filled with joy. With that thought, Zhou Yuan removed his skull helmet and looked at Daisy and Judy, jesting. Is your idea of relaxation for me to experience yet another battle? In front of longtime friends, he had no desire to feign pretense. So he spoke straightforwardly. Those present in the dormitory were all there with the intent to socialize, and there was no need for superfluous chatter. At such a moment, he could not be like Morong Fu. He had to embody Yun Zhanghe. I knew you would like it. Ladies, let our party commence. Daisy, aware of Zhou Yuan's satisfaction with her new friends, rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek before waving at the 4 new acquaintances. The newcomers were equally excited, especially after Zhou Yuan removed his skull helmet to reveal his true face. Upon hearing Daisy's words, they sprang into action. In the next moment, to Zhou Yuan's astonished gaze, the girls retrieved 2 cases of red wine from beneath the table, along with an assortment of snacks. Are communication soldiers not allowed to drink? Zhou Yuan inquired of Daisy. This is a special occasion. We informed our superiors that we are celebrating you today and secured a day off along with entertainment privileges, Daisy explained with a smile. She and Judy helped Zhou Yuan shed his battle gear and pulled him to the table to sit down. The moment he took a seat, a couple of the girls nestled close to him, offering him wine and snacks, requiring him to lift a finger, however, to prevent any of them from drinking too much and stumbling. He thoughtfully wrapped his arms around 2 of the girls and thus, the gathering began. Chapter 80. This is my squad. Time flew by swiftly. The 2.5 days vanished in the blink of an eye. On the last afternoon of his vacation, Zhou Yuan departed from the communications barracks, preparing to return to the hunter's dormitory. He had thoroughly enjoyed himself during those days, with 4 new friends during the day and 3 more in the evening. Along with Daisy and Judy, he had a total of 9 good friends. All 9 were particularly warm-hearted, and in the spirit of camaraderie, he reciprocated their kindness. The result was that, despite his robust constitution. He felt a bit fatigued after the whirlwind of festivities. However, his 9 friends, having personally experienced his prowess, were even more exhausted. They were in awe of his abilities and insisted that he visit them again. Urging him not to to repay his generosity, they promised to introduce him to even more impressive new friends upon his next visit. Naturally, he wholeheartedly agreed, not wanting to disappoint his good friends. The work in the communications hall was exceedingly monotonous, and he felt it was vital to provide them with some enjoyment and warmth. However, he knew he had to take his leave. Tomorrow, they were set to embark on a mission to locate the insect nests. And his team had yet to see his face, which was certainly unacceptable. 20 minutes later, in the underground training facility of Strategic Zone 1, Level 13 ATEs. Zhou Yuan paced back and forth, scrutinizing the 9 individuals standing before him. These 9 were his team members, 7 men and 2 women, whom he had personally selected from Buck's list of candidates. Some hailed from the defense forces, others from the mechanical units, and even a few from the engineering corps. They represented various positions, all elite soldiers from their respective units, and their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Finally, they possessed exceptional eyesight. Earlier that morning, he had enlisted the help of the Falcons to escort them to the armory to collect their gear. They had chosen armaments identical to his own, black with red patterns and a skull motif. The sight of 9 red skulls standing together was striking, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. I have no desire for idle chatter. I have but one request of you, he stated coldly as he halted in front of the formation. Give it your all, and do not falter. If anyone cannot meet this standard, I will have them dismissed. My gear is not something everyone is entitled to wear. Do you all understand? After a moment of pacing, Zhou Yuan stopped at the front, his voice firm. Understood, sir. The team members saluted in unison, their hearts ignited with fervor. They were well aware of who their captain was, the Slayer, capable of single-handedly vanquishing tank beetles in mere seconds. Listen to what he says. Give it your all, and do not falter. Such cool words could only be uttered by a man like the Slayer. To join the ranks of the Slayer was a profound honor, and they were determined to give their utmost. Excellent, I hope your abilities match your enthusiasm. Now, let us proceed with introductions. State your code name along with your 2 roles. Zhou Yuan nodded, gesturing for the first team member on the left to begin. Sir, I am Rope, Primary Assault Specialist, Secondary Guide. Sir, I am Coffee. Not a problem. As Zhou Yuan listened, he mentally confirmed their roles. The current structure of the 3rd squad was as follows. Lieutenant Slayer, Commander, Machine Gunner 2nd Lieutenant Rope, Assault Specialist, Guide 2nd Lieutenant Demon King, Sniper, Communications Specialist 2nd Lieutenant Coffee, Medic, Communications Specialist 2nd Lieutenant Venom, Sniper, Scout Sergeant Magic, Medic, Engineer Sergeant Queen, Assault Specialist, Engineer Sergeant Alcohol, Assault Specialist, Guide Sergeant Generator, Machine Gunner, Demolitions Expert Sergeant Shockwave, Machine Gunner, Demolitions Expert. Compared to the 1st squad, their ranks appeared somewhat inferior. However, not every squad boasted the same configuration as the 1st. Among the 10 squads, only the 1st consisted of 1 captain and 9 second lieutenants. The remaining 9 squads were led by lieutenants, with team members ranging from second lieutenants to the lowest rank of private. His squad was already quite commendable. If there had been any exceptionally remarkable soldiers on the candidate list, he would have gladly accepted even privates. After all, once on the battlefield, it was not rank that determined one's capability to slay insects, but rather, it was strength. Once the team members completed their introductions, Zhou Yuan waved his hand and stated, You all know what special forces are meant to do. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning, we will gather at the launch site. Now we begin training. The first exercise is an endurance run, 10 laps around the training area. Go. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team members sprang into action. Watching them commence their training, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Although it was not his first time as squad leader, each time he issued orders, it brought him immense joy. This was the delight of leadership. The following morning, Zhou Yuan led his team aboard the transport plane, fully equipped, and 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Today, we are heading to the Garden of Life. Recently, insects have been spotted in the vicinity, and our mission is to identify any potential nests or eliminate all visible insects, Zhou Yuan stated while reviewing the work tablet. The Garden of Life was the only city on Mars, sprawling over an area exceeding 10 million square kilometers and home to nearly 1 billion people. Consequently, its defensive capabilities were formidable. The sailors' canyon served as a natural barrier behind it, with the sailors' base keeping a watchful eye. While directly ahead lay the Mars base, both well protected. Occasionally, some insects managed to evade the two bases, but the Garden of Life had defensive walls and troops at its disposal, making it impenetrable even to insect swarms. The current mission near the Garden of Life was primarily precautionary. There had been a notable increase in insect sightings in the area, often in swarms numbering in the thousands. This indicated that the insects might have established a nest nearby. The lesson from Pluto's fall was fresh in their minds. To prevent any unnecessary future troubles, the Garden of Life was preparing to conduct a thorough cleanup of the surrounding area, prompting the Tarsus fortress to deploy special operations troops. Not only Tarsus fortress, but also the sailors' base and Mars base had dispatched several special operations teams. This was a long-term mission. Such a vast area could not be secured in just a few days. I have sent the operational route to your combat devices. Rope and Alcohol will lead the way, Venom and Demon King will monitor the flanks, Magic and Queen will safeguard the rear, and the rest will follow me. Let us commence. With his AWM in hand, Zhou Yuan gestured to give orders. His AWM was equipped with unlimited ammunition, allowing him to switch to it for the time being, ready to change to the unlimited ammo version if necessary. The armed equipment was not the only thing that had undergone changes. The demolition boxes had also been adjusted. His current position is that of both commander and machine gunner, thus he is not responsible for carrying the demolition box. However, this does not affect his ability to accumulate soul points. The members of the third squad are all novices, and the demolition expert is a defense soldier who has never even fired a tactical nuclear weapon before. To prevent the newcomers from wasting tactical nuclear ordnance or making launching errors, it is entirely reasonable for him, as the captain, to take matters into his own hands. Everything is for the sake of the team. Chapter 81. The appearance of the Starship worm. Captain, there are 15 soldier bugs 400 meters to the left. There are also over 30 on the right, 600 meters away. The rear is secure. There are no bugs within a kilometer. After the operation commenced, Zhou Yuan intermittently received reports, as his 9 team members acted with the utmost caution as if facing a formidable enemy. Such is the nature of novices. They dread making mistakes and would rather do more than err. Zhou Yuan did not allow his team to relax but instead urged them to remain vigilant. Cultivating caution into a habit could very well save one's life at a critical moment. And he had always adhered to this principle. Half an hour later, the team arrived at Stone Lake. Stone Lake is a desolate expanse situated to the right of the Life Garden. The wasteland is not overly sandy, but is strewn with rocky outcrops, numerous stone flats coalescing to form a surface stone plate, hence the name Stone Lake. Compared to a desert, this area has a greater likelihood of harboring insect nests, as insects would not excavate their nest entrances near deserts. Otherwise, a mere sandstorm could bury their nests in sand. Keep your eyes peeled and search diligently. Zhou Yuan scrutinized Stone Lake with his binoculars and then gestured for the team to advance. Suddenly, his combat device vibrated with a series of red flashes. What the hell? I already have a mission. Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious as he activated the device. The red light indicated an urgent mission, while the vibrations signified the receipt of mission information. Enter Level 1 Combat Readiness Status. All Special Operations units must immediately return to the fortress. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and immediately shouted to the communications officer and the Demon King. Contact the transport aircraft at once. We need to return right now. The fortress entering Level 1 Combat Readiness is no trivial matter. There are 4 levels of readiness, with Level 1 being the highest. Even during an insect-tide assault on the fortress, it would not reach Level 1. Level 2 is the regular maximum. Could something have happened at the fortress? Thinking of the insect nest, Zhou Yuan's expression tightened, and his heart raced. Today is September 15th, coinciding with the opening day of the large communication window. Could it be that the fortress has been overrun by the insect tide? That seems impossible. The fortress is well armed. In addition to conventional military equipment, it possesses strategic armaments capable of obliterating all life on Mars. Even if the insect tide is vast, the fortress has strategic nuclear weapons as a trump card. How could it possibly be conquered? Captain, what is happening? My combat device is flashing red. Yours is the same, indicating we have received an urgent mission. An urgent mission? Is that true? The team members gathered around Zhou Yuan, chattering excitedly. They were not in command of the squad, so they only knew there was an urgent mission, without having received any mission details. Silence. I do not require your chatter. I only need you to execute orders. For now, rest in place and await the transport aircraft. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone promptly closed their mouths and sat quietly, waiting. At this moment, Zhou Yuan opened the combat device to review the mission details. Starship Worm. Upon seeing the mission content, Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted, and he instinctively stood up. The intelligence department of the fortress had sent him a photograph. The subject of the photo was an enormous insect. Resembling a legless beetle with a dark brown exoskeleton, it possessed two pairs of wings, which formed a cross shape when spread, somewhat akin to dragonfly wings. Beneath its wings, there were rows of voids from which a faint blue light emitted. Resembling energy thrusters, he knew this was the Starship Worm. The Arachnus insect race has various means of colonizing planets, but utilizing starship worms for transportation is undoubtedly one of the most convenient and rapid methods. As long as the queen and the sand beetles are delivered to the target planet, it will quickly transform into an insect-colonized world, becoming a desolate bug planet. The adult starship worm. Zhou Yuan continued to examine the details. This starship worm was of considerable size, nearly 1,000 meters long and around 300 meters height. It lay in a valley, its massive body towering above the height of the valley itself. Undoubtedly an adult starship worm. It was discovered on Pluto, and the photograph was taken by the mechanical forces. While sweeping Pluto, the mechanical forces encountered the starship worm in this valley. They initially intended to capture it, but upon discovery, the starship worm had already noticed them. It released the soldier bug swarm it was carrying to obstruct the mechanical forces, then simply took off. According to the commander of the observing unit, the starship worm ascended to a height of 100 meters with a single flap of its wing. When the faint blue light emitted from the side of its body, it transformed into a blue streak and vanished, reappearing in the distant sky. That's how it is. After reading the mission intelligence and requirements, Zhou Yuan realized the situation. The starship worm was most likely on a mission to retrieve the brain bug. The telepathic communication of the brain bug is interstellar. Calling for rescue is not difficult. However, the starship worm did not anticipate that the brain bug had perished several days prior. Not only did it fail to retrieve the brain bug, but it was also discovered by the mechanical forces. Its emergence caused a significant upheaval within the Federation's military. The insects possess the capability for space travel. Does this not imply that they could invade colonized planets and even Earth at any moment? The upper echelons of the Federation were in turmoil. For them, capturing 100 insect planets pales in comparison to eliminating a single starship worm, as this represents a strategic asset for the insect race. Therefore, all starship units not currently engaged in urgent tasks were mobilized to pursue the starship worm. A net was cast, and indeed, the starship forces located it. The starship worm seemed fatigued and halted upon entering the GJ-1 star system. Landing on a planet called Hydora. Hydora is slightly larger than Earth and is a habitable planet rich in rare radioactive mineral veins, making it highly valuable for development. However, GJ-1 is territory belonging to the insect race, which is why the Federation has never considered Hydora. Due to the strategic significance of the starship worm, the Federation's high command could not afford to care whether Hydora is an insect planet. The starship forces surrounded Hydora, and the mobile units landed on its surface. The mission objective was to capture the starship worm alive. Of course, due to the extreme mobility of the starship worm, the mission did not strictly require it to be captured alive. If it could be captured, that would be ideal. If not, then it must be killed. In any case, at all costs, the starship worm must not be allowed to leave Hydora alive. Chapter 82. Landing on Hydora. 5 minutes later, the transport aircraft arrived. After boarding the third squad of the Hunter unit, the transport aircraft did not return to the fortress, but instead ascended further into the outer space of Mars. What a grand spectacle! Zhou Yuan stood by the protective window, gazing at the scene outside. His field of vision was filled with starships, at least 30 of them, with one occasionally disappearing or appearing from the void. He fully understood the mindset of the Federation's upper echelons. If he were in their position, he too would regard the starship worm with utmost seriousness. From a strategic perspective concerning the insects, the combination of the brain bug and the queen is not as vital as the starship worm. As long as the starship worm is not eradicated, the insect race will not face extinction. They can continue to expand their territory unabated throughout the cosmos. Once the transport aircraft was received by the starships, Zhou Yuan took his seat, tapped the combat device twice, and said, "The mission details have been sent to you. Familiarize yourselves with the objectives and requirements. You are fortunate. Joining at this time means you get to partake in significant operations, but I hope you do not falter. This mission is of great importance. There is no need to change your armament. Hydora is abundant in natural radioactive minerals, so try to avoid prolonged exposure to the atmosphere. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, everyone looked towards the combat device. Oh my God! The mechanical forces truly did not provide erroneous data? Next, a wave of exclamations erupted within the cabin, with everyone gaping in astonishment at the combat device, a creature that is 1,000 meters long and 300 meters high. This beast looks like a colossal amalgamation of 4 skyscrapers. Moreover, this behemoth has wings, along with side thrusters that emit blue light, making it resemble a sci-fi monster. At this moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly felt a pang of worry. The Federation's upper echelons were eager to deal with the Starship worms swiftly, which is why this mission was organized in a squad format, as it allows for a broader search area. However, squad operations are inherently perilous. Hydora is an insect planet, teeming with bugs, and is exponentially more dangerous than Mars. With the mission's increased difficulty and heightened risk, his team consists of 9 novices, which is hardly reassuring. If things go awry, someone is bound to fall. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan decisively relinquished the AWM and equipped himself with a rifle and a grenade launcher. Naturally, he could not neglect the magazines. Stacking small ammunition boxes atop the large pineapple's ammunition case, as if he were merely reloading a demolition box. He possessed an infinite supply of ammunition for the large pineapple, thus he did not need to carry an excessive amount. These munitions were primarily intended for his team, and while utilizing the infinite ammunition of the large pineapple, he could easily justify the stockpile. And no questions asked, just ample ammunition. In 2 months, he was set for a promotion. And his performance during this period was of utmost importance. He could not allow the squad to suffer significant casualties. Half an hour later, they arrived in the GJ-1 star system. The fleet anchored in the outer space of Hydora, merging with other fleets to form a planetary encirclement while simultaneously deploying transport aircraft. The brain worms possessed 100,000 soul points. The Starship worms should not be far behind, as they are an even rarer species than the brain worms. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Lieutenant, 18, year, old male. Enhanced individual attributes: Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.5. Skills: Telepathy, Mental Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning. Items: Jump Frog, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Hellfire Grenade. Title: Powerful Insecticide. Increases kill rewards by 20, Speed 3 soul points, 507,806 while waiting for the transport aircraft to land. Zhou Yuan donned the title of Powerful Insecticide, his anticipation for the subsequent operations rising. He was a mere 300,000 soul points away from acquiring a gene evolution liquid point. 10 minutes prior, he had received new intelligence. When the Starship worms attempted to flee Hydora, they were struck by a pulse cannon from a starship, losing a pair of wings in the process. Subsequently, they vanished into the sea, their whereabouts unknown. The ocean of Hydora was vast, encompassing over 700 million square kilometers, nearly twice the area of Earth's oceans, rendering even the most advanced sonar ineffective. Thus, locating the Starship worms was no simple task. He hoped for a smooth operation. Once the Starship worms were eliminated, the gene evolution liquid would be within reach. Fellows, we will land in 1 minute. I will escort you to the coastline, where the insects are fewer and the cover is even scarcer. Exercise caution. After a brief moment, the pilot announced over the intercom. Zhou Yuan immediately stood up, issuing orders. Check your weapons and prepare for action. Stay close to me and do not fall behind. Yes, sir. Before long, the transport aircraft landed smoothly. Zhou Yuan, wielding the large pineapple machine gun, was the first to leap out. The aircraft had approached from the sea, making minimal noise and had not startled too many insects. However, a group of insects had already gathered on the beach, approximately 1 to 200 in number, neither too many nor too few. This is your task. Go warm up. Zhou Yuan relaxed slightly, lowering his weapon, signaling the team to engage in free fire, while he activated the combat device to survey the surrounding terrain. Despite Hydora's vastness, there were few locations suitable for the Starship worms to conceal themselves. Aside from the ocean, the only terrains with substantial natural cover were the Grand Canyons, volcanic craters, and mountainous regions. The ocean was too expansive for a thorough search. Thus, his options were limited to the latter terrestrial formations. "Captain, I have spotted a wormhole at 2 o'clock." Before Zhou Yuan could fully assess the surroundings, the scout, Poison, called out, "Wormhole?" Zhou Yuan paused for a moment, lifting his binoculars to look in the direction indicated by Poison. There, a continuous sea cliff stood, 2 meters above ground, with a wormhole opening approximately 500 meters from the squad. "I must be out of my mind." Zhou Yuan shook his head slightly, suddenly recalling something. Hydora was a worm planet, riddled with wormholes that connected to insect nests. If he desired soul points, why not directly obliterate the insect nests? 10 tactical nuclear bombs could decimate 10 insect nests, yielding at least 300,000 soul points. Why seek the elusive Starship worm when the solution was so close at hand? Listen closely. Zhou Yuan raised his hand, signaling the team to pay attention. The Starship fleet recently encountered a Starship worm and inflicted injury upon it. Intelligence from the Starship fleet indicates that the Starship worm lacks autonomous offensive capabilities. Therefore, if it intends to hide and recuperate, it is likely to conceal itself in areas teeming with combat insects for protection. No location harbors more combat insects than the insect nests. To locate the Starship worm, we shall commence our efforts from the nests. Now, let us advance towards the insect nest. Chapter 83. The insect nest is my true love. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the team sprang into action, stealthily approaching the wormhole. They all found his reasoning compelling. If they were the Starship worm, they would act in precisely such a manner, either hiding in the sea or seeking protection among the combat insects. Given that the Starship worm had only recently sustained injuries from the Starship fleet, it was implausible for it to remain concealed in the ocean, making the search near the insect nests the most rational course of action. Truly a master of slaughter, he discerned the situation swiftly upon entering the fray. At that moment, their admiration for Zhou Yuan grew, as they felt fortunate to be part of his team. Outside the wormhole, soldier insects lay in wait, albeit in limited numbers, only 7 or 8. Upon witnessing the annihilation of their compatriots on the beach, they fled in terror, rushing into the insect nest to report the news. "Hand me a nuclear bomb." Seeing this, Zhou Yuan halted the team 100 meters from the wormhole and extended his hand towards the demolitions expert. "Captain, this wormhole extends to the left." The demolitions expert, Shockwave, had already prepared the launcher equipped with a tactical nuclear bomb and discreetly handed it to Zhou Yuan, offering a quiet reminder. "Then we shall proceed to the right." As Zhou Yuan set the detonation timer, he imparted his knowledge. "Remember, before launching the tactical nuclear bomb, utilize the sonic detection device to measure the visible wormhole trajectory. The insect nest covers a vast area, and to maintain its stability, the insects will construct the nest in a single layer, extending inward from the wormhole's entrance. Therefore, after launching the tactical nuclear bomb, we must retreat in the opposite direction from the wormhole, distancing ourselves from the nest. While retreating is typically the best option, the sea lies behind us, and the collapse of the nest could potentially trigger a backflow of seawater, leaving us with no choice but to opt for the right flank." Whoosh! With that, Zhou Yuan aimed at the wormhole nestled in the sea cliff and launched the tactical nuclear bomb. Go. In the next moment, Zhou Yuan gestured for the team to withdraw to the right. Boom! As the tactical nuclear bomb detonated, the third squad had already vacated the explosion zone, arriving at the edge of the coastline, with mountains looming ahead. "Continue forward." The Starship worm was of considerable size, and it was highly probable that it was concealed within the mountainous regions. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, leading the team towards the mountainous area. Not only was the mountainous region suitable for the Starship worm to hide, but it was also conducive to insect nesting. Regardless, he was determined not to return empty-handed. Upon entering the mountainous area, the squad became increasingly cautious. Compared to the beach, the number of insects here had significantly increased. Within their line of sight, soldier insects roamed freely, occasionally accompanied by locusts soaring overhead, and even tank beetles could be spotted burrowing into the ground. Fortunately, this was an insect planet, and the insects roamed their territory without banding together unless confronted by enemies. As long as they maintained a safe distance from the insects and refrained from firing indiscriminately, they would avoid attracting swarms or even insect tides. "Captain, there's a locust nest on the left flank." A mountain was dotted with numerous wormholes frequented by locusts. Poison crouched low, continuously surveying the surroundings with binoculars. He noticed that while soldier insects and tank beetles were not plentiful, locusts were abundant. Having claimed dominion over the mountainous area, ignore them. Remember, locusts are the nemesis of infantry. Do not provoke them when their numbers are insufficient. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, dismissing any notion of assaulting the locust nests. Unlike soldier insect nests, locusts resided in single rooms, one cave per locust, akin to a beehive. Furthermore, locust nests were only constructed on the surface of rock walls, never within the mountains. They were essentially living at their doorstep, poised to escape at any moment, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict significant casualties upon them in a single strike. A tactical nuclear bomb might take out 1,000 or 1,800. But it would inevitably provoke a locust tide, resulting in dire consequences. Let us proceed this way. After a moment of deliberation, Zhou Yuan opted to steer clear of the locust nests. With only 10 members in his squad, he had no intention of sacrificing them to the locusts. It was far more prudent to target the softer targets, the soldier insects. One must always understand the importance of tactical retreat. 4 hours later, Zhou Yuan led the squad to the right side of the mountainous area. Rest for 10 minutes. Having journeyed for nearly 5 hours, Zhou Yuan found a natural cave at the mountain's base and ordered the team to halt and recuperate. Upon hearing that they could rest, everyone promptly settled down, removing their tactical helmets to partake in nutrient liquid. During special operations, to alleviate their load and maintain mobility, they were forbidden from carrying any compressed rations of significant volume. Relying solely on nutrient liquid for sustenance. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Yuan found a spot to sit and ordered himself a restorative cigar. Hydora was a naturally radioactive mineral planet, but the Federation's medical capabilities were advanced. As long as one did not remain exposed to the air for an extended period, they would be fine. A little medication upon returning would suffice. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Lieutenant, 18, year, old male enhancer attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.5 skills, Telepathy, Mind Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning, Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Hellfire Grenade, Title, Powerful Insecticide, increases kill rewards by 20, Speed 3 Soul Points, 721. 498 While resting, Zhou Yuan accessed his personal panel to review his gains. In the span of 4 hours, he had located 5 soldier insect nests. He personally detonated 4, leaving 1 for his team member to practice on. After all, he could not always seize the opportunity to deploy tactical nuclear strikes. From the 4 nests, he accrued 210,000 soul points. With the added rewards from the powerful insecticide title, each nest yielded at least 50,000 soul points. If he destroyed 2 more nests, his soul points would surpass 800,000. What a trivial matter the brain insect Starship was. No reward could compare to the gratification of annihilating insect nests. Outwardly composed, Zhou Yuan's heart brimmed with joy. As a soldier with the potential to become a commanding officer, it was time for him to make sacrifices for the Federation. He could forego the accolades from the Starship insects and provide fire support for other special operation units by demolishing the nests. His heart swelled with pride. Such was the greatness of Captain Zhou. Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Yuan was suddenly interrupted by the faint sounds of soldier insect screeches filtering into his ears. The noise came from outside the cave. "Captain, the insects are coming, at least 1,000 of them. Poison," the team's scout reported immediately. A horde of soldier insects was marching along the base of the mountain, progressing towards their left flank. From their trajectory, it seemed they were not approaching them directly, but the insects had a keen sense of heat and would undoubtedly detect them as they passed the cave entrance. Chapter 84. Something's amiss. Very amiss, Captain. Should we open fire? There's no time to relocate. They can see the cave entrance. As the insect swarm drew closer, murmurs of concern rippled through the team. Trapped in a cave on an insect planet, surrounded by a swarm, was a scenario none of the 9 newcomers had ever encountered. They had never even faced anything remotely similar. However, this display did not intimidate them in the slightest. Prior to joining the hunter unit, they had all been elite soldiers, and collectively, the 9 of them had amassed enough insect corpses to form a small hill. Don't panic. Let them come closer. First, use grenades, then firearms. Wait for my command. Zhou Yuan shook his head. They had barely engaged in combat that morning, primarily utilizing tactical nuclear strikes, and their remaining ammunition was nearly full. A swarm numbering in the thousands posed no threat to a team holding a defensive advantage. It was merely a warm-up. Prepare. Once Zhou Yuan confirmed his team was ready, he stepped out of the cave and fired his AWM, decapitating a soldier insect. The swarm was already near the cave. They would inevitably discover their position, so it was better to take the initiative and control the pace. Wait, 100 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, now. Zhou Yuan grasped 2 grenades and began to retreat slowly while continuously reminding his team. Ding! Upon receiving the command to open fire, the cave erupted with a barrage of grenades. Except for Zhou Yuan, none of the others could throw a grenade 100 meters, but the insects were oblivious to the danger. As the grenades landed, the insect swarm stepped right into the blast zone. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief pause, the grenades detonated with precision. A dozen grenades exploded simultaneously, their force devastating the vanguard of the swarm, leaving many dead or severely injured. Open fire. At that moment, Zhou Yuan issued the attack order, unleashing a torrent of bullets from the minigun upon the insect horde. In truth, this scale of insect swarm was best dealt with using mixed explosives. However, having learned a lesson on Pluto after exhausting his supply of mixed explosives, he now opted for a more conservative approach, reserving heavy firepower as a trump card to avoid encountering heavily armored tank insects again. Gunfire erupted, halting the advance of the insect swarm. While soldier insects boasted thick health bars and resilience akin to cockroaches, their numbers made them ideal cannon fodder. However, their 3-meter height became a liability during their charge. Once the front line fell, the rear ranks faced significant obstacles, having to clamber over the corpses of their fallen comrades, thus diminishing their combat sustainability. When numbers do not guarantee absolute dominance, engaging in a siege against the insects is tantamount to suicide. Kill a soldier insect, gain 1 soul point. Kill a soldier insect, gain 1 soul point. Kill a soldier insect, gain. Though the efficiency was lacking, the experience was exhilarating. As the situation stabilized, Zhou Yuan took a moment to glance at the notification panel. Soul points were rising steadily alongside the empty shell casings scattered at their feet. Scout the surroundings. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to deplete another magazine, he withdrew a fresh one from the box, softly murmuring a few words before tossing it out of the cave. The sounds of gunfire echoed within, and with his team engrossed in exterminating insects, no one noticed Zhou Yuan's actions or heard his words. Conserve ammunition, use bursts. After deploying the laser bird, Zhou Yuan shouted a new command. The team's ammunition remained plentiful, and the pressure from the insect swarm was easing. They no longer needed to unleash full firepower. Yes, I adore this feeling. All right, folks, let us see who can kill more. Zhou Yuan's team buzzed with excitement. Their earlier apprehension about holding their ground dissipated, and their morale soared. They had learned a valuable lesson. Under circumstances of numerical disadvantage, direct confrontation with soldier insects was not a guaranteed loss. This minor skirmish had yielded significant rewards, enhancing their perspective and confidence. Captain, the situation is dire. At that moment, Poison rushed to Zhou Yuan's side, pointing towards the right side of the cave entrance. Zhou Yuan lifted his binoculars to observe. Reinforcements of soldier insects were approaching, and their numbers exceeded that of the initial group. Something's off. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow and immediately commanded, "Contact the command center, inform them of the swarm's trajectory, and request aerial support to scout our left flank. Prepare to break through. The assault team will lead the way, and the demolitions team will cover our retreat. Ready the grenades and mixed explosives." These insects appeared to have a purpose. Through his binoculars, Zhou Yuan could clearly see that the swarm was moving in the direction of the cave's left side. They merely happened to be adjacent to the insect swarm's path. If this cave were even 100 meters deeper, a slight retreat would have prevented this encounter from ever happening. Perhaps his earlier suspicions were correct. The Starship insects might be hiding within the mountains, using the terrain as cover, while these combat insects sought to protect them. However, thoughts alone were insufficient. He needed further confirmation. "Captain, it's done. The command center prioritizes this intel and will dispatch an aerial unit immediately." Shortly thereafter, Coffee reported back to Zhou Yuan regarding the communication status. "Excellent, all units stand by. Prepare to break through towards the left front. We'll toss in another wave of grenades as we exit." Zhou Yuan switched to a grenade launcher, signaling his team to get ready, go. After a brief 2-second pause, Zhou Yuan waved his hand sharply. The 10-man squad surged out of the cave. hurling grenades towards the advancing insect swarm before sprinting towards the left front of the cave. Splitting into two smaller teams along the way, Rope, Queen, and Alcohol comprised the assault team, leading the way alongside Demon King, Coffee, Poison, and Magic. Zhou Yuan followed with Shockwave and Generator, alternating between the grenade launcher and machine gun to clear the pursuing soldier insects. Use mixed explosives immediately. After dragging the insect horde for several seconds, Zhou Yuan issued another command. The open ground differed from the cave. The insects could attack from 4 directions, and even with 3 machine gunners wielding grenade launchers, they would struggle to withstand the swarm's pressure. Filthy bugs, do you crave explosives? Come over here, Daddy has something special for you. Shockwave and Generator had already prepared the mixed explosives, and upon receiving the order, they acted swiftly, each tossing out 2 boxes of mixed explosives. Chapter 85. The Peculiar Insect Tide. 1 box of mixed explosives could reduce a 3-story building to rubble. With 4 boxes deployed, the front line of the insect swarm was completely obliterated. Even though Zhou Yuan and his companions had run a distance, they were still caught off guard by the shockwave, but thankfully, there were no living insects nearby. Join the team, go. Just as Zhou Yuan hit the ground, he sprang back to his feet, mowing down the approaching swarm with his machine gun while urging Generator and Shockwave to retreat. Ding! Generator and Shockwave turned and fled, but not before tossing a few grenades to alleviate Zhou Yuan's burden. As the grenades detonated, Zhou Yuan pivoted and followed suit. Indeed, there's a problem. As he ran, Zhou Yuan occasionally glanced back, firing while retreating. He noticed that the pursuing force was merely a small contingent from the swarm. Numbering less than 100, the main force of the swarm has returned to its original path, marching unwaveringly towards the right side of the cave without the slightest pause. Soldier insects possess a measure of intelligence, albeit limited. They are akin to iron brutes, engaging in battle as if fueled by a frenzy. Dissuading them from their immediate goal is nearly impossible, unless they receive a command from a higher-ranked insect. A fleeting thought crossed Zhou Yuan's mind, yet he remained undecided. If his conjecture held true, then a multitude of combat insects must be congregated around the Starship insect, the scale of which could very well rival a massive insect tide. Sending a 10-man team would be tantamount to courting death. However, eliminating a single Starship insect could yield the equivalent of destroying 2 insect nests, not to mention the considerable accolades that would accompany such a feat. An enticing prospect indeed. Captain, the insects haven't pursued us. They've circled to the right flank of the mountain. At this moment, the voices of his team interrupted Zhou Yuan's musings. Realizing that the swarm's main force had not followed, they turned back to assist Zhou Yuan in dispatching the few dozen insects that had been in pursuit. Check your armaments. We shall proceed. Zhou Yuan reminded them. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? The Starship insect likely has numerous combat insects for protection. This swarm is likely seeking out the Starship insect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so readily let us go. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan resolved to follow up on this lead. He released the laser bird and ordered the command center to deploy aerial units. As long as he remained cautious and acted based on detailed intelligence, he should not encounter significant danger. Especially with 5 tactical nuclear warheads as a safety net. Yes, Commander. The team responded with palpable excitement. After all, it was a Starship insect they were pursuing. Who wouldn't want to slay such a formidable foe? The glory of the present, the promise of a bright future, and the legendary past, all embodied within the Starship insect. Achieving such a conquest would be worth any price. Excellent, let us commence our operation. Zhou Yuan was heartened by his team's enthusiasm. None among them exhibited cowardice. After a brief respite, he took the lead, guiding the team along the previous route taken by the swarm for the next hour. The team pressed onward. They did not catch up to the swarm but instead followed the traces left behind. The insect's legs, sharp as spears, left small depressions in the ground. During their pursuit, Zhou Yuan received a wealth of intelligence, both from the laser bird and the temporary command center. The reports conveyed consistent information. Nearby swarms were gathering at the mountain ridge, numbering at least 100,000 and still growing. The temporary command center took this seriously, dispatching several special operations units toward the insect congregation. However, the Starship insect remained elusive, not a trace to be found. After approximately half an hour of further travel, they arrived at the rendezvous point. Due to the presence of the insect tide in the target area, the command center ordered all teams to assemble into a fully staffed special operations unit. The rendezvous point was bustling with activity. Because they had traveled by transport aircraft, other teams arrived before the third team, which was the slowest. Well done, Buck exhaled in relief upon seeing Zhou Yuan arrive with his fully staffed team. Offering encouragement, he had received mission briefings from the various teams and knew that the third team had identified suspicious movements among the swarm, earning them the first military merit. Captain, what is the current situation? Zhou Yuan exchanged a handshake with several other team leaders before inquiring. Buck shook his head, responding calmly, "There is no situation. It seems the insects are having a beach party, lingering on the sand without moving. Let us proceed. Our outpost lies atop the mountain, and you shall understand upon arrival with that." Buck gestured for the team to set off. They stood at the foot of a towering mountain, surrounded by many neighboring peaks, forming a colossal, counterfeit mountain range. Upon reaching the summit, Zhou Yuan finally grasped what Buck meant by a beach party. The mountain range curved in a crescent shape, with a vast expanse of beach nestled in the crook, where the insect tide lounged idly. Beyond lay the coastline, an endless stretch of ocean, shimmering as far as the eye could see. With a spyglass, Zhou Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Numerous special operations units were already stationed atop the mountain, nearly every couple of kilometers housing a team. The aerial units reported that the insects had lingered there for 2 hours, with a steady influx of more insects arriving. The intelligence department believed that the Starship insect was concealed nearby, and these insects were sent to protect it. To draw out the Starship insect, the intelligence department instructed the aerial units not to bombard the area, but to lure away the Locusts and cut off the soldier insect support routes. Additionally, the plan to capture the Starship insect alive had been rescinded. Should it appear, they were to deploy tactical nuclear warheads. Now was the perfect moment. Gazing at the insect tide on the beach, Buck quietly relayed the latest intelligence. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, considering that the strategic department had finally exhibited wisdom. This matter might even be tied to him. Perhaps the disappearance incident involving the Pluto brain insect had led the strategists to adopt a cautious approach, unwilling to take further risks with an alive capture plan. The evolutionary secrets harbored within the insects were of utmost importance, yet the question remained. Could they successfully capture it? What if it escaped? Killing the enemy proved far superior to the perilous endeavor of capturing them alive, even if they harbored secrets to treasure maps. Cutting down the grass without uprooting it allows it to grow again with the spring breeze. Deploy the scouts and communications personnel. I want to know the movements of the insect tide at the earliest opportunity. The rest shall remain here to rest, inspect armaments, and prepare for battle. Upon receiving orders, execution must be immediate. After relaying the real-time situation to Zhou Yuan, Buck began issuing commands. Yes, Commander. The team leaders saluted, promptly finding their respective teams to relay the latest orders. In the days that followed, previous chapters were revised, resulting in a reduction of 2 updates. Chapter 86. The Starship insect emerges. Attack? This wait extended for 6 hours. The group remained vigilant from noon until dusk, yet the Starship insect never made an appearance. The insect tide also awaited the Starship insect, roaming the foot of the mountain and the beach, occasionally engaging in skirmishes and burrowing insect holes. However, everyone understood that significant issues loomed over this area. By afternoon, the scale of the insect tide had swelled considerably. The sheer number of insects atop the Haildora was overwhelming. Although the firepower and visibility of the aerial units were formidable, they could not completely seal off the area. Many insects slipped through the encirclement, infiltrating the beach from the foothills. Initially, the beach was only inhabited by soldier insects, but now it was teeming with tank insects and colossal plasma insects, forming a highly equipped legion. Thus, the temporary command center ordered them to continue waiting, advising patience. Even if the Starship insect was absent, there must be something else of significance to the insects. Otherwise, they would not congregate here, as for the insect tide. Over 30 special operations units lay concealed atop the mountain, their firepower explosive. Should conflict arise, the main force of the insect tide would not withstand even a minute, for each unit possessed tactical nuclear warheads. Soon, 2 more hours passed. Damn it, I was careless. Zhou Yuan lay on the ground, peering through the spyglass at the beach, his expression darkening. He suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Logically, he should have refrained from intervening at noon. The swarm could roam freely, while he could simply focus on bombarding insect nests for soul points. Now, he had squandered precious time. The genetic evolution liquid was tantalizingly close, yet he had inadvertently trapped himself. He hoped that a conflict would spark soon. It would be tragic if they withdrew halfway through, resulting in a devastating loss. "Sir, we have a situation. Sir, can you receive?" In the dead of night, the voice of the laser bird jolted Zhou Yuan from his fitful slumber. He nearly leapt to his feet, activating his operational device. This was the secret signal between him and the laser bird, which had linked to his operational system. When he could not speak, it conveyed messages through the device's status. Sleeping represented an inability to receive, while powering on indicated acknowledgement. "Sir, the target is in your left front point 20 seconds ago. In the sea 30 kilometers from your coordinates, a large-scale wave disturbance has appeared, accompanied by a faint blue glow beneath the surface. Calculating the direction of the wave disturbance, the target is approaching your location. The airspace is currently occupied by bomber squadrons and Locust swarms, and both sides are engaged in combat. I will submerge in the sea to avoid detection, and cannot reach you for the time being." A Starship insect. Upon hearing the laser bird's report, Zhou Yuan's spirit surged. It seemed the insects were indeed serving as bodyguards for the Starship insect. Furthermore, the Starship insect had cunningly concealed itself in the ocean for an entire day, only now revealing itself. "Attention, everyone! Wake the sleeping personnel immediately and prepare for battle." Just as Zhou Yuan finished relaying the message, Buck's voice crackled through the earpiece. Hearing Buck's words, the 5 resting teams were swiftly roused. Buck continued, "The aerial units have located the Starship insect. It is hiding in the sea and is now approaching us. Scouts, set the spyglass to maximum magnification and keep a close watch on the beach and nearshore. Demolition experts, prepare the tactical nuclear warheads. Set them all to trigger upon detonation, targeting the coastline. On my command, fire. Lastly, disperse the team formation. We may need to descend the mountain to finish the job, so prepare for a charge." "Yes, Commander." The teams immediately fanned out, establishing their lines according to their team numbers. "Shockwave, prepare 2 nuclear warheads for launch. Generator, each of us shall wield 2, reserving 1 for defense, while distributing the mixed explosives and shotguns. The rest of you, ensure that all those equipped with grenade launchers and shotguns are fully prepared. Should we need to charge forth, I require your most formidable firepower." Once the squad is in position, Zhou Yuan meticulously outlines the plan. A frontal assault against the tide of insects is no trivial matter. To prevent collateral damage, they must avoid detonating tactical nuclear weapons at close range, as this would allow the insects near the mountains to evade the blast. Those spared from the explosion would retaliate fiercely against the mountains the moment they initiate their attack. 2 minutes later, the numerous teams concealed atop the mountain became tense. There was movement in the nearshore area. The surface of the sea was agitated. Suddenly, the water was thrust upwards, waves crashing outward in concentric circles, as if some colossal creature were about to breach the surface. In the next moment, the sea erupted. A shadow, gleaming with blue light, leaped forth, dispelling the surrounding darkness. It was the Starship insect. The distance between their position and the Starship insect was still several kilometers, yet its immense size and the elevated vantage point allowed everyone to clearly observe the situation near the shore. Indeed, it had sustained injuries. Upon witnessing the Starship insect, Zhou Yuan's spirit soared. The right wing of the Starship insect was damaged, both wings severed significantly, leaving only a small portion intact. Presently, the Starship insect floated upon the ocean's surface. Its lateral energy jets were continuously emitting blue light, keeping it aloft. This provided crucial intelligence. The Starship insect had flight limitations. It likely required its wings to gain altitude, with the energy jets serving merely as propulsion engines. "Prepare!" Simultaneously, Buck's voice crackled through the headsets, reaching every team member's ears. Aimed not at the Starship insect, but at the tide of insects along the coastline. Zhou Yuan crouched beside the engine, whispering a reminder. Having said that, he loaded a tactical nuclear warhead into the launcher, resting it upon his shoulder, ready to fire at a moment's notice. The maximum range of the tactical nuclear warhead was 5 kilometers, while the Starship insect was still 6 or 7 kilometers away, making a direct hit impossible. Although the shockwave from the explosion would be substantial, the Starship insect, capable of traversing space and remaining submerged for an entire day, was undoubtedly fortified against the impact of such blasts. Once the Starship insect made its appearance, time seemed to freeze. Everyone remained motionless, crouched low, holding their breath as if even a single inhalation might betray their presence to the Starship insect. After a tense wait of several seconds, they finally witnessed the Starship insect fully breach the surface. It drifted towards the shoreline, connecting the beach with the ocean, gradually descending as its blue light extinguished. Fire! In the next instant, Buck's roar echoed through the headsets. All those bearing the tactical nuclear warhead launchers squeezed the triggers simultaneously. A free little gift. Chapter 87. 800, 000, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the tactical nuclear warheads launched from their launchers, hurtling towards the coastline. Not only the hunter team, but other special operations units also sprang into action, all leading with tactical nuclear warheads. Incredible. As Zhou Yuan loaded the second tactical nuclear warhead, he marveled at the display. Just from the first round of fire, he had witnessed at least 100 tactical nuclear warheads. These warheads fell upon the coastline like a meteor shower, creating a truly spectacular scene. Fortunately, the target area was sufficiently distant. Otherwise, even the shockwaves from the explosions would have flattened the mountainous terrain. Whoosh! Before long, the second tactical nuclear warhead was launched. Zhou Yuan swiftly turned away from the target area, swapping his weapon for the big pineapple machine gun. Addressing his teammates, "Turn your backs, you wouldn't want to go blind. Check your gear once more, stay close behind me during the charge, and do not fall behind." Boom! Hardly had Zhou Yuan finished speaking when the first round of tactical nuclear warheads detonated. Fireballs erupted one after another, waves of shockwaves enveloping the coastline entirely. The earth trembled violently, even the sky seemed to convulse. The coastline transformed into a hellfire inferno, resembling a boiling lake of magma, only magnified countless times. Simultaneously, countless powerful shockwaves surged forth, devouring all insects in their path as if they were black holes, carrying an unparalleled force. Astonishing. Zhou Yuan turned, squinting as he surveyed the area. The tactical nuclear warheads had effectively transformed the landscape. It was no exaggeration to say that the region around the coastline resembled the surface of the sun, with nothing visible but a relentless series of explosions. The effective damage duration of the tactical nuclear warheads was approximately 10 seconds. With so many detonating simultaneously, this time frame might extend to a full minute. They merely needed to wait a short while longer. Once the shockwaves and thermal radiation diminished, they could advance onto the coastline to conclude the operation. Host: Zhou Yuan. Identity: Federal Lieutenant, 18, year, old. Enhanced human attributes: Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.5. Skills: Telepathy, Mind Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning. Items: Jumping Frog, Heavy Atomic Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Inferno Grenade. Title: Powerful Insecticide. Increases 20 kills obtained. Speed 3 soul points. 797,853 during the wait. Zhou Yuan felt an intense itch to check his personal panel. The two tactical nuclear warheads had only netted him over 70,000 soul points. However, as the effective damage duration of the tactical nuclear warheads had yet to expire, the balance continued to grow, and reaching 800,000 was surely within reach. Done? Zhou Yuan grinned, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. His goal for this endeavor had been to amass 800,000 soul points, and with that target achieved, he could accept any lesser haul. Boom. At that moment, sonic booms echoed in the sky. The explosive sounds cascaded one after another, forming a continuous rumble akin to distant thunder. Through the scope, he observed the arrival of the aerial unit. Not only were the aerial forces present, but an overwhelming swarm of locusts followed closely behind. Due to the presence of special operations units on the mountains, the aerial forces had not brought the locusts with them. They launched a volley of missiles at the location of the Starship insect before ascending and redirecting their course to lure the locusts away. Before long, the commotion along the coastline began to subside. The tactical nuclear warheads from the special operations units, along with the missiles from the aerial forces, were nearing the conclusion of their explosive damage duration. All units advance. Buck received a command from the temporary command center and relayed it to all team members. Charge. The hunter team, numbering 101, surged forth from their cover atop the mountain. Launching an assault upon the beach, however, capturing the beach would not be so simple. The prior launch of tactical nuclear warheads had alarmed many nearby insects, which had since occupied the slopes and foothills. Open fire! Zhou Yuan led the charge at the forefront of the squad, brandishing the big pineapple with reckless abandon. There were numerous insects ahead, but the use of the machine gun was akin to mowing grass. None could approach him. Watching as insects exploded into gory remnants before him, he felt an exhilarating rush. "Captain," a large armored insect. Suddenly, Poison cried out, his tone tinged with urgency. A tank insect emerged from the ground, its head facing them. "Use the mixed explosives," Zhou Yuan barked, immediately aiming for the tank insect's head. This time, unlike on Pluto, they were armed with grenades and mixed explosives, rendering the tank insect insignificant. As Zhou Yuan unleashed a torrent of fire upon the tank insect, preventing it from spewing its superheated corrosive liquid, a warning rang out. The generator hurled a box of mixed explosives beneath the tank insect. Boom! The mixed explosives detonated swiftly, incapacitating the once menacing tank insect. Its abdomen was blown open, colorful entrails spilling forth, leaving it hollowed out in an instant. "Press on." Zhou Yuan wiped the insect blood splattered across his goggles, leading the team onward. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could return. He was eager to get back to concocting gene evolution fluid. The hunter team was faring remarkably well, as were the other units. Over 30 special operations teams had formed an extended front, capable of both comprehensive advancement and mutual support. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the insects occupying the slopes and foothills were utterly annihilated. Now, only the beach remained. They aimed to secure the entire beach and bring the battle to a definitive close. As for the Starship insect, the coastline where it resided was shrouded in thick smoke and fire, rendering its condition unclear to both the naked eye and scanners. However, its state was certainly far from favorable. After absorbing the shockwaves from at least 100 tactical nuclear warheads and enduring dozens of missiles from the aerial forces, even with defenses stronger than a Starship, it was in a severely compromised state. Chapter 88. Eliminate the Starship insect. "Captain, look over there." As they advanced towards the beach, Poison rushed to Zhou Yuan's side. The Starship insect, following Poison's gaze, Zhou Yuan observed movement along the coastline. Amidst the oppressive darkness and thick smoke, a faint azure glow began to flicker, gradually shifting towards the right. "Generator, give me the last nuclear warhead." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, gesturing towards the generator. The Starship worm was still alive, as he had anticipated. However, he did not expect that, after sustaining such significant damage, the Starship worm would still possess the ability to move. Its defensive capabilities were indeed astonishing. "Captain, this is too perilous." The shockwave handed Zhou Yuan the tactical nuclear warhead and launcher, simultaneously issuing a warning. He surmised Zhou Yuan's intentions, yet a formidable swarm of insects lay between them and the Starship worm, comprising both soldier bugs and tank beetles. "I know not the meaning of peril. I only understand that this is my mission. Listen carefully, the squad will be directed by rope from here on." Zhou Yuan's words, imbued with righteousness and a fearless demeanor, stirred the hearts of his team, significantly boosting their morale. "Captain, leave your back to me. I will handle the flank. My ammunition is inexhaustible. I trust you all." Zhou Yuan nodded, saying little more, and charged towards the coastline with the tactical nuclear warhead launcher in hand. After covering some distance, he accelerated, disappearing from his teammate's sight, and commanded through his earpiece. "There are no insects near me. You need not follow. Rope, keep an eye on them. I do not wish for anyone to succumb here." "That is an order." Leaving the team was indeed fraught with danger, particularly as the further one advanced, the more insects there would be. Yet the sole points of the Starship worm, combined with military merit, justified his risk-taking. Fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, he had the frog jump as a fallback. If all else failed, he could simply retreat. He was confident that he was not alone in this thought. There were likely other squads already stealthily advancing towards the Starship worm. After a brief sprint, Zhou Yuan arrived at the midpoint of the beach. The temperature here was high, with insect carcasses transformed into bonfires scattered about, and thick smoke obscured much of his vision. The incessant sounds of insects echoed in his ears, yet Zhou Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. His speed surpassed that of soldier bugs, and tank beetles could barely catch a glimpse of him. Only the Locusts outpaced him. However, the swarm of Locusts was engaged in fierce combat with the aerial forces and could not provide support here. As long as he was not encircled by the insect horde, there was little to fear. "It is still alive, but you want to escape." As he progressed, Zhou Yuan retrieved his scanner for a quick assessment. The Starship worm was massive, resembling a volcano on the device. It was very much alive, albeit its mobility had significantly diminished, akin to that of a snail. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before he could approach to deploy the tactical nuclear warhead, a swarm of soldier bugs suddenly emerged. These soldier bugs had evidently burst forth from the Starship worm, suggesting that there were hatch doors on the worm, although the scanner could not capture such intricate details. Who fears whom, you little pests? Zhou Yuan coldly chuckled, switching to his infinite ammo pineapple and large revolver. It was not that he wished to take a detour, but the swarm of soldier bugs had enveloped him like a net. To reach the Starship worm, he first needed to contend with the soldier bug swarm. Boom, boom, boom. As the swarm approached, Zhou Yuan unleashed fire with both weapons, the left hand wielding the large revolver and the right hand handling the pineapple, the infinite ammunition allowing him to forego the time-consuming task of reloading. With the trigger firmly pressed, he unleashed a formidable barrage. In mere moments, the front lines of the soldier bug swarm were obliterated. However, he did not linger to engage in a protracted fight. The sheer number of soldier bugs threatened to surround him from all directions. Thus, after carving a path through the swarm, he chose to break through, charging rightward towards the Starship worm which lay ahead. The soldier bugs pursued relentlessly, yet they could not match Zhou Yuan's speed. Helplessly watching him distance himself further. Damn it, you're truly disgusting. Upon reaching the coastline, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, rendering him uneasy. He beheld the Starship worm. What was once a magnificent sight had transformed into a grotesque spectacle. Its two pairs of wings had vanished entirely, much of its carapace had fallen away, and the energy exhaust ports on either side of its abdomen had dimmed considerably now. It resembled a charred chrysalis. Yet, despite such grievous injuries, the Starship worm still retained the ability to move. Covered in tentacles aglow with a faint azure light, it was using them to drag itself towards the ocean. It had already crawled into the shallow waters, and if not dealt with swiftly, it would soon submerge. You're out of luck for encountering me, Zhou Yuan muttered, stowing his machine gun and pistol in exchange for the tactical nuclear warhead launcher. He sprinted toward the shallow waters, halting only when the water reached his waist, setting the tactical nuclear warhead to detonate in 1 minute. Then, he aimed at the wounds on the Starship worm's body and fired the tactical nuclear warhead. The Starship worm bore numerous wounds, with 7 or 8 varying in size. Not all were the result of aerial bombardments. Some circular openings resembled hatch doors, with adjacent carapace appearing to have flaps that had been turned outward. Whoosh! After successfully launching the tactical nuclear warhead, Zhou Yuan turned to flee. The Starship worm, akin to a colossal plasma insect, likely contained vast amounts of ionic energy within. Given its enormous size, it must have accumulated considerable ionic energy, which, once triggered by the nuclear explosion, would yield an unimaginable force. Captain, do you hear me? I've launched the tactical nuclear warhead into the Starship worm. The timer is set for 1 minute. Please inform the other teams to steer clear. While retreating, Zhou Yuan called out to Buck over the team channel. He had nearly forgotten that there were likely numerous squads eyeing the Starship worm, and he did not want to inadvertently lead them to their demise. Well done. I will immediately contact the other teams. Just seconds after Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Buck's excited voice rang through, clearly pleased with his performance. Being the first to notice the abnormality of the insect swarm, combined with the eventual elimination of the Starship worm, would undoubtedly secure the Hunter unit the 2 most significant military merits. As he retreated, Zhou Yuan paid no heed to the insects in his path. He dashed back at a speed akin to the wind, his attribute of 5.5 allowing him to cover 2 kilometers in less than a minute, soon spotting his team. This was not even his maximum speed. He had deliberately slowed down for fear of being seen, choosing to utilize insect carcasses as cover and navigating through the densest smoke. I'm here. Retreat immediately. Upon seeing his teammates, Zhou Yuan urged them to fall back. Go! The team, exhilarated, followed Zhou Yuan in retreat. They had all heard that Zhou Yuan had located the Starship worm and had offered it a tactical nuclear warhead, and no matter how formidable the Starship worm was, as long as the tactical nuclear warhead detonated within it, it would surely perish. Boom. Mere seconds after the squad had escaped, a deafening explosion echoed. The sound was profoundly deep yet surprisingly loud, akin to a massive boulder crashing into water nearby. Chapter 89. 1 million, zing. Following the explosion, A sharp crackling of electricity resonated. Zhou Yuan turned to look back. The Starship worm had vanished, replaced by an intensely brilliant blue light. The blue luminescence engulfed the entire space, transforming the fireball produced by the nuclear explosion into a sphere of lightning, consuming the thick smoke and darkness along the coastline. The lightning sphere rapidly expanded, its diameter exceeding 500 meters in the blink of an eye, before abruptly contracting, shrinking into an almost imperceptible speck of brightness, barely stronger than a flashlight. Boom! In the next instant, the heavens and earth were completely shrouded in blue light. The once imperceptible speck burst forth into countless electromagnetic streams, generating a powerful blue shockwave that swept in all directions. Get down! The nuclear explosion shockwave is coming. Zhou Yuan's heart raced as he urgently called for his team to take cover. Hearing Zhou Yuan's command, his teammates acted swiftly, seeking shelter where available, while those without cover simply dropped to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the blue shockwave arrived. Holy moly! The power of this thing is outrageous. Upon impact, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, for he, who had been lying on the ground, was hurled several meters by the shockwave. Moreover, the shockwave did not cease. Successive waves of energy followed. One shockwave after another sent him tumbling across the ground like a leaf caught in a gust. Almost simultaneously, his combat gear, pressure generator, tactical goggles, and other equipment malfunctioned. Even his body felt numb and painful, likely due to the explosion of ionic energy from the Starship worm. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, the shockwaves finally subsided. All units, let me hear your voices. Zhou Yuan struggled against the numbness to rise from the ground, calling out to his team over the earpiece. Sir, I'm here. I can't move right now. Damn it. My pants seem to have been electrocuted. I can't hear what you're saying. All I hear is the roar of machines. One by one, teammates responded to Zhou Yuan, though they were all in less than ideal condition. None had perished from the shockwave. Good, I will cover you. Recover as quickly as possible. Zhou Yuan initially intended to say evacuate quickly, but changed his wording midway. With the firepower of over 30 special operations units, 2 rounds of tactical nuclear bombardment, and the explosion of the Starship worm, targeting the hillside, foot of the mountain, beach, and coastline. These 3 waves of heavy fire had rendered the immediate vicinity devoid of living insects. Ensuring their safety, this battle could be considered concluded. Hey guys, are you all alright? Soon enough, Zhou Yuan's squad was surrounded by an unfamiliar, fully equipped special operations unit. Sir, we're fine. We just need a moment to rest. The recent shockwave was intense. There may still be incapacitated individuals nearby. Zhou Yuan rose to his feet and saluted the captain of the troop. I will handle this. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the captain nodded and turned to issue orders. Teams 9 and 10 will remain to protect them. The rest of the squads, follow me. With others around him, Zhou Yuan finally relaxed. His condition was not optimal. He still felt numb all over, and his team members could barely stand, vulnerable to being devoured by any nearby soldier bugs. Kill a Starship bug, gain 180,000 souls. Kill a soldier bug, gain 2 souls. Kill a tank beetle, gain 120 souls. Kill a soldier bug, gain. There are many earlier chapters where decimals were omitted. I will rectify these at the end of the month. What a thrill. During his brief respite, Zhou Yuan glanced at the notification panel. Upon seeing the messages displayed, he felt much of the soreness and numbness dissipate. He had just slain a Starship bug and earned 180,000 soul points. The base value was 150,000, but with the powerful pest control title providing a 20 bonus, it amounted to 180,000. Besides the substantial gain from the Starship bug, he also accumulated several smaller rewards. The Starship bug had released its combat bugs for protection, and during that recent explosion, not only did the Starship bug perish, but its guard squad also met the same fate. Zhou Yuan licked the corner of his mouth and opened his personal panel. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Lieutenant, 18 years old, male enhanced human attributes, Strength 3, Speed 5.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Endurance 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5.5 skills, Telepathy, Mind Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning, Items, Jumping Frog, Heavy Atomic Flight Suit, Laser Bird, Inferno Grenade, Title, Powerful Pest Control, increases kill rewards by 20, Speed 3 soul points. 1,017,000. Seeing his soul points soar over 1,000,000, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile, dropping onto the ground. Before the battle, he had just over 800,000 soul points. This meant that he had amassed over 200,000 soul points in that one wave, simultaneously unlocking several achievements. However, this was not the time for counting gains. He intended to organize everything upon returning to Mars, as there would be ample time to indulge. After resting for about 2 minutes, Zhou Yuan's condition was fully restored. The soreness and numbness had completely vanished. His teammates, although slower to recover, were now able to stand and walk. "Sir, I'm behind the soldier bug corpses," came the voice of the laser bird through his earpiece. "I need to take a quick break." Zhou Yuan exchanged greetings with his team and then approached the laser bird, which had transformed into a large pineapple-shaped magazine lying on the ground. "Why so slow?" Zhou Yuan asked quietly as he stored the laser bird back in the magazine box. He had just received a message from Buck. The temporary command center had confirmed the death of the Starship bug and was already arranging their evacuation. If the laser bird had taken even a few more minutes, it would have been left behind in Hydora forever. "Sir, you were previously offline, so I couldn't ascertain your location," the laser bird replied. "All right, I forgot," Zhou Yuan said. "Well done. Your intel has been incredibly helpful." Zhou Yuan patted the magazine box, returned to his team, and called for his teammates to regroup with Buck. Chapter 90. Consumption Moment, Financial Management Title. Buck was not far away, and it didn't take long for him to reunite with the main force. His team had charged the hardest and gone the farthest. The other teams clustered around Buck, now assisting in wrapping things up by firing at the surrounding bug corpses while searching for any potential casualties. "Kid, well done." When I notified the other units to retreat, many were furious. There were numerous squads targeting the Starship bug, and they were almost at the coastline, but you got there first, and you lot? As new recruits, your performance has been nothing short of perfect. The Hunter squad needs tough individuals like you. Buck was visibly excited upon seeing Zhou Yuan's team return safely. He embraced Zhou Yuan tightly and then patted each member on the shoulder, showering them with encouraging words. "Major Buck, at your service." Zhou Yuan saluted solemnly and then performed a gentlemanly bow, echoing the laser bird's line. "Get lost," Buck playfully scolded, lightly punching Zhou Yuan in the stomach. Then covering his mouth and saying, "Keep it down. I won't be a major for another couple of days." Though he covered his mouth, his voice was hardly quiet. At least everyone around heard him. "Wow, Major Buck, my rear end can also serve you. Thanks, you ruined the classic line." The crowd erupted in playful banter, approaching Buck for high fives and celebration. All right, this is not an entertainment room. Everyone return to your positions. We still have work to do. Team 3 may rest on the spot. This is the treatment that the heroes deserve." Buck granted the team a brief moment of relaxation before sending them away, leaving only Zhou Yuan's Team 3. "Sir, what do we need to do next?" Zhou Yuan inquired, puzzled. "Prepare for evacuation," Buck pointed around and explained. "This area has been blasted into a cesspool. We can't land too many transport ships at once. With more bugs emerging, we don't have time to line up for evacuation, so the Strategic Intelligence Department has arranged for a starship." "Understood." After listening to Buck, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized the situation. The beach and coastline had been heavily bombarded, leaving craters filled with seawater, making it impossible for transport aircraft to land. 2 minutes later, a starship descended from the sky and landed on the beach. More than 30 special operations teams boarded the starship, officially concluding this mission. However, the starship did not head directly for evacuation. Instead, it soared over the beach into the mountainous region above. It was then that Zhou Yuan understood why the beach battle had proceeded so smoothly. Behind the beach and mountainous areas lay a relatively flat hilly region, teeming with an overwhelming tide of bugs. The bug tide completely covered the land, marching toward the mountainous area, above the hilly region. A fleet unleashed its firepower. Pulse cannons and missiles rained down mercilessly on the ground, with bomber squadrons providing support. The overwhelming firepower prevented the bug tide from breaking free from the hilly area. This was the reason the beach battle's bug tide had been waiting so long for reinforcements. Dealing with the bug tide was quite bothersome. Zhou Yuan mused by the space window, reflecting on the situation. In combating the bug tide, the starship's energy weapons were not particularly effective. Pulse cannons, being energy beams, relied on concentrated penetration, lacking the lethality and cost-effectiveness of tactical nuclear weapons. The fleet likely executed this strategy to create an advantage for the beach battle, utilizing every available means of attack. Wait a minute. If I develop a mech in the future, will I have to use gunpowder bullets? That would be utterly outdated. It would be better to equip it with more missiles. I'll take a stroll in the mall later and see if there are any impressive weapons available. Halfway through observing, Zhou Yuan's attention shifted back to the system. After exchanging pleasantries with Buck, he exited the space corridor. A minute later, Zhou Yuan found himself in the restroom. With nothing pressing to do, he decided to organize the gains from this trip without waiting to return to Mars. Rich as a lord too, 000 soul points, not bad. Top-notch cattle, damn, Starship bug, you truly are worthless. Trial title, still a bit low in level. Cursed title, I can try it once I have a mech. I can go out and solo draw aggro then. First, Zhou Yuan checked his achievements. Today, he had activated a total of 9 new achievements, but unfortunately, none of the rewards were particularly useful. The title top-notch cattle awarded by the Starship bug was the best, providing a boost of 5 points to both jump and endurance. However, jump and endurance were of little use to him at present, only applicable in very specific terrains and situations. The remaining titles and rewards were rather mediocre, not requiring any mental effort to remember. The mere 2,300 soul points provided for free were decent enough. Next, Zhou Yuan opened the mall and directly sought out the Gene Evolution Liquid. Gene Evolution Liquid. Injection awakens dormant life factors within the body, activating biological energy treasures, breaking through personal life limits. Ding! Purchase successful, deducting 800,000 soul points, acquiring Gene Evolution Liquid. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Spendthrift achievement. Oh no, I acted in haste. Just after spending, Zhou Yuan remembered he had forgotten something. Once soul points exceeded 1 million, the product zone for items priced between 1 million and 1 billion had opened. He had acted too quickly. He could have browsed the new product zone first, but now he couldn't afford anything. Forget it. The starting price is 1 million. Looking at it would be pointless. Zhou Yuan chuckled to himself, not dwelling on it. He opened the achievement panel to check the Spendthrift achievement. Upon activation, it awarded a title of Sustainable Development. Sustainable Development. To become a mature soul hunter, one must be able to spend as well as earn, gaining 1 soul point per minute. What the hell? Upon reviewing the effects of the title, Zhou Yuan promptly equipped it. Host. Zhou Yuan Identity. Federal Lieutenant, 18, year, old male. Enhancer attributes, Strength 3, Speed 2.5, Jump 2.5, Agility 2.5, Stamina 3, Defense 3, Self-Healing 3, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 5. 5 skills, Telepathy, Mind Communication, Psychokinesis, Rapid Learning, Items, Jump Frog, Heavy Atomic Flight Wingsuit, Laser Bird, Hellfire Grenade. Title, Continuous Development, gaining 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 221, 069, with the accrual of 1 soul point per minute. That amounts to 60 in an hour, 1, 440 in a day, 43, 200 in a month, and 518,400 in a year. This implies that even if he were to do nothing and slay no insects, he would still accumulate at least 500,000 soul points over the course of a year. 500,000 in a year is not a substantial amount for him at present, as a few insect swarms could yield that much. However, it is a gift freely given. No one can refuse free offerings. No one can decline free gifts. He earnestly seeks complimentary tokens, lest he truly finds himself impoverished. The reading pace is insufficient, and the returns from reading are meager. The author merely desires some free gifts. Chapter 91. Injection of Evolution Liquid, Becoming a Superhuman. Finally, the main event arrived. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the Gene Evolution Liquid from the purchasing warehouse. It appeared rather exquisite. The Gene Evolution Liquid resembled military-grade adrenaline in design. The outer layer was a common glass shell, while the inner layer contained a spiral glass tube capped with alloy lids on both ends, which could be unscrewed for injection. The liquid was a soft hue, tinged with a hint of lake blue, yet such a color seemed rather peculiar for a potion. No, I must retry. Just as the needle was about to pierce his skin, Zhou Yuan abruptly halted and recapped the Gene Evolution Liquid. Previously, when he injected the Super Soldier Serum, he had slept for 20 hours. This Gene Evolution Liquid was even more potent, and a single injection might render him unconscious for an entire day and night. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to wait until he returned to Mars to administer it. With that thought, Zhou Yuan exited the restroom, intending to inquire with Buck about their return schedule. Upon returning to the team, before he could even ask Buck, he witnessed the answer he sought. The fleet had ceased its engagement with the insect swarm and was now preparing to depart from Hydora. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. Their target was the Starship insect, which had already been vanquished. Thus, the fleet had no need to waste ammunition and could leave early to avoid unforeseen encounters. After all, this was the GJ-1 star system. The domain of the insects. Their success in tracking down and eliminating the Starship insect was already a significant victory. They must not become complacent and falter. After a brief wait, the fleet halted above the ocean. Compared to the skies above land and outer space, the ocean's expanse was the safest, as the plasma cannons of the colossal plasma insects could not reach this altitude. Let us depart. We are returning to Mars. Buck beckoned, guiding the team to the boarding platform. Many special operations units had arrived, and these forces were not all from the same base, nor even from the same planet. They would separate here and transfer to their respective starships returning to their station planets. First, they would switch starships, and upon arriving at Mars, they would disembark. By the time the transport aircraft delivered the hunter units back to the Tarsus fortress, over half an hour had passed. Captain, do we have any tasks today? I feel quite fatigued and would like to book a temporary single dormitory for a good rest. Upon disembarking, Zhou Yuan approached Buck with his query. He wished to administer the gene evolution liquid today, but feared encountering interruptions, such as needing to report. Go ahead. Rest well. Big Boss Angus has gone to the Earth Federation headquarters for a meeting and will likely not return for a couple of days, so we will not receive any assignments. Buck, sensing Zhou Yuan's concerns, chuckled and shook his head. All right. Zhou Yuan nodded, dragging his heavy footsteps away from the team toward the single dormitory area. The single dormitory area could also be referred to as the officer's quarters or command dormitory, available only to those who had attained the rank of second lieutenant. However, it was uncommon for anyone to apply for a single dormitory. Most preferred to share accommodations with comrades, reserving single dormitories for couples. Before long, Zhou Yuan registered in the work hall and secured a single dormitory. Phew. Closing the door behind him, Zhou Yuan immediately stripped down and burrowed under the covers, retrieving the gene evolution liquid to inject it into his lower back. It felt rather pleasant. After administering the gene evolution liquid, Zhou Yuan was surprised. The sensation at his lower back was cool and devoid of any pain, a stark contrast to his experience with the super soldier serum. Lying quietly for about 5 minutes, he began to feel the changes in his body. A peculiar chill surged from within him, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Although there was no pain, this chill made him increasingly drowsy, and his eyelids soon succumbed to the pull of slumber, plunging him into deep sleep. Is this it? When Zhou Yuan next opened his eyes, the chill within him had completely dissipated. And only 4 hours had passed. He slowly rose from the bed, sitting on the edge and gently flexing his hands. The familiar sensation returned. His body felt unprecedentedly light, and the power coursing through his muscles was overwhelming. As if a mere stomp could propel him into the sky like a rocket. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Federal Lieutenant. Superhuman attributes. Strength 13. Speed 12.5. Jump 12.5. Agility 12.5. Stamina 13. Defense 13. Self-healing 13. Skill 1.6. Brain function 15. 5 skills. Telepathy. Mind communication. Psychokinesis. Mind hypnosis. Mind control. Rapid learning. Items. Jump frog. Heavy atomic flight wingsuit, laser bird, hellfire grenade. Title, financial expert, gaining 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 221, 386. Indeed, he was correct. Upon enhancement, he had become a superhuman. The effects of the gene evolution liquid were remarkably potent, increasing all attributes, save for skill, by 10 points. Wait, mind hypnosis, mind control? As he examined further, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He had acquired 2 additional branches of telepathic abilities. He was quite familiar with these 2 skills. Mind hypnosis could induce a target into a heightened state of suggestion, making them believe the information they received was true. Mind control was even more extraordinary, allowing him to manipulate a target's mind directly through his formidable telepathic abilities, akin to brainwashing. Why was he aware of these 2 superpowers? Because the future Cal possessed them all. Cal was born with superhuman-level talent, and the strength of his telepathic abilities would increase with age, becoming frighteningly powerful. Ding. New skills awakened for the host detected. Skill panel updated. New skills added. Mind hypnosis. Mind control. Congratulations to the host for awakening new skills. receiving 6 level 3 soul gift boxes, 4 level 2 soul gift boxes, and 2 level 1 soul gift boxes. Would you like to open them? Upon checking the prompt panel, he found that indeed, when awakening new skills, the system had bestowed upon him an array of gift boxes. What a delightful surprise. Let us try changing titles again. Zhou Yuan chuckled joyfully as he equipped the title Outstanding Intelligence, raising his brain function to a staggering 25 points. Unfortunately, the system remained silent. It seemed his telepathic abilities had reached a bottleneck. To awaken the next new skill, he might need his brain function to surpass 25 or even 30 points. However, Zhou Yuan felt no disappointment. He was already quite satisfied. Initially, he had not anticipated the gene evolution liquid to yield such remarkable results, not only awakening 2 new skills but also garnering a bounty of gift boxes. The typhoon approached, and he updated a chapter overnight, fearing a power outage, as the small village often lost electricity during typhoons. Chapter 92. A super starship, a super body. After some contemplation, Zhou Yuan opened all 10 gift boxes. He was already exceedingly pleased with today's gains. If the gift boxes yielded good items, it would be a bonus, and if not, there would be no regrets. Open level 1 soul gift box. Received Icarus class destroyer 1. Open level 1 soul gift box. Received super soldier serum 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received ion beam hand cannon 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received gravitational beam emitter 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received hellfire missile launcher 1. Open level 2 soul gift box. Received nano repair medical pod 1. Open level 3 soul gift box. Ah, Zhou Yuan was taken aback, somewhat surprised by the items he received from the gift boxes. Icarus destroyer, dimensions, overall length 2,865 meters, mass approximately 610,000 tons, power, plasma scramjet engine, capable of powering warp drives. Defense system, energy absorption shield, capable of absorbing various energy streams and redirecting them to onboard energy reserves. Weapon system, 10 sets of fusion cannons, 10 sets of ion beam cannons, 10 sets of laser pulse cannons, 50 torpedo turrets, with the main gun being a large quantum energy cannon. Hangar, 30 light fighter craft and 30 light reconnaissance craft, which can be operated automatically under the control of onboard AI. Capacity, standard capacity of 40,000 crew members, with a minimum of 3 pilots required. The first item was a Starship, and it was a versatile, all-purpose destroyer. This Starship surpasses the Federation's most formidable large warship by a significant margin, fulfilling all of his fantasies about a sci-fi starship. Faster-than-light travel, warp capabilities, energy weapons, and energy shields. All the essentials are present. However, the appearance. This Starship resembles the Republic-class destroyer from Star Wars quite remarkably. System, you wouldn't have provided me with a knockoff. Bankrupt version of a destroyer, would you? Zhou Yuan silently mocked. What a pity it isn't a genuine destroyer. Otherwise, it would be exhilarating. Additionally, this Icarus-class destroyer is far too impressive for him at the moment. So impressive that he finds it utterly unmanageable. Its size rivals that of a mountain, and even combined, his 2 rings cannot accommodate it. Once taken out, it cannot be returned. The need for 3 pilots is also a dilemma. This Starship is not a Federation vessel and cannot be operated by just any trio of pilots. Therefore, it must temporarily remain in the marketplace warehouse. In the future, he might recruit a few female pilots. Perhaps employing mental hypnosis and mind control to ensure safety, while he establishes a base on an alien planet. Commander Zhou, onward. After a brief moment of levity, Zhou Yuan continued to sift through the items. None could compare to the Icarus, yet all were undoubtedly valuable. The super soldier serum needs no elaboration. It is his initial source of confidence. He cannot inject a second dose, but he can reserve it for his future wife. Children and trusted subordinates. Good things are never too many. The ion beam hand cannon, an energy weapon that can be mounted on exoskeleton armor, will be useful in the future. The graviton beam emitter generates high-intensity gravitational waves and fields to attract target objects. Akin to a technological version of telekinesis, the Hellfire missile launcher carries a strategic cluster missile, housing 6 strategic nuclear warheads inside, which can be deployed during solo missions. The nano repair medical pod is, in his view, nearly as impressive as the Icarus. It supports treatment for severe and unique ailments, capable of regenerating any failing organ and possessing limb restoration capabilities. In simpler terms, as long as one is not yet deceased. This device can bring them back, Truly remarkable. One's luck can lead them to stumble upon a gold mine. Zhou Yuan was quite moved. Initially, he thought that anything he obtained would suffice, as long as he had the gene evolution liquid to be content. Reflecting now, however, the items from the gift box far exceeded the gene evolution liquid. Take the Icarus-class destroyer alone. Its price in the marketplace is a staggering 40 million soul points. 40 million soul points. If he could retrieve it, one Icarus-class destroyer could be exchanged for 50 doses of gene evolution liquid. It was time to get serious. Once he organized his acquisitions, Zhou Yuan composed himself and approached the table to pick up the Nepalese military knife. His attributes had increased significantly, and it was essential to test and adapt to this change. Ding! Zhou Yuan flicked the blade's edge and then set down the knife to grasp a machine gun, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. When holding the knife, he felt its weight, a perfectly balanced heft, providing an exquisite tactile experience. The same sensation applied to the machine gun. Its weight was equally perfect. As if the weight of the machine gun and knife were identical, his body seemed to develop a comfortable adaptability. This feeling was extraordinary, as long as the weight did not exceed his physical limits. The objects he wielded felt neither too light nor too heavy. He found it challenging to articulate this sensation, but it was as if his physical form was entirely under mental control, and his mind could adjust the state of his body, akin to a computer operating in various modes and states. Perfect. This saved him considerable time. At least he would not need to spend time acclimating to his evolved physique. The experience of injecting the super soldier serum was not like this. Post-injection, he felt weightless and had to rely on fitness equipment to adapt. One could only say that one gets what one pays for. The 800,000 spent was indeed worthwhile. After experiencing the remarkable adaptability of his body, Zhou Yuan proceeded to formally test his physical strength. In truth, there were not many aspects he could measure. First, he needed to remain discreet. Second, he lacked professional testing equipment. Thus, none of the attributes displayed in his status bar could reveal their limits. He could only grasp a general idea. First, he assessed his defense. His skin's resilience was astonishing. The Nepalese military knife could not even leave a scratch. It was akin to attempting to slice leather with a rubber toy knife. The disparity in quality between the two was not even comparable. And this was merely his skin. The strength of his muscles and bones would be even greater. He estimated that he could now withstand conventional firearms. He might be injured, but certainly not killed. As long as he protected his vital points, even if injured, he had a remarkable self-healing capability of 13 points to fall back on. Next, he evaluated his strength. His strength was somewhat exaggerated, to the point where he struggled to believe it himself. With just a slight application of force, the military-grade Nepalese knife twisted like a pretzel. Applying a bit more strength would completely tear it apart. Crumpling the knife shards in his palm, they instantly transformed into small spheres. Impressive. Gazing at the creation in his hand, Zhou Yuan smirked and entered the bathroom. In the next moment, he retrieved a Morita handgun from his ring. This was the standard sidearm of the mobile forces. A classic model. Previously, he had often heard that only fools would use attacks against themselves as a means to test their defense. Little did he know, the fool was himself. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan attached a suppressor to the Morita handgun and aimed the muzzle at his palm. Bang! Foolish yet impressive. Accompanied by a subtle gunshot. Applause erupted in the bathroom. Chapter 93. A Stalwart Barracks. Transient soldiers. At precisely 7 in the morning, Zhou Yuan returned to the work hall to relinquish his single dormitory and made his way back to the hunter's dormitory. After 2 hours of testing, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of his physical strength, aside from the extreme data. His strength was such that he could wring a military knife like a towel and lift a 100-kilogram table with a single finger. His defense was robust enough to withstand the bullets of conventional firearms without even a mark left behind. Even an AWM could only leave a small bruise. That small bruise, under the influence of his 13-point self-healing, vanished in less than 30 seconds. In terms of firearms, conventional firepower could no longer harm him. Only heavy firepower or concentrated attacks could breach his physical defenses. The explosions were impressive. The only slight issue was that the pincers of a soldier bug could tear through space-grade alloys. Fortunately, the soldier bugs could not reach him. He had previously tested his speed as well. In his room, the distance he covered while running back and forth along the walls was 10 meters, which he completed in just 1 second, translating to a speed of 40 meters per second. This was merely for a narrow space. If he were to sprint in a straight line at full speed, his velocity would exceed 80 meters per second. With such speed, it would be challenging for a soldier bug to catch him. His earlier assumption was correct. Breaking past the boundaries of life signified a complete evolution. He had become a superhuman, distinctly different from humanity, a more powerful life form. Though it appeared that each attribute had only increased by 10 points, it represented an unimaginable transcendence. Much like proposing and then validating a mathematical conjecture, sounding similar, yet separated by vast chasms. Captain Zhou, it is time to host the second celebration. Zhou Yuan changed into civilian clothing, donned a mask and a baseball cap, and departed for the communication personnel's living quarters. At this hour, Daisy and Judy should be finishing their shifts. The work of communication personnel is exceedingly mundane. They require more care and companionship. The following afternoon, Zhou Yuan exited the communication personnel's quarters. Half of his vacation remained, but Buck contacted him, stating that Angus had returned to the fortress and wished to meet him. Thus, the celebration, which was only halfway through, had to conclude prematurely. So many trivial matters. Not even a moment of respite. Zhou Yuan grumbled internally, adjusting his attire before entering Strategic Zone Number 1. Before long, he arrived at the underground conference room. The room was bustling with people, besides Angus and his 2 aides. Buck and his subordinate squad leaders were also present. Is this a good omen? Zhou Yuan's gaze swept across the room, straightening his posture and slightly raising his energy. Buck had received a promotion. His rank had changed from captain to major, while all the squad leaders had advanced from lieutenants to captains. Who could this be? The super killer who eliminated the Starship bugs, our great benefactor. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's arrival, Angus immediately stood up, beckoning everyone to look at Zhou Yuan, leading the applause. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the conference room was filled with resounding applause. The atmosphere within the Hunters unit was excellent, and the relationships between the squad leaders were amicable. Initially, the squad leaders had intended to hold a celebration for Zhou Yuan the previous night. However, they had been busy from morning until midnight, and their labor was far from easy. By the time they returned to the fortress, they were utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed. When they woke up in the morning and found Zhou Yuan absent from his dormitory, it was only now that they met him. Thus their applause was particularly enthusiastic. Were it not for Angus's presence, they would have wanted to lift Zhou Yuan and toss him into the air. Commander, this is not just my achievement. Correct strategies and intelligence, along with exceptional superiors and teammates, are indeed the keys to accomplishing missions. Zhou Yuan composedly saluted. Very well, you have grasped the essence of special operations, something not everyone can perceive. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Angus nodded with satisfaction. He patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and then turned to Buck, saying, I almost forgot. I interrupted your holiday. From now on, the official holiday is 3 days, and I will enhance your recreational privileges. Go on. Take some time to relax. Understood, Chief. Buck nodded, aware that Angus had something to discuss privately with Zhou Yuan, and he led the other squad leaders out of the conference room. Aston, Gianne, you two go and have your meal. There's no need to wait for me. Subsequently, Angus dismissed his 2 aides, leaving only himself and Zhou Yuan in the conference room. Zhou, please take a seat. At this moment, Angus's expression suddenly changed, appearing somewhat dejected as he slumped back into his chair. Noticing this, Zhou Yuan inquired, Sir, do you have something troubling you? It's not me who is troubled. It's you who is about to face some concerns. Angus replied, shaking his head while pointing his index finger at Zhou Yuan. Dummy? Zhou Yuan was bewildered, completely unable to comprehend Angus's meaning. Zhou, you should recall our last conversation. I had intended for you to command a special operations unit. However, circumstances have changed, and you are to be dispatched to Pluto. Pluto? Zhou Yuan listened, growing even more perplexed about how he was now tied to that desolate place. Buck nodded. The Federation has completely occupied Pluto and is in the process of transforming it into a strategic outpost, which you are already aware of. Everything that was present on Pluto before will continue to exist, and there will be even more, stronger, and larger resources, including personnel. Zhou Yuan exhaled softly, understanding the implications. If he was not mistaken, he was likely to be reassigned to Pluto. Indeed, including personnel. The first fortress on Pluto is established on the Dark Spot Highlands, named Coastline, symbolizing the defense line of the Human Federation. Coastline Fortress is in dire need of personnel. and members are currently being selected from various units, of which you are one. Angus continued. The research department has specifically requested you to serve as the commander of their defense unit at Coastline. Upon hearing this, Angus sighed, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder with a tone of complaint. Having you as a guard is truly a waste of your talents. If you remained at Tarsus Fortress, I could have groomed you into a general before you turned 30. However, this order comes from the higher echelons of the research department, and I lack the authority to refuse it. Damn the research department, they will ruin you. Chapter 94. Lieutenant Zhou is to become a leader. Damn. Once Angus finished speaking, Zhou Yuan nearly uttered a curse. This development was, in fact, a boon for him. To be assigned to a newly established fortress as the commander of the research center's defense unit? The position of a defense soldier at a research center is not something just anyone can attain. It is akin to serving as a guard for a general, dealing with classified information. This was a recognition of his capabilities and loyalty, an undeniable promotion. Moreover, he was going to be a commander. Angus sighed and expressed his regret, making Zhou Yuan almost feel as though he was being sent to a farm to raise pigs. A moment's reflection led Zhou Yuan to quickly grasp Angus's intention. General, as a soldier, I shall execute all commands issued by the strategic department. As a man, I shall never forget your cultivation and support, which have transformed me from an ordinary soldier into a competent squad commander. I will always remember your teachings and will never forget them, ensuring I do not bring shame upon you. Zhou Yuan promptly stood to salute Angus, speaking with resolute conviction. Enough of that. Sit down quickly. Angus pulled Zhou Yuan back into his seat, sighing again. You are my most promising soldier, and of course, I wish to support and nurture you. However, once you are sent to Pluto, I will no longer be able to assist you. I do not know if your new superior will nurture you as I have. Nevertheless, you need not worry too much. Before you depart for Pluto, I can still lend you a hand. Take a look at this. Angus retrieved a box from a file cabinet and pushed it towards Zhou Yuan. Lieutenant. Zhou Yuan opened the box to reveal 2 lieutenant shoulder insignias. Indeed, you are now a lieutenant. I had planned to wait 2 months to promote you, but the research department's orders disrupted my training plans for you. Therefore, I utilized my authority as the chief strategic officer to directly apply for your lieutenant rank. This was done as a precaution, to prevent you from encountering an unjust superior on Pluto who might stall your progress. Angus gently shook his head and even embraced Zhou Yuan at the end. General, I will never forget your kindness. Zhou Yuan saluted heavily, nearly moved to tears. This fellow, if he wanted to ask for a favor, he should just do so directly rather than being so obscure about it. Nonetheless, he truly had to acknowledge this favor, just as he recognized the favors from Campbell and Turner, for they were all commendable leaders. Had he encountered a jealous or credit-stealing superior, he would not have ascended so swiftly. Observing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Angus internally nodded before stating seriously, Lieutenant, you have misunderstood one thing. I nurture you because you are worthy of cultivation. Do not speak of favors. This is the conference room of the Federation's military, not a corporate human resources department. If you truly wish to remember me, then simply recall my teachings, as they will aid your future. Yes, General, I will forever remember your teachings. Zhou Yuan responded earnestly, his gaze already shifting to his personal panel. Host, Zhou Yuan identity, Federation Lieutenant, superhuman attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Endurance 13, Defense 13, Self-Healing 13, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 15.5 skills, Telepathy, Mind Communication, Telekinesis, Mind Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning, Items, Icarus Class Destroyer, Jump Frog, Nano Repair Medical Chamber. Laserbird, Hellfire Grenade, Title, Financial Whiz, earns 1 soul point per minute soul points, 222999. His identity had been refreshed to lieutenant, and he felt quite pleased that, if flattery could secure promotions, he would be the ruler of the universe by tomorrow. Half an hour later, Zhou Yuan exited the conference room. After securing the favor, Angus discussed official matters with him. His transfer orders would be issued within a month, after which he would head to the coastline fortress on Pluto as the commander of the research department's defense unit. Judging by the composition of the research department's defense unit, this was indeed a promotion, and one could say it was a significant elevation. Upon becoming the commander of the research department's defense unit, he would oversee more than 1,000 personnel. 300 defense soldiers would be selected from the mobile forces. 10 strategists would be chosen from the Strategic Forces. One captain would be drawn from the Starship forces, accompanied by a starship and its crew, totaling 801 personnel in total. He would command 1,111 individuals, effectively allowing him to exercise direct command over the three armies. Just thinking about it was quite exhilarating. He was merely a lieutenant, while those who could become captains would typically hold at least the rank of major. In a month, even majors would have to respectfully salute him and address him as sir. In a couple of days, he would receive the list of candidates, and during his leisure time, he could select team members to form his own defense unit. Oh, and there was one more thing. From Angus, he learned why the research department had chosen him. Anderson Morgan. The head of the research department at the Pluto coastline fortress was Anderson Morgan. This Federation first-class scientist, recipient of the Federation Hero Medal, and holder of Federation General permissions, had singled him out. Upon hearing Morgan's name, Zhou Yuan immediately understood. Morgan had watched him during his solo confrontation with a tank beetle on Pluto. Thus, when Morgan required a new defense unit, he immediately thought of Zhou Yuan. Reflecting back, Morgan had told him, "I remember you. We will meet again," which likely referred to this opportunity. With the rank of Major General, permissions of a general, he was a significant figure. Since he held such high regard for me, I must hold tightly to his coattails. With his general-level authority, a mere word could elevate me to the rank of colonel. Lieutenant is nothing in comparison. However, before heading to Pluto, there remained numerous matters to address. Lost in thought, Zhou Yuan turned and boarded the elevator heading to the ground. His transfer orders would be issued within a month, and this within a month could mean half a month or as little as 3 to 5 days. Thus, he needed to prepare early. His belongings were simple, all of which could be stowed in his ring, but the hassle lay in saying goodbye. He knew many people at Tarsus Fortress, old teammates, former subordinates, and past leaders, all of whom were relatively close to him. Given the significance of being transferred to Pluto, sending a text message would be insufficient. He needed to bid farewell in person. However, this matter would have to be postponed for 2 days, as these 2 days were the Hunter Corps holiday, and he did not want to dampen their spirits by announcing his transfer during their break. For now, it was best to head to the communication soldiers' living quarters. As the celebratory banquet reached its midpoint, it was rather impolite for him to take his leave. He ought to sincerely apologize to the young ladies, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to rectifying the situation. In the days that followed, Zhou Yuan, adhering to his plan, sought out his old acquaintances during his leisure time to bid them a formal farewell. Upon learning of his promotion to captain and his imminent assignment as the commander of a defense unit stationed at Pluto, the crowd was taken aback. However, considering Zhou Yuan's formidable abilities, their surprise transformed into understanding, mingled with admiration rather than envy. And of course, it is possible that some may have felt envious, albeit discreetly, as everyone recognized the peril of offending someone significantly more powerful. Chapter 95, Captain Claire. On October 17, Zhou Yuan finally received his transfer orders. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he boarded the starship bound for the coastal fortress of Pluto. It had been 27 days since he received the news, and with the 3-day reporting deadline imposed by the fortress, a full month had elapsed. One cannot help but remark that Angus's phrase within a month was rather stretched, exceedingly precise. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Federal Captain. Superhuman attributes, Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Endurance 13, Defense 13, Self-Healing 13, Skill 1.6, Brain Function 15.5 Skills, Telepathy, Mind Communication, Psychokinesis, Mind Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning, Items, Icarus Class Destroyer, Jump Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laser Bird, Purgatory Grenade. Title, Financial Virtuoso, gains 1 soul point per minute. Soul points, 586911, after the starship ascended. Zhou Yuan glanced at his personal panel. During this nearly month-long waiting period, he had accrued a mere 360,000 soul points, of which 40,000 were gifted by his title, an alarmingly low efficiency. The dwindling number of bugs on Mars made it increasingly challenging to find a bug swarm. Indeed, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This scarcity was not limited to Mars. All planets with federal influence were similarly afflicted. The fallout from the Pluto incident had claimed over 30,000 lives, including nearly 1,000 senior researchers, a tremendous blow to the Federation. To prevent a recurrence of such a disaster, the Federation took drastic measures, stripping the planets known to harbor bugs of all they had. Mars, being humanity's first colonized planet, received heightened scrutiny. The flying and mechanical divisions were dispatched daily beyond the fortress to annihilate any bugs they encountered. Consequently, during this past month, he had only destroyed 8 bugs and a handful of nests. Had it not been for the support of financial virtuoso and powerful insecticide, his current balance of soul points would not have even reached 500. Commander, the curvature acceleration is ready. As Zhou Yuan pondered ways to accumulate soul points. Claire approached his side to deliver her report in a hushed tone. Claire, a major and captain in the defense unit, was primarily responsible for the transportation of researchers and defense personnel. Notably, Claire was not someone he had personally selected. At merely 22 years of age, she had been recommended by Angus as the commander of his own unit. He envisioned a team composed solely of seasoned veterans, battle-hardened individuals. Initially, he had firmly rejected the idea. But Angus informed him of Claire's lineage. Her parents were both vice admirals in the Starship fleet, commanding their own fleets. Such a formidable background could not be dismissed lightly. After much hesitation, he reluctantly allowed Claire to join. As the commander of a unit, he could not underestimate her youth. In comparison to his own 18 years, Claire's 22 years hardly seemed significant. He believed that her rise to the rank of major at such a young age was due to her own merit, rather than her vice admiral parents. Furthermore, it must be mentioned that Claire was an ardent admirer of his, resembling a young Angelina Jolie. This struck a chord with his appreciation, leading him to resolve to nurture Claire's potential. To put it bluntly, as captain, she could simply issue orders while a pilot handled the starship's navigation. Let us depart. Take me to the battlefield. Zhou Yuan, clad in his space armor, rested his chin on his hand and spoke coolly. The desolate terrain of Pluto, devoid of oxygen, suggested that he would likely require his space armor for the foreseeable future. Yes, Commander. Claire responded cheerfully, standing at attention, her uniform accentuating her figure. Pilot, maintain stability. Prepare for curvature acceleration. Co-pilot, calculate the trajectory and notify the crew. Claire turned to issue commands, exuding the aura of a captain, a testament to her upbringing as the daughter of 2 fleet commanders, which bestowed upon her an air of nobility and authority. All crew members and departments, please prepare to switch the drives and enter superluminal travel. All crew members and departments, please prepare. As the co-pilot's announcement reverberated through the starship, Claire returned to Zhou Yuan's side and quietly stated, Commander, my Moonlight is now your designated warship. In order to familiarize you with the Moonlight, I would like to introduce you to the personnel and crew areas before we arrive at Pluto. Very well. Zhou Yuan nodded, intrigued by the starship's interior, which he had not explored due to insufficient clearance. Now, as a leader, it was imperative that he thoroughly understand his command. Shall we begin with the captain's lounge? That was originally my quarters, but it has since been repurposed for you. Claire's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly, her cheeks tinged with a youthful flush, brimming with vitality. Is that so? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. He was not easily swayed. Okay. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan nodded in response to Claire's eager gaze. He was not captivated by her. Rather, he recognized the validity of her statement. As the true commander of the starship, he needed to be acquainted with all aspects of it, including the captain's quarters. For the Federation, pilot, upon reaching Pluto, do not land. First, conduct a patrol of the extraterrestrial space. The captain previously participated in the battle for Pluto and wishes to observe its current state. I will now escort the captain to the observation area. Maintain extraterrestrial patrol until the captain issues further orders. Upon receiving Zhou Yuan's consent, Claire quickly stood, issuing new commands to the pilot, then gestured for Zhou Yuan to proceed. He nodded slightly and exited the cockpit. Once the cockpit door sealed behind them, Zhou Yuan turned to Claire and inquired, issuing orders while impersonating a superior is a grave offense, punishable by a minimum of 10 lashes. And at most, execution by hanging or firing squad. Are you prepared for that, Commander? Perhaps you could privately administer my punishment, Claire replied softly, her eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Claire, I hope this is the last time. Zhou Yuan was pleased with Claire's attitude towards him, yet discontented with her conduct as a soldier. Pretending to be a superior was no trivial matter. Not even in jest. It was akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. If a true crisis arose, it would lead to complications, and such behavior could not be tolerated. Yes, Commander. Claire excitedly saluted, her expression unchanged, still embodying the role of an infatuated admirer, clearly not heeding Zhou Yuan's admonition. "Let us go." Zhou Yuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and gestured for Claire to lead the way. This headstrong soldier required proper education. Chapter 96. Captain Zhou reports for duty. An hour later, Zhou Yuan emerged from the captain's lounge, hands clasped behind his back, feeling invigorated. Claire trailed closely behind him, sipping from a bottle of mineral water. During that hour, Zhou Yuan had thoroughly instructed Claire. Considering their impending report, he refrained from delivering an extensive reprimand, opting instead for a brief lesson to instill a sense of authority. Claire acknowledged her mistakes, nodding earnestly as he spoke, her head bobbing for over half an hour. Given her earnestness, Zhou Yuan decided to share some insights with her later that evening. How much she absorbed would depend on her capability. Soon, the Starship arrived at the dark spot highlands of Pluto. This elevated expanse of red rock was a hallmark of Pluto, as renowned as the craters on the moon. The coastal fortress was constructed atop the dark spot highlands. The fortress was immense, covering nearly 50 square kilometers internally, and when including the outer observation posts and defensive zones, its total area approached 200 square kilometers. However, the coastal fortress was still under construction. From above, it was evident that only the defensive lines had been completed, while other construction efforts were ongoing, with engineering crews and machinery scattered throughout. Yet, it was reasonable that the fortress remained unfinished. It had been only 2 months since the fall of Pluto. Despite the advanced infrastructure technology available, it was impossible to erect a large-scale military fortress in such a short span. Zhou Yuan estimated that an additional 2 to 3 months would be necessary. The Starship docked smoothly at the boarding platform, and Zhou Yuan, accompanied by Claire, disembarked as the commander of the research department's defense force. He oversees more than 1,000 personnel, yet in a true sense, he is responsible for only 5 individuals: a Starship captain from the Starship unit, 3 squad leaders from the mobile forces, and a strategic group leader from the strategic unit. His role is confined to issuing commands, which are then disseminated and executed by these 5 subordinates. Attention, Commander. As soon as the Starship docked, a synchronized salute resonated across the embarkation area. "This is my unit." Zhou Yuan glanced to his right, where a formation of 310 personnel stood. Clad in the same space armor as him, adorned with a black base and red skeletal motifs, they appear to have organized themselves voluntarily, likely inspired by his popularity. Claire informed him that his fame extends beyond Mars. He is well known on any planet with a federal influence. The footage of him single-handedly taking down a tank beetle has circulated widely within the Federation, even becoming the centerpiece of recruitment advertisements for the mobile forces, his popularity soaring to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, his rapid ascent through the ranks has been publicized, from a private class leader in the recruit training camp to a squad leader in the defense force, then a lieutenant squad leader in the special operations unit, and finally, a captain commanding the research department's defense force, all achieved in a mere 3.5 months. Consequently, the moniker Slaughter and the Red Skull have become the aspirations of countless mobile infantry. They yearn to don the Red Skull armor and become the next embodiment of slaughter. Listen closely, I have but one requirement of you. Receive orders, execute orders, complete orders. If anyone fails to do so, they shall remove my armor and return whence they came. Is that clear? Zhou Yuan slowly approached the front of the formation, casting a cold gaze over the ranks before barking his commands. Understood, Commander. The uniform response echoed, prompting Zhou Yuan to nod slightly before continuing. Squad leaders, remain. The team will return with the squad leader. You are dismissed. Follow me. Assemble at Training Ground 2. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the contingent of over 300 swiftly dispersed, leaving 4 captains in place: Marcia, Kenny, and Jerome from the mobile forces, and Marcus from the strategic unit. These 4 captains, alongside Claire, the major Starship captain, formed Zhou Yuan's core command group. Essentially, his aides, Marcus, provide an overview of the unit status. Zhou Yuan first turned to Marcus, leader of the 10-person strategic group. Commander, everything has been arranged. Daily training, routine duties, and external security operations have been coordinated with the 3 combat group leaders. And we have established an operational schedule. The schedule is in the office awaiting your approval. However, before we head to the office, you may need to visit the research center first. The head of the research department has been awaiting your arrival since 3 days ago and insisted I bring you to see him as soon as you reach the fortress. Marcus succinctly reported. The strategic group is responsible for the unit's various operations, serving as the logistical headquarters, while the remaining tasks are delegated to the combat and flight groups. Lead the way. Zhou Yuan nodded. 10 minutes later, Marcus brought Zhou Yuan to the research center, halting at the entrance of a research room. The research center is established 8 levels underground within the fortress, with the training areas and dormitories for the defense force located on the 9th and 10th levels, respectively, creating a layered environment. Commander, the head is inside. We lack the clearance to enter. Go ahead with your duties. I will notify you if needed. Zhou Yuan nodded, utilizing his identification card to unlock the door and stepping into the research room alone. Within the room, only 3 individuals were present, one of whom was Anderson Morgan, the one responsible for transferring Zhou Yuan here. They were gathered around a table, examining Commander, Zhou Yuan reporting for duty. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, saluting from about 10 meters away. Thank heavens you're finally here. You have no idea how unsafe I felt before your arrival, as if there were bugs lurking around me. Morgan turned, his surprise evident as he welcomed Zhou Yuan, giving a friendly pat on his chest armor. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, having garnered the attention of his superiors early on, indicating a promising future ahead. Professor, our captain is named Zhou, not Chad. I know a bit of Chinese. Chow in their language seems to mean something rather inappropriate. At that moment, a younger researcher beside Morgan whispered softly, Good one. Zhou Yuan silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This was something he couldn't directly communicate to Morgan. After all, he's his superior, and a superior can address him however they please. Zhou? Trust me, I meant no offense. I simply struggle with your alphabet pronunciation. Learning a new language is no simple task for an old man like me. However, I believe I have a way to express my apologies. Come this way, Morgan eagerly interjected, devoid of any pretense typical of a federal-level scientist and a major general. As he spoke, he grew inexplicably excited, and before Zhou Yuan could respond, he pulled him deeper into the research room. Leading him along at the end of the research room, there was a security door. Morgan used his identification card to unlock it, revealing a pitch-black security chamber behind it, then tilted his head, signaling Zhou Yuan to enter. Mysterious indeed. With curiosity piqued, Zhou Yuan stepped into the security chamber. The moment his foot touched the floor, the room illuminated, a series of green lights flickering to life. Whoa! As the lights flared on, Zhou Yuan abruptly halted, his gaze drawn to the left side of the chamber, where a steel platform stood surrounded by several intelligent mechanical arms. Atop the platform rested a single soldier combat mech. Wait a minute, it's a bit larger. Still under development? Zhou Yuan recognized the mech. This model had appeared in CG films, projected to emerge roughly a decade later. However, the mech before him seemed somewhat bulky and cumbersome, akin to an oversized version. Not impressed? I thought you would be thrilled, considering this is every man's dream. Noticing Zhou Yuan's quiet contemplation, Morgan approached the mech, patting it with a grin. I'm quite fond of it. I just didn't anticipate that the Federation had already developed single soldier mechs. Zhou Yuan shook his head, stepping closer for a thorough inspection. Aside from its size, it closely resembled the mech from the CG film. Perhaps the manufacturing technology still required refinement. You may not know this, but the concept of single soldier mechs has been around for 500 years. However, it took us a painstaking 450 years to turn that concept into reality. That's remarkable. Zhou Yuan listened intently as Morgan's eyes glistened with emotion. Indeed, it has been incredibly challenging. Human-machine interaction technology, neuron sensing technology, and miniature controllable nuclear fusion technology. These bottlenecks have caused countless individuals like myself to suffer. At this point in his narrative, Morgan's eyes appeared slightly reddened. He took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and continued with a smile. I consider myself fortunate to live in this era, unlike our predecessors who passed away with regrets. The first single soldier mech emerged 50 years ago, but back then, they were large enough to crush an elephant. After 50 years of optimization and improvement, it is transformed into the model you see before you. This is the prototype of the Morita one, and there are only 3 in the entire Federation. We are not yet capable of mass production, as the miniature tokamak device is challenging to manufacture. With a success probability of only 3 in 10,000, just this one has cost 800 billion federal credits. 800 billion. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the exorbitant cost. The purchasing power of 800 billion federal credits roughly equates to 2,400 billion soft sister currency in his past life, merely covering the cost of a single consumable. According to incomplete statistics, the total research and development cost for single soldier mechs over the past 5 centuries has exceeded 900 trillion federal credits. Nevertheless, every bit has been worth it, as we have broken through the bottlenecks and glimpsed a new world from beyond them. Go on, try out your new gear. Morgan nudged Zhou Yuan with excitement and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. For me? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Such a precious prototype should be preserved for future research, not hastily put to the test. What if it were damaged? The finest soldiers deserve the finest weapons. And only the best soldiers can truly assess the performance of the best weapons. Go on, consider it a favor to me. Let me witness the prowess of 900 trillion. Morgan nodded, urging Zhou Yuan on, clearly unable to contain his eagerness to see the mech in action. Upon hearing Morgan's words, Zhou Yuan felt his apprehensions dissipate. He swiftly removed his space armor and stepped onto the platform, where he began donning the mech suit with the assistance of Morgan and the intelligent robotic arm. Although the prototype bore a striking resemblance to its cinematic counterparts, it was merely a larger version. It was only when Zhou Yuan began to equip himself that he realized the significant disparity. First and foremost was the matter of wearing it. The prototype could not be donned independently, as the mech was composed of multiple modules that required specialized tools for assembly. Once equipped, daily life would be rendered virtually impossible. Engaging in combat also posed risks. In the event of a module malfunction, he might find himself unable to remove it. Despite being a prototype, its functionalities were impressively comprehensive, featuring pressure generators, magnetic stabilizers, life support systems, and more, all of which were present in the space armor, thanks to a more powerful energy and hydraulic system. Wearing it felt far more effortless, devoid of any sense of burden. Furthermore, the flight and balance systems posed intricate challenges that had taken the research department several years to refine. The sensory technology, in my opinion, was the most remarkable system, akin to a second brain that could receive all of one's neuronal signals. While assisting Zhou Yuan in donning the mech, Morgan's chatter was incessant. However, Zhou Yuan found no annoyance in his verbosity. He understood it well, akin to parents boasting about their children's perfect exam scores. 3 minutes later, the single soldier mech was fully equipped. Zhou Yuan gently clenched his fist, feeling somewhat surreal. The surrealism did not pertain to the mech itself, but rather to his fortune. He genuinely felt like the protagonist, the chosen one. A simple rescue mission could garner him the attention of a federal general-level authority. To be candid, possessing knowledge of such a strategic secret as the single soldier mech should not be within the purview of a mere captain like him. Yet here he was, not only cognizant of it, but also becoming a user of the prototype. Come, over here, let us test its performance. Morgan beckoned after inspecting Zhou Yuan thoroughly, darting towards the right side of the safety room. Zhou Yuan maneuvered the mech to follow suit, where a small training ground awaited. Surrounded by numerous armament racks housing various weapons, my students have tested the basic performance, but they are not super soldiers and cannot reveal the mech's performance limits. Zhou, first familiarize yourself with the basic movements. Then run a lap around the training field and attempt some advanced combat maneuvers. No need to worry about damaging the mech. We have considered that. The joints are solely reliant on the hydraulic system, which is cost-effective, Morgan stated, positioning himself at the data console while operating the diagnostic instrument, calling out to Zhou Yuan. Sir, I shall commence now. Zhou Yuan affirmed with a nod, beginning to execute fundamental movements with the mech. In truth, controlling the mech was quite simple. One merely had to issue commands with their mind, and the sensory system would handle the rest. However, as this was a test, it was essential to gradually assess each performance aspect. Starting from the basics. An hour later, the performance testing of the single soldier mech finally concluded. Indeed, the finest weapon should be wielded by the finest soldiers. In comparison to you, my students are akin to infants. Morgan exclaimed, reflecting on the markedly different data from the previous test. Zhou Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Professor, it's not the same. I am a soldier, while your students are scientists. If scientists could accomplish everything soldiers can, the Federation would have no need for mobile troops. Over the course of that hour, he had gathered a fair understanding of the mech. Its maximum running speed on land was 30 meters per second, comparable to his speed after injecting the super soldier serum. The strength of each arm was approximately 3 tons, capable of delivering a blow equivalent to 6,000 pounds. Similarly, the legs boasted a comparable strength. Given the uniform hydraulic system, the load-bearing capacity was remarkable. The hydraulic system could endure up to 5 tons, enabling it to support a weight of 10,000 pounds. However, this was not the absolute limit. To ascertain the upper threshold, he would need to exert his physical strength, but then the purpose of the mech would be rendered moot. Given his current physical prowess, tearing apart such a rudimentary prototype would require no effort. Finally, there was the flight system, though he had not tested it extensively due to spatial constraints. Morgan presented him with the flight data, revealing a maximum speed of 100 meters per second, reminiscent of the top speed of an F1 racing car. However, the mech's energy source was miniaturized and could not sustain prolonged flight. If operated at maximum speed, it would only last 5 minutes. The tokamak device was, in essence, a nuclear fusion battery. Like all batteries, it would eventually deplete. Although nuclear fusion reactions can regenerate, the rate of plasma heating and charging could not keep pace with the mech's flight consumption. Fortunately, glide and jump modes were available, which required minimal energy for short-range flight, sufficient for small-scale combat when fully charged. "Zhou, what weapon do you desire?" Morgan inquired with excitement. The mech was capable of accommodating most conventional weapons due to its considerable strength, though he advised against selecting anything overly cumbersome, as it would impede mobility. After recording the data, Morgan eagerly posed his question, enthusiastic about the prototype's performance metrics, now only awaiting real combat scenarios. Prior to Zhou Yuan's arrival, he had refrained from equipping the mech with any weapons, eager to witness its practical application. From a defensive standpoint, how about a Gatling gun and tactical nuclear warhead? They possess moderate weight and size, allowing for heavy firepower without hindering mobility, enabling an escape even amidst a swarm of insects, Zhou Yuan suggested, envisioning a shoulder-mounted weapon that would integrate seamlessly with the hydraulic system. "I see we share the same thoughts." The shoulder-mounted weapon can be controlled via the sensory system, and adding a safety device would allow the user to carry an additional handheld weapon. "Indeed. Take a look at these," Morgan said, motioning toward the armament rack. "These are the handheld weapons I've prepared for the mech. Sir, these weapons might not be as effective against insects as conventional firearms," Zhou Yuan remarked, glancing at the rack and shaking his head slightly. Most of the weapons Morgan had prepared were miniature energy weapons, which would struggle against the high magical immunity of the insects. Physical attacks were necessary. The only weapon on the rack that had any potential for physical damage was the Gauss rifle. However, the Gauss rifle, which fires projectiles using magnetic force, emphasized penetration and was still unsuitable for insect extermination. "Zhou, you don't think I've lost my wits, do you? Are you familiar with C4 gum explosives?" Morgan laughed heartily, retrieving a magazine from the armament rack and tossing it to Zhou Yuan. "C4 gum explosives?" Zhou Yuan caught the magazine, noticing the bullets within were the size of soybeans, and the outer marking indicated a capacity of 300 rounds. He could surmise what type of ammunition it contained. As he examined the magazine, Morgan crossed his arms and declared proudly, "Morgan, 2 Type C4 ferromagnetic bullets. I developed these bullets myself. The shell is made from plutonium iron ore, which creates an unstable reaction with C4, leading to explosive collisions. They require significant external force to detonate, and the Gauss rifle, along with the insect's exoskeletons, can provide the necessary kinetic energy for ignition. The explosive power may not be overwhelming, but it far surpasses conventional bullets, leaving a fist-sized crater in the insects upon impact. If not for the scarcity of plutonium iron ore, Gauss rifles using these bullets would have already been standard issue across the military." With a decisive motion, Zhou Yuan slammed the magazine onto the table, his gaze intense as he addressed Morgan. "Sir, I want this." By sheer coincidence, his arcane ring contained infinite ammunition for a revolver, submachine gun, and sniper rifle, yet he lacked an infinite ammunition assault rifle. This Gauss rifle using explosives as bullets was perfectly suited for a sidearm. Carrying a few extra magazines, perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 rounds, could almost qualify as infinite ammunition, compensating for any shortages in firepower. "Leave the correct choice to me. In addition to what we discussed, I will also customize a batch of weapons for you. B1 primordial grenades. B1 primordial grenades, M9 shockwave grenades, self-destructing swarms. Oh, I forgot you aren't familiar with these yet. The Primordial series is a biochemical weapon specifically designed against arachnous insects, currently just in the prototype phase. What you see and hear here is supposed to be classified, but who cares? My authority surpasses even that of the fortress commander," Morgan continued, jotting notes in a small notebook. Observing Morgan's fervor, Zhou Yuan nodded appreciatively. Professor, thank you. He felt as though Morgan resembled a master from a romantic epic, while he was merely a fortunate recipient of his efforts. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Morgan was far superior to any such figure. Morgan's achievements were tangible, while Zhou Yuan was merely a beneficiary of his work, and gratitude was indeed warranted. Do not thank me. If thanks are to be given, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. My old colleagues deem me a madman for perpetually striving to prove my theories, transcending the bounds of this era. I am uncertain whether my thoughts can transcend this era, yet I am certain that you surpass all mechanized infantry of this time. You possess the capability to act differently and the audacity to do so. When you vanquished that tank beetle, an overwhelming thought surged within me that could no longer be suppressed. I aspire to forge you into a super soldier that transcends time. A superhero that exists only in the realm of films. A.S. Morgan's voice dwindled. He gradually raised his hand and clenched it tightly. I am Anderson Morgan, the future spokesperson. Before I depart from this world, I shall ensure that all of humanity remembers me, never to forget my name. Chapter 99. Getting on track. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan engaged in extensive conversation with Morgan. In truth, it was mostly Morgan who spoke, with Zhou Yuan relegated to the role of listener. When Morgan elaborated on future expectations and the next research directions, his discourse was unending, only releasing Zhou Yuan as lunchtime approached. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuan arrived at the dormitory area on the 10th underground level. As the commander of the research department's defense unit, he had a dedicated officer's quarters directly opposite the troop dormitories. After shedding his space gear and donning his commander's uniform, Zhou Yuan cast a glance at the troop dormitory. During this midday hour, the dormitory was sparsely populated, most occupants indulging in slumber, with only a few gathered around the entertainment tables for leisure. The work hours of the research department's defense unit mirrored those of the troops stationed on the defense wall, from 23 to 7:10, 07, 00 to 15, 10, and 15, 00 to 23, 10, operating on a continuous three-shift system. Apart from him and his 5 aides, all other members were required to adhere to this rotating schedule, including strategists and crew members, ensuring that the defense unit remained perpetually operational. However, such arrangements did not require his oversight. The head of the strategic team, Marcus, would manage them, leaving him to simply sign the execution table. The job was straightforward, to protect all that lay within the research center. Occasionally, they might also serve as firefighters or medics, as the research center was not without its share of mishaps, such as experimental explosions. Naturally, these constituted merely the routine responsibilities. The research department's defense unit was also assigned special missions, such as capturing live insects, collecting viable insect eggs, and gathering mineral samples. These special tasks were not without difficulty. The most challenging would even involve venturing deep into insect nests, presenting both high danger and complexity. However, this was precisely what Zhou Yuan desired. The acquisition of soul points could not cease. He had no intention of remaining confined to the underground laboratory. After familiarizing himself with the 10th underground level, Zhou Yuan proceeded to the 8th level. This area served as the dedicated training ground for the research department's defense unit, also housing a dining hall, recreational room, medical facility, and other daily amenities. Notably, akin to the training grounds of special operations units, an additional landing platform and emergency evacuation passage had been constructed. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the well rope for a decade. Although the war fortress was unlikely to be overrun by a tide of insects, the Federation, having learned from past lessons, was clearly unwilling to suffer a second fall in the same location. After briefly familiarizing himself with the layout, Zhou Yuan made his way to the dining hall. Having evolved into a superhuman, he no longer felt famished after skipping a meal as he once did. Prior to his arrival on Pluto, he had held a farewell banquet with Deus and Judy, and even after a day filled with exercise without food, he felt no hunger. Nevertheless, when conditions allowed, he maintained a routine of 3 meals a day to prevent energy deficits that could lead to a decline in physical condition. The dining hall was not crowded, with only a few dozen individuals present, the majority of whom were research personnel. The 3-shift rotation had drastically altered the members' schedules. The conventional lunchtime, now coinciding with their work hours and sleep times, had rendered it a quiet period. Zhou Yuan collected his meal and, after scanning the room, spotted Claire. Alongside Claire were Martha, Jerome, Kenny, and Marcus. These 5 aides, aside from him, were the most relaxed individuals within the unit. Commander, upon seeing Zhou Yuan's arrival, the five stood and saluted. It seems I have affected your appetites. Do not be so serious. Outside of work hours, there is no need to address me as commander. I would rather not become an old stickler at such a young age. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere at the table, Zhou Yuan waved his hand with a smile. Commander, we have heard tales of your exploits. My God, single-handedly battling a tank beetle. Had I not witnessed the footage, I would never have believed such a feat possible. Why, Uncle informed me that selections for extermination teams were underway, and I promptly submitted my application, never expecting to actually be chosen. Seeing Zhou Yuan's lack of heirs as a commander, his aides relaxed considerably. Of course, Claire was not included among those who felt at ease, as she had always maintained her composure. As an ardent admirer who had previously flirted with Zhou Yuan, her feelings were rooted in admiration and desire, rendering her indifferent to hierarchical dynamics. Zhou Yuan shrugged, his expression relaxed as he remarked, "In truth, it is not as daunting as you imagine. The tank beetle possesses a rather low intelligence. With just a spark of inspiration and a geographical advantage, each of you could accomplish it. However, I do not recommend such an approach. When confronting a tank beetle, it is best to invite it to dine on mixed explosives." Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the three leaders of the combat team exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Recognizing that mixed explosives suited their capabilities better, it is one thing to speak of simplicity, yet quite another to execute it. If possessing merely a spark of inspiration and geographical advantage could empower an infantryman to duel a tank beetle, the Arachnous insectoid race would have been extinguished a decade prior. 5 minutes later, Martha, Jerome, Kinney, and Marcus finished their meals first and departed the dining hall. Although Zhou Yuan was quite approachable, the four still felt somewhat constrained, unaccustomed to dining with their direct superior, and thus hastily concluded their meals. Now, only Zhou Yuan and Claire remained at the table. Claire had remained largely silent until the interfering individuals departed, at which point she brightened. "Commander, when there are no flight missions, I reside on the 10th level, with my quarters adjacent to yours. While tidying my quarters earlier, I noticed that the bathroom light seems to have a problem. Could you kindly check it this evening?" She seated herself opposite Zhou Yuan, resting her chin on her hands as she inquired softly. "No problem, but there's no need to wait until evening. When an issue arises, it must be addressed. I will have time shortly." Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he hastened his dining pace. From their half-hour of verbal training that morning, it was evident that Claire was still rather inexperienced, lacking the polish of a seasoned conversationalist, likely a reflection of her upbringing. Both of her parents held the rank of Rear Admiral, commanding a fleet. Thus, she was significantly more refined than the friends within Tarsus Fortress. It was precisely for this reason that Claire warranted his investment of time in conversation. Although such thoughts might seem pragmatic, life itself is inherently practical. Virtuous gentlemen and saints must simply resign themselves to the role of laborers. Moreover, considering the way Claire gazed at him, it was uncertain who might ultimately come out ahead. The typhoon has just passed, and these past few days have been consumed with planting peanuts, leaving my back nearly broken. Chapter 100, Red Skull Mech, the first mission. This is B2 native toxin. It is more comprehensive and powerful than B1. Capable of transforming all insects within its diffusion range into lethargic creatures within 10 seconds. Of course, it is still in the experimental stage, quite unstable, and at times may even act as a stimulant for the insects. I have conceived a solution that requires you to dispatch someone to the Furta asteroid belt to retrieve some mineral samples for me. In the laboratory on the 8th underground level of the Pluto coastline fortress. Morgan held a stack of draft papers, flipping through them as he conversed with Zhou Yuan. Before them stood a sealed chamber. Within the chamber were 2 soldier insects, surrounded by numerous vents emitting a dark green toxin, causing the insects to twist and contort. "Professor, allow me to handle this personally. This matter is of utmost importance, and I am not comfortable entrusting it to another." Upon hearing Morgan's words, Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied. Today marked the 5th day since his arrival on Pluto, and throughout these 5 days, he had not laid a finger on any insects. He was eager to venture outside. This would also provide an excellent opportunity to test the new weapon. "Let us proceed. I am already prepared." Morgan smiled and nodded, leading Zhou Yuan to the secure room housing the individual mechs. "Cool." Upon once more beholding the mech, Zhou Yuan finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. Over the 5 days, the prototype had undergone a remarkable transformation. embodying the essence of a mech. Equipped with a tactical nuclear missile launcher, a shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, a Gauss rifle, miniature self-destructing drones, shockwave grenades, and biochemical grenades. The template remains a striking combination of a black background adorned with crimson patterns, and when placed upon a towering mech standing at 2 meters and 20 centimeters, it appears infinitely more impressive than any space armament, a formidable and terrifying steel skeleton radiating an aura of lethality. If I were 30 years younger, I would undoubtedly enlist in the mobile forces for its sake. Now, it belongs to you, Morgan observed the expression on Zhou Yuan's face, speaking with a sense of satisfaction. As a scientist focused on military technology, his greatest pride lay in witnessing desire and fulfillment on the faces of weapon users. Professor, might this be against protocol? Zhou Yuan hesitated before inquiring. I am not questioning your judgment. I merely ponder whether such strategic weapons should be kept under wraps. Young man, you may not realize that this confidentiality was my insistence, as the miniature tokamak device cannot be mass-produced. Were it not for my strong objections, those politicians in the strategic department would have disseminated news of the individual mechs to everyone by now. They believe that publicizing the existence of personal mechs would encourage more young individuals to voluntarily join the mobile forces as cannon fodder. Hence, I opposed early disclosure, for it is a deception. We simply cannot produce more personal mechs. Not only do I disagree, but my old comrades do as well, Morgan declared with righteous indignation. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, beginning to grasp that the research department was at odds with the propaganda department, which sought to entice recruits with grand promises. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan donned the mech and departed from the research level, returning to the dormitory level. Come to the conference room to meet me. Upon entering the conference room, he notified Marcus, Kenny, and Claire. Soon, the trio arrived, stunned by Zhou Yuan's current appearance. Sir, is that a mech? Kenny exclaimed, brimming with excitement. As a mobile infantryman, mechs were akin to his goddess. Merely gazing upon one sent him into rapture. It is a prototype. No further questions. Remember the confidentiality agreement. Everything encountered in the research department must remain confidential, including what you had for lunch today. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, signaling for them to take a seat. I will personally undertake a mission to the K6 mining area in the Fodes asteroid belt. A 10-person team, with 2 pilots, will depart in 1 hour. Prepare yourselves. I require the finest of the finest. Zhou Yuan activated his work tablet, dispatching the mission details to the 3 of them. Originally, it was merely a menial task. However, Morgan later suggested testing the mech and weapons combat capabilities. As a result, a skilled team was necessary to prevent casualties on the first mission. As for confidentiality, that was not his concern. As long as he kept his mouth shut, Morgan would handle the rest. Sir, leave it to me. I will assemble the best soldiers from the group. Kenny saluted vigorously before rushing out of the conference room. A task requiring elite personnel clearly indicated a combat mission. Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly pilot the mech. Even if he lacked the qualifications to pilot, observing the mech's combat prowess would suffice. As the leader of the first operational group, he was indeed the cream of the crop. Sir, I will devise a combat plan within 10 minutes. After Marcus made his statement, he too departed. This task, unrelated to safeguarding research personnel, bore little relevance to the strategic group. He merely needed to outline the mission direction and communicate with the K6 mining area. His presence in the conference room was merely a formality. My dear, let me accompany you. Once Kenny and Marcus had left, Claire's serious demeanor vanished instantly. She leaned closer to Zhou Yuan, gazing at him with longing. It is merely a minor task. There is no need to mobilize the captain. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Days had passed, and his relationship with Claire had deepened considerably. They had reached a level of intimacy that now bordered on cohabitation. However, he remained uncertain about Claire's piloting skills and did not dare allow her to participate in the mission. Should she indeed be a major simply due to her family connections? It could lead to significant complications. Please, do not lead me astray, my dear, I implore you. I can be of assistance. I received 4 consecutive awards for excellence during my time at the Starship Academy. If you seek elite personnel, then I fit the bill. There is no one among my teammates more elite than I. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's refusal, Claire immediately grew anxious. Having just entered a relationship with Zhou Yuan, she was reluctant to part ways and wished to savor their romantic connection. An exemplary student? Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow at this revelation, as he had been unaware of it. since Claire had entered the team through connections. He did not possess her background information. Angus had only mentioned her family circumstances. Very well, you may join, and bring your primary pilot along. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan acquiesced. Anyone who could achieve 4 consecutive awards for excellence at the Starship Academy must possess commendable piloting skills. Likely at a Schumacher level. Chapter 101. Departing before the mission even begins? On the morning of Earth Day, at 9 o'clock, Zhou Yuan boarded the transport ship, departing from Pluto towards the Fodes asteroid belt mining area. The mining area was not far from Pluto, and even the transport ship could reach it within an hour, negating the need for a starship. The team consisted of 14 individuals, 2 pilots, Claire and her primary pilot, Anna, and 11 combat team members, including Kenny and 10 elite soldiers he had selected. The final member was Zhou Yuan himself, commander of the defense forces. Inside the cabin, all eyes were fixed upon Zhou Yuan. The soldiers stared intently at his mech, nearly drooling, yet too restrained by their positions to voice their curiosity. Observing their reaction, Zhou Yuan smiled and raised his fist slightly, declaring, "I trust you all know what this is, the individual combat mech. Originally, I could not disclose much, but since you are my soldiers, I shall share. This is the Morita Type 1 individual combat mech, a prototype. Currently, there are only 3 in the entire Federation. As the Defense Forces of the Research Department. We are the favored unit of the Research Department. Simply put, we are family, which is why I have obtained 1.I in the future. More individuals will receive mechs and become mech pilots. However, due to the high manufacturing costs, only the capable shall possess them. Therefore, whether one can become a mech pilot depends on your abilities. To my knowledge, personnel from the Special Operations Forces are also aware of this news. They aim to seize the second mech currently under production from us." Zhou Yuan spoke in a hushed tone, adding an air of mystery. "Damn it. Those damned special forces. What the research department created should be used by our defense forces. The special forces are dreaming. They have picked the wrong fight." The cabin erupted into a chorus of discussion. The prospect of piloting a mech was monumental news for them. However, the notion that the Special Operations Forces sought to snatch the mech away was utterly intolerable. Enough with the bravado. Anyone can make bold claims. The Special Operations Forces believe that the mech was designed for extermination, and they consider themselves the experts in extermination. They perceive the defense forces as mere cowards hiding underground, unworthy of possessing mechs. The higher-ups in the research department have been swayed by them, but I have secured an opportunity for you. This mission is that opportunity. You may not know, but the K6 mining area we are heading to is a semi-infested zone. Zhou Yuan continued, only to pause midway. "Sir, I have a suggestion." Kenny immediately raised his hand, stating earnestly, "To ensure the safety of the mining area workers, we should assist in eliminating the nearby pests." Indeed, the team leader is correct. This is well within our capabilities. This is a splendid idea. We can do what those soft-handed special forces can do, and we can do it better. As Kenny spoke, the others chimed in agreement. Their thoughts revolved around allowing the research department's defense forces to shine, seizing any opportunity to demonstrate their prowess. Good now, rest well and stay sharp. Once the mission is complete, I will lead you in a grand assault, obliterating a dozen or so pest nests. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction at the team's response. As a commander, he was truly invested in ensuring his subordinates earned their accolades. Host. Zhou Yuan identity. Captain of the Federation. Superhuman attributes. Strength 13, Speed 12.5, Jump 12.5, Agility 12.5, Endurance 13, Defense 13, Self-Healing 13, Skill 1.8, Brain Function 15.5 skills. Telepathy, Mental Communication, Psychokinesis, Hypnosis, Mind Control, Rapid Learning, Items. Icarus Class Destroyer, Jump Frog, Nano Repair Medical Pod, Laser Bird. Purgatory Grenade. Title, Financial Expert. Gaining 1 soul point per minute soul points, 594199 after devising the pest extermination plan. Zhou Yuan opened his personal panel. He had not slain a single pest during the past few days, relying solely on his title to accumulate over 7,000 soul points. However, his skill had increased by 0.2. When he found himself at a loss for activities, he resumed his training, making slight progress in both combat and marksmanship. "Captain, we have a situation." After sitting in position for approximately half an hour, Zhou Yuan heard Claire's urgent call. "What is it?" Zhou Yuan furrowed his brows and swiftly entered the cockpit. "Sir, There is an unfamiliar asteroid. Claire pointed out the window, revealing a massive asteroid, its surface a stark grayish-white. Unmistakably an icy body. Preliminary estimates suggest an average diameter exceeding 500 kilometers, with a surface area greater than 79 million square kilometers. Data from the Stellar Domain Network indicates that it is an unrecorded asteroid. However, this region is already part of the Vord's asteroid belt, where every celestial body is cataloged, except for this one. Claire's assistant, Aina, handed Zhou Yuan a work tablet. Ignore it. Our destination is the mining area. Record its information and transmit it back, then proceed with the mission. Zhou Yuan glanced at the tablet and set it aside, issuing his orders. This was not an unusual occurrence. The Vord's asteroid belt orbits around Vords. A planet with a diameter exceeding 150,000 kilometers. It is nearly 12 times the diameter of Earth, with a formidable gravitational field that naturally attracts asteroids. New asteroids join the Vord's belt almost daily, though few are as large as the one before them. Understood, Captain. Claire and Hannah replied in unison as they piloted the transport ship closer to the asteroid. Recording asteroid data was relatively straightforward. A low-altitude flyby around the asteroid to capture surface conditions would suffice. However, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Once the transport ship entered the asteroid's gravitational field, an unexpected event unfolded. Captain, Aina yanked the control stick, urging the transport ship to ascend while calling out to Claire. "Let me take over," Claire snapped, swiftly taking the helm. That moment, Zhou Yuan had yet to exit the cockpit, but upon witnessing the scene ahead, he understood the gravity of Aina and Claire's anxiety. The massive asteroid was in constant rotation, having recently turned to reveal its backside, where a range of icy mountains loomed, soaring at least 4,000 to 5,000 meters high. The transport ship found itself directly in front of these icy peaks. As the asteroid spun, the icy mountains seemed to come to life, barreling towards the transport ship with an overwhelming force. Chapter 102. Emergency Landing and Communication Loss. Wonima, Zhou Yuan's pupils dilated, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is Kunlun Mountain really going to punch me? Such absurdity was beyond comprehension. Yet, as a superhuman with a formidable physique encased in a mech, he reasoned that even if a collision occurred, he might survive with at least half his life intact, right? In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through Zhou Yuan's mind. The next instant, he turned to the cockpit, shouting, "Brace yourselves. We may crash. Prepare for impact." He then activated the pressure generator and magnetic stabilizer. After securing the mech in place, Zhou Yuan placed his hands on Claire and Aina's shoulders, providing them a measure of protection. Claire was focused on piloting while Aina assisted her. That moment, Zhou Yuan witnessed Claire's exceptional piloting skills. She had claimed to have received 4 consecutive awards for excellence during her time at the Starship Academy, and it was no exaggeration. The transport ship should have directly collided with the mountains. Yet Claire skillfully navigated through the mountain ravines, consistently avoiding disaster. "Captain, we are about to make an emergency landing," Claire suddenly exclaimed, but Zhou Yuan saw no obstacles ahead. Almost instantaneously after Claire spoke, the ravine before them transformed into a dead end, leaving the transport ship with no escape. Claire accelerated, lifting the nose of the transport ship to execute a U-turn. Bang! The consequence of this maneuver was that while the transport ship narrowly avoided a head-on collision, it was nonetheless rear-ended by the icy mountains. The transport ship shook violently, and the cabin lights began to flicker, with electrical sparks erupting from the control panel. Under Claire's command, the transport ship spun like a fan, descending rapidly, perilously close to crashing to the ground. In the final moments, Claire forcefully pushed the control stick, halting the ship's roll and pulling up to delay the crash. However, directly ahead lay a forest of ice spikes emerging from the snowy ground. Impact was imminent. At that instant, Claire and Aina shouted in unison over the intercom, raising their hands in front of them. Thankfully, they had not collided directly with the mountain. Zhou Yuan, feeling somewhat relieved, stepped forward and turned his back, shielding Claire and Aina's heads with his hands. Boom! In those fleeting seconds, the transport ship crashed into the forest of ice spikes. A dull thud reverberated as the cabin lights extinguished, and the structure trembled as if it might disintegrate. Fortunately, this was no ordinary transport ship. It was a specialized vessel from the research department, superior even to those used by special operations forces, and the only objects it collided with were ice and snow. Its robust protective features prevented disintegration, allowing it to barrel through the ice spike forest, carving a path. The only visible damage was a multitude of cracks appearing in the cockpit glass, yet it showed no signs of shattering. Approximately 10 seconds after the collision, the transport ship finally came to a halt, having embedded itself in a snowbank. Otherwise, it might not have stopped so quickly. Claire, Aina, are you all right? Once the chaos subsided, Zhou Yuan promptly inquired. We're okay, Claire and Aina nodded. Though slightly dizzy, they had sustained no serious injuries. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan returned to the cockpit to assess the team's condition. All was relatively well. The combat team members were unharmed. As the cockpit was the most perilous location during a crash, with the closest pilot unscathed, the rest of the passengers were naturally in good shape. 2 minutes later, the group of 14 convened in the cockpit to report on the situation. Zhou Yuan sat down, gesturing for Claire to speak first. The external damage to the craft is minimal. Only the flight window shows significant impairment, and we have 2 backup units ready for replacement at any time. However, the life support system is in dire straits. It can only provide oxygen for 3 hours, and the energy system has malfunctioned and is temporarily unusable. Therefore, we cannot proceed anywhere for now. Upon Claire's report, Zhou Yuan nodded and instructed that the mining area be notified to send assistance. Captain, the communication system is also compromised. At that moment, Aina raised her hand, speaking softly. The communication system is severely damaged. We can only maintain local communications, meaning only our combat instruments are functional. We may receive long-range communications, but we are unable to respond. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply and closed his eyes to contemplate a strategy. After a moment, he said, "Do not worry. The situation is not as dire as it seems. The fact that we can receive long-range communications indicates that the stronghold and mining area can locate us. Our estimated mission completion time is 150 minutes. If we do not return to the stronghold by then, Marcus will surely come looking for us. For now, shut down the life support system and only activate it when we need to eat or require emergency medical assistance. Our space armaments will suffice. Claire, Hannah, try to repair the damaged systems. Captain." At that moment, 2 team members raised their hands. "Captain, I have served as a communications officer and can assist in repairing the communication system. Captain, I was a mechanic and took a 3-year course in vehicle maintenance. Perhaps I can take a look at the energy system." "Excellent." Zhou Yuan stood, encouragingly patting their shoulders. "You 2 stay behind to assist. Kenny, select 2 more individuals to help Major Claire replace the flight window. The rest of you will accompany me for a patrol." "Yes, Captain." After organizing the assignments, Zhou Yuan donned his gear and departed the cockpit with 6 security personnel. "Captain, the surface temperature is minus 90 degrees Celsius, and there are no detected insects within the scanning range. As soon as they exited the cockpit, a team member reported, showcasing the benefits of leadership, no need to handle everything personally. The scanner, however, was not infallible. It could not detect insects hidden behind obstacles, nor could it identify undocumented new species. Zhou Yuan muttered a few words, detaching the Gauss rifle from his mech's leg. His words and actions instantly alerted the 6 team members. They simultaneously raised their weapons, using their scopes to survey the surroundings. Indeed, Zhou Yuan's caution was warranted. Nearby, approximately 200 to 300 meters away, a swarm of unfamiliar insects appeared. They resembled large, reddish-brown bees, with sharp stingers protruding from their tails. Their size was comparable to that of a vulture, and they possessed long pincers resembling whiskers hanging down on either side of their bodies, with the tails featuring 2 scythe-like pincers. Chapter 103. Firefly Insects. Distress signal? What a peculiar little creature, Zhou Yuan mused, shaking his head slightly as he beheld the insects ahead. During his time in the Hunter Corps, he had reviewed the database. The Federation's records listed a total of 18 species of arachnidae, and including the brain insect and starship insect, the count rose to 20. However, the creatures before him were not included in that catalog. They may represent a new species of insect, or perhaps the indigenous inhabitants of this asteroid. Whoosh, buzz. After pinpointing the target, Zhou Yuan fired directly. A faint electromagnetic sound, accompanied by a localized sonic boom, erupted as the C4 ferromagnetic bullet shot forth from the barrel of the Gauss gun, striking a bug squarely on its forehead. Boom! In an instant, the upper half of the creature vanished, bursting in midair into a crimson spray of blood. Eliminated a Firefly bug, earning 5 soul points. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Annoying Flies achievement. Quite impressive. Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed as the system notification chimed. This Firefly bug appeared to be an easy target. He had not anticipated that slaying it would yield 5 soul points. After all, Locust only awarded 3 points to AS for its affiliation with the Arachnidus species. He was indifferent. Regardless of its origin, as long as it provided soul points, it was a commendable bug. Buzz. Witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining Firefly bugs grew frantic, clustering together in groups of 20 or 30 as they charged towards Zhou Yuan and his team. Document new insect species. Fire at will. Zhou Yuan took a step back, raising his hand to gesture forward with a gentle wave. With so few Firefly bugs, he couldn't muster the enthusiasm to engage. However, considering the possibility of encountering more later, he equipped the powerful insecticide title. With a 20 enhancement, each kill would yield 6 soul points, equivalent to 2 locusts. This was superior rations compared to soldier bugs. He just wondered if there would be swarms or tides of insects. If so, it would be an opportunity for profit. Bang, bang, boom. Upon receiving the command to fire, 6 team members instantly squeezed their triggers. The Firefly bugs were not particularly swift, moving at a pace akin to ordinary birds. Coupled with their large size, they were no more than living targets against the firearms. As the gunfire erupted, only a few of the 30 Firefly bugs remained. Just then, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The few Firefly bugs that had evaded the initial barrage suddenly paused midair, exhaling flames. The flames were not particularly large, comparable to a standard fire extinguisher, with a range of about 10 meters and an attack radius of less than a meter. Ceasefire. Zhou Yuan immediately raised his hand, calling for a halt, then stepped forward slowly. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. First, he would assess the capabilities of the Firefly bugs before proceeding to eliminate them. Commander, preliminary analysis indicates that the external flame temperature is 600 degrees Celsius, the internal flame temperature is 450 degrees Celsius, and the core flame temperature is 300 degrees Celsius. Excellent, continue recording. Just as he began to move, Zhou Yuan received a report from his team. The temperature levels were reminiscent of windproof lighters, albeit the Firefly bugs were akin